Blue Island City is a coastal metropolis situated in Hwagwe. 86 in the morning, Yuan gazed vacantly out of the window. He had resided in this city for 5 years and attended university here. Upon graduation, he chose to remain. Yuan enrolled in the most prestigious institution in Blue Island City, Blue Island Ocean University, where he pursued a degree in marine science. Growing up in a fishing village, he possessed exceptional swimming skills and had further honed his diving expertise during his studies. Consequently, his diving instructor recommended him for a position at a marine amusement park where he was tasked with underwater cleaning duties. Though this job may seem unremarkable, the employer offered a base salary of $6,000 per month. While this may not be considered a substantial salary in a major city, it was quite generous for a recent graduate. Moreover, the position provided accommodation. As he gazed at the ocean outside, his thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had with his mother the previous evening. Why Yuan's family resided on an island more than 200 kilometers away from Blue Island City. Due to years of overfishing, the coastal marine resources had nearly been depleted. Many young fishermen had ceased to venture out to sea and had instead sought employment in larger cities, leaving behind primarily the elderly in the village. In light of this situation, the local county government had decided to relocate Yuan's fishing village. The relocated island would be open for public bidding. His mother had called him yesterday regarding the relocation, urging him to return, as the older generation still held a deep-seated belief in the importance of educated individuals. Why Yuan found himself troubled by this, as the relocation would not commence until the fishing moratorium began, which was still over 2 months away. However, the local government was eager to finalize the matter quickly, and in recent days, they had initiated the signing of pre-relocation contracts. Families that signed the relocation agreement within the month would receive compensation. Returning home was easy, yet what would happen after signing the agreement? Although there was a 2-month grace period, housing issues and various other matters could not be resolved in just a few days. The marine amusement park where he worked was relatively small, and visitor numbers were not high. Consequently, there were not many people involved in the underwater cleaning process. The entire park had only Yuan and an older colleague, Zhao Gu, who was a few years his senior. Zhao Ji's family also hailed from a rural area in Blue Island. Due to his age, his family had arranged a marriage for him, and he had taken a week off to return home. Currently, Yuan was solely responsible for the underwater cleanup at the amusement park. One must not underestimate the challenges of cleaning the ocean floor, as it differs significantly from land-based cleaning. If he were to take a leave of absence to return home, would the amusement park grant him permission? Many are unaware of the nature of underwater cleaning work, which primarily involves retrieving items accidentally dropped by tourists into the sea and collecting trash discarded by visitors. Of course, achieving precision in retrieval is quite a formidable task. For instance, there was a previous incident where a tourist inadvertently dropped a ring into the depths. Yuan and brother Zhao searched diligently at the site of the lost ring for 3 days, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Eventually, the tourist, lacking the time to remain, departed. Remarkably, a half a month later, brother Zhao discovered the ring approximately 1 kilometer from where it had been lost, and subsequently sent it back via postal service. This was merely a minor episode among many such retrievals. Yuan had been employed here for nearly 10 months, during which he had salvaged an innumerable array of items, including mobile phones, cameras, camcorders, and selfie sticks. Due to the water damage rendering these items unusable, a few tourists sought their recovery. However, valuable jewelry still warranted retrieval, as not everything could be salvaged. After all, the ocean floor is markedly different from the land above. Setting aside these thoughts, Yuan resolved that he could simply resign if necessary, to avoid causing his parents undue worry. Noticing that it was nearly 7 o'clock, Yuan rose, washed up, and made his way to the staff cafeteria at the amusement park for breakfast. He had intended to discuss matters with the manager, yet found him absent and would have to wait until the evening. Arriving at the seaside, he donned his diving suit. The previous day, in Zone 4, the tourist had accidentally dropped a diamond bracelet while taking selfies by the yacht. Today, Yuan was tasked with clearing underwater debris in Zone 4, while also assisting in the search for the bracelet. He navigated the speedboat to Zone 4, equipped himself with diving gear, and plunged into the water, turning his back to the surface. This area was notably deeper than the rest of the marine amusement park, with depths reaching approximately 30 meters underwater. Observing the vibrant array of fish swimming around him, Yuan felt his spirits lift considerably. Perhaps it was his upbringing in a fishing village that fostered a profound affection for the sea. While examining the ocean floor, he noticed a red crab scuttling by. While encountering crabs in the depths was commonplace, the size of this particular specimen captured Yuan's attention. The red crab was distinctly different from others, easily identifiable due to its smooth shell adorned with yellow markings. Typically, a red crab would be about the size of an adult's palm. However, the one Yuan spotted was as large as a basin. Most notably, the red crab clutched a round stone bead in its pincers. Intrigued, Yuan cautiously approached and tapped the enormous red crab lightly with an iron rod. He had anticipated that the crab would release the bead and flee, but to his surprise, the red crab quickened its pace, showing no intention of relinquishing its grip on the stone. Children raised by the sea generally have little liking for red crabs, as they possess relatively scant crab roe and their meat is not particularly palatable. This was why Yuan had not immediately considered capturing it. However, observing the crab's tenacity in holding on to the bead piqued his curiosity. He followed the red crab, persistently tapping it until, at last, it had no choice but to release its hold. While Yuan then reached down into the sandy seabed and retrieved the stone bead that the red crab had abandoned. Due to the poor lighting beneath the waves, he did not examine it closely but placed it directly into the net pouch at his waist, resuming his work. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had elapsed beneath the ocean's surface, prompting a need to ascend for a brief respite. During this time, Yuan discovered 3 mobile phones and several metallic containers. These containers were the packaging of premium beverages, carelessly discarded into the sea by some tourists. Upon returning to the speedboat, he removed the oxygen tank and indulged in generous sips from the bottled water on board. After a moment of rest, he retrieved the stone beads he had collected from the seabed. The beads emanated a refreshing sensation upon touch, providing an exquisite comfort. However, at that very moment, he felt an inexplicable force, as if something was being extracted from within his body. A profound sense of fatigue enveloped Yuan, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Shortly thereafter, darkness clouded his vision, and he lost all awareness. In the final fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in his ears, host binding successful. Yuan currently finds himself in a state of distress, having unexpectedly arrived in an unfamiliar realm. Before his eyes lies an enormous reef, approximately half an acre in size, surrounded by vast waters that stretch over 10 acres. Encircling the sea is a mist of purple fog, while the sky is shrouded in a grey haze. Strangely, he hovers above the reef, seemingly floating. His mind races, overwhelmed by confusion, as he attempts to touch his own body, only to experience an eerie sensation as his hand passes through his corporeal form. What could this mean? Has he perished, transformed into a specter? After a moment of emotional stabilization, he notices a stone tablet positioned at the center of the reef, upon which strange inscriptions seem to appear. Yuan attempts to approach it, yet finds himself unable to move. However, as if his thoughts possess the power to command, he inexplicably materializes before the tablet. What sorcery is this? Could it be the instantaneous travel spoken of in novels? Setting aside these musings, he turns his attention to deciphering the inscriptions. Humanity often harbors a deep-seated fear of the unknown. The text on the tablet resembles small seal script, yet Yuan cannot comprehend it. He muses to himself that he has studied marine science, not history. Suddenly, as if responding to his thoughts, the tablet begins to emanate a bright white light, intensifying with each passing moment. The characters upon it appear to animate, coalescing into the luminous beam that shoots forth towards him. Caught unawares, the brilliant light strikes Yuan, and with it comes a cascade of vivid memories. An indescribable sensation envelops him, as though these fragments intrinsically belong to him, yet simultaneously do not. As the brilliance dissipates, Yuan stands, momentarily dazed, gazing at the now empty tablet, devoid of any markings. If someone were present, they would surely notice the fleeting glimmer of insight that sparked in his eyes, only to vanish in an instant. The water control technique is what the light has imparted to him, etched indelibly into his mind. As time passes, Yuan gradually regains composure from the bewildering events he has just experienced. His foremost concern now is to ascertain his whereabouts, to determine if he has perished or if he has entered the alternate dimension described in novels. If it is indeed an alternate space, how might he return to his own world? Just as this thought crosses his mind, he suddenly finds himself in a familiar setting, the azure sea and blinding sunlight. Has he returned? Yet, upon inspecting his hands, he finds them empty, devoid of any possessions. His waist pouch contains the few items he retrieved from the ocean floor, his phone and metallic bottle, alongside the oxygen tank that remains by his side. Could it be that he was merely dreaming? Yet, the water control technique lingers vividly in his consciousness. What, then, was that previous space? How did he enter it? As he ponders this, darkness envelops his vision, and he realizes he is once again in the eerie realm. Is it possible that he can traverse between these worlds at will? The method of entry and exit was merely a product of my imagination, repeatedly attempted until I was certain that I had acquired an extraordinary treasure. This rocky space not only allowed me to enter but also to place various items within it. However, within that realm, I existed not as a corporeal being, but rather as an essence akin to a soul. In this rocky domain, I could be regarded as a deity. A mere thought could alter the very landscape. It dawned on me that I possessed a portable repository, roughly the size of half an acre. What an astounding concept that was. Although my heart brimmed with exhilaration, there remained one matter that eluded my understanding: the intricacies of the water control technique. This technique was divided into 5 layers. The first layer was easily comprehensible, as if I had an innate understanding of it. Yet the remaining 4 layers, while present in my mind, felt veiled, as if obscured by a thin gauze, only partially discernible. The first layer of the water control technique resembled a form of folk qigong, comprising various energy pathways that I swiftly navigated based on my recollections and insights. As I practiced the technique, imperceptible gases from the surrounding seawater entered my body, vanishing upon my cessation of movement. Upon opening my eyes, I sensed a profound comfort within my body. This practice, known as the water control technique, was undoubtedly connected to water. I was eager to plunge into the sea to explore the changes within me. With a leap, I immersed myself in the ocean. My swimming abilities were commendable. Typically, without any diving equipment, I could reach depths of approximately 15 to 20 meters. Once submerged, I discovered a newfound understanding of the ocean. The seawater felt like an extension of my own being, as though I had transformed into a fish. The ability to breathe underwater was utterly astonishing. As I descended to the seabed, around 30 meters deep, I encountered no issues with water pressure, a phenomenon that should have arisen. Moreover, my vision was remarkable. Although light diminishes significantly at such depths, I could discern objects clearly from dozens of meters away. Elated, I swam freely through the water when suddenly I spotted a reflective point approximately 30 meters ahead. I swiftly propelled myself towards it, discovering a glimmer of metal protruding from the sand. Upon retrieving the object, I realized it was likely a bracelet accidentally dropped by a tourist the previous day. After swimming for a while longer, I returned to the speedboat and glanced at my watch. It was already noon. The objective of my salvage mission was accomplished, and I had unexpectedly unearthed a valuable treasure. The amusement park charged a fee for retrieving lost items. Often, when precious belongings were recovered, grateful tourists would reward the salvager with a red envelope. This became an additional source of income for me, as the employer would not claim the envelope. Upon returning to shore, I contacted the tourist from the previous day, informing her that her belongings had been located and inquiring if she could come to confirm whether it was indeed her bracelet. To my dismay, the tourist had already left Blue Island City, having not anticipated that her item would be found. The visitor expressed gratitude to Yuan over the phone. After their conversation, the amusement park agreed to mail the items to the visitor. Upon confirming that the bracelet was indeed hers, the visitor transferred a red envelope of 10,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. This generous gift nearly equaled Yuan's salary for 2 months, marking the largest red envelope he had ever received since joining the amusement park. As the end of the workday approached, Yuan sought out the manager to discuss his intention to leave, as he had pressing matters awaiting him at home. Previously, before acquiring the water control technique and the enigmatic reef space, Yuan might have hesitated to broach the subject with the manager. However, even without the urgency of family obligations, he no longer wished to remain in his current position. After all, it seemed far more lucrative to catch anything from the sea than to continue earning his modest wage. Yuan approached the manager, Mr. Wang, affectionately nicknamed Fat Wang by the staff. Mr. Wang was a decent fellow, albeit one who enjoyed taking advantage of small opportunities. As the manager of the amusement park, which belonged to his brother-in-law, he was well liked among his peers and only sought minor advantages in trivial matters. Upon hearing about Yuan's family situation, Mr. Wang readily approved his resignation and expressed genuine concern, assuring Yuan that the amusement park would welcome him back should he ever wish to return. Grateful, Yuan offered Mr. Wang a pack of cigarettes, hoping to expedite the settlement of his salary for the month. According to the amusement park's policy, when an employee resigns, their wages for the current month are disbursed the following month. However, since Yuan intended not to return, he requested an early settlement. Mr. Wang, noticing the cigarettes on the table, promptly instructed the finance department to process Yuan's payment, exemplifying the reason for his popularity. Small gestures would often earn him goodwill in matters that did not jeopardize the company's interests. Sitting on the bus back to Qinghai County, Yuan reflected on the 180-kilometer journey from Blue Island City. As he gazed out the window, a wave of guilt washed over him. It had been 4 months since he last visited home, the last occasion being during the Spring Festival. He lamented his own unfilial behavior, contemplating his return. Now armed with the water control technique, he resolved not to return to the bustling city. Instead, he yearned to embrace the life of a fisherman once more. Coastal fishing villages fell into two categories. One relied solely on fishing at sea, a dwindling profession due to depleted nearshore fish populations. Distant ocean fishing could be profitable but required substantial investment, often amounting to millions, as some few could master. The second type revolved around aquaculture, encompassing shallow sea farming, intertidal farming, and harbor cultivation. This return home was not only about reuniting with his parents but also about addressing their housing relocation issues while securing his own startup capital. Whether venturing out to fish or engaging in aquaculture, both paths necessitated funding, yet his bank account held a mere 50,000 yuan. I often heard the village elders speak of the saying, the closer one is to home, the more timid one feels. During Yuan's time at university, he was oblivious to its meaning, but upon his return home this time, he profoundly grasped its essence. Qinghai County, a local boasting a lengthy coastline, welcomed him. After alighting, Yuan ventured to a building materials market located a few kilometers from the dock. Yuan's family includes 2 children, and he has an elder sister named Yihui, who is 3 years his senior. Due to the family's modest circumstances and the lingering traditional bias favoring males, Yihui refrained from pursuing further education after graduating from high school and instead sought employment in the county. Eventually, she married a man associated with a building materials company. His brother-in-law gained a modest reputation in the industry but, lacking sufficient capital, continued to work for his employer. I recall that during Yuan's junior year, his brother-in-law and sister returned for the Spring Festival, wishing to borrow a few thousand yuan from their parents to start their own business. The parents, intending to reserve that sum for Yuan's post-graduation needs, declined the request. At that time, his brother-in-law had already amassed 100,000 yuan, and with a small loan, he could have embarked on his venture. However, due to the refusal, he ultimately utilized the 100,000 yuan to open a small supermarket adjacent to the building materials market, while he continued to toil elsewhere. Following that incident, visits from his sister and brother-in-law dwindled, where they once returned home at least once a month. Now they only appeared during significant holidays such as the Spring Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival. Gazing at the modest supermarket in the distance, its walls adorned with the painted inscription Hui Hui Supermarket, Yuan felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He noticed a little girl seated against the wall, her hair styled in pigtails, engrossed in an animal picture book. Yuan joyfully called out, "Nyo, come here and see who has returned." The little girl looked up, her innocent smile illuminating her face as she quickly rose and ran towards him, exclaiming in her sweet voice, "Mama, Mama, Uncle is here. Uncle is here." Yuan crouched down to scoop Nyo into his arms, playfully rubbing his stubble chin against her neck, eliciting delightful giggles from her. At that moment, Yihui appeared at the door, her expression one of surprise as she remarked, "Xiao Yuan, you're back. What brings you here at this hour?" From her tone, Yuan discerned that their parents had not informed her about the relocation. He approached his sister, cradling Nyo, and observed that her once youthful face, now at merely 28, bore the semblance of a middle-aged woman. Yihui grasped Yuan's hand and led him into the supermarket. The small establishment comprised 2 sections, the outer space, a mere 10 square meters serving as the supermarket, and the inner area doubling as a bedroom and storage space, where a double bed accommodated the 3 of them. The floor was strewn with various beverages and snacks. Yihui fetched a stool for Yuan to sit upon and retrieved a bottle of cola from the freezer, opening it for him. As Yuan accepted the cola, Nyo, with a distinctive childish lilt, implored Yihui, "Mama, I want to drink too. I want to drink too." To which Yihui responded, "Little ones shouldn't have soda, it's not good for you." If you're thirsty, Mama will get you some water, as she turned to fetch a glass of water. Yuan hurriedly stopped Yihui, saying, Sister, I'm not that thirsty, I can't finish a bottle. Pour a glass for Nyonyo instead. It's fine to drink without restraint. Yihui shot him a glance and stood up to fetch a cup. Uncle is the best, Uncle is the best. Nyonyo's little eyes squinted into crescent shapes. Yuan glanced at Nyonyo, then retrieved a princess dress and a beautifully packaged Barbie doll from his suitcase, handing them to the little girl. Upon seeing the pink princess dress and the exquisite doll, Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, his sister emerged with the cup and, noticing the gifts Yuan had given Nyonyo, remarked, Xiao Yuan, you're no longer a child. You need to learn to save money for the future when you'll have to marry. Yuan smiled but remained silent, knowing his sister genuinely cared for him. He then pulled out a set of cosmetics and a finely crafted fishing rod from his suitcase. His brother-in-law had no particular hobbies, except for fishing whenever he had spare time. Yuan's sister often quarreled with her husband over the price of fishing rods, so this time, Yuan had specifically bought a sea rod worth around 5,000 yuan for his brother-in-law. On his return, Yuan had spent the entire 10,000 yuan he earned from salvaging a bracelet on his sister's family. Although his sister was unaware of the rod's price, she could tell it was not inexpensive. Just as she was about to speak to Yuan, he quickly interjected, Sister, please don't scold me. I'm not planning to leave this time, but I intend to develop my career here in our hometown. Yihui was momentarily taken aback. But then her voice trembled as she pointed at Yuan, saying, How much have our parents sacrificed for you? And what about me? In the end, you choose to return to this impoverished county. Yuan was surprised by his sister's intense reaction. He hadn't anticipated such a strong response. While he contemplated how to persuade her, his brother-in-law entered from outside. Upon seeing his wife in tears and Yuan looking perplexed, he was momentarily stunned. Seeing her husband, Yihui rushed into his arms, weeping. Between sobs, she complained like a child, Just look at Xiao Yuan. Our parents have scrimped and saved for him. I even gave up my studies to ensure he could attend a good university. Yet, he graduates and wants to return to this poor county. What do we even have left? Who does he think he is honoring? Nyonyo, witnessing her mother cried, also began to weep. Many neighbors, hearing the commotion, came to investigate but left after Yuan's brother-in-law explained the situation. Yuan, witnessing this turmoil, felt utterly helpless. He regretted not having communicated clearly. And now his sister's emotions were so volatile that any words seemed futile. With his sister still crying and Nyonyo embracing her, they unwittingly believed a calamity had befallen them. Yuan pulled his brother-in-law aside outside the supermarket and, with a sense of resignation, said, It's partly my fault for not explaining properly. I truly have plans to develop my career here. I don't want to spend my life working for someone else. Can you understand? His brother-in-law sighed deeply. How could I not understand? Who wants to work for others? But what can you do in our county? You studied marine science. Do you intend to become a fisherman? Yuan remained silent, acutely aware that any words uttered would bear no weight. He resolved to let his brother-in-law counsel his sister first, and thus he returned home, planning to revisit in a few days. Standing at the dock, he contemplated the sea, reflecting on the circumstances. Given that the family village was a small fishing community with merely over 50 households, the ferry to the village operated only once a day. He had intended to linger longer at his sister's home, but her tears made it uncomfortable for him to stay. Seated at the edge of the dock, gazing at the vast ocean, Yuan mused that swimming back to the village would pose no great challenge. Yet it did not explain how he would return without a boat. One could hardly blame the government for relocating island fishing villages, the transportation was undeniably inconvenient. Yuan, what brings you here? A voice called out, drawing his attention. He turned to see a robust young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, standing on a nearby skiff. The man, named Yizhuang, was the only young person from a family village who had not left for the city. Yizhuang had his own tale of misfortune. A year older than Yuan, his tragic story began when he was in his first year of middle school. Yizhuang's grandfather, along with his parents, had ventured out to sea, never to return. Unable to bear the grief, his grandmother passed away shortly thereafter. The village head had intended to send Yuan to his uncle's home, situated 50 kilometers away. However, the uncle's family rejected him, claiming that he bore the Yi surname and was not their responsibility, lacking the means to support an outsider. Ultimately, he was taken in by an elderly villager without children. Yet the old man's health was poor, providing little care for Yuan, who grew up relying on the charity of others. In a few short years, the elder also succumbed to illness, leaving Yuan at 18 with nothing but the very skiff he stood upon now. In recent years, the youth had left the village for work, yet Yuan remained steadfast. He often declined invitations to join his peers, asserting, with the young ones gone, who will care for the elders in the village? Yuan grew up on the kindness of the village. It is my duty to support all the old folks here. Yuan held profound respect for this devoted and loyal man. Big Yuan. I'm merely waiting for the ferry to go home, Yuan greeted him with a smile. Come aboard. Why wait for a ferry? I am just returning after selling fish. Yuan replied, steering his skiff closer. Yuan leaped onto the skiff, noting a subtle transformation within himself since he had begun practicing the water control technique. He felt significantly more agile and stronger than before. Yuan's skiff was motorized, and after an hour of navigation, the outline of the family village emerged in the distance. The blue sky, white clouds, and sandy shores unfolded before his eyes, presenting a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of a hidden paradise. The island spanned over 10 square kilometers, shaped like a crescent moon. The inhabitants, who had lived there for generations, primarily sustained themselves through fishing, thus the island was aptly named Fisherman's Bay. Soon, the small boat docked at the rudimentary pier of the island. After expressing his gratitude to the Yuan picked up his luggage and made his way home. His residence was in close proximity to the dock, being the first house encountered upon entering the village. When Yuan was admitted to university, he became the first scholar from the village, basking in glory. Yet, who could have anticipated that after graduation, he would find himself in a situation akin to that of an ordinary laborer? From a distance, he spotted his family's dilapidated stone house. His mother was in the yard, busy preparing dried shellfish. The sun-drying of shellfish is a hallmark of fishing villages, with each household undertaking the task to generate income, which contributes significantly to their livelihood. Before Yuan could utter a word, a yellow mat dashed over from beneath the tree in the yard, bounding around him with its tail wagging like a fan. Upon seeing Yuan, his mother, surprised by his swift return, beamed and exclaimed, "Show Yuan, why didn't you call when you got back? I could have sent your father to fetch you. You must be tired, hurry inside. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll prepare your favorite seafood noodles right away." Yuan extended his hand, and the exuberant yellow dog licked it fervently, as though his hand were the most delectable morsel. He then affectionately patted the dog's head, engaging in playful banter. At that moment, Yuan's father emerged from the house, his face lighting up at the sight of his son. It had been over 4 months since they last met. The family entered the house, and his mother promptly set about preparing a meal. Yuan, however, grasped her arm and said, "I'm not hungry, I've eaten in the county. Let us discuss the relocation first." Afterward, he casually took the water kettle, poured 2 cups, and handed them to his parents before filling one for himself. He settled down to listen as they recounted the details of the relocation. Through his father's account, Yuan gleaned the primary reasons for the relocation. As he had surmised, not only a family village but also several neighboring villages were facing similar circumstances. The government had been compelled to allocate substantial manpower each month to deliver essential supplies to these small islands. Due to their remoteness from the mainland, goods could only be transported by boat, straining the local government's financial resources. Therefore, a plan was devised to relocate the fishing villages from these islands to the mainland. The land for the new settlement had been earmarked, and construction of the new fishing village was currently underway, expected to be completed in 2 months. Considering the villagers' various concerns, the government proposed 3 solutions. The first option was for villagers to move into the newly constructed fishing village, with each household receiving a standardized house of comparable size to their current one. The second option offered a chance to exchange for an apartment in the county, which, based on Yuan's family situation, could amount to a spacious 3-bedroom unit of approximately 100 square meters. The third and simplest option entailed measuring the area and providing cash compensation at a rate of 500 yuan per square meter, which would amount to roughly 350,000 yuan for Yi Yuan's family. What are your thoughts? Which option do you prefer? Yi Yuan inquired, glancing at his father while casually retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to him, lighting it with ease. Taking a drag from the cigarette offered by his son, the father began, "Your mother and I believe that our family should consider a third option. Use the funds to purchase a property on Blue Island. While it may not cover the full price, the down payment should suffice. Your salary can manage the mortgage. And if it falls short, we can assist you monthly." He continued, "I have inquired and found that a few families from your uncle's village have moved to the county. The houses there, though somewhat aged, are affordable. Your mother and I can relocate to your uncle's village." At this juncture, the mother interjected, "Fishing Bay Island, the Yi family." Yuan took a moment to gather his thoughts before addressing his parents. "Mom, Dad, my intention upon returning this time is to settle here and develop my career." Observing the expressions of concern on his parents' faces, he quickly raised his hand to hold their impending objections. "Please, allow me to finish. I have been working for a year now. Although Blue Island is not a first-tier city, it is still one of our nation's more developed cities. And I am aware of that." After taking a sip of water, he continued, "I am still young and aspire to build my own career. I wish to strive for success, may I?" Seeing the conflicted expressions on his parents' faces, he allowed them a moment to absorb his words. "As for my plans, I have already made up my mind, and you need not worry about me. I wish to discuss my sister." When I returned, I visited her home. The three of them are crammed onto a single bed. Nyonyo is growing day by day, this situation cannot continue. He proposed, through this relocation, you could acquire a house in the county, allowing my sister's family to move in. This way, they could care for both of you. And you would also have time to help look after Nyonyo. Noticing his parents contemplating his suggestion, Yi Yuan pressed on, "As for me, even if my career does not flourish, I will return to Blue Island for work, I will not stay in the county. If I succeed, then such minor matters will no longer pose a concern, or will they?" The father furrowed his brow, the cigarette in his hand now extinguished. Finally, still anxious, he expressed, "If we acquire a house in the county and you do not succeed, what will happen when you return to Blue Island? Our family cannot afford to provide you with another down payment." Yi Yuan, with a heavy heart, replied, "Do you not see the situation my sister is in? It pains me deeply. I am grown now. I can carve my own path, and does my sister not deserve the same consideration as your child?" As he spoke, emotion welled up in his eyes and tears glistened. The mother, moved by his words, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. "Dear, let us heed our child's wishes this time. A few years ago, we did not lend money to Xiaohui. Although the child did not voice any complaints, it has weighed heavily on my heart. After all, they are all our children, then we cannot favor one over the other, can we?" The father glanced at his wife, then turned back to Yi Yuan, saying, "Do I not care for Xiaohui? I simply wish to leave you something more. You rascal, have you turned us into the villains in this story?" The father shot a pointed look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled wryly and spoke, "I never claimed that you two are wicked. After all, I am still young. Who says I cannot thrive? Must I inevitably return to Blue Island for labor? Rest assured, I possess considerable confidence this time." Upon seeing the resolute gaze in Yi Yuan's eyes, his parents felt a sense of relief. After all, their child is a university student. Having ventured out into the world for a year, they found little reason to worry given his conviction. "Well, since it's settled, I shall go seek the village chief. We should sign the agreement promptly to secure the 30,000 yuan relocation compensation." His father stepped out to find the village chief, while his mother busied herself in the kitchen, determined to prepare something special for their son's return. Yi Yuan glanced at the time and took out his phone to call his brother-in-law, inquiring about his sister's situation. "After you left, I managed to comfort her for a while, and she is feeling much better. She still feels a bit aggrieved, believing you shouldn't return and that it would be better for you to develop in Blue Island." His brother-in-law reassured him, "Don't worry. Everything is fine on your sister's end. I'll talk to her again tonight, and she'll be all right." Yi Yuan briefly shared the family's decision with his brother-in-law. After listening, his brother-in-law fell silent for a moment, his voice tinged with emotion as he finally said, "Thank you, Yuan. I know you've done so much here." Just then, Yuan's father returned, aware that his son was on the phone. He called out loudly, "Tell your sister that we will go look at houses tomorrow. We signed early, and the village chief mentioned there are several housing options. We can choose fast." After agreeing to meet at noon the next day in front of the county government, Yuan ended the call. That evening, after having a few too many drinks, Yuan's father, perhaps overwhelmed by years of feeling indebted to his daughter, found a release in the moment. As he held Yuan's hand tightly, he exclaimed, "My child has grown up, my child has grown up." Before dawn's light touched the horizon, Yuan took his family's small boat out to sea. Informing his parents of his intent to go fishing, he navigated the boat to the waters where he wished to inspect the fishing conditions of their family's waters. Having not dived in years, with the roar of the diesel engine, the fishing bay island gradually disappeared from view. After a good half hour, they had distanced themselves from the island. Yuan anchored the boat and donned a snug diving suit, executing a graceful arc as he plunged into the water. The sea here was over 50 meters deep, a depth rarely reached by ordinary fishermen. However, since acquiring that mysterious stone pearl, his diving abilities had surpassed those of the average person. He swiftly captured a small fish, vibrant in color yet typical in size, no larger than his palm. Recognizing it as an ordinary catch without much value, Yuan shook his head and released it, allowing the fish to dart away into the depths. He then stood on the seabed and collected 2 large seashells, each the size of a plate. Having just placed the sea clams into the net, Yuan spotted a lobster scuttling hurriedly in the distance. Such a sizable lobster is indeed a prized catch. It is not that Yuan had never seen one before, but encounters with such magnificent specimens are rare, particularly in the wild. If sold, this lobster could yield a substantial profit. Generally, fishermen do not consume large lobsters, they will invariably sell whatever they catch, for wild lobsters are in high demand. Initially intending to explore the seabed further, Yuan could not resist the allure of the lobster ahead and deftly captured it in his net. He realized that there was a wealth of marine life beneath the surface, albeit scattered, making it difficult for fishermen to harvest. Few possess Yuan's unique ability to breathe underwater, leading many to mistakenly believe that the coastal waters are devoid of fish. Returning to the boat with his earlier catches of lobster and sea clams, he noted that the lobsters in this region of Qinghai lacked pincers, thus requiring no special handling. He casually tossed them into a specially modified tank for fishing vessels and took a sip of water before plunging back into the sea. After several descents, the fishing tank had accumulated a commendable bounty, particularly the enormous needle crabs that brought him immense joy. The needle crab, sometimes colloquially referred to as the white crab in certain locales, derives its name from its elongated carapace. The male needle crab possesses a smooth, pointed abdomen and larger claws with a bluish shell, while the female has a rounded abdomen adorned with fine hairs and a reddish-brown shell, often speckled. During his excursions, he also gathered several sea clams, the smallest of which were the size of a plate, and the largest comparable to a basin. Yuan mused to himself, pleasantly surprised by the abundance of seafood in his vicinity. Turning his gaze back to the tank filled with his catches, he made a simple estimation. If he were to sell this at the county dock, the single wild lobster could fetch 500 yuan, while over a dozen needle crabs might bring in around 600 yuan. Remarkably, in just a short span, he could have 1,000 yuan in earnings, equivalent to 5 days' wages. This sum should not be underestimated, as the ocean still harbored an abundance of marine life. Yuan had only managed to catch the larger specimens, many smaller ones remained untouched. Contemplating his mysterious pearl-like space, a thought crossed his mind: he could potentially place items within it, though he was uncertain if living creatures would survive the transfer. Naturally, he had no intention of using such precious seafood for experimentation, as the loss would be regrettable. Instead, he resolved to seek out economically viable fish for his test. If successful, he would not only possess a personal storage space but also a portable fishing ground in the waters surrounding Fishing Bay Island, determined to validate his hypothesis. Yuan, disregarding his fatigue, once again immersed himself in the sea. Upon descending, he discovered a school of golden pomfret numbering around 20. The market price for golden pomfret ranges from 10 to 20 yuan per pound. It is a relatively common economic fish species, now capable of being cultivated artificially in coastal provinces and cities. Although this fish bears a striking resemblance to the silver pomfret, they are, in fact, two distinct species. Its back and fins exhibit a yellow hue, whereas the silver pomfret is characterized by a white coloration. Furthermore, due to the limited availability of silver pomfret, its price tends to be considerably higher. Consider it as an experiment. He mused internally, yet his body remained in motion. Yuan swiftly approached a group of golden pomfrets. Suddenly, as he locked onto them, a dozen golden pomfrets vanished into the depths of the sea. However, what followed left Yuan momentarily stunned in the water. With the disappearance of the golden pomfrets, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his ears, "Items redeemable for points detected. Would you like to redeem?" What on earth? Yuan was momentarily at a loss. Just as he was lost in thought, the mechanical voice repeated, "Items redeemable for points detected. Would you like to redeem?" Before him appeared two virtual buttons indicating yes or no. He casually tapped one. "Congratulations. You discovered a golden pomfret and earned 1 point. Congratulations. You discovered a golden pomfret and earned 2 points. Congratulations. You discovered a golden pomfret and earned 1 point. Congratulations. You discovered a golden pomfret and earned 2 points. After a series of notifications, the sea returned to its previous state. Yuan quickly returned to the boat, eager to comprehend the origin of that voice, which he believed was linked to his stone bead space. Upon entering the stone bead space, he noticed that 2 lines of text had appeared on the previously blank stone tablet nestled among the reefs. This time, the text was intelligible to him. Host Yuan points 23. Yuan pondered the meaning behind this. Could it be that this space was a high-tech artifact? Answering your questions requires 50 points. Insufficient points to respond, the cold mechanical voice announced once more. So, this was an intelligent system. Yuan muttered to himself. Indeed, the mechanical voice responded. Yuan glanced back at the stone tablet. Host Yuan points 13. What the hell? Those 2 words had cost him 10 fish worth of points. This was outrageous. No, I must test it again. Could you share your origins? Answering your questions requires 100 points. Insufficient points to respond. Hearing such a reply left Yuan speechless. Yet, at least he had learned that he might eventually uncover the origins of this space. Without lingering, he exited the space and returned to the seabed. Upon his return to the depths, Yuan transformed into an underwater bulldozer. Everything within his vicinity, regardless of its nature, was swiftly collected into his space in exchange for points. Congratulations. You discovered a swimming crab and earned 0.5 points. Congratulations. You discovered a base and earned 2.5 points. Congratulations. You discovered a bamboo fish and earned 2 points. Congratulations. You discovered a grouper and earned 2 points. Congratulations on discovering a mackerel and earning 3 points. In the midst of Yuan's fervent fishing, he arrived at a revelation that the number of points accrued bears no relation to the value of the fish. The high-scoring fish were merely of greater weight than their ordinary counterparts. Thus, the points were determined by the size of the fish rather than their intrinsic worth. This realization brought Yuan some solace. He also discovered that by simply selecting no, the fish would be placed into the ocean of space rather than being converted into points by the system. After a relentless half-day of fishing, Yuan finally accumulated a total of 815 points and ceased his efforts. Upon returning to the spatial realm and inquiring further with the system, Yuan began to grasp the origins of this unique space. The stone bead he possessed originated from a place called the Desolate Origin Star. The distance between the Desolate Origin Star and Blue Star, where Yuan resided, remained elusive, as the system could not provide a definitive answer. Essentially, this system was merely an artificial intelligence. The stone bead served as a portable fishery from the Desolate Origin Star, a technologically advanced planet far beyond Blue Star. This advanced civilization had long since implemented spatial privatization, a process whereby one could purchase a section of space through monetary means. Subsequently, through technological prowess, this independent space was embedded within a piece of jewelry for ease of transport. Naturally, these soul spaces were not located on the Desolate Origin Star itself. Most were auctioned off by discoverers upon finding new planets. These independent spaces bore a resemblance to the mustard seed spaces often depicted in cultivation novels. The special fishery was far more intricate than Yuan initially perceived. The reef, too, was not merely an ordinary rock. Its current form was primarily due to the energy requirements of the intelligent management system, which could not autonomously acquire energy from the external environment but could only derive it from within the fishery itself. The duration for which this intelligent system had been managing freely was unknown. Within the fishery, the fish, flora, and ocean were all converted into energy to sustain the system. The water control decision was an artifact that the previous owner of the system stumbled upon. After it was thrown into the system, it had never returned to the fishery space. Yuan surmised that the former owner must have encountered some misfortune. According to the system, anything could be converted into energy, the unit of which was quantified as system points. With sufficient energy, the space could continuously provide benefits to Yuan. However, the conversion of energy came with certain stipulations. While all matter could be transformed into energy, distinctions existed. For instance, when Yuan first accessed the fishery space, he had brought several items. Yet their combined value amounted to less than 0.01 points, thus the system did not provide any alerts. It seemed that the system favored biological entities. An ordinary sea fish, provided it weighed at least 1 pound, could be exchanged for 1 point. A typical 1-pound sea fish cost less than 10 yuan if converted accordingly. It is equivalent to the fact that for every point earned, one must expend a cost of 10 yuan. How exorbitantly expensive. Does this not imply that by merely seeking consultation, one could squander several thousand yuan? Therefore, Yuan's immediate priority is to discover items of higher cost-effectiveness for exchange. After all, the fishing industry in Huaguo is not in a favorable condition. Yuan firmly believes that the capacity of this fishing ground cannot be satiated by a mere handful of sea fish. If extensive fishing were to be conducted for the sake of accumulating points, would it not have dire repercussions for the fishery of his nation? Upon understanding the capabilities of the fishing ground, Yuan no longer worries about failing to catch fish. Within half a day, utilizing only his hands, he managed to procure 800 pounds of fish, and all this from waters in close proximity to his home, specifically around the area near a family village. If anyone were present, they would observe a young man, lost in thought, seated in a small boat. This individual is none other than Yuan. Through his consultations, Yuan has acquired a general understanding of the spatial dynamics. Glancing at the time, he realizes it is almost the hour he had agreed upon with his brother-in-law the previous day. Yuan swiftly steers his boat back. Before he reaches the dock, he spots his parents anxiously waiting, gazing in his direction. As he docks the boat, he welcomes his parents aboard, and the family promptly heads towards Pinghai County. "My child, you said you were going to gather sea treasures, how could you be gone for so long? You truly worried us to death," his mother exclaimed as she took a seat, reprimanding him. Upon seeing that Yuan was unharmed, his father's heart also eased. Meanwhile, his mother continued to express her concerns for her child, while he remained silent, furrowing his brow as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Casually, he took the helm from Yuan's hands. His eyes widened in astonishment as they swept over the water tank in the boat. "Did you catch all of this in a single morning?" he asked, staring at the 2 lobsters, 8 crabs, and several large seashells. "Indeed, I caught them. The ocean floor isn't devoid of fish, it's just that they are quite scattered, making it difficult to catch them with a net," Yuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, his mother leaned forward to peer into the water tank and laughed heartily. "Look, old man, have you ever caught such large crabs in your lifetime? And those lobsters. Our little Yuan has talent, going to university makes a difference." Yuan thought to himself, what does catching seafood have to do with attending university? His father beamed with pride. "These large catches could sell for at least 800 yuan in the market," his father remarked. However, Yuan frowned upon hearing this, as he had estimated their value to be around 1,100 yuan. How did the price diminish to a mere 800 yuan in his father's words? Noticing his son's confusion, his father sighed deeply. "Fish have become scarce here, and the number of seafood buyers has dwindled as well. The few remaining seafood merchants, due to the limited supply, have naturally driven the prices down to ensure their own profit." Yuan was at a loss for how to respond. Any businessman understands the principle of low profit margins leading to high volume. Yet now, with limited supply, it seems the only option is to manipulate the unit price. It cannot be said that the seafood merchants are to blame, as the cost of transporting seafood are indeed substantial. The freight charges for a full truckload and a half truckload are identical to them. Contemplating this, Yuan took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the lobsters and crabs in the tank. He then opened a long uncontacted contact and sent the images. Yuan stared at his phone, his gaze lingering for quite some time. While he awaited a response, he unexpectedly received a call from a familiar number. "You rascal. Have you truly returned? Did you catch all this seafood?" Came a cheerful voice from the other end of the line. It was evident that the recipient of Yuan's message was genuinely delighted. "Yes, what about it, boss?" The person on the line was none other than Zhao Chuan, the oldest member of Yuan's dormitory and one of his closest friends. "What do you mean by this? Are you flaunting your achievements or do you need my assistance?" Zhao Chuan, known for his calm demeanor and consideration for others, had a general idea of the situation upon receiving Yuan's message, hence the call. "Haha. I can't hide anything from you. I heard from my father that the fish vendors here are quite ruthless with their pricing. I was hoping you could help me find a better sales channel," Yuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Why did it take you so long to contact me? Are you still embarrassed to reach out?" Zhao Chuan teased, still caring deeply for their youngest dormmate. After all, he had previously encouraged Yuan to join his family's company. Yet, Yuan's pride had prevented him from accepting such goodwill. "I thought you should be overseeing operations at your jewelry company at this hour. I didn't want to disturb your work. Thus, I sent you a message. Hoping you'd also appreciate the quality of the seafood I have," Yuan explained. In their dormitory of 4, he was the youngest. While Zhao Chuan's family owned a jewelry business in the capital, reportedly with branches in several cities. After graduation, Zhao Chuan was directly appointed as a manager in his father's company, and through their conversations, Yuan knew he was extremely busy. "Haha, even if I'm busy, I can't ignore your call, can I? You've actually done me a favor. However, this amount is a bit too little, can you catch more?" Zhao Chuan said generously. What do you mean by that?" Yuan was curious about Zhao Chuan's sudden change in tone. He hadn't had any mention of his family needing seafood. Why would a jewelry store require such a quantity of seafood? Perhaps Zhao Chuan was trying to support him because he felt Yuan was struggling. The more he pondered, the more plausible that seemed. Consequently, he decisively replied, "I only want you to help me find a stable sales channel. I never intended for you to take all this seafood off my hands. If that were the case, I might as well sell it to the fish vendors." The resoluteness in Yuan's words was unmistakable to anyone who listened. Due to Zhao Chuan's understanding of Yuan, he instantly recognized that this fellow's pride had flared up once again. Thus, he hastily clarified, "You have guessed incorrectly this time. My intention for these items is not for personal consumption. Our company is set to host a team-building event in 10 days, with many branch managers in attendance. The old man has entrusted me with the responsibility for this gathering. Upon seeing the seafood you posted, I thought it might enhance my reputation if I could procure some, allowing those individuals to witness my capabilities." Upon hearing Zhao Chuan's explanation, Yuan, though convinced of his sincerity, was also aware that this was Zhao Chuan's indirect way of aiding him. The brothers in their dormitory were well aware of his current struggles, otherwise the boss would not have made the long-distance call. "Thank you, boss. I won't say much more. Once I finish, I'll give you a call so you can review the goods. Now, stop dragging your feet. If there is a benefit, shouldn't you think of your brothers? Am I not a person? Try to gather more in the next few days. If it's insufficient, I'll find another way." He understood that Yuan was exceedingly proud. After hanging up, Yuan noticed his parents were gazing at him, and then he scratched his head, chuckling. "That is Zhao Chuan, who visited our home a few years ago during summer vacation. He saw that I had procured some good goods and placed an order. How could you agree so quickly? Do you think it's as easy to acquire seafood like what you have today? What will you do if you can't catch any?" His father inquired with lingering concern. "Since you've already agreed, tomorrow, your second uncle and I will enlist a few villagers to assist you," his mother added, equally worried. "Don't worry, I have my methods. If it becomes too difficult, "I'll ask for your help." Yuan declined his parents' assistance. He knew that if he went out with them, his little secrets would likely cease to be secrets. The family returned to the dock, where they packed several seafood items into plastic buckets and then hired a three-wheeled motorcycle taxi to head directly to the courier store. As the courier service at the coastal dock provided fresh goods, they sent the seafood they had caught that day to the address Xiao Chuan had provided. After sending the order number to Xiao Chuan, he informed him to keep an eye out for the package. Subsequently, he and his parents made their way to the county government office. At the county government office, his sister's family was already there. His brother-in-law was driving a wheeling van, claiming it was from his workplace, as it was inconvenient to travel back and forth while house hunting. The house hunting process was straightforward, involving 6 family members and a government staff member. After briefly inspecting a few locations, they found their favorite, a building not far from the supermarket owned by his sister. There was also a primary school nearby, making it convenient for Nyonyo when she starts school. And it would only take a few minutes for his sister to reach the supermarket. After signing the relevant documents, they quickly received the keys. His brother-in-law insisted on treating the entire family to a meal at a restaurant in the county. Seeing his brother-in-law's joy, Yuan decided not to decline. At the banquet, the brother-in-law repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the parents, asserting that the funds for the house's renovation were entirely covered by him and his sister, assuring the elderly couple that they need not worry, as they would be able to move in within a month. Thus, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. During the gathering, the little girl was particularly spirited, causing the elderly couple to chuckle incessantly. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Yuan ventured out to sea daily. Each time he returned with seafood, his parents were left astonished, observing the bounty in their small seafood pool. Ye's father could hardly contain his joy. Today marked the final day, and Yuan planned to explore further afield. Before dawn, he set sail. After these few days, his parents had come to believe in Yuan's capabilities, praising him for his remarkable skills. The villagers were also aware that Yuan had acquired impressive abilities at school, enabling him to procure vast quantities of seafood from the ocean. Some villagers approached Yuan, inquiring about his fishing locations. After some contemplation, Yuan did not conceal the truth. He simply mentioned that he had learned to dive at school. The reason he could catch such a bounty was merely due to his ability to dive deeper than the rest. In reality, there were still fish to be found beneath the waves. Many were unconvinced and decided to dive themselves in pursuit of seafood. A few managed to catch lobsters and crabs, proving that Yuan was indeed honest, while others struggled to catch even a couple of fish. Yuan consistently returned with a substantial haul. Over these days of fishing, Yuan's points had risen rapidly, as he exchanged some less economically valuable fish for points. Host Yuan points are 920. Gazing at his points, Yuan realized he had not inquired about the system for many days, so his points had accumulated without use. He was uncertain of their ultimate purpose, but for now, he decided to set them aside. The waters where Yuan was currently fishing were seldom frequented by others, primarily due to the complex underwater terrain. The presence of numerous reefs made fishing challenging, and fishing boats often ran aground. Yuan anchored his boat away from the reefs and plunged into the sea. Swiftly, he swam toward the reef cluster, having heard from the village elders that this area was known for its abalone, although very few had successfully harvested any. Abalone, a prized marine delicacy, it is renowned for its exquisite flavor and nutritional value, often referred to as soft gold of the ocean. It is considered the gold of the dining table and the crown jewel of seafood. After searching the rocky seafloor for quite some time, Yuan discovered several small abalones. While they were satisfactory, they did not meet his standards, having promised his elder brother to procure something exceptional. He was determined to either find nothing or to secure the finest. Just as Yuan was about to concede defeat, he suddenly spotted a large abalone beneath a sizable rock. He swam over and successfully retrieved it. In truth, catching abalone is quite challenging, as they primarily dwell on steep underwater rocks in turbulent waters, as the currents bring a flow of sustenance past the abalone clinging to the rugged cliffs. The abalone must ensure that it does not get swept away by the relentless tide. It must adhere with considerable suction to the rocks, necessitating a larger area of adhesion. This suction cap is, in fact, the abalone's soft foot. Should a human attempt to pry it away, substantial effort would be required. After acquiring the water control technique, Yuan diligently practiced each night. He discovered that with each session, his physical abilities improved in various aspects, not only his underwater skills but also his overall strength, which had increased significantly. Consequently, for him, capturing abalone had become a relatively effortless task. Gazing at the abalone before him, Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He estimated that this specimen, once dried, could meet the standards of a dual-headed abalone, a rare and precious treasure. The value of abalone is reflected in its weight, and many are unaware of its unique measurement unit. Abalone is quantified by heads, where the number of heads refers to how many uniformly sized abalones fit into one sea margin, approximately 0.6 kilograms of dried abalone. For instance, 2 abalones that together weigh 1 sea margin are classified as dual-headed abalone, while 3 would be termed triple-headed, and so forth. Yuan's acquisition of this dual-headed abalone was indeed a delightful surprise. Nowadays, while abalone is a rarity in the market, most of what is served in restaurants is farmed. A wild dual-headed abalone is essentially priceless and could even be auctioned. Yuan placed the abalone into his fishing space, having become adept at utilizing this area without the need to transport seafood back to the boat. Encouraged by his discovery of a dual-headed abalone, Yuan continued to search beneath the rocky outcrops. The expanse of the reef was vast, and even with his enhanced vision underwater, the search proved time-consuming. After another half-hour, he had collected 8 triple-headed abalones, with the dual-headed one still being the sole find of that type. He also gathered a few smaller ones, intending to bring them home for his parents' and sister's family. After returning to the boat to rest, he sipped some water and enjoyed the bread he had brought along. Glancing at the time, he decided that after one more dive, it would be time to return. His home was already brimming with lobsters and pike crabs, and with the addition of these abalones, it would be a bountiful haul. Yuan steered the boat to another area of the sea, the deepest part of this aquatic realm, which he had long wished to explore but had never had the opportunity. Today, he would finally delve into its depths. As he descended into the water, he spotted a dozen large yellow croakers a few dozen meters away. Yellow croakers primarily inhabit coastal and nearshore waters with sandy or muddy bottoms, usually residing in midwater layers and occasionally venturing into estuarine areas. They shy away from bright light and prefer murky waters, often surfacing at dawn, dusk, or during high tides, while retreating to the depths during daylight or low tides. Their diet consists mainly of small fish and crustaceans. Notably, their swim bladders can produce sound, emitting a clucking noise during the breeding season. In the presence of a dense school of fish, the sound resembles that of boiling water or the rustling of pine trees in the wind. During the spawning season, they gather and migrate towards the estuaries or nearby islands, occupying the shallow coastal waters of the inner bays. This particular fish is highly favored by gourmets due to its exquisite taste. However, in recent years, it has become quite rare. A large yellow croaker weighing over 5 pounds can fetch a price as high as 50,000 yuan. The ones before me, weighing just over a pound each, are relatively smaller, with the largest being just over 2 pounds. Nevertheless, these are still prized catches, eagerly sought after in the market. With the capture of these yellow croakers, Yuan has fulfilled his purpose for the day. By catching some qualifying fish to exchange for points in the system, he can return home. Today, he aims to accumulate 1,000 points. After half an hour of fishing, or when his points reach 1,000, the long silent machine emits a sound once more. Congratulations, host. Your points have reached 1,000. You are awarded the title of trainee fisherman and 3 spirit pills. Congratulations, host. You have completed 1,000 points. You are awarded the title of trainee fisherman and 3 spirit pills. Host Yuan points, 1,000 title, trainee fisherman, affinity with aquatic life, 1. Upon entering the fishing ground space, he gazed at the display on the stone tablet. In front of the tablet lay 3 pills, resembling the size of traditional Chinese herbal medicine. Could this be the spirit pills mentioned by the system? It seems they are unwrapped and devoid of any instructions. Yuan mused to himself, realizing he would need to spend points to inquire further. Please explain the function of the spirit pills. This inquiry will deduct 100 points. Do you wish to continue? Yes. The spirit pills can be administered to any sentient animal, granting them awakened intelligence. That's quite impressive. I wonder if it would have an effect if consumed by a human. This inquiry will deduct 100 points. Do you wish to continue? Yes. None. Host Yuan points 800 title, trainee fisherman, affinity with marine animals. 1. He chastised himself for being so curious. Exchanging 100 points for just 2 words. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with unexpectedly acquiring 3 spirit pills. The first thought that crossed Yuan's mind was of his pet yellow croaker. If it were to consume a spirit pill, perhaps it could evolve and become a valuable companion. Upon returning home, he placed the yellow croaker and abalone into his small fish pond. In fishing villages, small ponds are typically partitioned to prevent different seafood from attacking one another. He examined the pond: 15 lobsters weighing over 1 pound, 60 pike crabs weighing 46 tails, 12 yellow croakers, 8 abalones, and 1 double-headed abalone. He took pictures and sent them to his boss, Yuan, while contentedly teasing his yellow croaker in the shade of a tree. As the phone rang, he answered, and Yuan's voice came through immediately. Have you become the son-in-law of the Sea Dragon King? So many exquisite catches. Especially that large abalone, I've never even seen one before. I want them all. Please prepare the abalone nicely for me. I'm looking to have it dried. Next month is my father's birthday, and I'm unsure of what to gift him. Thank you for such a wonderful gift, my friend, Yuan exclaimed, chattering away before Yuan could utter a word. Consider the abalone as a present for your father. The rest, you can manage as you see fit. Yuan contemplated the need for Yuan's assistance in expanding his sales channels in the future. Hence the intention to present an abalone as a token of gratitude. What are you thinking? Yuan continued. After all, such a splendid gift should not be attributed solely to you. What about me? If you wish to express your gratitude, there is no need for a gift. Just come over with a toast on your father's birthday. Zhong Wujin and Deng Kai will be there too. It will be a perfect occasion for us to gather. Next month on the 13th, there are still over 20 days. Will that work for you? Yuan inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Absolutely. I shall be there without fail, Yuan replied without hesitation. Had it been the old Yuan, he might have hesitated, for back then he was merely a destitute rural lad with nothing to his name. Now, however, Yuan brimmed with confidence, convinced that he was no less capable than anyone else. Their conversation was brief before Yuan ended the call, revealing the evident busyness of the man. Just after hanging up, Yuan's phone chimed with a transfer notification. Glancing at the numerous zeros, he felt a wave of disbelief. 1 million? Was he truly a millionaire now? Accompanying the transfer alert was a voice message from Yuan. Brother, do not think this sum is excessive. Your single abalone is worth far more. I wish to give you even more, but I know you might not accept it. Consider this a favor owed by me. We can discuss anything further when you arrive. Additionally, I have prepared a gift for you in the coming days. Do remember to check it. Listening to the message, Yuan felt a mix of bewilderment and awe. The world of the wealthy was indeed beyond his comprehension. At that moment, his mother emerged from the room, noticing her son grinning at his phone. What is the matter, Yuan? She inquired with concern. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Yuan snapped back to reality and called out, Dad, come out for a moment. His father joined them, and Yuan showed his parents the transfer record. The couple stared in astonishment at the screen, unable to process the string of zeros before them. Suddenly, his mother pinched his father's arm. Ouch, why did you pinch me? He protested. I just wanted to see if this is a dream. It appears to be quite real. Yuan made his way to Pinghai County, for Yuan was eagerly awaiting the seafood. He dispatched a package and specifically requested expedited delivery, as seafood should arrive as swiftly as possible. The courier company was taken aback by the abundance of high-quality goods, eagerly agreeing to the request. After sending off the package, Yuan visited his sister's supermarket, leaving behind 5 sizable abalones and 50,000 yuan. His sister adamantly refused to accept the money. With no other option, Yuan recounted his recent seafood sales endeavors. When the sister learned that her brother had returned and earned $1 million in merely a week, she was quite astonished. However, she still insisted that Yuan return the money. After a lengthy explanation, she finally accepted the funds. On that day, Yuan did not venture out to sea, as his father and uncle had gone fishing. Being fishermen, they could not remain at home every day. Yuan had initially wished to prevent his parents from going out to sea, as the meager income they generated was hardly worth the effort compared to his own ventures beneath the waves. Nevertheless, his parents went out regardless, with no other option. And without a boat, he could not swim back to explain his absence. With the house empty, Yuan settled under the shade of a tree, amusing himself with the Huang. Suddenly, he remembered he had 3 spirit pills. He took one and placed it in the palm of his hand. The Huang approached, sniffing the air curiously. As if he had discovered a treasure, the dog licked the small pill and swallowed it whole. Yuan watched the Huang anxiously. As this was his first experience with something provided by the system, then he was uncertain of any potential side effects. After consuming the pill, the Huang lay down at Yuan's feet, blissfully squinting his eyes, resting his head on his forelegs. A few minutes later, as Yuan continued to observe him, the Huang opened his eyes. Whether it was an illusion or reality, Yuan perceived something unusual in the Huang's gaze. The dog stood up, shook off his golden fur, and began to circle around Yuan, his eyes reflecting a playful eagerness. "Is that it?" Yuan pondered, noticing no significant change. "The Huang, walk on your hind legs," he said half-heartedly. To his astonishment, the Huang indeed lifted his front legs and began to walk upright around Yuan. How extraordinary! Could the spirit pill be this effective? "The Huang, how many people are there in our family?" Yuan inquired. The Huang tilted his large head, seemingly pondering the question, and then barked 6 times at Yuan. "Ha ha ha, splendid. You even recognize that my sister's family is part of us," Yuan exclaimed joyfully, patting the Huang affectionately. The dog proudly lifted his head, his expression almost as if to say, "Is this a question for a mere child? This dog can certainly manage." Yuan laughed heartily at the Huang's transformation, delighted not only by the dog's antics but also by the thought that he still had 2 spirit pills left, allowing him to create 2 more intelligent companions like the Huang. 2 days swiftly passed. On that day, Yuan was preparing to take the Huang out to sea. Yes, he was indeed taking the Huang with him. When his parents returned and witnessed the remarkable intelligence the Huang had exhibited, they inquired how Yuan had accomplished this. Yuan stammered, "I found some methods for training dogs online and decided to experiment with the Huang. I never expected him to be so adept at learning." His parents, trusting their son, gave it little thought. During this particular voyage, Yuan informed his parents of his intention to take the Huang along, to which they readily consented. As the duo prepared to set sail, Yuan's phone rang. "Is this Mr. Yuan?" "Yes, it is. May I inquire who is calling?" "Greetings. We are staff members from the 4th store in Blue Island City. A friend of yours has placed an order for a vehicle on your behalf online. We are en route and expect to arrive at Pinghai County in approximately 1 hour. Would it be convenient for you to come and receive it?" "A friend of mine? Could you kindly disclose his name?" Yuan inquired. "Zhaochuan, Mr. Zhaochuan from Shangjing. He made the reservation through our headquarters in Shangjing," replied a sweet-voiced young woman respectfully. "Very well, we shall meet at the Pinghai County dock in an hour." "Understood, Mr. Yuan. Goodbye." From their conversation, Yuan realized that the gift Zhaochuan had mentioned was indeed a car. Astonished, he promptly dialed Zhaochuan's number. "Has the car arrived? Do you like it? If I were to offer you money, you must refuse it. Consider this a gift from your brother. Given your current pursuits, it seems you're determined to become a fisherman. After all, with a vehicle, traveling to Blue Island will be much more convenient, won't it? I am aware that you obtained your driver's license while still in school." Zhaochuan chuckled. Before Yuan could pose further questions, Zhaochuan anticipated the reason for his call. Yuan felt somewhat helpless. The car was already en route to him, making it impractical to decline it now. He couldn't very well instruct the delivery driver to turn back, could he? Thus, he opted to shift the topic, asking, "Have you received the seafood? Are you satisfied with it?" "Haha, the seafood was impeccable. Not to mention the large abalone. Those sizable yellow croakers and the gigantic lobsters, along with the pike crabs, left everyone astounded. They even remarked on my generosity. Each one of them seemed eager to pledge their loyalty to me. My brother, you certainly made a significant impression this time around." As long as you are pleased. By the way, your father's birthday is in 10 days, correct? I will visit in a few days, then we can have a proper chat then. Of course. My brother, I shall await your arrival in Shangjing. With that, Xiao Chuan hung up, then Yuan could sense the joy in his voice through the receiver. Originally intending to set sail, it seemed he would first need to make a trip to Pinghai County. Upon reaching the dock, it was not long before a brand new Ford Raptor appeared on the scene, closely followed by an Audi. The arrival of these two vehicles captured the attention of many, as such a pickup truck was a rare sight in this small county. A man and a woman disembarked from the vehicles, with the woman approaching with a smile. Are you Mr. Yuan? Indeed. Greetings, I am a representative from Ford residing in Blue Island. Here is your vehicle. She gestured towards the sleek black Ford Raptor. If everything is in order, please sign this document. After reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Yuan signed it and bid farewell to the two staff members. However, upon turning back to the vehicle, he found Da Huang circling around it excitedly. As he approached the edge of the tire, he lifted one of his hind legs. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. This dog was exceptionally intelligent, aware of its belongings, and promptly began to mark its territory, surveying the area with satisfaction. After parking at the dock, he took Da Huang out to sea. Xiao Chuan's vehicle was worth at least 600,000. It would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed for his father's birthday. However, purchasing something extravagant would mean his current funds would fall short. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Chuan mentioning during their school days that his father was an aficionado of ornamental fish. Given the vast expanse of ocean at his disposal, what exquisite fish could he not find? Today, he decided to explore the depths for high-quality ornamental fish. Not merely as a gift for Xiao Chuan's father but also as a potential source of income for himself. He ventured to a region teeming with coral reefs, where various marine ornamental fish typically thrive. As a marine science major, Yuan possessed substantial knowledge about the living habits of these aquatic creatures. In contrast, a mere fisherman might fail to recognize even the most valuable ornamental fish swimming by. After ensuring Da Huang remained obedient on the boat, he descended into the depths, observing the vibrant array of fish darting amidst the coral. Employing his skills, he delved deeper in search of premium ornamental fish. Eventually, he discovered two small fish with striking red, white, and yellow patterns nestled within a crevice of the coral. Despite their modest size, measuring only about 7 centimeters, they were renowned for their beauty. These fish bore the delightful name of red mint fairy, the particularly unique carnivorous ornamental species that typically inhabit steep, deep-water coastal reefs, making them challenging to capture. Their scarcity contributed to their high market value. Just the two of you, he said, promptly securing the fish within his aquaculture space. Surely, this gift would bring immense joy to Xiao Chuan's father. The value of these fish lay not merely in their price but in their rarity. After securing the two fairy fish, Yuan continued his search and encountered several other exquisite ornamental species, including the queen angel, the emperor angel, butterfly fish, and moonlight butterfly. To his astonishment, he discovered black-lipped oysters on the ocean floor, a significant find that thrilled him immensely. Although their numbers were limited, totaling around 7 or 8, black-lipped oysters are among the most precious bivalves in the world. Typically, they exhibit a light gray or silver hue, with a weight that can reach up to 5 kilograms. Double that of ordinary oysters, and boast an impressive lifespan of up to 30 years. The primary natural habitats for black-lipped oysters are Tahiti in the Polynesian Islands, which produces 95% of the world's supply, and Penahin and Manihiki Islands in the Cook Islands, contributing 4% to the total production. When combined, the output of other Pacific islands amounts to less than 1%. One cannot help but wonder if Yuan is simply fortuitous. Astonishingly, he discovered such a precious black butterfly shell near his home. Such luck seems a pity if he does not try his hand at the lottery. After securing the black butterfly shell, Yuan caught a few more swimming crabs and returned to the boat. He had initially contemplated visiting the island city to ascertain the market value of the ornamental fish he had caught. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. In a few days, he would be heading to the capital, where the ornamental fish market is significantly larger and the prices considerably higher. For an ordinary person, the transportation of ornamental fish poses a major issue, yet for Yuan, it is hardly a concern. Upon returning home, Yuan eagerly retrieved the black butterfly shells. He was intent on attempting the legendary opening of the shells, curious to see if he could unveil the fabled black pearl within. Equipped with his tools. This was Yuan's inaugural experience with shell opening. With a mix of trepidation, he began with the smallest shell. Being a novice, his technique was somewhat clumsy. And it took considerable effort to pry it open. Alas, there was nothing inside. The second shell yielded the same disappointing result. It was not until he reached the third shell that he uncovered a black pearl, roughly the size of a child's fingernail and oval in shape. Upon seeing the black pearl, Yuan's heart raced with excitement, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing its irregular shape rendered it nearly worthless. He set it aside and proceeded with his endeavor. The fourth shell was empty, and the fifth yielded no treasures either. As he gazed at the last two black butterfly shells, both of which were the largest, measuring around 50 millimeters in diameter. Yuan's previous experiences had rendered him quite adept at this task. He swiftly opened one, and to his astonishment, a pearl appeared before his eyes. Even with the most composed demeanor, he was momentarily choked by his own saliva. A massive black pearl, measuring an impressive 3 centimeters in diameter, lay before him. This was extraordinarily large. Ordinary black pearls fetch tens of thousands, if not over 100,000. Yuan pondered the potential value of such a gem. With a hopeful heart, he approached the final shell. May the Buddha bless me, and may the Supreme Elder be swift in his decree. He chanted fervently, his hands never pausing in their work. Upon opening it, he discovered several black pearls, each the size of a thumbprint, nestled within the flesh of the shell. Among them was a perfectly round and exquisite black pearl, a true masterpiece in both hue and luster. After reveling in his joy, Yuan began to tidy his tools. First laying out the shell flesh to dry. He then examined the assortment of pearls in his hand. Taking out his phone, he snapped photos of each pearl and sent them to his superior, Yuan, who owned a jewelry company and would surely be knowledgeable about their value. Within a minute, Yuan's phone rang. Are the pearls in your picture still in your possession? Before Yuan could respond, Yuan eagerly interjected. Yes. I am curious about the value of these pearls. They are quite remarkable, aren't they? Yuan replied in a light-hearted tone. I must ask, Yuan. Are you considering selling them, or are you merely inquiring about their worth? Yuan questioned with an unprecedented seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan responded. I suppose I will sell them, but I am in need of funds. What price do you think these items could fetch? Yuan paused, seemingly deep in thought. Before finally speaking, everything else is negotiable, but I find it challenging to quote a price for the largest black pearl. Just 2 days before my father's birthday, our company will commission an auction house to hold an auction. I can include your black pearl, which should help secure a good price. After reflecting on this, Yuan agreed, and they arranged to set off for the capital in 4 days. Before ending the call, Yuan reminded Yuan to be cautious on his journey and to safeguard the pearls diligently. 4 days swiftly passed. During this time, Yuan immersed himself in the sea, collecting a significant haul each day. He sold some exquisite catches to local seafood vendors, amassing a cash income of 10,000 yuan. He chose to sell to the vendors instead of sending the seafood to Yuan, as he felt it would be an inconvenience to trouble him again. The previous batch of seafood and the subsequent black pearls were already sufficient to help him gather his first pot of gold. With these resources, combined with his unique abilities, Yuan believed it would be challenging not to soar to new heights. As for the economically insignificant fish, he exchanged them all for points. After relentless effort, his points finally surpassed the 5,000 mark. At the moment his points reached 5,000, the system granted him a reward. Congratulations, host, your points have reached 5,000. Reward, aquatic creature affinity 5. Host, Yuan points 5,130 title, apprentice fisherman, aquatic creature affinity 6. Just as the notification concluded, another alert followed. You may now unlock the basic fishing ground space, cost 3,000 points. Would you like to proceed? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan confirmed. Yes. Host, Yuan points 130 title, apprentice fisherman, aquatic creature affinity 6. Fishing ground space basic accelerates the growth rate of creatures within the fishing ground. and allows for alterations in their appearance through points. Yuan floated within the space, experiencing the transformation around him. The rocks beneath him visibly morphed into fertile land. A pool spanning several dozen square meters appeared beside the original stone tablet, infusing the entire space with a newfound vitality. Observing the sea, he noted that the fish he had previously caught had grown larger. The two red mint angels had also reached a size of 10. Realizing he could alter the appearance of the fish with points, Yuan decided to experiment with a decorative fish, locking onto it within the space. Upon confirming its inability to move in the water, he mentally altered the patterns upon the fish's body according to his own desires. Soon, the fish transformed into the design he envisioned. Witnessing such a metamorphosis, Yuan could not contain his laughter, the sound reverberating through the fishing grounds. The pace of profit was such that it seemed he could not slow it down even if he wished to. Subsequently, he made alterations to two red mint fairy fish. He discovered that for the first ornamental fish, he had only made slight modifications, which cost him 20 points. However, the subsequent changes to the two red mint fairies were more substantial, each costing him 50 points. Observing the altered red mint fairies, each bore a character for longevity. Crafted in both seal script and clerical script, he intentionally rendered it somewhat indistinct, only discernible upon closer inspection. After several days of studying the fishing grounds, Yuan conducted experiments utilizing electricity, diesel, gasoline, and natural gas. Though these energy sources could be exchanged for points, their value in comparison to sea fish was not particularly advantageous. He currently possessed over 2,000 points, yet he resolved to use them sparingly. Standing before the airport in Beijing, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Yuan carried a single shoulder sports bag on his back and held a black cloth bag in his hand. Inside the black bag was a fish tank containing the red mint fairy fish he intended for Zhao Chuan's father. This was something Yuan had prepared after disembarking the plane and visiting the restroom. The other ornamental fish remained in the fishing grounds. He had informed his parents of his trip to Beijing to attend a classmate's father's birthday banquet. His parents readily agreed and encouraged him to enjoy a few extra days in the capital. A deep blue Lamborghini came to a halt before him. The door swung open, and Zhao Chuan emerged, immediately embracing Yuan before he could utter a word. Zhao Chuan, once slightly plump during their school days, now appeared quite well proportioned. Having shed any excess weight, he patted Yuan on the shoulder, remarking, "Toa, young man, you've certainly filled out since school. You brought the goods, right?" "Yes. It's right here," Yuan replied, gesturing towards his shoulder bag. "Excellent, hop in. You'll be staying with me for the next few days. Zhong Wujin arrives tonight. Deng Kai will call him shortly to come directly to my place. We ought to have a good time together," Zhao Chuan said, as he was the eldest among their dormitory quartet. Zhong Wujin hailed from the western province, where his family owned a coal mine, a quintessential playboy from a mining dynasty. His name, Zhong Wujin, reflected his father's hope for endless coal reserves. Deng Kai's father was an ordinary employee at a state-owned enterprise, while his mother ran a flower shop in Beijing. Although their circumstances were modest, they were still a significant improvement over Yuan's previous situation. Shaochuan resided in a luxurious community, divided into eastern and western sections. The east featured high-rise apartments while the west was composed of villas. He parked in front of a villa that boasted its own swimming pool, the architecture reflecting a simple European style. Upon entering the villa, Yuan realized that Shaochuan did not live with his parents. This villa had been a gift from his father upon graduation. The esteemed elder now leads a semi-retired life, with many affairs of the company entrusted to Zhao Chuan. At the villa of the Zhao family in Beijing, Yuan cautiously opened a black cloth bag in the living room, revealing a fish tank that he placed on the table. Inside, two vibrant red mint angels swam energetically, showing no signs of lethargy. Upon seeing the fish, Zhao Chuan inquired uncertainly, "Is this the red mint angel?" Yuan looked at Zhao Chuan with a knowing glance and slowly replied, "It is, and it is not." Zhao Chuan rolled his eyes at Yuan. "Come on. Can we skip the riddles? You know, even though we are in the same field, I am rather particular. Right after graduation, I returned all that the school taught me. I do not wish to owe anyone any favors, you see." Yuan was amused by Zhao Chuan's audacity. "This is a mutated red mint angel. Take a closer look at the fish's body, it bears inscriptions." After hearing this, Yuan handed Yuan a bottle of mineral water and leaned over the fish tank for a long examination. Yuan, your skill is quite impressive. To be able to engrave on the fish's body is no small feat. Yuan nearly spattered the water he was drinking. I say, boss. What kind of eyes do you have? That is natural, I did not carve it myself. Yuan scrutinized it further, uncertainly stating, is this truly natural? I must tell you, my father is an expert. Yuan, uninterested in Yuan's antics, plopped down on the sofa. Indeed, this genuine leather is quite something. Do you like it? It's yours, Yuan offered. Yuan did not respond, instead retrieving several pearls from his backpack and placing them on the table. Upon seeing the pearls, Yuan lost interest in the red mint angels and approached the table, marveling at a black pearl the size of a ping-pong ball. Goodness! It's even more lustrous than in the photos, he exclaimed. As he spoke, Yuan swiftly retrieved a caliper and a pair of white gloves from the drawer. Measuring the pearl with great care. Oh, what a pity, 35 millimeters, just shy of perfection. As he noted the measurement, he muttered to himself. Yuan, perplexed, asked. Is 35 a problem? Why do you look so concerned? Yuan shot a glance at him. You truly do not care about your own possessions. The world's largest black pearl measures 38 millimeters, do you not see the implication? He began to sigh dramatically. It was then that Yuan realized his black pearl was merely a fraction away from breaking the world record. Well, it's not too bad. A pearl of this size should fetch a handsome sum, right? Yuan remained curious about the price of the black pearl. When it came to pricing, Yuan looked at Yuan seriously. I have spoken with the appraiser. For your smaller ones, our jewelry store will purchase them directly at 15,000 Yuan each for the black pearls and 500 for the white ones. As for the largest black pearl at auction, do not worry about not fetching a good price. I will guarantee a minimum of 3 million. Yuan was taken aback by Yuan's quote, while he anticipated that black pearls were expensive. He had not expected them to be this valuable. Even without resorting to an auction, selling directly to Yuan would still yield him a substantial sum. Yuan noticed Yuan's astonishment and added, this time, thanks to your exquisite black pearl, I have sent out numerous invitations. I anticipate a commendable price. However, I cannot specify, the jewelry industry is notoriously intricate. Given sufficient time, the value could soar even higher. Yuan, interrupting Yuan, replied, no need for that. This arrangement suffices, as I urgently require a sum of money. Yuan considered offering a loan to Yuan, but recalling Yuan's disposition, he swallowed his words. Yuan's phone rang. It was Deng Kai's arrival. He secured several pearls in a safe and informed Yuan that he intended to consult an appraiser the following day. Yuan expressed no objections. Upon Deng Kai's entrance, he embraced Yuan warmly. The three had shared a dormitory for 4 years. Now, the year post-graduation, their reunion was filled with fond nostalgia. They settled down to share their diverse experiences from the past year, then soon night fell. Yuan switched to another vehicle and drove Deng Kai and Yuan to the airport to welcome Zhong Wujin. To their surprise, a beautiful girl accompanied Zhong Wujin. After introductions, they learned that she was a senior at the Beijing Film Academy. With her presence, the group refrained from excessive drinking. Ultimately, only Yuan and Yuan returned to Yuan's home. Zhong Wujin mentioned having booked a hotel and would not be staying at Yuan's place. The lingering glances exchanged implied much more. The next morning, Yuan left early for the office, initially intending to invite Yuan to join him. However, Yuan preferred to visit the fish market alone. He entrusted the pearl matters entirely to Yuan. Yuan tossed Yuan a set of car keys without hesitation and departed. Yuan drove to a nearby store to purchase an aquarium. Then took a less frequented route to gather several types of ornamental fish before heading to the flower, bird, and fish market. During his conversation with Deng Kai the previous day, he learned that there were 3 such markets in Beijing, and the one he was visiting was among them. With a few days free, Yuan decided to explore all 3 markets to familiarize himself with the specific market conditions. Upon entering a shop specializing in marine ornamental fish, he inquired about prices and casually browsed several other establishments. When he arrived at a larger fish store, he noticed a commotion inside. Out of curiosity, he stepped in. Young lady, while you may be careless with your meals, you should not speak recklessly. When I sold you this red dragon fish, it was in perfect condition. Who knows what you did to it after taking it home? A middle-aged man, presumably the shop owner, was addressing a girl who appeared to be around 20. With delicate features. She wore a blouse and jeans, holding a small handbag. Upon hearing her employer's words, the young woman responded with indignation. You are the one who informed me that the fish should be kept in water temperatures between 24 to 28 degrees. I followed your instructions. Yet the fish remains in this poor condition. As she spoke, she gestured towards an open door of a commercial vehicle outside, revealing a large aquarium containing a magnificent blood-red dragon fish. The blood-red dragon, within the family of arowanas, is regarded as a regal entity. If the red dragon is deemed the king, then the blood-red dragon undeniably claims the title of emperor, with its lineage being remarkably noble. The fish was truly stunning, captivating even Yuan, who had spent countless days immersed in the sea, having encountered a myriad of fish species. However, the fish was in a dire state, frequently floating belly up before sinking to the bottom of the aquarium, suggesting it might not survive much longer. Nearby, several knowledgeable onlookers whispered amongst themselves. The girl, feeling disheartened, addressed the shop owner. I am not blaming you, this fish was sold to me by you yesterday. Now, it is in this condition, and I am asking for your assistance to remedy it. Is that too much to ask? I'm not seeking a refund. I merely wish for you to help restore it. I intended to gift this fish, but in its current state, how could I possibly present it? Upon hearing that the girl wasn't requesting a refund, a faint smile appeared on the shopkeeper's face. He replied, "Young lady, I empathize with your feelings. But given the current state of the fish, even a deity could not remedy it. If you wish to purchase another fish, I have many fine specimens here. If you find one you like, I could offer you a 20% discount. What do you think?" The shopkeeper, ever the businessman, sought to entice her further. The girl, however, promptly responded, "Then I would like another blood-red dragon of the same quality." The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of resignation. "My dear, do you understand that this blood-red dragon is an exceptional breed, one that is rarely available? In such a short time, where could I possibly find another like it? Might I suggest you look at something else? With fish priced at 800,000, how can you even suggest I look at other options? None of the fish here would qualify to enter my father's aquarium," she retorted, flipping her hair defiantly before striding out the door. She called out to those around her. "Anyone who can help me find a fish like this will receive a reward of 50,000. At this proclamation, the vendors in the flower and bird market stirred, rushing over to show her photos of fish from their phones. Initially, the girl examined each one but soon lost interest. She declared to the crowd, "You are all fish sellers, you know the true value of this fish. Do not attempt to deceive me with inferior specimens." The vendors, sensing her disdain, ceased their attempts to promote their offerings. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, she remained expressionless, only uttering coldly, "I understand," before ending the call. The anxious demeanor she had just exhibited vanished, replaced by a chilling glint in her eyes. Yuan was fixated on the blood-red dragon fish, oblivious to the girl's demeanor. He pondered whether the fish, which seemed on the brink of death, could thrive in his fishery, renowned for its nurturing environment. As he contemplated this, he noticed the girl preparing to leave in her vehicle. He hastened to the car door, addressing her, "Good day, Mississippi, may I inquire about your intentions for this fish?" The girl cast a disdainful glance at Yuan and retorted, "Your entire family must be addressed as Miss. Please be mindful of your language." Despite the unexpected reproach, Yuan remained unfazed and adjusted his address to, "Esteemed lady, how do you plan to dispose of this fish? If permissible, I would like to purchase it. Though I must admit, my offer will be modest given its condition. Can you restore it?" she pressed. Yuan answered without hesitation, "No." "Then why would you want to buy it?" she continued, relentless in her questioning. "To eat," Yuan replied succinctly. "I've never tasted such an expensive fish." "It must be delectable," she remarked, taken aback by his response. The coldness of her expression softened slightly as she said, "If you desire it, take it. I have no use for it anyway. And please, dispose of the fish tank as well, it is of no further utility to me." With that, she entered her vehicle. Yuan hurriedly lifted the fish tank into the car, Before he could express his gratitude, she closed the door and instructed the driver to depart. Watching the car merge into the traffic, Yuan shook his head, reflecting on the abundance of wealth in the capital. An $80 fish was so easily dismissed. Without wasting time, he returned to his own vehicle, exerting considerable effort to place the fish tank on the back seat. He sought a secluded area and transferred the fish directly into the space of his fishery. He followed suit, entering the space himself. Yuan had previously recorded his entrance into the space on his phone, where his body appeared to be in a state of slumber to outsiders. This allowed him the confidence to enter the space while in the car. Upon entering the fishery, the notification chimed, organism with severely depleted vitality detected. Do you wish to initiate treatment? Yes. This treatment will cost 50 points. Surprised by the system's capabilities, Yuan inquired, System, can humans or other animals in this state be treated? No, came the negative response, leading to a deduction of another 100 points. If only I could save a person. Yuan mused. Looking at the dragonfish, it remained in the same state as before. After the points were deducted, a gentle white light enveloped the fish. The light permeated its body, gradually diminishing until the dragonfish absorbed all of it. Upon inspection, the dragonfish not only appeared revitalized but had also grown in length. Yuan placed the dragonfish into the pool beside the stone tablet, finally feeling at ease as he exited the space. Today marked the auction of Yuan's black pearl. In the preceding days, he had traversed the flower and bird markets of the capital. Ultimately, this batch of ornamental fish remained unsold. Yuan, the newcomer to Beijing, despite possessing exquisite specimens, was met with offers from fish vendors that were exceedingly low. Eventually, Xiaochuan proposed a solution to allow the floral shop owned by Deng Kai to sell the fish. Since the shop was located within the flower and bird market, it would merely require a designated area for ornamental fish at the entrance. Should sales prove successful, they could continue. If not, Yuan contemplated returning to Long Island to establish a more reliable sales channel. He could not afford to frequently travel to Beijing for a mere handful of fish. The revenue from the fish would be split evenly with Deng Kai. Initially resistant to the idea, Deng Kai changed his stance upon hearing that Yuan possessed a black pearl poised for auction, potentially fetching millions, leading him to relent. After all, their family was not particularly affluent. The auction was scheduled for that afternoon, while a rough stone exchange event was taking place in the suburbs of Beijing that morning, which Xiaochuan took Yuan and Zhou Mujin to, as Deng Kai had prior commitments. The so-called rough stone exchange event was essentially a gambling affair, a term rooted in the jewelry industry. It represents a method of trading jade rough stones, prevalent along the border of Yunnan and Myanmar, characterized by its gambling nature. When jade is mined, it is encased in a layer of weathered skin, concealing its quality until it is cut open. Initially, the term for this practice was not gambling but rather gambling business. A few years ago, this phenomenon gained popularity in Beijing, even giving rise to the profession of gambling stone master. Such masters require several attributes: immense analytical skills, a spirit of adventure, and extensive experience. While some in the gambling stone market have become overnight millionaires, many more have suffered catastrophic losses. Xiaochuan drove for an hour, finally arriving at a dilapidated factory in the suburbs of Beijing. From the outside it appeared quite rundown, but the interior was transformed, featuring numerous stalls displaying stones of various sizes. A large central area was reserved for stone analysis, where several professional stone cutters were engaged in conversation. Arriving early, the crowd was still sparse. As Xiaochuan entered, he introduced a middle-aged man examining rough stones from a distance to Yuan and Zhou Mujin. This man, surnamed Nie, was Xiaochuan's family's dedicated stone gambling expert. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaochuan inquired whether they intended to explore independently or accompany him. Yuan expressed a desire to wander, prompting Xiaochuan to take Master Nie to select rough stones, leaving Yuan to explore at his leisure. Yuan strolled through the venue. The smaller stones were irregularly arranged on shelves, while larger ones lay directly on the ground. Lacking knowledge about stone gambling, Yuan had merely sought some information online. After perusing numerous introductions, Yuan still found himself shrouded in ambiguity. As he ambled amidst the stones while glancing at his phone, he occasionally touched one here and prodded another there. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a rough stone the size of a sea ball. A signal indicated an energy source detected. offering 100 points for exchange. Should he redeem it? The system's prompt echoed in his mind. No. Yuan promptly aborted the operation, fearing the stone might vanish before his eyes, leaving him unable to explain to the multitude watching. This was the first instance where an item had not yet been stored in the special system yet prompted a notification. Could it be due to his mere touch? He then proceeded to lightly tap several nearby stones with no reaction whatsoever. Deciding to purchase this particular piece, he examined it closely. The exterior boasted a grey-brown hue, indistinguishable from the other stones. Approaching the vendor, he inquired, how much for this stone? 3,000 yuan, no bargaining, replied the vendor after glancing at the stone in Yuan's hand. Yuan calculated briefly, converting 100 points into sea fish required 100 jin, roughly amounting to 700 yuan. By this calculation, the transaction seemed unwise. Yet, driven by curiosity, Yuan wished to ascertain the stone's unique properties. Without hesitation, he swiped his card. Yuan, of course, could not convert the points immediately. He yearned to discover what made this stone special. He carried the rough stone directly to the stone-cutting area. The process of stone extraction was exhilarating, and within the gambling stone trade, a saying prevailed, one cut can lead to poverty, another to riches. Aptly reflecting the essence of stone extraction. He sought out a skilled cutter, knowing that extraction services were complimentary, funded collectively by the vendors. Typically, if valuable jade was revealed, the owner would bestow a red envelope upon the cutter. The amount varied, contingent on the jade's market value, thus lacking a fixed standard. Yuan had already inquired about this prior to his arrival. The cutter operated the machine with expertise, slicing away only a thin layer of the rough stone each time. In the distance, Zhao Chuan and Zhong Wujin noticed Yuan engaged in extraction and hurried over. Zhong Wujin, grinning, remarked, "You are quick on the draw. How much did you pay?" 3,000, Yuan replied without turning, his gaze fixed upon the stone. Zhao Chuan, arriving beside him, chose not to speak to Yuan but instead observed the cutter. As a regular patron, many cutters recognized Zhao Chuan. Upon meeting his gaze, one cutter thoughtfully shook his head, murmuring, "The quality is average, the odds of a significant gain are minimal." While he spoke, his hands continued their meticulous work. As the cutter made his incision, a slice of the rough stone was removed, revealing a green speck the size of a fingernail within. "It's growing. It's a gain," exclaimed the onlookers. At this moment, the cutter refrained from further cutting and began rinsing the rough stone. As the stone dust washed away, the true nature of what lay beneath was gradually unveiled. Zhao Chuan exclaimed with delight, "The glutinous rice seed." The stone master, wielding a powerful flashlight, directed its beam towards the verdant area, aiming to discern the internal conditions more clearly. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, he finally addressed Yuan, stating, "The glutinous rice seed exhibits minor fissures and is not particularly large." This incited a flurry of discussion among the onlookers, leaving Yuan bewildered, glancing helplessly at Zhao Chuan. Understanding Yuan's confusion, Zhao Chuan kindly elucidated, "The glutinous rice seed is a premium type of jadeite, named so for its resemblance to glutinous rice in color." At that moment, the stone master also shifted his gaze towards them. Yuan was perplexed by the significance of this action. Meanwhile, Zhao Chuan chuckled and encouraged to proceed. Observing as the stone master cautiously began to dismantle the raw stone with a newly acquired angle grinder, Zhao Chuan further explained to Yuan, "Often, some individuals choose to bid in such situations, so the master seeks the homeowner's consent before continuing." Yuan nodded, indicating his comprehension. While the two conversed, the master had already unveiled the jade's true form. Upon revealing the jadeite, discussions erupted among the crowd. The surrounding individuals spoke in terms that Yuan could not grasp, mentioning phrases like water-rich with floating flowers, none of which resonated with him. At that moment, someone in the vicinity boldly offered a price of 8,000. Zhao Chuan promptly addressed the bidder, declaring, "This is my brother, do not entertain thoughts of taking advantage." Though Zhao Chuan had recently entered the industry, he had a high starting point and was quite renowned in the Beijing jewelry and jadeite circles. Seeing Zhao Chuan's assertiveness, the crowd dispersed, unwilling to offend this young master over what they perceived as a relatively insignificant item. Zhong Wujin approached, beaming as he threw an arm around Yuan's shoulders, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad. Zhao Chuan mentioned your recent stroke of luck in acquiring fine items. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I am genuinely impressed. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. Yuan shot Wujin an exasperated glance, retorting, do you really think so little of this amount? Is the value of this jade sufficient for you to stay in a hotel for a few days? Wujin countered, it's not the same. Do you understand the process? Gambling on stones is about the thrill of the game, the outcome is secondary. Yuan swiftly countered, I only care for the result, the process is inconsequential. At this juncture, Zhao Chuan interjected, I'll take it for 10,000. Yuan glanced at Zhao Chuan, responding, let's wait until the end. I still intend to craft some jewelry for my mother and sister from this jade. Zhao Chuan replied, that works, I can have my company's designer assist you. He did not press the issue, recognizing that this piece held little value for his company. His joy stemmed solely from the prospect of Yuan's potential gain. After exchanging a few more words, they dispersed to seek their preferred materials. Yuan casually handed the stone master a red envelope containing 500 yuan. Through this stone unveiling experience, he learned that jadeite could yield points, and that simply touching the raw stone would allow the system to assign a point value. Yuan believed that a higher point total corresponded to a superior grade of jadeite. Desiring to ascertain the correctness of his thoughts, Yuan resumed his search among the rough stones. At last, he discovered a stone worth merely 50 points amid the heap. He purchased it for 1,000 yuan and proceeded to the stone cutting area, seeking the same master as before. Within mere minutes, the master skillfully sliced the stone open. Though not particularly large, it revealed only a hint of green. The master informed him that this gamble had resulted in a loss. Yuan gathered the fragments of jade and placed them directly into his backpack. Everyone understood, as these shards could still be fashioned into a modest pair of earrings. However, in comparison to the price of the rough stone, it was a grievous loss. After 2 attempts at stone cutting, Yuan recognized this as a significant opportunity. There were no places to gamble on stones in Blue Island City, and he could not frequently visit the capital for this purpose. Initially, luck could explain 1 or 2 instances, but over time, discerning individuals would undoubtedly grow suspicious. The jade market was relatively small, and he had no desire to become ensnared in the world of stone gambling. Navigating through the rough stones, Yuan pushed a cart laden with 6 stones of various sizes. The largest weighed 80, while the smallest was comparable to a watermelon. He was aware that 2 of these stones contained jade, while the remaining 4 held no value whatsoever. The 2 valuable stones were the largest and the smallest. The middle ones were devoid of any jade. Yuan resolved to conclude his endeavors for the day, having spent 500,000 yuan on these 6 stones. This expenditure was primarily due to the largest stone, which the owner had priced at 350,000 yuan plus steep cost he reluctantly accepted. The system had indicated that this stone would yield a staggering 10,000 points upon redemption. The sound of that notification had startled Yuan significantly. What might a stone worth 10,000 points entail? Driven by curiosity, he purchased the rough stone. As he approached, he spotted Zhong Wujin engaged in stone cutting and approached him. How did it go? My esteemed Zhong Wujin, Yuan inquired. Fully aware that Zhong preferred not to be addressed by his full name, as his dormitory friends often did. Generally, outsiders referred to him as Jin Shao. Brother, I am not as fortunate as you. I threw 2 million into the endeavor and extracted nothing of value, Zhong replied, though his expression belied any hint of remorse for his loss. You're impressive, truly impressive, Yuan said, giving Zhong a thumbs up. Noticing the master who had assisted him in his previous attempt still present, he pushed his cart in front of the esteemed craftsman and said, all have been cut. Please take a look at this largest one last. Yuan knew that only one among the first 5 stones bore significant value. With the primary focus on the final one, the process of stone cutting was time-consuming, so he deemed it unnecessary to start with the large stone. He could simply depart after the final cut. The master, without further ado, selected a stone and began to cut. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Zhao Chuan approaching with empty hands. Yuan, surprised, asked, did you not make any purchases? Zhao Chuan smiled and explained, jewelry stores like ours seldom cut stones here. The reasons are quite straightforward. If we win, our peers may feel envious. If we lose, we suffer embarrassment. We always take the stones back to our own shops for cutting. Upon hearing Zhao Chuan's words, Yuan nodded in agreement. The two made their way to Zhong Wujin's side. By this time, Zhong Wujin had already completed the stone cutting. The original stone worth 2 million yielded only a few pieces of jade of mediocre quality, and the cutter provided an estimated value of 100,000. Some jade merchants present, aware that Zhong Wujin and Yuan arrived with Xiao Chuan, refrained from making offers. Seeing his two brothers approach, Zhong Wujin glanced at Xiao Chuan and gestured towards the few pieces of jade, saying, "Have a pair of earrings made for me, and you can keep the rest." Xiao Chuan understood that Zhong Wujin was indifferent to such a trivial sum, so he promptly made a phone call, and soon someone arrived to collect the jade. "Let us see the luck of my fortunate buddy," Zhong Wujin remarked as he headed toward Yuan's pile of original stones. At that moment, the cutter was slicing a stone the size of a watermelon. Before long, a green hue emerged. A tricolor jade larger than a fist appeared before everyone. Zhong Wujin slapped Yuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I told you, you are indeed a lucky buddy, your fortune is unparalleled." Xiao Chuan glanced at Yuan and stated, 1 million. "As long as you're happy," Yuan replied, aware that the main event was yet to come and that this was merely an appetizer. Thus, he naturally agreed to Xiao Chuan's offer. He had no doubt that his brother would not deceive him in this matter, since it would be sold to someone eventually. He preferred to give Xiao Chuan a bargain, especially considering how much this fellow had helped him recently. Yuan took the jade from the cutter and handed it directly to Xiao Chuan, who promptly transferred the funds, watching another million credited to his account. Yuan noted his balance had exceeded 1.6 million. With the addition of the black pearl, purchasing a fishing boat should be feasible. However, he pondered how much wealth this stone would ultimately bring him, and the thought made his heart race with anticipation. Xiao Chuan, observing Yuan's demeanor, mistakenly believed his excitement stemmed from receiving the million. Due to the commotion, a crowd had gathered, but as subsequent stones revealed nothing of value, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The cutter, despite the twitch at the corner of his mouth, commenced the slow process of cutting the remaining large stone. Yuan watched intently. Yet he remained unaware of the stone's true size or the optimal cutting method. After all, he only knew that jade was definitely within, but its exact location remained a mystery. Therefore, he refrained from urging the cutter to take any risks should the jade be damaged in the process. Regret would come too late. A full half-hour passed, and still no trace of green emerged from the stone. The few remaining spectators shook their heads and chose to leave. Only the three brothers Yuan remained, along with the stone cutter laboring diligently. With a decisive stroke of the blade, a hint of green finally emerged amidst the powder. The master cutter abruptly halted his task, fervently wiping the surface. The tremor in his hands made it evident that this was no ordinary find. Xiao Chuan gazed incredulously at Yuan, contemplating the extraordinary jade that might lie before them. He refrained from speaking, instead observing as the master meticulously polished the raw stone. 40 minutes later, a piece of jadeite, radiant with a uniform green hue, materialized before their eyes. The master's hands trembled as he held the jade, and Xiao Chuan swallowed hard. In a swift motion, he snatched Yuan's backpack and placed the jade inside before Yuan could react. Having witnessed everything last night, Xiao Chuan cautiously surveyed their surroundings, relieved to find no one had noticed the unfolding events. This was largely due to the understanding that Yuan and Xiao Chuan were in this together. Even if a remarkable jade were discovered, it wouldn't concern them. With this in mind, Xiao Chuan decided it was wiser to explore elsewhere. Without hesitation, he transferred a red envelope containing 50,000 yuan to the master cutter and inquired, "Do you understand nothing?" The master, visibly anxious, nodded in response. Ignoring the master's reaction, Xiao Chuan quickly ushered Yuan and Zhong Wujin out of the area. Once in the car, they drove several kilometers before stopping at the roadside, gasping for breath. Yuan and Zhong Wujin were perplexed by Xiao Chuan's demeanor, casting questioning glances in his direction. After calming himself, Xiao Chuan turned to Yuan and, after a lengthy pause, said, "Yuan, consider this a monumental favor I owe you. This jade must be sold to me for 10 million, is that agreeable?" His tone was unusually grave. Upon hearing the figure, Yuan was at a loss, and even Zhong Wujin was taken aback. "What on earth is worth 10 million? Xiao Chuan then elaborated, "Have you heard of glass-type imperial green?" "Goodness, Yuan, are you the illegitimate child of Lady Luck?" Zhong Wujin exclaimed, momentarily stunned before adding, Even at 10 million, it shouldn't rattle you like this, right? Zhao Chuan, with a hint of exasperation, explained, money isn't the crux of the matter. There is an unwritten rule in our industry. When such jade is found, it must be shared. It doesn't matter if one discovers it themselves. But since it's Yuan who unearthed it, it would be improper for me to take it all. Through Zhao Chuan's explanation, both Yuan and Zhong Wujin grasped the significance of the find. A piece of glass-type imperial green was a rarity that might not be seen again for an entire year. Thus, a certain rule emerged within the industry, aimed at preventing monopolistic dominance and fostering mutual restraint. Yuan consented to sell this exquisite jade to Zhao Chuan's jewelry establishment. The group promptly arrived at the company, and after Yuan affixed his signature, the bank transfer was completed. To his astonishment, he had now become a millionaire, transitioning from mere hundreds of thousands to millions in a mere morning. At noon, the trio sought a place to dine. Zhao Chuan initially intended to purchase a suit for Yuan, as he was to attend an auction that afternoon, but Yuan's casual attire seemed rather inappropriate. When Yuan insisted on covering the expenses himself, Zhao Chuan did not press further, considering Yuan's newfound wealth. However, the thought of spending tens of thousands on a suit pained Yuan, as it equated to an entire year's living expenses for his family back home. Dressed in a brand new suit, he accompanied Zhao Chuan into the auction house. A charming hostess, after reviewing their invitations, guided the three to their seats. Gradually, the auction venue filled with attendees until nearly every seat was occupied. A middle-aged man, impeccably clad in a tailored suit and donning black-rimmed glasses, stepped forward as the auctioneer. As he took the stage, the chatter in the room gradually subsided. The auctioneer glanced at the time and announced the commencement of the auction. A hostess ascended the auction platform, bearing a tray draped in red cloth. As the auctioneer unveiled the cloth, it revealed a stunning pair of platinum and jade earrings. After a brief introduction, the bidding commenced, starting at a base price of 150,000, with increments no less than 1,000. The bids escalated rapidly, ultimately culminating in the earrings being sold for 1.85 million to a middle-aged woman. Following the sale of several high-end pieces, Yuan's black pearl was finally presented on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer proclaimed, the black pearl is renowned for its rarity. The largest black pearl in the world measures 38 mm in diameter, while this one boasts an impressive 35. The auctioneer passionately extolled the virtues of the black pearl, initiating the bidding at a base price of 1 million. Bids of 1.5 million, 1.7 million, and 2 million echoed through the hall, catching Yuan and Zhao Chuan off guard. Suddenly, Zhong Wujin raised his hand, declaring a bid of 5 million. Gasps reverberated through the auditorium, all eyes turning toward him. Zhong Wujin, noticing his companion's astonished expressions, leaned in and whispered, I merely intended to nudge the price up a bit. How long must I keep raising it? Yuan, hearing Zhong Wujin's remarks, found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Chuan, upon hearing Zhong Wujin, calmly responded, if no one else bids, are you genuinely intent on purchasing? My family's jewelry store will not cover your expenses. Zhong Wujin casually retorted, the absence of competition is even better, transform it into a necklace for me. Perhaps my mother will be so pleased that she'll bestow even more upon me. The two exchanged exasperated glances. Meanwhile, the auctioneer excitedly called out, this gentleman in the front has bid 5 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 5 million for the first bid, 5 million for the second. Just as everyone presumed that Zhong Wujin would secure the black pearl, a woman in the back row, with clenched teeth, called out 550,000. Upon hearing the voice, Zhong Wujin turned to face her. A woman in her 30s glared fiercely at him. Zhong Wujin, never the gentleman, made a gesture of invitation before turning back. As the auctioneer began the countdown, the black pearl, belonging to Yuan, was ultimately sold for 550,000. With the previous amounts combined, Yuan's account swelled to over 18 million. He paid little attention to the subsequent items being auctioned, preparing to leave when Zhao Chuan detained him. There is something good coming up that I believe you will fancy. Noticing Yuan's puzzled expression, Zhao Chuan shrugged and explained, a friend of my father, his company is facing some issues and requires a cash infusion. His child is akin to this fellow, he said, nodding towards Zhong Wujin. My uncle thought he could use this auction to offload some luxury items his child previously acquired along with the property. Yuan elucidated why he was reluctant to let Yuan depart. Yuan remained confused and inquired, "What do luxury items have to do with me?" Yuan smiled mysteriously. "There is something among them that I intended to discuss with Zhang Wujin. We could pool our resources to help you acquire it. And you could repay us gradually. However, given your current status, securing it yourself should pose no difficulty." Just as Yuan was about to ask for specifics about the item, Zhang Wujin interjected, "Little Yuan, don't ask. I wager you will definitely like it." With both brothers assuring him, Yuan chose not to press further. At that moment, the screen behind the auction platform illuminated. A sleek sports car appeared. A limited edition Lamborghini, predominantly blue, its exquisite and fashionable design captivating. Even Yuan, who lacked knowledge of automobiles, was drawn in by its dazzling exterior. The auctioneer detailed the car's performance, model, and production date, but Yuan had little interest. Ultimately, the car sold for 4 million. Several more sports cars followed, including an elongated RV, all purchased by a group of young buyers. Just as Yuan was growing bored fiddling with his phone, Yuan tapped his arm. "Look. It's here." Yuan raised his head to see a photograph of a pristine yacht on the large screen. As the auctioneer began to describe the yacht, Yuan learned of its generous specifications. As the details unfolded, he found himself deeply enthralled by the vessel. The yacht, constructed from aluminum alloy, measured 40 meters in length and 15 meters in width, with a carrying capacity of 1,000 tons. Two 12-cylinder, 1,500 horsepower engines powered the yacht, enabling a maximum speed of 32 knots with a fuel capacity of 200 tons. Yet, what captivated Yuan was not merely these features but that the yacht had been modified. The top deck housed the cockpit and satellite communication systems, while the two lower levels had been customized to eliminate unnecessary rooms based on the owner's needs. Only the essential living quarters were retained. The yacht's original enclosed swimming pool had been transformed by its former owner into a live fish tank. Below the deck, it was remodeled into a freezing chamber capable of preserving a vast quantity of seafood. The modifications clearly indicated that the yacht's original owner was a fervent angler. Such alterations would not have been made otherwise. This yacht seemed to have been meticulously tailored for Yuan. At that moment, the auctioneer announced the yacht's starting bid of 9 million. Without hesitation, Yuan called out his offer of 9,500,000. To his surprise, no one contested the bid. Perhaps the yacht's renovations rendered it more suitable for fishing. While the wealthy attendees present primarily sought yachts for leisure excursions and held little regard for this vessel, ultimately, Yuan secured the yacht for 9,500,000. Following the yacht, the property in an excellent location in Chongqing came under the hammer, eventually escalating to 13 million. After the auction concluded, Yuan accompanied Yuan to the back office to sign the relevant agreements, officially making the yacht his. Since the yacht was currently docked in Sandao City, Yuan requested delivery in Londao City, necessitating the auction house to assign a specialist to navigate the yacht there, a process that would take several days. This was of little concern to Yuan, as he also had the celebration of Zhao Chuan's grandfather's birthday to attend. They arranged for delivery in 4 days in Londao City. According to the contract, Yuan paid a deposit of 5 million, with the remaining 4,500,000 due on the day of delivery. During this period, Zhao Chuan acted as a guarantor. Yuan sold his black pearl for 5,500,000, but after deducting fees and associated costs, he received only 200,000. As the group exited the auction house, Zhang Wujin remarked, "I have matters to attend to, I will take my leave. See you the day after tomorrow," which coincided with Zhao Chuan's grandfather's birthday. 2 days had passed since the auction, and Yuan had traversed the major shopping centers in Chongqing, procuring numerous gifts for his family, which he stored in the fishing ground space. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Chuan arrived at his parents' villa accompanied by several friends. The Zhao family villa was nestled in the deepest part of the community, with the renowned city lake of Chongqing located just behind it. The road leading to the villa was exclusive, rarely traversed by outsiders due to the security station at the entrance. Before the villa lay an expansive parking lot already filled with numerous luxury vehicles, indicating that many guests had arrived. In the vegetable garden to the east of the villa, lush greens thrived, a testament to the owner's diligence. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Chuan instructed a servant to take the gifts from the guests, particularly emphasizing that Yuan's fish tank should be placed in the study. Xiao Chuan then asked the others to wait in the living room while he retreated to another chamber. As Yuan and the others engaged in casual conversation in the living room, a graceful figure caught Yuan's eye. A girl, adorned in a black evening gown, approached them with a gentle stride. The girl walked past Yuan and his companions, casting a brief glance at him before continuing on her way. Yuan recognized her as the young woman who had gifted him a dragonfish at the flower, bird, and fish market. He was quite surprised to encounter her here again. At that moment, a slight commotion arose outside. "Be careful, this is a precious item I acquired at great expense. You all need to be cautious, this fish is worth more than your lives." A voice, unpleasant to the ear, called out from behind. Yuan turned to see a few individuals carefully pushing a large fish tank mounted on wheels towards them, covered by a black cloth. Following the tank was a young man with a cold demeanor, dressed in an expensive suit, who frequently cast glances at the girl in the black dress. Upon reaching the study's entrance, the young man scrutinized Yuan and his companions with a haughty gaze before striding past them. He knocked on the door and entered. Yuan distinctly noticed that as the young man pushed open the door, the previously cold expression on his face transformed into a radiant smile filled with confidence. Zhong Wujin patted Yuan on the shoulder and remarked, "What is the matter? Never seen Sichuan opera's face-changing performance. Young man, such people are abundant." After saying this, he observed the oil painting on the wall with an enigmatic expression. Not long after the young man entered, Xiao Chuan pulled the girl in the black dress towards the three of them. Through Xiao Chuan's introduction, Yuan learned that her name was Xiao Shuang, and she was Xiao Chuan's younger sister, currently a junior at Beijing University. The group exchanged greetings, and as the girl shook Yuan's hand, she regarded him with a meaningful glance. Xiao Chuan led them into the study. Although Xiao Shuang initially hesitated to enter, she followed upon hearing her father's call. Inside the room stood several middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman. The cold young man was positioned beside one of the middle-aged men. The fish tank that had just been wheeled in was placed in the center of the group, and the black cloth was now lifted to reveal a magnificent red dragonfish gracefully swimming within. As the group sipped tea, they began discussing the dragonfish, with the cold young man wearing a smug expression. One of the middle-aged men, upon noticing Xiao Chuan and the others, set down his teacup and called out to Xiao Shuang, "A little Shuang, come here. Hong Yuan traveled all the way from such a distant place. You should at least keep him company." Reluctantly, Xiao Shuang approached her father, standing obediently to the side without engaging in conversation with the Hong Yuan her father mentioned. Xiao Chuan sensed his sister's reluctance and promptly introduced Yuan and the others to their father. Xiao Chuan's father, Xiao Xiuping, stood about 1.75 meters tall, appearing to be in his 50s, with a square face and thick brows, exuding an air of authority. He stood there as firmly as a javelin embedded in the ground. The eldest had once mentioned that his father served in a naval unit. The other middle-aged men present were friends and comrades from his father's military days. And the elderly gentleman, referred to as Grandpa Su by Xiao Chuan, was a superior of his father during his naval service. The cold young man beside him was the child of one of Xiao Xiuping's military comrades. Due to the early demise of his mother, he often visited the Xiao family during his childhood. As he and Xiao Shuang were of similar age, the two families arranged a childhood betrothal, making him essentially Xiao Chuan's prospective brother-in-law. Yuan glanced at Xiao Shuang and sensed her disdain for a certain individual named Jia Hongyuan. Xiao Chuan informed his father that the gifts brought by Yuan consisted of 2 ornamental fish, which were notably rare. Before Xiao's father could utter a word, Jia Hongyuan interjected, questioning what kind of ornamental fish could possibly surpass his prized blood-red dragon. "Surely, you haven't brought a couple of ordinary specimens merely to appease my father." Although the middle-aged men present said nothing, their expressions betrayed amusement. It was evident they had tacitly accepted Jia Hongyuan's remarks. In terms of ornamental fish, Jia Hongyuan's blood-red dragon was indeed comparable to Xiao Shuang's previous specimen, lending credibility to his claim. Yuan, however, remained unfazed. After all, those knowledgeable in the field could discern the quality of the fish he presented. He intended to wait until the banquet concluded to show them to Zhao's father, believing that the essence of gift-giving lay in the joy it brought to the recipient rather than in ostentation. Upon hearing Jia Hongyuan's comments, Zhao Shuang's cunning eyes darted around before she spoke up. That may not be the case, you know. To my brother's classmates, your fish is merely seen as food. After saying this, she turned to Yuan and inquired, is this fish delicious? At her question, the once lively room fell into an unexpected silence. With all eyes fixated on Yuan, he was taken aback by Zhao Shuang's mischievousness. If she disliked Jia Hongyuan, why drag him into the fray? With a resigned touch to his nose, Yuan awkwardly replied, the fish is quite tasty. Zhao's father understood that his daughter was opposed to the marriage arrangement with the Jia family and that her earlier remarks were intended to provoke Jia Hongyuan. Yet, what did this response from his son's classmate imply? Both Zhao's father and Zhao Chuan were taken aback. Zhao Chuan nudged Yuan, what is going on, Zhao Yuan? Left with no choice, Yuan recalled that when he and Zhao Shuang had discussed fish previously, he had claimed they were for consumption. Thus, he steeled himself and said, a few days ago, I had a blood-red dragon, and it was indeed quite delicious. At that moment, Zhao Shuang shot Yuan a look that seemed to say, at least you're being sensible. Jia Hongyuan, perplexed by the exchange between Zhao Shuang and Yuan, felt a surge of anger. My friend, he thought. If such a magnificent dragonfish is merely regarded as a dish in your eyes, I am curious to see what kind of fish you deem worthy of being called ornamental. Zhao's father cast a cautious glance at Zhao Chuan, feeling that his son's classmate might be one prone to boastfulness, which would not only embarrass his son but also tarnish his own reputation. After all, Yuan and his companions were guests in their home. Zhao Chuan reassured his father with a confident look and instructed someone to bring the fish over. At the Zhao family's villa in the capital, the atmosphere in the living room became increasingly tense. The servant brought the fish and placed it on the table. Jia Hongyuan cast a fleeting glance before speaking, what treasure do you think this is? Merely 2 sea fish. They are far inferior to my red dragon. Perhaps these fish are too small to be consumed, leading to their presentation as ornamental gifts for my uncle. Upon uttering this, he cast a self-satisfied look towards Yuan. Better to remain silent if you lack understanding, admonished the middle-aged man beside Jia Hongyuan, glaring at him fiercely. Zhao's father and several other middle-aged men gathered around. Red mint fairy, indeed the red mint fairy. Haha. I have sought various connections to procure one, yet to no avail. Who would have thought? Zhao's father mused aloud, admiring the fish. The sole elder in the room, upon seeing the fish, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. After observing closely for a while, he addressed Zhao's father, Zhao, take a closer look. These fish are not your ordinary red mint fairies. Observe the inscriptions on their bodies. I dare say, it is exceedingly rare to find such specimens on Blue Star. After imparting this insight, the elder turned to Yuan, inquiring, might I ask where you acquired these 2 fish? Yuan looked at the elder and replied respectfully, that I am but a fisherman by the seaside. I chanced upon them in the depths of the sea. Knowing that Uncle Zhao has an affinity for ornamental fish, I brought them along. I am uncertain if more of such fish exist. I only managed to catch these 2. The elder's gaze bore into Yuan's. Oh, what a pity that is. Jia Hongyuan attempted to interject, but was silenced by a warning glance from the middle-aged man beside him. Meanwhile, others began to recognize the uniqueness of the 2 red mint fairies. One middle-aged man addressed Zhao's father, have you not always desired my red coral? How about a trade? 1 fish for that coral of mine, what say you? Zhao's father laughed heartily, do not speak of the coral, even a villa in the 2nd ring would not suffice. This is not merely a matter of money, can you procure a fish like this for me? Ha ha ha. Yuan contemplated inwardly, wishing he had secured more, as he could potentially fetch a handsome price here. Yet, though he entertained the thought, he would not dare act upon it. Zhao's father regarded Yuan with newfound respect. Patting him on the back, Zhao Yuan, I have heard of you from Zhao Chuan. This gift is rather extravagant. However, I find it difficult to part with it. Henceforth, should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to approach me. If it lies within my power, I shall certainly assist you. Yuan held no particular thoughts on the matter. The gift of fish was merely to reciprocate Zhao Chuan's gesture of gifting a vehicle. Grateful for Zhao's father's words, he offered a token of thanks. Though he remained indifferent to such matters, Zhao Shuang, upon hearing her father's remarks, couldn't help but let her lips curve slightly upward. She cast a glance at Yuan before feigning nonchalance to gaze out the window. This year's birthday celebration for Zhao's father was modest. Attended only by a few old comrades and family younger generations, totaling merely 2 tables. The younger ones seated together, with Zhao Shuang deliberately positioning herself among Yuan's companions, which irked Jia Hongyuan considerably. Were it not for the presence of elders, he would have surely expressed his displeasure. Thus, from time to time, he cast furious glances at Yuan and his brothers. Through their conversations at the banquet, it became apparent that Jia Hongyuan was studying abroad and had returned specifically to celebrate Zhao's father's birthday. Throughout the event, Zhao Shuang did not exchange a single word with Jia Hongyuan, yet she seemed quite intrigued by Yuan, posing numerous questions about him. This led Zhong Wujin and Deng Kai to jest about it later, teasing that Yuan was on the verge of becoming the elder sister's husband. A notion Yuan chose to ignore. Initially, Yuan contemplated selling a red dragon from his space to Deng Kai before departing, but now he hesitated. To proclaim that he had consumed it in front of so many witnesses and subsequently produce another was simply untenable. He decided it was unnecessary to fret over a trifling sum of money. Yuan found it unsettling. Before coming to the capital, 800,000 was a considerable amount for him, yet now it merely represented a fragment of his account. Reunions are invariably fleeting. The 4 brothers stood in the terminal of the capital. Yuan had a flight to catch, eager to return and take possession of his yacht. In a few days, I shall personally deliver the items you requested while enjoying a vacation at your place, Zhao Chuan had mentioned. The items in question were a considerable quantity of fragmented jade that Yuan had ordered from Zhao Chuan upon discovering that jade could be exchanged for points. I shall join you in a few days, little Yuan, Zhong Wujin boisterously declared, and we shall go sea fishing. Unlike this fellow, I believe in enjoying life rather than being shackled by work, which would confine my free-spirited wings. Deng Kai approached and embraced Yuan, reassuring him, rest assured. I will swiftly sell your fish. Knowing you are no longer short on funds, I am counting on you to support me. Yuan nodded vigorously at the 3 of them, rising to prepare for boarding with his ticket in hand. In Blue Island City, after disembarking the previous day, Yuan found a hotel near the dock. He called home to inform his parents about his purchase of a boat, intending to sail back. His parents assumed he had acquired a small fishing vessel and chided him, saying, our family skiff is quite sufficient, there was no need for such expenditure. Yuan opted not to elaborate. The following day, he arrived at the dock. The yacht was already moored. After inspecting it and finding everything in order, he completed the handover and transferred the final payment. Once the auction house representative departed, Yuan took the yacht's relevant documents to the Maritime Authority to process necessary formalities. As every yacht must bear a name, he decided against retaining the original name and opted for a change. He named it Controlling Water. Thus, a legendary yacht was born. Yuan navigated the Controlling Water towards Pinghai County. Operating a yacht requires a professional driving license, but fortunately, Yuan had acquired a boating license during his studies. This yacht was remarkably advanced, equipped with an array of high-tech devices. He took out some fragmented jade he had purchased during his recent outings and exchanged them entirely for points. The long-awaited system notification finally resonated. Congratulations to the host for reaching a milestone of 10,000 points, unlocking the points more. Water-based creatures have a familiarity level of 5. Host Yuan. Points 10,800. Title, An Apprentice Fisherman. Familiarity with water-based creatures 11. Fishing ground space. A beginner accelerates the growth rate of creatures in the fishing grounds and allows for the exchange of points to alter their appearance. Points mall. Beginner points can be exchanged for items within the mall. Yuan gazed at the newly unveiled points mall, marked as beginner level, yet filled with a substantial array of items. Spirit Elixir unlocks the intelligence of creatures 500 points. Loyalty Elixir increases the fondness of creatures towards you 500 points. Intelligent Robot, a highly realistic robot endowed with self-awareness 5,000 points. As Yuan surveyed the various offerings, a bold idea began to take shape upon encountering the robot. Wasn't he in need of assistance? Could he perhaps enlist the robot as a crew member? It would ensure confidentiality and absolute loyalty. Could this be feasible? A mere trial would reveal the truth. With a consumption of 5,000 points, he proceeded to make the exchange. Before he materialized a robot encased in a full metallic shell. Upon seeing it, Yuan felt an icy chill. Wasn't it supposed to be highly realistic? Whose standards were we measuring here? Just then, the robot's distinctive mechanical voice activated, announcing mechanical initialization complete. Please name your servant. Yuan casually replied, Din E. Initialization complete. Detecting network. Would you like to connect? Connect. Connection successful. Reading planetary data. Loading complete. Please select Din E's simulated form, a human, animal, a bird, other. Human. As the inquiries continued to refine, the figure that ultimately materialized before Yuan was that of a robust man in his 30s, brimming with muscle. Din E, what are your capabilities? As per the master's command, I can learn anything available online. Alright, but henceforth, do not call me master. Refer to me as boss, Yuan instructed Din E. Understood. You lack an identification card, this poses a problem. Yuan suddenly recalled a significant issue. As the boss, you can exchange points for an identity within the system. The identities provided by the system are legitimate, Din E humanly responded. Such a function exists. Yuan clicked through the mall and discovered an identity exchange button behind the robot. The points required were unspecified. The points needed for exchange vary based on different technological civilizations, read the system's explanation. He directly clicked to exchange. An identification card materialized in Yuan's hand, costing him 500 points. The name inscribed on the card was Din E. Do not inquire how the system achieved this. It simply is wondrous. Handing the identification card to Din E, he glanced at his points. Originally considering acquiring another robot, he realized he no longer had sufficient points. At that moment, the yacht had drifted far from the shore, and Yuan prepared to plunge into the water to earn some points. At this juncture, Din E approached. Boss, I require an hour of network connection to engage in profound learning about this world. Very well, connect to my phone's network. I will venture into the sea while you remain on the boat to study. With that, Din E took Yuan's phone and retreated to the resting chamber to delve into his studies. Yuan descended to the ocean floor, where the depth had reached an impressive 200 meters. The underwater realm teemed with a myriad of fish species, and after over an hour of diligent capture, he amassed 1,000 points. Upon returning to the boat, he exchanged his points for a robot, which he named Din E. The appearance of Din E was slightly altered but bore a striking resemblance to Din E, a deliberate choice on Yuan's part, as he publicly claimed that the two were brothers. The roles were clearly defined. Din E would navigate the vessel while Din E would prepare meals. Yuan ascended to the deck to practice his water control technique, feeling an impending breakthrough on the horizon. As twilight descended, they arrived at Fishing Bay Island, prompting Yuan to instruct Din E to dock the boat at the pier. Numerous villagers, upon witnessing the luxurious yacht arriving, hurried over to gawk in amazement. Among the curious was Zhuang, which sparked an idea in Yuan's mind. Zhuang was an honest individual, grateful by nature, with few relatives or friends, making him an ideal candidate for employment on the boat. Typically, a luxury yacht requires a crew of over a dozen, and while Yuan did not need many, the trio of Din E, Din E, then himself still felt insufficient. He had no immediate plans to acquire more robots, so he sought trustworthy individuals to join him on board. Yuan called Zhuang aboard for a brief discussion, offering him a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, along with additional allowances for offshore ventures. Bonuses would be determined based on the monthly income. Zhuang was elated, after all. His current earnings from fishing barely amounted to 4,000 yuan, fraught with the daily anxiety of an unsuccessful catch. Now, the stable income was within reach. At that moment, Yuan's parents arrived at the pier, having heard from villagers about their son's return with a luxurious yacht. They hurried over, and Yuan conveyed a few instructions to Din E and Din E. The two would remain on the boat for the night, while Zhuang expressed his intention to return home for his belongings. Yuan promptly intervened, suggesting he could stay at home and would notify him when it was time to set sail. Zhuang agreed, recognizing that land was undoubtedly more comfortable than the boat. After giving his parents a tour of the yacht, Yuan recounted his recent trip to the capital for stone gambling. Initially skeptical, his parents were convinced only after he contacted his older brother, who explained the situation to them. Yuan's brother, Xiao Chuan, had spent a summer vacation at Yuan's home and was well known to his parents as a successful businessman in the capital, where a month's living expenses could easily reach tens of thousands of yuan, enough for a family in their small fishing village to live for a year. Thus, Zhao Chuan's words held more weight than Yi Yuan's. Upon returning home, Yi Yuan's father muttered incredulously, "What kind of stone sold for 10 million? You must be joking. That is your brother, selling it for such a price is outrageous." Yuan laughed heartily. "You wouldn't believe it, but I sold it at that price." And he was grateful. "If you doubt it, why not give him a call?" Father shot a displeased glance at Yuan and then inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Even as a fisherman, one cannot spend all 365 days at sea, can one? You must have a home on land. Now that you are able to earn money, your mother and I can finally rest easy. But have you considered where you might purchase a house?" Yuan had long harbored thoughts on the matter. Previously, he lacked the necessary funds, but now that he has financial resources, he can put his plans into action. He began by asking his father numerous questions regarding Yuan Island. Some details his father knew, while others he did not. So he directly summoned the village chief to their home. Ye's mother prepared several dishes, and they conversed while dining. Yuan intended to lease Yuan Island, a notion he had formulated upon his return. The village chief was elated to learn of Yuan's aspirations. Having lived on this island for generations, it was unsettling to think of it being handed over to outsiders, even as the village prepared to relocate. The emergence of such a capable young man from their village, who could lease the island, filled him with joy, and he promptly agreed to assist Yuan in contacting the county for further details. The villages on several islands in Qinghai County are directly managed by the county, and the village chief can communicate directly with the county magistrate, without regard for the hour. The village chief called the deputy county head responsible for investment promotion, inquiring about the situation. The call was on speaker, and Yuan occasionally interjected with questions, which bolstered his confidence in securing Yuan Island. Yuan Island is the farthest from the mainland among the relocating villages, and its size renders tourism development impractical. Thus far, the county had not received any bids from enterprises. Yuan's objective in leasing Yuan Island is to establish a marine aquaculture farm. Upon hearing this, the deputy county head immediately approved, also offering assistance in applying for subsidies from the city. In recent years, nearshore fisheries have been depleted, and many coastal cities face significant challenges. Blue Island City has been promoting marine aquaculture for several years, thus possessing a comprehensive subsidy program. During his conversation with the village chief, Yuan expressed that if he were to lease the island, all villagers under the age of 50 would be welcome to work there. Yuan would finance a small ferry to serve as a commuting vessel for everyone. Furthermore, he planned to construct staff dormitories to accommodate those on night shifts, which delighted the village chief immensely. He was eager to express gratitude to Yuan on behalf of all the villagers. "You are being too modest, this is a collective effort to assist us," Yuan replied. Yuan's father, proud of his son's accomplishments and his ability to provide jobs for the villagers, felt a sense of honor. Before departing, the village chief arranged to meet Yuan the following morning to finalize matters with the county. After sending off the village chief, Yuan's father asked if there was anything he could arrange for his uncle. Yuan responded, "I thought you were referring to something significant. Let us do this, please inform my uncle. Regardless of whether I can secure Yuan Island, I am determined to lease an island for aquaculture. At that time, my uncle's family would manage their affairs for me, while I would provide for their sustenance and shelter. What do you think?" Yuan initially believed his father would be pleased, but to his surprise, his father glared at him. "You want your uncle to manage things? What about me? Do you wish for your father to become a laborer? Now that you can earn money, why would you still need to work? Take your mother on a journey across the country, when boredom strikes, assist your sister with nyonyo. I sent you that more delightful. No. I must oversee the breeding farm first. Let us discuss everything once the situation stabilizes. I am still in good health and can lend you a hand. Once your business flourishes, we can talk about other matters. Nyonyo, I sent tea in school. We also have a boat, making trips to the county convenient. When there is nothing else, Nyonyo can come to stay on the island." Unable to argue with his father, Yuan acquiesced. His father was the type who could never keep things to himself and soon informed his uncle of the arrangement. His uncle expressed his gratitude. Originally, his family had intended to seek money to purchase a modest house in a village, but with Yuan's promise, not only would they save on rent, but they also secured a stable job. How could he not be delighted? Before dawn, the village chief arrived at Yuan's home. Yuan, still groggy, greeted him and quickly freshened up before stepping outside with the chief. His father insisted on accompanying them, claiming he wanted to visit his daughter. And Yuan found it hard to refuse. Upon reaching the dock, Yuan instructed Ding Yi to start the boat, while Ding Yi prepared a simple breakfast. The three of them began to eat on the vessel. It was the first time for both the village chief and Yuan's father to board such a luxurious yacht. And they were astonished by its opulence. This yacht is truly exceptional. Look at how swiftly it moves while maintaining stability. Our little skiff simply cannot compare. The village chief praised while eating. Yuan's father felt quite proud. Indeed, how much would a skiff cost? I heard my son say this yacht is worth over 10 million. Upon hearing this, the village chief praised Yuan's success. Yuan corrected him. Over 10 million refers to a new boat. This one is second-hand and not as costly. The village chief interjected, this boat looks quite new. You wouldn't guess it's second-hand. You truly possess great skill, Yuan. You are the most successful among generations of our family village. Thus, he had inadvertently explained too much. Arriving in Pinghai County, Yuan drove his father to his sister's house before heading to the county government with the village chief. They were received by a deputy county chief. After negotiations, Yuan's contract to lease Yuan Island was swiftly and efficiently finalized. Yuan would pay an annual fee of 200,000 for a lease period of 40 years, with payments due every 5 years. He successfully secured the lease for Yuan Island. Yuan expressed his desire to lease additional surrounding waters, and after a meeting, the county decided to offer him 500 acres at a rate of 1,000 yuan per acre. This would amount to 50,000 annually, also payable every 5 years. The county government was pleased, as they had not anticipated that Yuan Island, which had been a source of great concern, would be the first to be leased out. Both parties reached an agreement, and soon a lawyer was brought in to draft the contract. As the government granted Yuan favorable terms, an additional clause was included. Yuan was to resolve the employment issue for over 20 local residents. Yuan agreed without hesitation, even without this opportunity. He would have employed the villagers to manage the aquaculture farm. After the contract was signed, Yuan promptly transferred 350 directly to the government-designated account. The county was taken aback by the efficiency of this young man, and the county mayor personally expressed profound admiration for Yuan's commitment to developing his hometown. He assured that the demolition work in Ye's village would be expedited. The village chief had other matters to attend to in the county and did not accompany Yuan on his return. Driving to the new house, Yuan discovered that his father, sister, and brother-in-law were already there. At that moment, his sister and brother-in-law were engaged in discussions with the renovation company, while his father was watching little Nyonyo. Approaching his father, Yuan announced that Yuan Island now belonged to their family. His father was overjoyed to hear this. Seeing his father's delight, Yuan shared his thoughts. Let's allocate this house to my sister. I will build a villa on the island. If you and mom prefer the county, I can buy you another home. What do you think? His father, without even glancing at him, replied. Was it necessary for you to say that? Your mother and I discussed it last night. This house is for Hui Hui, and the ownership will be transferred to her. Consider it a small compensation. We were previously concerned about your future, saving some money for you to marry. Now that you have succeeded, we have nothing to worry about. Inside the room, his sister and brother-in-law were negotiating changes to the renovation plans, initially designed for the elderly, now requiring modifications. Spotting Yuan, his brother-in-law greeted him warmly. Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect you to achieve so much in such a short time. You've outdone me. Yuan, however, did not engage in that conversation but directly addressed his brother-in-law. I would like to ask if you could resign and start your own company. Would that be feasible? His brother-in-law was taken aback, then realized that his younger brother-in-law intended to assist him. With a wry smile, he responded, Xiao Yuan, I appreciate your goodwill. But our county has lagged in development in recent years, with few construction projects. Starting a construction company now wouldn't be profitable. Yuan smiled faintly at his brother-in-law's words. Pulling him aside to show him the contract he held, "Are you feeling confident now? Although I do not plan to open the island to outsiders. There are numerous construction projects to be undertaken. Staff accommodations, villas, cold storage, factories, roads on the island, and various marine constructions, all would be entrusted to your new company." His brother-in-law examined the contract, absorbing Yuan's words. Their father-in-law had merely mentioned that his son-in-law had traveled to the capital to sell stones and made a considerable profit, though the exact amount remained undisclosed. It was unexpected that such a vast island had been contracted so swiftly. According to Yuan, constructing all this would easily require several million. As long as these projects were entrusted to him, even if profits were modest, it would still constitute a significant income. His brother-in-law nodded vigorously at Yuan. "Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, I will ensure you get the most affordable materials and labor." Yuan interjected, "That will not suffice. I don't require cheap options, including what you rightfully deserve. Do not cut corners. My only request is to commence work promptly, and I demand the highest quality." Yuan spoke to his brother-in-law in a tone that was both jesting and earnest. "Very well, I shall resign immediately," said my brother-in-law hastily before departing. On Fishing Bay Island, various construction machinery was industriously at work, thanks to the diligent efforts of the government. The villagers learned that the island had been contracted by Yuan from their own village, ensuring future employment opportunities for all. Consequently, the relocation was met with considerable cooperation. Within a few days, apart from Yuan's family and that of his second uncle, the majority had vacated. Yuan's aquaculture farm had been established, with the necessary paperwork and recruitment entrusted to his father and second uncle. Initially, the operations were hindered by construction on the island, prompting Yuan to concentrate his workforce in Qinghai County. He invited professional professors from his alma mater to impart aquaculture knowledge and techniques to the villagers. His father also arranged for him to hold the position of farm manager, appointing his second uncle as the assistant manager. Yuan paid little heed to these matters, content as long as his father was pleased. He was confident that the aquaculture farm would not incur losses, merely informing his father that the workers' wages would be tentatively set at 4,000 yuan per month. It was not that Yuan wished to offer more. He understood the complexities of human relationships. Meanwhile, several other tasks were concurrently underway. The first involved instructing Ding Yi and his team to take the yacht to a shipyard on Blue Island for modifications, transforming its stand to accommodate a trolling mechanism. Upon seeing such a luxurious yacht being converted into a trawler, the designer exclaimed in dismay. However, the customer is king, and with wealth comes the freedom to alter one's vessel as desired. The second matter concerned the establishment of my brother-in-law's company, which he managed to complete in a mere day, thanks in part to the deputy county head who facilitated the contract with Yuan. Upon learning that this company was formed to serve the construction needs of Fishing Bay Island, he granted my brother-in-law expedited assistance, saving considerable time. Subsequently, my brother-in-law gathered numerous casual laborers to form Chenghui Construction Company. On the very day of its inception, the company began transporting various construction materials to the island, having already delivered a substantial quantity. Yuan provided his brother-in-law with 500 yuan, which was crucial for the swift establishment of the company. He instructed his brother-in-law to commence work on the villa, dormitories, cold storage, and dock simultaneously, as these were the most pressing needs on the island. The issue of power generation had long been a source of concern for Yes village. Through Zhong Wujin, Yuan procured a high-efficiency generator set, with installation personnel assuring that this generator would adequately supply all the island's electrical needs. The water supply issue was easily resolved on Fishing Bay Island, as there was a mountain in the southern region with a spring. Workers were engaged to channel the spring water to a large filtration tower, with pipes leading directly in, thus solving the drinking water problem. Additionally, a seawater desalination system was constructed to address other water needs. These tasks progressed simultaneously over the course of several days, creating a bustling scene on the island. Yuan provided Zhao Chuan with some data about Fishing Bay Island, requesting his assistance in finding a designer in the capital. Ultimately, Zhao Chuan leveraged his contacts to enlist the help of an award-winning designer for the project. When Yuan received the renderings, he could hardly believe that Yuan Island could be so exquisite. After obtaining the blueprints, he entrusted them to his brother-in-law for construction. Yuan then drove to an abalone seedling cultivation base in Blue Island City, which is an experimental facility of Blue Island Ocean University. Yesterday, he had contacted his academic advisor to explain his current situation. His advisor was quite attentive and helped connect him with a professor in marine aquaculture, who provided several suggestions for suitable seafood for Yuan's cultivation, and it was through this introduction that Yuan arrived at the base. Driving his Ford Raptor, he reached the cultivation base where the manager warmly welcomed him. Through introductions, Yuan learned that abalones are typically raised in net cages, but he envisioned a free-range approach using reef clusters. The primary reason for this was that Yuan possessed a unique advantage. The price had already been negotiated prior to his arrival. Yuan purchased abalone seedlings at the price of 0 for Yuan each, acquiring a total of 100,000 seedlings. He instructed the workers to load them into the back of his Raptor. The manager was taken aback to see someone using a Ford Raptor to transport seedlings. Wondering which wealthy heir this might be, though Yuan remained oblivious to the manager's thoughts. Once the loading was complete, he made the payment and departed. On the way back to Ping Hai Town, he found a secluded area and released all the seedlings into the fishery space. Using his points in the Points Mall, he exchanged them for abalone growth feed, which explained Yuan's motivation for cultivating abalones. The system described the feed as accelerating abalone growth and enhancing their nutritional value. Such a valuable product deserved to be utilized. He spent 1,000 points to obtain 10 bags of feed, pouring it into the fishery before leaving the space and driving back towards Ping Hai County. Yuan had been exceedingly busy lately, having not ventured out to sea even once in a week. Today, his modified water control vessel was completed and had been returned by Ding Yi. It was docked at the newly constructed wharf on Yuan Island, which boasted significantly more berths and efficient specialized loading and unloading equipment. As new equipment and structures continued to emerge, Yuan noticed that his account balance had dwindled to less than 1 million. It seemed he would need to go to sea to earn money. Lately, he had been preoccupied with island construction, spending freely while seeing no income. He instructed Ding Yi and others to procure supplies in Ping Hai County and fill the modified fishing boat with diesel. Yuan then informed his parents that he needed to embark on a deep-sea voyage, which might last several days, leaving the household in the care of his brother-in-law and parents. He assured them that they could reach him on his satellite phone in case of emergencies, as there is no mobile signal far out at sea, which is why many fishing boats are equipped with satellite phones. His parents agreed and urged him to prioritize his safety. Amid the farewells from his family and uncle, Yuan set sail with Ding Yi, Ding Er, and Yizhuang. Having never ventured far into the sea before, this was his first true deep-sea expedition, and a sense of nervousness inevitably filled his heart. The vessel was under the command of Ding Yi. Yuan advised Ding Yi to obtain a ship's pilot license upon their return. Although there were no inspections at sea, the consequences of being discovered operating without a license could be severe. As they prepared to set sail, Ding Yi and his companions ensured they had ample supplies, sufficient provisions for 4 people for an entire month. After 4 hours of sailing, the sky gradually darkened. After dinner, Yuan instructed Yizhuang and Ding Er to rest in the cabin. Although Ding Er did not require rest, he would feign fatigue in Yizhuang's presence. Yuan seated himself in his opulent quarters, practicing the water control technique. He felt a strong sense that today he would achieve a breakthrough. As he engaged in his practice, the once indistinct veil before his mind began to dissolve, revealing clarity. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3. Just as Yuan was on the verge of surrender, the hazy shroud vanished. The intricate characters of the second tier flowed into his consciousness like tadpoles. Much like the first time, the third tier remained obscured by another veil, indistinct and unclear. The first 2 tiers of his technique merged into a more complete cultivation system. Previously, his practice involved circulating energy throughout his limbs, but the enhanced technique required not only this but also the flow of energy through specific acupoints in his head. As he executed the new method, Yuan discovered he could perceive everything beneath the sea with remarkable clarity. Where once he had to plunge into the depths to observe, now he could sense objects hundreds of meters below from the comfort of the ship. This was an extraordinary sensation. Images of the underwater world materialized in his mind, concurrently with what his eyes beheld above the surface. Initially, Yuan struggled to adapt to this dual perception, as he had not experienced such a phenomenon in many years. After considerable time, he became accustomed to this newfound ability. Noticing that it was past midnight, he decided to cease his practice. Observing the dark residue on his skin, he made his way to the bedding area to cleanse himself before retiring to his grand bed for sleep. The following day, Yuan awoke and stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast ocean. The azure sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds. Alongside the fishing boat, flocks of seagulls accompanied their journey. Utilizing the second tier of the water control technique, Yuan surveyed the waters. A small school of fish swam towards the vessel, igniting his desire to cast a net. However, upon assessing the size of the school, he decided against it. His first catch in life must be auspicious. As the fishing boat continued its course, Yuan noticed numerous fish following closely, yet he remained unsatisfied with the density of the catch, deeming it somewhat challenging to haul in. Shouldn't we cast the net? It seems there are plenty of fish here, Yuan inquired. Yuan merely shook his head. After over 20 minutes of navigation, he finally commanded the net to be cast. This modified fishing vessel was equipped with automated systems. Despite the small crew, many tasks were accomplished mechanically. After half an hour of dragging, Yuan instructed the crew to haul in the net. The winch whirred to life, slowly lifting the fishing net. The sound of straining steel cables indicated the immense effort required as the stern of the fishing vessel noticeably sank. This should be a bountiful catch, Yuan exclaimed with excitement, while Ding Air remained expressionless, gazing out at the sea. Ding Yi continued to steer the boat. Gradually, the crane raised the fishing net, revealing a substantial haul of fish before the onlookers, which must have weighed several thousand pounds. Within the net, numerous pike could be seen. The pike, characterized by their elongated bodies, possess a cylindrical front and a flattened rear. Their small, wide heads and blunt snouts are adapted for leaping. They often swim upstream in schools, feeding on organic matter from the sediment at the bottom. The largest pike can reach lengths of up to 18 meters. Although not considered a delicacy, they fetch a market price of around 15 to 20 yuan per pound. The prime season for consuming pike is spring, however, it is now early summer, slightly past the ideal time. As the fishing net was laid upon the deck, the bottom line was loosened, and the fish, previously confined, suddenly became lively, attempting to leap back into the sea. Particularly the larger specimens, exceeding 1 meter in length, exhibited a vigorous desire to escape. Yuan and the others quickly moved to transfer the larger pike into the cold storage. As the over meter-long pike were placed into the cold storage, only smaller fish remained on the deck. Many of the immature fish were promptly tossed back into the sea, adhering to the fisherman's code. After more than 3 hours of diligent work, the catch was neatly organized, over 100 pike exceeding 1 meter and 200 between half a meter and 1 meter, totaling more than 8,000 pounds of fish. Yuan longed to convert this bounty into points immediately, yet he restrained his desire as Yuan was still aboard. The fishing vessel continued its voyage, and Yuan instructed Yuan to rest while directing Ding Air to prepare lunch. 3 days passed at sea, during which several nets were cast, each yielding excellent results. The largest catch amounted to 14,000 pounds, bringing Yuan's total haul close to 20 tons. Consulting the map, he noted that he was nearing the open sea, where the depth likely exceeded 1,000 meters. He commanded Ding Yi to halt the vessel. Yuan was then assigned to the fish hole to sort the catch. Although the recent haul was impressive, it was quite mixed, comprising various species of fish. Yuan and Ding Yi would need some time to sort through them, during which Yuan intended to explore the waters. Entering the sea, Yuan's mind was flooded with images of the surrounding marine life, various creatures flashing before him as he ventured into a lush underwater meadow. Finding nothing particularly extraordinary, he continued to swim further out. By now, he had descended over 500 meters with no discomfort. The seabed was adorned with coral formations of varying sizes, including a patch of deep red coral, likely precious red coral, which typically measures between 0.5 to 2 centimeters in diameter and possesses 8 feather-like tentacles on each individual. The diaphragm consists of 8 unpaired structures, with the muscular layers growing towards the abdomen and the diaphragm filaments appearing leaf-like. There exists only one oral groove, located on the ventral side. The skeletal structure is predominantly internal or extends outward from within. It features calcareous axial bones, which display a tree-like branching pattern, albeit not confined to a single plane, with skeletal hues ranging from pale pink to deep red. In addition to the axial bones, Calcareous bone spines are distributed throughout the mesoglia. These organisms often coexist with reef-building corals. Their skeletal texture is dense and vibrantly colored, frequently utilized as gemstones or carving materials. The court beads of ancient Chinese emperors were crafted from red coral. They also possess medicinal properties, believed to stabilize emotions and enhance vision. Due to extensive harvesting, their population has dramatically declined, and they are classified as a national first-class protected species. Yuan refrained from harvesting the coral here and instead continued his descent. Upon pausing once more, he found himself amidst towering clusters of seaweed, alongside green ribbon-like plants, some reaching lengths of several dozen meters, surpassing even the tallest terrestrial trees. Suddenly, a variety of radiant colors shimmered not far away. Upon discovery, Yuan swiftly swam towards the source. Upon closer inspection, he realized the luminous objects were indeed glass crystals. This must be sea crystals, he mused, although he did not allow himself to feel overly pleased by the find. Crystals are not particularly valuable. Many small crafts are made from them. This sparkling treasure would surely delight Nyonyo. Having spent a considerable amount of time underwater, he decided it was time to return and collected a few of the most exquisite specimens to take back for the young girl. Upon boarding the fishing vessel, Ding handed him a towel. Observing the few crystals in Yuan's possession, he exclaimed, "Boss, where did you find these tourmalines? They are truly remarkable." Ding and his companions were remarkably human-like. At times, Yuan found it difficult to discern whether they were robots or genuine humans. Hearing Ding refer to his finds as tourmalines prompted Yuan to recall some information about this gemstone. Tourmaline is renowned for its rich variety of colors among gemstones. As a complex borosilicate mineral, it allows for the interchange of metal ions such as iron, magnesium, lithium, manganese, and aluminum. Variations in the concentration of these ions directly influence the color and type of tourmaline. Iron-rich tourmaline appears black or green, magnesium-bearing specimens exhibit yellow or brown hues, while lithium, manganese, and cesium contribute to shades of rose red, pink, red, or blue. Chromium-infused tourmaline showcases deep green tones. The finest examples include those of vibrant blue and vivid rose red. Occasionally, due to uneven distribution of components within a single tourmaline crystal, variations in color can occur, resulting in types such as bicolored, multicolored, or the watermelon tourmaline displaying inner red and green hues. Reflecting on this, Yuan gazed at the tourmalines in his hands, one of which was a striking blue, along with a black and a pink specimen. He pondered the potential value of these tourmalines. "Once we return to the inner sea and regain mobile signal, I shall inquire with the boss," Yuan whispered to himself. Upon seeing Ye Zhuang emerge, Yuan entrusted the barrel to Ding Yi, instructing him to secure it properly. "Captain." After Ye Zhuang boarded the vessel, he consistently addressed Yuan as captain, a detail that pleased Yuan immensely. "Let us venture into the open sea for a net haul." After all, having reached the open waters, it would be quite unbecoming to return without making an attempt. Ding Yi navigated the fishing boat steadily toward the open sea. "Thank you all for your support. If any brothers possess monthly tickets, please consider casting your votes for my endeavor. Currently, I have yet to receive any recommendation notifications, and I hope to enhance my performance to secure a recommendation soon." While Yuan was in his quarters observing the seabed, he suddenly detected a sizable entity. He swiftly made his way to the cockpit and activated the underwater radar. To his astonishment, the screen revealed no information. Something was amiss. The object was unmistakably beneath him, yet the ship's radar failed to register it. Yuan instructed Ding Yi to circle the area without shutting off the engine. As Yuan exited the cockpit, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to return. "What is the combat capability of you and Ding Air? I mean, if the adversary possesses weapons." Ding Yi pondered briefly before responding, "We are domestic service robots, we can handle ordinary humans without issue. However, if the numbers exceed 6 or 7, we might struggle." After considering Ding Yi's assessment, Yuan promptly exited. He plunged into the water, descending at an accelerated pace until he reached approximately 500 meters deep, where he located his objective. He chose a location abundant with seaweed to conceal himself. Amidst the sandy seabed lay a submarine, eerily still. Typically, submarines bear identifying marks on their hulls. National submarines display numbers and flags, while private vessels often bear names. Strangely, this submarine bore no markings whatsoever, and it exhibited radar evading technology. which is typically absent in civilian submarines. Through his perception, Yuan discerned that the submarine housed individuals of European and American descent. However, as his perception could only visualize images and not auditory sounds, he remained oblivious to their conversations. After a brief wait, noticing the submarine showed no signs of departure, he decided to return to the ship. The location was perilously close to the open sea, and under normal circumstances, such a discovery would warrant a report. Yet, to whom could he report this? Suddenly, he recalled the elderly gentleman he had encountered at Zhao Chuan's residence. Zhao had introduced him as a former naval officer, surely notifying him will pose no issues. With this thought in mind, Yuan utilized a satellite phone to contact Zhao Chuan. "Hello, who is this?" Zhao Chuan's voice resonated through the receiver. "It's me, Yuan." Without any superfluous dialogue, Yuan proceeded to outline his current predicament to Zhao Chuan. Uncertain, Zhao Chuan assured him he would promptly reach out to the aforementioned officer and instructed Yuan to await a call. 10 minutes later, Yuan's satellite phone rang. The caller introduced himself briefly as an instructor from a certain fleet, inquiring about Yuan's situation. Yuan recounted the details of his submarine discovery. He did not claim the discovery of his abilities, rather, he stated that he found it while diving in the ocean. Upon returning to the vessel and noticing the other party had anti-radar equipment, he reported them. The other party expressed gratitude to Yuan and informed him that they would be leaving the area for his safety. Yuan had hoped to witness an exciting spectacle, but now he was compelled to depart. Following this incident, he abandoned his plans to venture into international waters and instructed Ding Yi to return. During the journey back, Yuan suddenly recalled that his trip had been a spur-of-the-moment decision and he was unprepared for sales. At present, his ship was laden with 20 tons of seafood. He believed there would still be opportunities for profit on the return voyage. These seafood were beyond the capacity of the few seafood buyers in his county. Although they were not of the highest quality, the quantity was considerable. While lost in thought, his boss called. "Xiao Yuan, you are doing well, becoming increasingly capable. Now you are even taking on work for world peace." His boss teased. Yuan retorted, "Is that the reason for your call? Satellite phone fees are quite expensive." "Not entirely, just now, Grandpa Su asked me to convey his gratitude. He mentioned that the country needs young men like you and told me to inform you that someone from the military will be contacting you in a few days. So be prepared." Zhao Chuan finally revealed the purpose of the call. "Understood. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up," Yuan said, preoccupied with thoughts of his catch. Upon hearing Yuan's intent to end the call, Zhao Chuan quickly interjected, "Wait, brother, there is one more small matter." "What is it?" "Speak." "I have a friend who runs a seafood trade in Blue Island, primarily targeting the mainland market. His establishment can be considered a hotel chain, so his sales channels are secure. However, he lacks suppliers. Just yesterday, he complained about this over drinks. I mentioned your situation to him, and he is interested in meeting you in the coming days to discuss potential cooperation. What do you think, Xiao Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Yuan felt as though he had just found a pillow to rest his head after a long search for sleep. "Of course, that sounds perfect. I currently have over 20 tons of seafood on the ship and I expect to gather more before reaching the shore. Give me your friend's contact number, and I'll call him once I'm on land." Zhao Chuan was surprised to learn that Yuan had such a bountiful catch on his first outing and inquired how many days it would be before he returned to shore. Yuan estimated about 3 days. "All right, I'll make arrangements. 3 days from now, I'll come to see you with Zhong Wujin. And I'll bring my friend along so everyone can get acquainted. You don't need to consider my presence when negotiating business, I'm merely an introducer." "Good." Yuan agreed decisively. With Zhao Chuan's sales channel secured, Yuan felt liberated to fish. During the return journey, he managed to catch over 20 tons of various seafood. Checking the time, he realized that in just a little over half a day, he would be back on shore. Suddenly, he remembered the rocky area where he had previously caught the double-headed abalone. There were numerous abalones there, which had been left untouched in the past due to their small size. As I prepare to establish my aquaculture farm, I ponder which small abalone can be introduced into the facility. After providing Ding Yi with the coordinates, the control vessel swiftly navigates to the rocky outcroppings. Due to the numerous submerged reefs, the fishing boat anchors at a distance, prompting Yuan to invite Ding Yi and Ding Er to join him in the water, while Zhuang remains aboard. Once submerged, the trio begins their harvest, and within a mere half-day, they manage to retrieve several hundred pounds of abalone. Primarily on the smaller side. Zhuang glances at the haul, surprised to discover such a productive abalone ground so close to their village. "Captain, is there more below?" he inquires with curiosity. Yuan, with a mysterious smile, simply replies, "What do you think?" Realizing that Yuan is not inclined to elaborate, Zhuang refrains from further questioning. Once they have organized their catch, Ding Yi sets sail, and the fishing vessel heads towards Pinghai County. Upon docking at the pier in Pinghai County, the expedition has consumed over 8 days, marking it as a significant venture into deeper waters. Yuan advises Zhuang to return home fast, as Zhuang no longer resides on Fishing Bay Island, he has acquired a residence in the county. Yuan informs Zhuang that he will receive a bonus from the sale of their catch, requesting him to provide his bank account details for a direct transfer. After Zhuang departs, Yuan remains aboard, awaiting the arrival of their leader and others. Having spoken on the phone, he learns they are a mere half-hour away. Yuan promptly heads to the freezing chamber, surveying the bountiful stock of sea fish. In an effort to conserve resources for points, he decisively transfers some larger yet less valuable fish into the storage space, amassing a total of 12,000 points. Returning to the deck, Ding Er brings over a lounge chair for Yuan to sit. Ding Yi and the others commence maintenance on the fishing vessel. The presence of these two mechanized assistants proves remarkably convenient, as they handle many tedious tasks with ease. Indeed, I must ensure to acquire more of them in the future. Yuan muses. During this expedition, the issue of insufficient manpower on the fishing vessel becomes evident. Typically, a fishing boat requires at least a dozen crew members. Yet Yuan's team consists of only 4. Although his vessel is highly advanced, with many operations automated, the sorting of the cat still necessitates human intervention. As he reclines in the lounge chair, he notices a convoy approaching from a distance, led by an Audi and followed by several refrigerated trucks. The convoy halts at the parking area near the pier. From the Audi, several individuals disembark, among them Xiaochuan and Zhong Wujin, the leaders of Yuan's dormitory. They quickly spot Yuan on the deck. Upon reaching the fishing vessel, Xiaochuan gestures towards the individuals accompanying him, introducing them to Yuan. "This is the friend I mentioned over the phone, Wang Weishun. He runs a seafood trading business on Blue Island. His father has a good relationship with my family, and we've grown up together. He is a year older than us, so you can call him Brother Sean." Yuan nods and extends his hand to Wang Weishun. "Greetings, Brother Sean. I apologize for the inconvenience of your long journey." "Not at all, my friend," Wang Weishun responds. "In fact, I owe you my gratitude. This industry is quite challenging these days, with a scarcity of quality goods. I hear from Chuan that you possess quite a few exceptional items. Do not forget your elder brother when the time comes." Yuan and Wang Weishun exchanged pleasantries before guiding a few individuals into the fish hold. Upon seeing the array of familiar seafood within, Wang Weishun felt a tinge of disappointment, as he was in search of high-end seafood sources. Nevertheless, the batch of seafood presented by Yuan was of superior quality, both in quantity and excellence. Wang Weishun offered a price exceeding 900,000 for this cargo. Yuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, workers brought by Wang Weishun began transferring the seafood from the ship to the awaiting vehicle, which would deliver the provisions directly to his hotels across various locations from Blue Island. The elder brother informed Yuan that the shards of jade he requested had been procured and were en route. As he had arrived early due to matters concerning Wang Weishun, Yuan attempted to invite a few individuals for a meal, but was politely declined by Wang Weishun, who cited the urgency of transporting the seafood back, emphasizing the importance of not jeopardizing his inaugural business venture in Blue Island. After Wang Weishun departed, Xiaochuan and Zhong Wujin expressed no desire to dine in Pinghai County, both eager to visit Yuan's island. Currently, Yuan Island had commenced its preliminary construction. Within just a few days of Yuan's departure at sea, the modernized dock had been completed. Nearby, various factories were also under construction. At the dock, Yuan's brother-in-law was overseeing workers unloading materials from a vessel. Yuan approached with his 2 brothers. Learning from his brother-in-law that the island's dormitories had been finished and final touches were being applied to the renovations, The villa belonging to Yuan's family was also complete and ready for occupancy. His sister and Nunu had already moved in, and the small supermarket had closed down, as his brother-in-law needed to commute between the county and the island. His sister was managing the company's finances, coordinating the procurement of many materials. After a brief discussion, it was decided that his sister and Nunu would return to reside on the island for the coming months. Yuan informed his brother-in-law that he would return home for dinner that evening and then led his two brothers back to their new villa. From a distance, they beheld their three-story standalone villa, constructed from natural stone. In front of the villa lay a freshly cultivated vegetable garden, where their mother was watering the newly sprouted greens. Behind her, Nunu was perched atop Da Huang, pulling playfully at the dog's ears while Da Huang's expression sagged. Upon spotting Yuan, Da Huang dashed towards him as if seeking salvation, only to be restrained once more by Nunu's grip on his ear. Witnessing this, Yuan stepped forward to lift Nunu into his arms, thereby liberating Da Huang from the little girl's grasp. They freed Da Huang backed a couple of times at Xiao Chuan and his companion before darting off from the villa, uncertain of his next escapade. Ever since consuming the miraculous elixir, Da Huang had taken to frequent escapades, and the family had largely ceased to monitor his wanderings. Little doggy, Nunu wants to ride the little doggy. Upon seeing Da Huang escape, the little girl squirmed in Yuan's embrace, eager to descend. Nunu, let us return indoors first, we can ride the little doggy shortly, all right. Yuan gently reassured the little girl. Then, he introduced Zhong Wujin to his mother. Xiao Chuan had visited Yuan's home before, so Ye's mother recognized him. Upon noticing guests arriving, Ye's mother hurriedly wiped her hands and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for them. Carrying Nunu and accompanied by the two brothers, Yuan entered the villa. Although it was his first time in this residence, he felt quite familiar with the decor, as many aspects of the villa were designed by him. Xiao Chuan's eyes widened at the sight of the blood-red arowana in the living room. My brother, this fish is truly exquisite, far surpassing the one that Jia Hongyuan gifted my father. This magnificent blood-red arowana was the one Yuan had procured from Xiao Chuan's sister, which he entrusted to his brother-in-law upon leaving. Are you planning to treat me and the boss with this? He pondered, noting that he had yet to taste such a fish. Zhong Wujin, standing nearby, jokingly remarked, you bad person, you mustn't eat the red one. Nunu's distinctive, innocent voice chimed in, causing Zhong Wujin to feel quite embarrassed. The boss and Yuan erupted into laughter. Suddenly, Yuan recalled the tourmaline he had acquired from the sea and called Ding Yi, who promptly delivered the gem. Yuan produced a piece of pink tourmaline, presenting it to Nunu. The little girl, captivated by the sparkling gem, squealed with delight and gave Yuan a quick peck on the cheek before scampering off to show her grandmother. Yuan retained two more pieces in his hand, one black and one a vibrant blue, placing them directly in front of Xiao Chuan. Take a look at this. How much is it worth? Xiao Chuan examined the blue tourmaline before him, hesitatingly asking Yuan, is this tourmaline? Did you find this in the sea as well? Indeed. Yuan confirmed with a nod. As Xiao Chuan scrutinized the tourmaline, he began explaining its value to Yuan and Zhong Wujin. Tourmaline, also known as shoal, is a type of mixed gemstone. The colors of tourmaline crystals are diverse, reportedly reaching up to 15 different hues. The primary colors include colorless, rose red, pink, red, blue, green, yellow, brown, and black. Among them, the transparent and lustrous blue, vibrant rose red, and pink-green varieties are considered the finest. Due to its vivid colors, variability, and high transparency, the tourmaline has been cherished since ancient times. Currently, it ranks as one of the most sought-after colored gemstones, following diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. The history of tourmaline as a gemstone is relatively short, yet its striking colors and clarity have captivated people's hearts, earning it the title of a gem of many charms. During the Qing dynasty, the tourmaline gained unprecedented attention in China, especially from Empress Dowager Cixi, who was an ardent admirer of this gemstone. Legend has it that she always kept a piece of red tourmaline under her pillow. Tourmaline was also regarded as a symbol of power, serving as one of the materials for the insignia of first and second-rank officials, as well as for the ceremonial beads they wore. The price of tourmaline is influenced not only by its color but also by its clarity. The value of tourmaline increases with its transparency, What sets tourmaline apart from other gemstones is its unique thermoelectric property. When exposed to heat, friction, or sunlight, its surface acquires an electric charge. This charge attracts opposite charges in the air, enabling it to attract dust and debris with differing electrical charges. This characteristic is exclusive to tourmaline. Yuan elaborated extensively before turning to Yuan, stating, although this blue one is not as expensive as the imperial green you had last time, it is comparable in price to that black pearl. He also remarked on the quality of the black tourmaline. At this point, he seemed uncertain, ultimately deciding to contact the appraiser from his family. After a brief discussion, the two pieces of tourmaline were valued at 6 million yuan. Yuan was quite pleased. With the proceeds from the fish and the funds for island construction secured, he felt assured. Just then, Lie's mother had prepared a meal. And as the three brothers were about to sit down to eat, the brother-in-law entered the villa with several individuals clad in military attire. Upon seeing Yuan, the leading officer paused momentarily before quickly regaining composure. Yuan scrutinized the officer, who undoubtedly exuded the aura of an exemplary soldier, serious yet austere, calm yet restrained, with short hair accentuating his distinctly military square face. Following Yuan's introduction, he learned that this officer was Su Hang, the direct grandson of Elder Su. Upon noticing the military personnel, Lie's mother promptly invited them to sit and share a meal. However, Su Hang and his companions declined her gracious offer, instead requesting Yuan to find a quiet room to ask him a few questions. Yuan led them to an unoccupied bedroom, where Su Hang instructed the others to remain at the door and then entered the room alone with Yuan. Once inside, Su Hang closed the door behind him and addressed Yuan, "Comrade Yuan, the information you provided has thwarted an operation targeting our nation. Due to your position, I cannot divulge the specifics, but on behalf of the country, I extend my gratitude for your actions." He then rendered a formal military salute to Yuan. Yuan was taken aback by this gesture, feeling a surge of adrenaline and an impulse to rush to the front lines. After exchanging pleasantries, the mood lightened as they both took a seat. Su Hang's visit served not only to express gratitude but also to inquire about the details of how Yuan discovered the submarine. Yuan took a moment to compose himself before recounting the story, blending truth with fiction. He omitted any mention of his perceptive abilities, saying instead that he was fond of diving and had been exploring the ocean floor that day. He had noticed a large shadow underwater, initially assuming it to be a whale or a similar large fish. However, after returning to the boat, he found that the radar showed no signs of large marine life. Finding the situation peculiar, he recalled having recognized Elder Su at Zhao's father's birthday banquet, which prompted him to report the incident. Su Hang listened attentively to Yuan's response, diligently recording notes in his notebook. Eventually, he inscribed the word depth and circled it, subsequently drawing a large question mark beside it. Yuan was taken aback by Su Hang's gesture, astonished that his explanation had been met with skepticism. It truly resonated with the adage that a single lie necessitates countless others to sustain it. Su Hang closed his notebook and cast a meaningful glance at Yuan, then patted him on the shoulder. Noticing Yuan's somewhat unnatural expression, Su Hang revealed his first smile since entering the room. "I hope that in the future, you might have the opportunity to engage with our frogman," he remarked, clearly impressed by Yuan's diving skills. "By the way, my grandfather asked me to relay a message to you." With a peculiar look, he scrutinized Yuan's face, seeking some reaction. Yuan maintained an expression that suggested he was all ears. "My grandfather said that if you have the time, he would appreciate your assistance in catching a few interesting fish." Upon hearing Su Hang's words, Yuan felt an inexplicable wariness toward the elderly man he had only met once. The old man's gaze seemed to imply that many of his secrets were known. Reflecting on the recent events, he remained uncertain about right or wrong. Yet, the thought of those foreigners engaging in illicit activities within his territorial waters dispelled any doubts. Given the chance to redo this situation, he would still choose to report it. Su Hang and his companions declined Yuan's invitation to stay for dinner and departed directly. Before leaving, Su Hang provided Yuan with his personal phone number, assuring him that should anything arise at sea, he could contact him directly. Once they were gone, Yuan informed Yuan that Su Hang was not to be underestimated, being a naval colonel. Achieving such a rank at his age was not solely due to his grandfather's influence, he had worked diligently to attain it. However, Yuan admitted he was unaware of the specifics of Su Hang's position, suggesting that it was best not to inquire too deeply into military matters. Yuan, having formed a plan, resolved to avoid any further contact with the grandfather and grandson duo, feeling as though his secrets were laid bare before them. The three brothers had a light meal before retreating to their respective rooms to rest, particularly since Yuan and his companion had just arrived in the capital that day. As Yuan prepared to return to his room, he felt a tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw the Huang pulling at his trousers with its mouth, trying to lead him outside. Having not seen the creature all afternoon, he understood that the Huang would not tug at him without reason. Something must be amiss. The intelligence of the Huang was notably high. Following closely behind, he arrived at the foot of the mountain on the southern side of Fishing Bay Island. This mountain occupied half the island's area, and the villagers seldom ventured there due to the cliffs by the sea and the numerous venomous snakes inhabiting the slopes. Generally, there was little reason for the villagers to enter the mountains, and Yuan had only been here a few times. Why did the Great Yellow bring itself here? Could it be that it discovered something on the mountain? Yuan retrieved a button from his space. Ever since he acquired this space, he had taken to storing provisions, drinking water, and various everyday items within it. He also possessed several self-defense tools. With the button in hand, he followed closely behind the Great Yellow. The Great Yellow led Yuan to the summit, where a sheer cliff loomed just meters away. The Great Yellow backed at the bottom of the cliff. Yuan produced a flashlight and approached the edge, leaning over to peer down into the abyss. There, nestled within the cliff face, was a small, recessed rock cave. The entrance resembled the nest of a bird. Upon hearing the barking from above, faint sounds emanated from the cave, likely the cries of hatchlings. The nest was situated 2 meters from the top of the cliff. Inside lay the lifeless body of a raptor, clearly having been attacked by another bird of prey. Its body was marred with wounds, now crusted over, indicating that it had long since succumbed to its injuries. The feathers on its wings were scarce, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter it had endured. Beside the corpse was a juvenile, teetering on the brink of death, clearly unable to take flight and escape its grim fate. Yuan looked down at the Great Yellow and gently patted its head. At that moment, Yuan comprehended the Great Yellow's intent in bringing him here. It wished for him to rescue the young hawk. He retrieved a rope from his space, securing one end around his waist and the other to a tree with a diameter of half a meter. After testing the rope's sturdiness, he cautiously approached the nest, stepping carefully on the protruding rocks of the cliff. The sea breeze howled around the nest, while the young hawk lay motionless within, its weak chest rising and falling, a sign of its tenuous existence. Finally reaching the nest, Yuan meticulously lifted the near-dead hawk into his space and then scaled back up to the cliff's edge. Finding a sturdy tree, he sat down, allowing the Great Yellow to rest beside him. He then entered his space once more. Observing a nearby pool, he noticed the young hawk struggling to rise. Yuan fetched some water from the pool and fed it to the hawk, followed by morsels of fish he had shredded. After a while, the little creature regained some strength, its distinctive calls resonating throughout the space. Yuan emerged from the space with the young hawk in hand. Upon seeing the hawk, the Great Yellow barked excitedly, and the hawk, having regained some vigor, chirped back. The interaction between the dog and the hawk amused Yuan, prompting him to consider giving the young hawk a spirit awakening pill. This would provide him with an additional lookout for his future sea voyages. He retrieved a spirit awakening pill from his space, crushed it, and fed it to the hawk. However, the young hawk showed no reaction after consuming the pill. Was it possible that the spirit awakening pill had no effect on avian species? Yuan found himself pondering this mystery, as he had only ever administered it to the Great Yellow and had yet to test it on any other creatures. As the hour grew late, I returned home with a dog and a young hawk, finding my family already slumbering. I cautiously made my way to my bedroom, placing a cushion on the windowsill and gently setting the fledgling hawk upon it before retiring to wash up. Upon my return, I found the young hawk still there, and I proceeded to bed without further ado. In the early morning, as I lingered in a state of drowsiness, I was roused by the sound of chirping outside the window. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the young hawk perched atop a tree across from the villa. Noticing my presence, the hawk chirped at me and flapped its wings, preparing to fly over. Perhaps due to its recent acquisition of flight, It faltered and landed clumsily on the ground before the villa, gazing up at me with persistent chirps as if to convey its need for assistance. When it became evident that I had no intention of helping, the fledgling took a few running steps on the ground and attempted once more to return to the windowsill. This time, it managed to lift off, albeit awkwardly, and, as it descended unsteadily, it collided directly with my chest. I quickly caught the young hawk in my arms, and it began to groom my hair with its already keen beak. In the dim light of the previous night, I had not fully grasped the appearance of this fledgling. But now, observing its tail feathers adorned with white, a thought struck me: it could potentially be a remarkably rare bird, the golden eagle. An adult golden eagle boasts an impressive wingspan of over 2 meters and can reach heights exceeding 1 meter. These majestic creatures are exceedingly rare, favoring habitats in high mountains, grasslands, and arid regions, often soaring at altitudes exceeding 4,000 meters. Golden eagles typically prey on squirrels, wild rabbits, small mountain goats, and foxes, and occasionally feast upon other birds and fish. When their wings are unfurled, their speed in flight is astounding, allowing them to seize their prey with lightning swiftness. Contemplating the possibility that the creature before me was indeed a golden eagle, I swiftly retrieved my phone to compare its likeness. Ultimately, I confirmed my suspicion: this fledgling was indeed a golden eagle. "Shall I call you Little Gold?" I mused. Whether the young eagle understood my words or was simply eager to test its newfound flight, it suddenly broke free from my grasp and soared into the air, gracefully circling above the villa, occasionally emitting its characteristic chirps. After a time, Little Gold, fatigued from its efforts, alighted upon the rooftop of the villa. I decided against further play, for there were many matters to attend to that day. In Blue Island City, Yuan was preparing to return home. Initially intending to linger for a few days, he was compelled to hasten back due to a shipment of beryl. A batch of fragmented jade had also arrived in Blue Island. After retrieving the goods with Yuan, I drove him to the airport. Following our parting, I was drawn along by Zhong Wujin, who insisted on purchasing an array of high-end sea fishing rods and specialized lines for catching larger fish. Zhong Wujin's purpose for coming this time was to accompany me on a fishing expedition at sea, for reasons I could not quite discern. I sensed that he harbored ulterior motives, yet I refrained from questioning further. Surely, my own brother would not wish me harm. After acquiring the necessary tools, the two individuals purchased several sets of diving gear and drove towards Pinghai County. Upon their arrival at the pier, they discovered a throng of people gathered around a fishing boat. Yuan initially had no intention of approaching, but was unexpectedly drawn in when he spotted his father at the forefront of the crowd, seemingly engaged in a heated argument with someone aboard the vessel. Hastening towards the commotion, Yuan could hear the rising tide of accusations: "You ungrateful wretch, we have misjudged you, Yuan." The cacophony of angry shouts echoed around him. Yuan recognized Yuan standing on the boat alongside several unfamiliar fishermen, while those below constituted the future employees of his aquaculture farm. He turned to his father and inquired, "What is happening here?" Surprised to see his son, V's father recounted the unfolding events. It transpired that Yuan had returned home on the very day Yuan embarked on his journey. His estranged uncle and aunt, upon hearing from the villagers of Yuan's newfound prosperity, earning a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, along with various bonuses totaling no less than 10,000 yuan, came to visit him. They lamented their own hardships, recounting tales of their family struggles, and sought sympathy for their plight, presenting a multitude of excuses. In light of Yuan's solitary familial bond, he ultimately forgave them. However, unbeknownst to him, their true objective was to secure a loan for a down payment on a house, as Yuan's brother was working in another city. Having only worked a few days on Yuan's boat, Yuan had no funds to lend. Overwhelmed by their tears, he recalled a rocky reef where Yuan had taken the crew to gather abalone. Without much thought, he decided to take his uncle and aunt out to sea. Upon reaching the reef, they found nothing but a few juvenile abalones, which displeased his uncle. Upon their return to the pier, an argument ensued, with accusations flying that Yuan had deceived them rather than simply refusing to lend money. They claimed that not only had they earned nothing, but they had also lost money on fuel, demanding that Yuan compensate them for it. This incident opened Yuan's eyes to his uncle's true nature. Coincidentally, Yuan's father and the villagers were heading to Fishing Bay Island that day. Upon learning of the altercation, Yuan's father became incensed. There are unwritten rules among fishermen, If one works on another's boat and the captain discovers the location of the fishing grounds, such information must remain confidential. Enraged, Yuan's father led the villagers to confront Yuan's uncle at his fishing boat, hurling accusations. After listening to his father's account, Yuan turned to Yuan, who recognized his wrongdoing and was about to explain himself. However, Yuan waved him off. I will have Dingy transfer your wages and bonuses for this month to your account. You are no longer suited to work on my boat. With that, Yuan grasped his father's arm and departed. Yuan stood, watching their retreating figures, his mouth moving silently in disbelief. Silence enveloped the scene. Yuan's uncle, upon witnessing the outcome, discreetly pulled his wife away. Yuan's expression darkened as he instructed Ding Yi and another to transfer the shards of jade and fishing rods from the pickup to the boat. After which he retreated directly to the cabin. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly honest Yuan could engage in such treachery. The matter of the abalone's origin held little consequence for Yuan, as he had already claimed all the abalone from that location. What incensed him was Yuan's utter lack of integrity. He had once extended trust to an uncle who had treated him poorly. With such a person aboard, the secrets of his ship would only multiply. Could Yuan be relied upon not to divulge other matters? In light of this incident, Yuan resolved to acquire more robots. They were not only industrious but also exhibited a loyalty unmatched by outsiders. At that moment, Ding Yi delivered a large sack of jade fragments. Yuan inquired about the ship's supplies, and Ding Yi confirmed that they had been adequately prepared that morning. With sufficient provisions on board, Yuan commanded the voyage back to Fishing Bay Island. Seated in the cabin, Yuan exchanged the entire sack of jade fragments for points. Just as he was about to check his current point total, the system's voice echoed, announcing sufficient points acquired to upgrading. Estimated upgrade time 10 hours. Yuan realized that during this system upgrade, he would be unable to access his space. It seemed he would have to wait until the upgrade was complete to discern the specifics. Upon returning home, Yuan's mood was marred by the recent events involving Yuan. He retreated to his room alone. Meanwhile, Zhong Wujin entertained himself in the villa's yard with a toy purchased from Blue Island, playing with Nyonyo. In the garden, Nyonyo clutched a doll taller than himself, while he chased after a golden eagle soaring just 2 meters above the ground, riding on the back of the Huang. Zhong Wujin busily captured moments with his phone, sharing them on social media. Back in his room, Yuan anxiously awaited the conclusion of the system upgrade when a voice message from Zhao Chuan piqued his interest. Xiao Yuan, check online, there's big news. I know that person is you, haha. You are now a national hero. The nonsensical message left Yuan bewildered. He opened a web page to find the headlines of all major sites echoing the same content. Various forums erupted in fervor over the news. Incredible, my brother. What is this? It has been said that those on the second floor are often foolish. The wisdom of small fishermen is profound. Fisherman brother, leave a contact. For we can meet in person or share warmth. I seek neither brands nor bags, merely a bowl of spicy hot pot. Incredible, my brother, incredible is my nation. Faced with these comments, Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. He, the instigator, had not realized his own greatness, while netizens praised him lavishly. As he scrolled through the online commentary, time slipped by. System upgrading to version 20, initializing. Following a brief notification, Yuan entered his space. The once grey sky transformed into a brilliant blue, and the rocky outcrops morphed into an island the size of a small plot of land. The original stone tablet has vanished, replaced by a screen resembling a projection suspended above the island. The former pool has transformed into a sizable inland lake on the island. Host, Yuan points, 508-005-0800 strength, 25 speed, 15 stamina, 20 title, apprentice fisherman water system creature affinity, 11 fishing ground space, beginner accelerates the growth rate of creatures in the respective fishing ground. Can modify creature appearances through points redemption. Points mall, intermediate allows the exchange of points for items within the mall. The current redeemable items are as follows. Having utilized several hundred points, Yuan discerned some changes following this system upgrade. A strength value of 25 is his current index. According to the system's estimations, the average human strength is 15, while some martial arts experts possess a strength of 30. The same applies to speed and stamina. Yuan's values exceed those of ordinary individuals but fall short compared to the elite in these aspects. Moreover, the points system has evolved. Previously, points were merely accumulated based on existing totals. In the future, points will be calculated as cumulative totals. 503.005.0800 is the point display following Yuan's inquiry. The mall has upgraded to intermediate level, unveiling numerous items Yuan had never contemplated. However, upon seeing the point cost for those items, his enthusiasm waned. Recalling the incident with Bai Zhuang earlier, Yuan promptly exchanged for 4 robots within the system. He instructed the robots to report to Ding Yi, where they would learn about Blue Star's knowledge about the ship. The water control vessel sailed across the boundless sea. This time, the seagulls, which typically circled the fishing boat, were replaced by a golden eagle soaring above. Perhaps due to its newfound ability to fly. The eagle occasionally perched on the mast of the fishing vessel to rest. Little Yuan, you certainly have an impressive entourage. While others bring bodyguards, you bring a golden eagle. Are you planning to become a legendary hero? Zhong Wujin remarked, maintaining his usual irreverent demeanor. I certainly do not wish to lose an arm, besides that I have no aunt. Yuan replied, his mood buoyant as he jested with Zhong Wujin. After half a day at sea, Zhong Wujin had repeatedly urged Yuan to find a spot abundant with fish. Yuan sensed the surrounding waters, finding no significant catches. This outing was not solely to accompany Zhong Wujin fishing, he also aimed to gather some rare seafood for Wang Yuanshun. During their last transaction, Yuan noticed Wang Yuanshun's disappointment. He did not want to lose a hard-won sales channel. The fishing boat continued its journey, and Yuan felt confident in his fishing abilities. He had stumbled upon a chance discovery. The pool water in his space had a profound allure for fish. The bait soaked in this water proved irresistible to many species. After Zhong Wujin's persistent inquiries, Yuan finally detected 3 large fish approaching their vessel. A slight smile graced his lips as he instructed Ding Yi to reduce the boat's speed and prepare the special bait to commence fishing. Soon, a fish surfaced, its back a slate gray, the belly a pale white, adorned with irregular black spots along its sides. This is a species of sea bass known as the white bass. Sea bass are categorized into white bass and black bass. The white bass has a dorsal side that is a bluish-gray, a whiter belly, and dark spots along its flanks. In contrast, the black bass exhibits a darker hue, predominantly deep black-gray with less pronounced black spots. Typically, sea bass weigh around 12 pounds, but Zhong Wujin has caught one weighing a substantial 3 pounds, which is quite a commendable catch. However, Zhong Wujin's demeanor does not reflect much joy. Yuan senses that Zhong Wujin harbors some concerns. But out of respect for his silence, he refrains from inquiring further. Yuan notices the 3 large fish he had sensed earlier are now circling the boat, likely lured by the special bait. Suddenly, the fishing rod in his grasp is yanked, bending into an arc under immense force. Before he can signal, Zhong Wujin's rod is also jerked by a fish, the reel spinning rapidly as both men simultaneously hook large fish. Yuan quickly instructs 2 crew members to assist Zhong Wujin, leaving only Ding Yi by his side. This time, Yuan has equipped himself with specialized lines for catching large fish. The strain on the rod is tremendous. What a vigorous pull! Yuan murmurs, exerting his strength to reel in the line. Minutes pass swiftly, and soon a 3-meter-long big-eye tuna is exhausted from the struggle. At this point, the rod is nearly at a 90-degree angle. Yuan instructs Ding Yi to fetch the harpoon. Standing on the deck, Ding Yi takes aim at the back of the fish and fires. The harpoon, with its barbed tip, makes escape nearly impossible once it pierces the fish. A rope connects the harpoon's tail to the crane, allowing them to effortlessly hoist the big-eye tuna aboard the vessel. Suspended a meter above the deck, the 3-meter-long big-eye tuna thrashes desperately, attempting to break free and return to the sea. The big-eye tuna bears a resemblance to the renowned bluefin tuna, with its large eyes and stout, hammer-like body. Its midsection is cylindrical with a nearly round cross-section, and a short tail, and elongated pectoral fins. Specimens under 1 meter in length are considered juvenile. The dorsal side is blue, the belly grayish-white, and the area above the pectoral fins is bluish-black. The flesh is predominantly pink, slightly tender, suitable for sashimi, then commonly used for preparing tuna sashimi. Beyond raw consumption, it can be canned, frozen, or dried, and its liver can be processed into fish oil. Yuan instructs Ding Air to bring a dagger and makes an incision at the tail of the big eye tuna. This action allows the blood within the tuna to flow out. These fish inhabit deep waters where they adapt to high-pressure environments, resulting in elevated blood pressure and gas pressure within their bodies. Once caught and brought aboard, the internal high pressure becomes imbalanced with the external atmospheric pressure, adversely affecting the fish's subsequent flavor. Therefore, it is crucial to bleed deep-sea fish promptly after capture to alleviate the internal pressure and maintain the freshness of the meat. In the vicinity of Zhongwujin, a sizable big eye tuna, measuring over 2 meters, was swiftly reeled in. Zhongwujin, however, chose to abandon his own catch, instead enlisting the assistance of 2 crew members to capture several photographs alongside the 3-meter-long big eye tuna. Following the photo session, Zhongwujin seemed to lose interest in fishing altogether and retreated into the cabin, his activities unknown. Yuan instructed several individuals to promptly transport the 2 large fish to the freezing compartment to ensure the freshness of the meat. Although the value of the big eye tuna is not as high as its close relative, the bluefin tuna, it could still fetch a price of $150 per pound. A single big eye tuna typically weighs around 400 pounds, potentially reaching a lofty price of $60,000, a staggering sum for fishermen. In a luxurious clubhouse in the Western Province, 2 young men were sipping red wine while admiring the dancers on stage. One of them idly fiddled with his custom-made phone. Upon scrolling through a social media update, he held the phone up in front of the other, eliciting a shared, wry smile between them. After posting on his social media, Zhongwujin returned to the deck, where he observed Yuan feeding a golden eagle with raw meat. "Show Yuan, I'm in a good mood today, I'll cover the expenses for this trip," he declared, stretching lazily and glancing at his phone. Yuan shot him a disdainful look, offering a piece of raw beef to the eagle before responding, "I have no intention of returning just yet, at the very least, I plan to troll the open sea twice. The fuel and supplies for the round trip will far exceed the worth of your 2 fish. Have you forgotten what I mentioned last time? We are after the process. Do you understand? The process is paramount. Who said that fish was mine? It was merely for photographs. You said this trip was on me, so it's mine. Do you realize the value of this photograph?" Before Yuan could respond, he continued, "Let me tell you, the cost of this outing, even 10 times over, pales in comparison to the worth of this photograph." Yuan sensed an underlying implication in Zhongwujin's words, realizing he had let something slip. Zhongwujin awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "It's nothing much, I made a bet with a few friends. If I can catch a bigger fish than they did last time, they will withdraw from a project my family is involved in. This would save us considerable extra expenses." With this understanding, Yuan grasped why Zhongwujin was so invested in fishing yet appeared indifferent to the actual catch. He rolled his eyes at Zhongwujin and said, "You should have mentioned it earlier, there are plenty of big fish in the deep sea. I could even get you a shark." "Really? You're not pulling my leg? Are you?" Zhongwujin asked, incredulous. "Why would I deceive you? Just wait and see, if we encounter one, we'll fish again. This I sent you the best fishing spot," Yuan casually replied. As the fishing vessel navigated the sea, Yuan and Zhongwujin reveled in the refreshing ocean breeze. Nearby, a small golden eagle circled the fishing boat, while they engaged in conversation. Yuan remained vigilant, his senses attuned to the depths of the ocean beneath them. 2 days have passed since setting sail, and apart from 2 large-eyed tuna, no other catch has been made. I had intended to bring back something of value. During the voyage, Yuan sensed that the waters here were relatively shallow, teeming with shrimp and crabs. Although his fishing vessel lacked the necessary tools for crab trapping, the crew's proficiency in swimming was unquestionable. Ding Yi brought the boat to a halt, and all crew members, except for him, plunged into the sea to gather fish. Each person donned an oxygen tank, a mere formality to alleviate Zhongwujin's suspicions. Yuan handed a set of diving gear to Zhongwujin and began to equip himself as well. "It's been ages since I last engaged in this. Shall we have a little competition?" Zhongwujin inquired, tilting his head as he donned the diving apparatus. Yuan chose to disregard his gaze and continued preparing. With a splash, Zhongwujin leapt into the water, and Yuan soon followed suit. He trailed behind Zhongwujin to the seabed. Observing as he adeptly rummaged through the sand, Zhongwujin gave Yuan a thumbs up, seemingly unfazed. Ignoring him, Yuan swam further away. After all, His secrets must remain undisclosed. Through his heightened senses, he grasped the surroundings beneath the waves. Utilizing his advantage underwater, Yuan soon filled his net with an abundant catch. When he resurfaced, Zhong Wujin was already seated on the boat, sipping a drink. "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you want to explore a bit more?" Yuan inquired as he approached the vessel. "I'm utterly exhausted, my body feels spent. I'll need a moment to acclimatize again," Zhong Wujin replied. "Then rest on the boat, we'll be here for some time as there is plenty of seafood below." Yuan handed his net to Ding Yi and took an empty one to dive back down. Once more, he descended to the ocean floor. Not far off, a lobster lay nestled in the sand. Just as he prepared to approach, he was startled to see an unsightly stone moving. Alarmed, he quickly distanced himself, watching the stone with heightened caution. After scrutinizing it for a while, he realized it was not a stone at all, but rather a type of bottom-dwelling fish. Its exterior resembled a rusted toad, evoking an unsettling feeling. "Is that a stonefish?" After a prolonged observation, Yuan finally identified it. Known as the tigerfish to many coastal fishermen, it is colloquially referred to as the frogfish. This species is highly venomous and typically measures around 20 inches in length, preferring to conceal itself among the seabed or beneath rocks, camouflaged to resemble stones. Should someone inadvertently step on it, it retaliates without hesitation. Its method of retaliation is particularly unique. Its back is adorned with spine-like protrusions capable of easily piercing any intruder. This results in rapid poisoning, leaving the victim in excruciating pain until death ensues. Though the stonefish is grotesque in appearance, its flesh is remarkably delectable. Moreover, the nutritional value is exceedingly high and it possesses medicinal properties that benefit lung health. In recent years, some have claimed that stonefish can also serve as a beauty treatment. Not only that, but the dried fish belly of stonefish, when processed into soup, offers a delightful smoothness and is considered a delicacy on par with premium shark fins and birds' nests. However, the spines of the stonefish are venomous, necessitating extreme caution during the preparation process. It is quite challenging for the average person to handle its toxicity properly. Failure to clean the venomous spines thoroughly can lead to mild swelling or, in severe cases, convulsions and fainting. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yuan's eyes as he thought he had stumbled upon treasure. With a net bag in hand, he quietly approached and slowly handed the stonefish into the bag before carefully lifting it. The stonefish weighed approximately 5 pounds, which is relatively rare, as the more common varieties typically weigh between 2 to 3 pounds. The price of such fish remains unclear, as the market for rare seafood fluctuates significantly. Yuan climbed aboard the fishing boat, placing the stonefish gently on the deck. He warned Zhong Wuji, who was approaching, to exercise caution and avoid touching it due to its toxicity. Observing Zhang's anxious demeanor, Yuan smiled and refrained from further comments. He then accepted a bottle of mineral water from Ding Yi and took a sip before grabbing a bamboo-woven fish cage and diving back into the water. In his awareness, he had already discovered several more stonefish. Though none were as large as the first, they were still of a respectable size. The vibrant underwater world was akin to Yuan's own garden, allowing him to gather treasures at will. After nearly an hour of fishing in this area, the boat was laden with numerous lobsters and blue crabs, along with over 30 prize stonefish. Due to fatigue, several crew members opted to take turns resting, while Yuan decided to dive once more, this time venturing further afield. The richness of fish in this area seemed to stem from its infrequent visitors. The waters here were remarkably clean and clear, with stretches of fine sand extending for miles, devoid of any seaweed. The seemingly endless expanse of fine sand prompted Yuan to casually seize a small fish. The little creature boasted vibrant colors, but Yuan showed little interest in such insignificant catches. Releasing it, the small fish darted away in terror and quickly vanished from his sight. Yuan paid little heed to the smaller fish that occasionally swam by him in the ocean, as long as he did not encounter large predatory species. Few could pose a threat. He swam aimlessly through the underwater realm when he noticed something stirring beneath the sand. Yuan stopped to observe closely. In a short while, he discerned that beneath the sandy floor lay a fish commonly known as the large flounder, which is a demersal species that typically remains motionless. The character of the halibut is gentle, its body is flat and diamond-shaped, with both eyes located on the left side of its head, and the interocular space is notably wide and flat. Its skin is devoid of scales, displaying a dorsal coloration of olive brown, black, and coffee hues, with patterns faintly discernible. A remarkable feature of this fish is its ability to alter the intensity of its coloration in response to environmental and geological changes. The ventral side is smooth and white, also lacking scales. The halibut possesses short, fine teeth that are not sharp, and there is a crescent-shaped curvature above the pectoral fin, while both the head and caudal fin are relatively small. Apart from the central axis bone, there are no small spines across its body. The midsection is meaty, with a small cluster of internal organs, resulting in a high yield of edible flesh. It is one of the most commonly encountered economically viable fish species. Many seafood vendors, in their efforts to enhance sales, have given it an auspicious name, lovable or fortune fish. A significant portion of the halibut available in markets is farm-raised, with prices having plummeted to around 15 to 20 yuan per gin. In contrast, wild halibut still commands a respectable market presence, as many upscale hotels prefer to prepare dishes featuring this fish. The abundance of halibut in these waters is astonishing. Yuan observed that the sandy seabed was teeming with halibut, estimating a presence of several hundred tons. Given such a vast quantity, it was impossible for one person to catch them all, thus Yuan resolved to return and employ modern tools to address the situation. Upon his return to the vessel, he instructed the crew to prepare the trawl net. He promptly navigated the boat to the designated location. As the trawl net gradually sank to the ocean floor, the vessel noticeably experienced increased resistance. After half an hour of dragging, it was time to haul in the net. With the sound of the winch, a large catch of fish was hoisted aboard, predominantly comprising halibut, each weighing over 3 gin, with some larger specimens reaching around 5 gin. The halibut were unloaded onto the deck, and under Yuan's direction, the crew, disregarding the need to sort the catch, lowered the net once more. All 6 crew members, now augmented by 3 additional hands, along with Yuan and Zhong Wujin, swiftly transported the halibut to the cold storage. Just as the deck was tidied, the second haul was brought up. After 3 consecutive trawl operations, Yuan finally ordered a break, totally exhausted. A rough estimate indicated that these 3 hauls yielded approximately 20 tons of halibut. Even at the lowest price of 20 yuan per gin, the earnings approached 800,000 yuan. Zhong Wujin, now too fatigued to move, sprawled on the deck without concern for his appearance. Yuan, I see you are treating me like a mere laborer. I want to be going out to sea with you again, this is just too exhausting. With that, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Yuan, equally fatigued, managed to lift Zhong Wujin, urging him, don't rest here, go wash up and get some sleep. After saying this, he made his way back to the cabin. Upon their return, the crew continued their tireless efforts to clean the deck, which was still littered with marine debris. Do not be deceived into thinking that the ocean is pristine, many remain unaware of the truth. There are instances where fishing vessels return from the sea with a meager catch, often bringing back more refuse than fish. Typically, fishermen do not discard trash back into the ocean, rather, they opt to transport it back to land for proper disposal. This, in essence, inadvertently increases the workload for fishermen at sea. According to various reports, the marine debris in the Pacific Ocean spans over 3 million square kilometers, surpassing the land area of some nations. A vast expanse of plastic waste has coalesced in the Pacific, rivaling the size of the state of Texas. If this continues, the ocean will become untenable, and fishermen will find themselves devoid of fish to catch. In the early morning, clouds drift across the sky. Yuan's fishing vessel glides over the waves, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the sea lapping against the hull. The Kong Shui has ventured into the open waters he has long contemplated. The last journey was merely hours away, but circumstances prevented his arrival. In international law, the high seas refer to the maritime areas beyond any nation's internal waters, territorial seas, or exclusive economic zones, free from any sovereign jurisdiction. According to the 1958 Convention on the High Seas, these waters do not include any part of a nation's territorial sea or internal waters. With advancements in marine technology and the exploitation of oceanic resources, the jurisdiction of coastal nations has expanded, introducing concepts like exclusive economic zones and archipelagic waters, thereby diminishing the expanse of the high seas. The 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea stipulates that the high seas exclude the exclusive economic zones, territorial seas, and internal waters of any nation. The high seas are to be equitably utilized by all nations, not constituting a part of any nation's territory, and thus remain beyond any sovereign claim. No nation may appropriate any portion of the high seas or exercise jurisdiction over them. The high seas represent a shared maritime domain among nations, and they are also the sites where fishing vessels frequently contend with one another. After all, in their own territorial waters, there are coast guards to oversee activities, but such constraints are less prevalent on the high seas. As the vessel navigates smoothly through these international waters, the Yuan perceives an abundance of fish far exceeding that found in domestic seas. After some time at sea, they approach the territorial waters. During this period, Yuan notices several national fishing boats engaged in their own operations. At that moment, Zhong Wujin stretches and yawns as he emerges from the cabin, clearly exhausted from yesterday's labor. He had slept until nearly noon. "Little Yuan," he remarks, "don't push yourself like that again, my body can hardly take it. I woke up feeling sore all over." While yawning, he gazes at the sea and continues, "Your health has deteriorated compared to your school days. Back then, you played 2 consecutive basketball games without a hint of fatigue. It has only been a little over a year since graduation. How did you end up like this? Remember an old adage, wine is a poison that seeps through the intestines, and love is a knife that scrapes the bones. You seem to have indulged in both." Yuan did not let Zhong Wujin off lightly, directly articulating the latter's activities over the past year. Zhong Wujin merely rolled his eyes, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yuan, feeling indifferent towards this fellow, allowed him to roam freely on the ship. After all, it was a rare occasion to be on the high seas, and one ought to venture into the ocean. Zhong Wujin reclined on a deck chair, closing his eyes to bask in the sun, as if to convey, "Do as you please, I am simply resting today." Venturing into the sea, Yuan swam directly downstream, where the ocean floor was adorned with vast coral reefs. These reefs served as habitats for numerous small fish. Some of these fish chased each other playfully, then when pursued too fervently, they would dart into the crevices of the rocks to evade their predators. As Yuan descended, the light began to wane significantly. He swam along the direction of the coral, and not knowing how far he had gone when he suddenly spotted a piece of wood, approximately 1 meter in diameter, partially buried beneath the sand. A small section was slightly exposed. Had it not been for Yuan's low position along the seabed, it would have been quite difficult to notice. Yuan gently cleared away the sand and discovered that the wood extended quite deeply beneath the surface, rendering it impossible to extract. After a careful observation, he noted that, due to the dim light, the details remained elusive. The wood was entirely dark, and when he pressed upon it with force, it felt incredibly hard, akin to touching a stone. This inevitably reminded Yuan of a precious item frequently mentioned in literature, sinkwood. Sinkwood, formed over a span of 800 to 8000 years, is not yet classified as a plant fossil, nor does it belong to the mineral category. It is a collective term for various types of wood, such as camphor, red ash, willow, and ironwood, which have been buried in silt due to natural disasters. Under conditions of anoxia and high pressure, the carbonization process can unfold over thousands of years. The market value of sinkwood varies according to the species, with the golden silk camphor being the most expensive. The older and better preserved it is, the higher its worth. If this were indeed sinkwood, Yuan would have stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. Such items are not merely measured by rarity. Many precious sinkwoods require millennia to form. Given the considerable size of this particular piece, he realized he could not extract it alone and would need the assistance of the fishing vessel. Upon returning to the ship, Yuan instructed the fishing boat to navigate to the designated coordinates. Armed with a shovel and a lengthy rope, he descended into the water alongside 2 crew members. One end of the rope had already been secured to a crane. They arrived at the location where the sinkwood was discovered and began removing the abundant sand surrounding it with a shovel. After securing the rope to one end of the sinkwood, 1 crew member surfaced to signal the ship to activate the crane. As the crane whirred to life, the sinkwood was gradually hoisted upwards. Yuan and his companion continued to clear away the sand to reduce resistance. After a diligent 30 minutes, a magnificent piece of sinkwood, measuring a full 15 meters in length, was successfully lifted aboard the fishing vessel. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yuan had Din Ye record the proceedings, ensuring that if the matter were ever discovered, it could be explained as having been salvaged from the high seas. This would help circumvent many unnecessary complications. "I say," Show Yuan, is it really worth all this trouble just to retrieve a piece of wood from the seabed? Zhong Wujin inquired, approaching to give the wood a kick. Ouch. Is this a stone? Why is it so hard? He massaged his slightly numbed foot. Wood? Zhong Wujin, you are quite affluent, don't you know about Senka wood? Yuan shot a disapproving glance at Zhong Wujin, who was still seated on the deck, nursing his foot. Are you saying this is Senka wood? What type of tree is it from? Ignoring Yuan's sarcasm, Zhong Wujin focused on the species. I'm not sure, it was too dark down there to see clearly. Aren't we planning to examine it further once it's brought up? Yuan admitted he was not well versed in the types of wood. Hearing this, Zhong Wujin promptly took out his phone to snap a picture, but Yuan quickly stopped him. No, this is quite sensitive, I don't intend to sell it. Nor do I want anyone to know. What are you afraid of? We found it in international waters, it's not like it was discovered in our country. Isn't anything found in international waters up for grabs? Zhong Wujin looked at Yuan in confusion. It's troublesome. I don't plan to sell it. Wouldn't it be better to keep such a fine piece for myself? Yuan rolled his eyes at Zhong Wujin's naivety and instructed Ding Yi and the others to set sail, bringing Ding Yi directly to his cabin. How long do you think it will take you to reach a master level in carving? Ding Yi pondered for a moment, estimating about a week. Provided he had some practice materials. No problem, you can start learning now. We'll get the materials once we are sure. After Ding Yi left, Yuan began to sift through information, seeking to identify the type of Senka wood they had. After perusing extensive resources and comparing them to the wood, he ultimately concluded that it was, in fact, the exceedingly rare golden silk nanmu. Not only was this Senka wood valuable, but even a piece of golden silk nanmu of this size would command a high price. This unexpected discovery left Yuan feeling as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the system lacking a luck value, he might have believed his fortune was boundless. On the deck, Zhong Wujin was still there, examining the Senka wood. Upon seeing Yuan approach, he asked, "Have you figured out what it is?" Yuan confidently disclosed that it was very likely Senka wood from golden silk nanmu. Zhong Wujin, hearing this, marveled at Yuan's recent streak of luck. Finally, he adopted a somewhat ingratiating tone and said, "Brother, sell me a piece, you have such a large chunk. You won't be able to use it all yourself. My father loves tea, I could make him a tea set from golden silk nanmu Senka wood, wouldn't tea that delight him?" Yuan considered for a moment before responding, "All right, I'll give you a piece, but don't go bragging about it everywhere. That won't tea do. I want to buy it. Don't be so polite with me." "No sale, just a gift," Yuan replied bluntly. Do not be deceived by Zhong Wujin's seemingly carefree demeanor. In truth, he is the most meticulous among the four in the dormitory. Throughout their 4 years of schooling, he has spent a considerable amount of money on Yuan. Yet, what is commendable about him is that he always makes you realize his generosity only after the fact. Once, due to some family troubles, Yuan found himself in a tight financial situation, subsisting on merely 2 meals a day. However, Zhong Wujin insisted on taking Yuan out to dine at restaurants for several consecutive days, claiming that he needed comfort after a breakup. It was only when a senior girl from their class stirred up trouble that it became known Zhong Wujin's heart had already strayed, leading to the discovery of his infidelity and the eventual split, rendering any talk of heartbreak utterly baseless. Such incidents have been frequent for Zhong Wujin over the years. Whenever issues arose within the dormitory, he was always the first to notice. Presently, Yuan is not in urgent need of money. The piece of wood he had was originally intended for crafting furniture and accessories. Since Zhong Wujin required it, he decided to gift him a block. "Thanks, brother." Zhong Wujin acknowledged, fully aware that Yuan was now genuinely financially stable, though not on par with his own family's wealth. In the eyes of an average household, Yuan could be considered quite affluent. After instructing the crew to strip the wood of its outer back, he stowed it in the ship's hold. After lingering in international waters for 2 days, during which they caught a modest haul of fish, Yuan decided it was time to return. He had been out for a while. On the way back, he managed to haul in a catch that unexpectedly included 5 large yellow croakers, a delightful surprise. The fishing vessel anchored securely at the dock in Pinghai County, where Wang Yuanshon had been waiting eagerly. Yuan had informed him in advance of their arrival. Upon boarding the fishing vessel and seeing the bounty of exquisite seafood, Yuan was overjoyed. The two negotiated a price, ultimately amounting to 1 million for the seafood. A sum Yuan had not anticipated. In Yuan's own words, he had offered Yuan a premium price based on market value for the top-grade seafood, most of which he procured directly for his family's hotel, naturally at a much higher price than what seafood merchants would pay. While Yuan busily organized a team to unload the seafood, Zhong Wujin pulled Yuan aside, expressing his intention to return to the capital and seek out a master carver to craft a TC for his father. Yuan did not try to dissuade him, instead asking Ding Air to purchase the necessary tools in the county. Following Zhong Wujin's specified dimensions, he cut a piece of precious wood and carefully packaged it. After bidding farewell to Yuan and Zhong Wujin, Yuan steered the fishing vessel back to Fishing Bay Island. The island is now nearly complete, transformed into a picturesque haven. It takes on a crescent shape, oriented north to south, with a small mountain to the south and steep cliffs along the seaside. Below the cliffs lies a small cluster of reefs, making it impossible for boats to dock in that area. To the north lies a vast plain, where a dock has been constructed, and not far from it stands the workers' dormitory. Due to the island's geography, the buildings have been arranged in 2 rows of bungalows, each equipped with its own restroom. Behind the dormitory, the seawater desalination system operates, while a circular road around the island is currently under construction. Although the island is not large, traversing it on foot can be quite cumbersome. Yuan's villa is situated at the foot of the mountain, a considerable distance from the staff quarters, located at the site of the former Yi family village, where several processing workshops have been established. As equipment has yet to be procured, these facilities remain temporarily idle. In the center of the island, a substantial cold storage facility has been erected, accompanied by several smaller warehouses. Between the warehouses and Yuan's villa, the resting area for the crew has been developed, featuring numerous fitness and recreational amenities. Initially, Yuan had not intended to construct these facilities, considering that his crew consists of robots. However, after recent observations, he discovered that these extraterrestrial technological beings could consume food just like humans, which their bodies could convert into energy. Thus, he decided to provide them with a resting area. Observing the harmonious blend of modern industry and nature on the island fills him with pride, as this is the small island that has nurtured him for over 20 years, flourishing under his stewardship. Upon returning home, he found his sister's family present. After a brief discussion with his brother-in-law, they contemplated building a resort on the vacant land by the seaside, not far from the villa, a notion inspired by Zhong Wujin's recent visit. Despite the island not being intended for public access, it is essential to have accommodations for friends. It would not be appropriate for an influx of guests to stay in his home. After providing his brother-in-law with some funds, they began to explore the details of the resort. After more than an hour of deliberation, the two returned to the living room. His mother had initially planned to invite the family to dinner, but his brother-in-law mentioned obligations in the county, prompting him to live with his sister and niece. After dinner, Yuan retired to his room. The aquaculture facility has now been completed, and during mealtime, his father inquired when he would introduce the fish fry. Yuan remembered well that he had purchased a considerable number of abalone fry from the breeding base in Blue Sea. Days have passed, and with the system's feed, he wondered how the abalone had developed. In his space, Yuan arrived at the section designated for the abalone fry. To his astonishment, the abalone before him were indeed the ones he had acquired just days prior. He murmured in disbelief as he beheld the large abalone resting quietly on the rocky seafloor. He recalled that he had introduced abalone into the space in 2 batches, one consisting of 100,000 fry purchased from Blue Island, and another gathered from a nearby rocky area, amounting to several hundred, though he could not precisely recall the details. Now, observing the abalone in his space, he noted that the smallest among them were the size of 4 abalone, while the largest had already grown to the size of 2. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is attributable to the feed or the beneficial effects of space on fish growth. Observing the lobsters and some rare fish species that Yuan casually tossed into the space, it is evident that they exhibit significant changes compared to their counterparts in the outside world. However, in comparison to abalone, they pale in significance. It must be the feed's efficacy. This realization poses a dilemma. If others learn that one can cultivate 2 abalones into 4 within a month, the secret would soon be unveiled. After much contemplation, Yuan devised a plan to dilute his specialized feed with ordinary feed. The following day, Yuan returned to the breeding facility where he had procured abalone previously, and once again he was greeted by the same staff member. Without any unnecessary conversation, he purchased another 100,000 abalone fry and departed. As Yuan walked away, the staff member muttered to himself, "Few possess the skill to kill abalone fry within a month, but I haven't heard of any recent viruses." The staff member assumed Yuan must have lost the previous batch, prompting this swift repurchase. Upon returning to the island, Yuan instructed his father to arrange for the abalone fry to be released near the rocky shore. Subsequently, he accompanied his father to the warehouse and said, "I've acquired a batch of high-quality feed from abroad. Please mix it with our local feed in a ratio of 1:10. This matter must remain confidential. Can I entrust it to you?" His father replied, "I understand. This is a trade secret, as I've seen in dramas. Rest assured, I won't even tell your second uncle." With a pat on his chest, he assured Yuan. That evening, Yuan deposited a substantial quantity of space feed into the small warehouse designated by his father. His father informed him that this warehouse is the most secure on the island, with a special anti-theft door hastily constructed by his brother-in-law. Only they possess the keys. In a high-end restaurant in Blue Island City, Yuan sat across from one Yuan, their table set with only one dish, abalone. These abalones were the exquisite specimens from Yuan's space. He aimed to ascertain the taste of the abalone cultivated in his space while also discussing sales with one Yuan. Upon learning that Yuan possessed premium abalone and wished to sample it, one Yuan immediately reserved a table at the renowned seafood restaurant, Sea Family, with which he had a close relationship. As the abalone was tasted, its rich aroma and tender, succulent flesh left a lasting impression. One Yuan praised the exquisite flavor of the abalone, noting that what he sampled were 2 three-headed abalones. "These are fresh abalone, if made into dried abalone. They will be even more delectable," he remarked while savoring the dish. "What price might a double-headed abalone command?" Yuan inquired tentatively. "Brother, you jest. Such abalone. Do you have double-headed ones? Whatever the price, save some for me." One Yuan responded eagerly. "Brother Wang, do not be anxious. I wish to inquire. If I were to suddenly produce an excessive quantity of such abalones, would it impact the high-end market?" Yuan continued to question. One Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "If sold to restaurants, it would undoubtedly create a disruption. However, selling directly to the wealthy would yield a different outcome. How many of such quality double-headed abalones can you procure?" Upon finishing his statement, Yuan let out a wry smile and shook his head. "For such quality, just one is already a rarity. Alas, have I been too greedy?" Before Yuan could respond, Yuan spoke to himself. 25 double-headed, one for each head. Yuan stated the number that had been weighing on his mind. Prior to their meeting, he had meticulously examined the quantity of abalones in his possession, neglecting to count those with fewer than 3 heads. There were over 150 double-headed abalones alone, including 3 exceptionally large single-headed ones. "Brother, you are not jesting with me, are you? Such an abundance of exquisite specimens. Can you truly produce this many at once? I doubt the global yield for such large abalones in a year even reaches this figure." After confirming the number once more, Yuan remained momentarily speechless. After much contemplation, he finally devised a plan. He would reach out to the auction house in Hong Kong. Yuan would prepare these abalones for auction as dried products, with the stipulation that of the 25 double-headed abalones, only 15 would be presented at the auction. The remaining 10 would be purchased by Yuan at the average auction price. "That sounds reasonable. But the 10 sold to you will be calculated at the auction's minimum price," Yuan agreed, aiming to secure this sales channel. He understood the principle of mutual profit. Yuan merely patted Yuan on the shoulder, leaving behind a knowing smile. Yuan could not discern whether the man was expressing gratitude or suggesting there was no need for such formality. In any case, he found himself puzzled by the underlying meaning. After parting ways with Yuan drove to the aquaculture base. He intended to purchase a substantial quantity of fish fry, as the area he had contracted was vast and all necessary facilities were in place. However, only a few abalones were being cultivated along the rocky shore. This matter had been a constant topic of discussion from his father. He procured a significant amount of lobster and grouper fried, far exceeding the capacity of his pickup truck. The responsible party readily accepted Yuan's address and promised to deliver directly to his island. Upon returning to the island, he sought out Ding Er. "How has the carving been progressing these past few days?" Ding Er led Yuan to a room in the crew's rest area, where various carving tools were neatly arranged on the workbench, and a large collection of finished products lay scattered across the floor. From these creations, one could trace the journey of an artist's progress from initial rudimentary attempts to increasingly refined pieces, culminating in flawless works. Had a master sculptor been present, they would never have guessed that all of this was accomplished by a single individual in mere days. Yuan surveyed the works with satisfaction. "Over the next few days, please craft a TC from the dark wood, along with a few bracelets and decorative pieces. The TC is prepared for personal use, along with small trinkets such as bracelets and ornaments, all crafted from leftover materials. Yuan intends to present these as gifts in the future. As his business expands, he finds it necessary to occasionally gift small tokens to business partners." He casually picked up a figurine from his workbench. It was a girl doll resembling Nyonyo. Many of Ding Er's carvings depict the likenesses of Yuan's family. Upon returning home, Nyonyo rushed over upon seeing the doll in Yuan's hand. With her large, expressive eyes fixed on the figurine, she exclaimed, "Do you like it?" Yuan gently stroked the little girl's head and replied, "Do you like it, my dear?" "I do, Uncle, but I see our family rather poor. Why do you keep giving me gifts? And you live in such a big house." "Nyonyo, who told you our family is poor?" "Mom said so, and she also said I must behave and study hard to earn more money when I grow up." Hearing Nyonyo's words, Yuan felt a pang of heartache for his sister, reflecting on her struggles over the years. "Nyonyo, I promise you will become the most beautiful little princess. But you must be obedient, all right?" "Thank you, Uncle. I am the most well-behaved child in the world." With that, she skipped off to the yard, clutching a doll that resembled her own. Watching Nyonyo, Yuan mused that having a child in the family is indeed delightful. He wondered if his own child would be as charming as Nyonyo. Why was he contemplating such whimsical thoughts? His wife had yet to be found. And here he was, thinking about children. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel these fanciful notions from his mind. At that moment, Ye's father walked in. "I say, Xiao Yuan, have you forgotten about the promise to buy the ferry for the villagers? Everyone has been using a few small boats for work these days, and I've heard complaints." His father picked up a cup of water from the table and took a sip. Yuan smacked his forehead, realizing he had indeed forgotten. If not for his father's reminder, he would have completely overlooked this matter. "I'll take care of it right away." He pulled out his phone and called the shipyard that had previously modified his yacht. After hanging up, he promptly stated, "For the next few days, let us use my fishing boat. It will take a few days over there, I'll arrange for the crew." Knowing his son had taken care of things, his father hummed a tune and walked out. Yuan summoned Ding Yi and instructed him to use the fishing boat for transporting workers for the time being, while arranging for additional personnel to take over the ferry at the shipyard. In the following days, Yuan freed himself from the cumbersome tasks and resumed his life of coastal foraging. He navigated a small boat to a distant island from Fishing Bay Island, known as Nanlin Island. This island had once been frequented by fishermen due to its local specialty, the dog's claw snail, also known as gooseneck barnacle. This delicacy is both delectable and costly, resembling a dog's paw. They typically grow in clusters among the crevices of rocks on the seabed, thriving on microscopic organisms in the water, and are often referred to as seafood from the depths of hell. For many who have never tasted the dog claw snail, the first encounter often elicits a sense of disgust due to its appearance. However, upon sampling, one quickly discovers it to be utterly exquisite. Even the simplest preparation, such as steaming, renders it remarkably delectable. Unfortunately, due to excessive harvesting in previous years, sightings of this delicacy have become increasingly rare. Subsequently, the island was contracted for tourism development, but the developers' funds dwindled, leaving behind an unfinished project. Consequently, few venture to this place anymore. This time, Yuan's purpose for coming was to test his luck in finding some dog claw snails. He aspired to cultivate them in his space. For they not only possess high value but are also a splendid choice for entertaining friends. Yuan anchored his small boat in a sheltered spot and plunged into the sea, where countless small fish swam around him, leading him swiftly to the rocky outcrops. He meticulously explored the crevices of the rocks but found no trace of the elusive snail for quite some time. Continuing his search deeper into the rocky fissures, he finally stumbled upon a few diminutive dog-claw snails, measuring only about 1 inch in length. It seemed that larger specimens were no longer present, possibly due to prior captures or other reasons. After scouring the rocky area for over an hour, he managed to collect around a pound of small snails. He placed them into his space while scattering some feed. Yuan observed that the abalone feed not only benefited the abalone but also had a positive effect on various mollusks and shellfish, though its impact on fish was less pronounced. After resting on the shore, Yuan noticed that the island had evidently been deserted for quite some time. Vines covered the dilapidated structures, sand was scattered everywhere by the sea breeze, and the wild grass towered over a person's height. Yuan prepared to return in his boat. Shortly after setting off, he sensed a frenzied school of fish fleeing beneath him, pursued closely by a 4-meter-long shark, rapidly closing in on the panicked fish. Typically, sharks are social creatures, but here, there was only one. It was unclear if it had strayed from its pack, which might explain its presence in these waters. Due to his possession of a spiritual elixir, Yuan had long harbored the desire to tame a shark as a pet. However, his previous outings had been accompanied by others, thwarting this ambition. Now, encountering one in this remote location, he could not let the opportunity slip away. With a swift leap, Yuan plunged into the water. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. After all, he was facing a formidable creature. A 4-meter-long shark, often referred to as the ocean's killer. His primary assurance lay in his space. Should he feel threatened, he could instantly transport the shark there, transforming it into his domain. As Yuan immersed himself in the ocean, he swiftly swam towards the approaching shark. Initially, the distance had obscured the species, but now, as he drew nearer, he discerned that it was a saw shark. The saw shark, a unique member of the shark family, features an elongated snout adorned with sharp, serrated edges, employed for attacking its prey. Above its mouth, 2 fleshy tentacles serve the purpose of detecting prey. The sawfish typically inhabits the depths of the sea, within a range of 40 meters. It preys upon benthic organisms and fish. This marked the first occasion for Yuan to encounter a shark at such close quarters. The sawfish, showing no signs of hesitation, surged towards him with a powerful current. Yuan swiftly evaded to the side. With a resounding thud, the sawfish's elongated snout collided with the sandy sea floor, sending a cloud of sediment into the water, further diminishing the already limited visibility. In the murky depths, the clarity was further compromised. Yuan hastily swam out of the area, with the sawfish in hot pursuit. As he deftly dodged the sawfish's repeated assaults, he realized his agility in the water had significantly improved. Thus, the pair engaged in a prolonged dance within the ocean for over 10 minutes. By this time, the sawfish had lost some of its initial ferocity, and its charges had become less rapid. Noticing that the time was ripe, Yuan seized the opportunity to brush past the sawfish and promptly captured it within his spatial realm. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming sensation that followed. His mind felt as though it had been struck with a hammer, causing intense pain and genuine dizziness. This was the first time he had captured such a large fish. Was there a limitation associated with the act of capturing? Yuan had no time to ponder these questions, for a prize awaited him in his spatial domain. Upon entering, the sawfish was ensnared within the water, unable to move. Yuan produced a spirit-enhancing elixir and administered it to the creature. After consuming the elixir, the sawfish exhibited a marked change, displaying a more sentient demeanor. Its slender eyes darted around, seemingly in contemplation. Although it appeared to have awakened some level of intelligence, it showed no signs of submission. In contrast to previous encounters with a beloved dog and a life-saving golden fish, this sawfish did not seem to acknowledge him. Recalling the loyalty potion available in the system's shop, he redeemed one and tossed it into the sawfish's mouth. After ingesting the pill, the sawfish's previous agitation subsided. Gradually, the restraints on the sawfish were loosened, and it lunged towards him. Yuan remained still, aware that nothing in this space could inflict harm upon him, especially since he existed solely as a spiritual entity without a physical form. When the sawfish approached, it refrained from attacking, instead it extended its head, seeking to nuzzle against him. To its surprise, its head passed directly through Yuan's form. Yuan paid little attention to the creature's startled reaction, as he was more concerned with the fact that it appeared to have been completely tamed. He returned it to the open sea, and this time, no dizziness ensued. Yuan was baffled by the difference. In the familiar environment, the sawfish swam a circuit around him before cautiously inching closer. Yuan extended a hand to gently stroke the sawfish's head. The saw shark seemed to swim joyfully around Yuan, as if encouraged. After playing with the saw shark underwater for a while, Yuan returned to the boat. At that moment, the saw shark approached the side of the boat, poking its head out and continuing to swim around it. "From now on, I shall call you Little Shark," Yuan remarked to the saw shark. The saw shark nodded in response, as if acknowledging Yuan's words. As Yuan steered the boat towards Fishing Bay Island, the saw shark followed closely behind. Looking back at Little Shark, Yuan said, "You cannot accompany me, my destination is not suitable for you. Instead, reside near this island for now. When the opportunity arises, I shall find a way to accommodate you." Upon hearing Yuan's words, the saw shark circled the boat a few times before reluctantly swimming towards Southland Island. After swimming a few meters, it turned back to glance at Yuan, continuing its journey as if resembling a child abandoned by its parents. Yuan only set sail after ensuring the saw shark had submerged into the depths of the sea. In the following days, Yuan found himself unable to venture out for fishing due to the fishing boat being repurposed as a commuter vessel, granting him ample time to indulge in his research of the system space. Since obtaining the system space, he had been constantly on the move without time to delve into it. Now that he had some leisure, he decided to thoroughly investigate this golden opportunity. After a period of exploration, he discovered that the space was far more complex than he had initially imagined. The most frequently utilized aspect was the points marketplace, followed closely by the spatial fishery. However, he had not yet made much use of the small island, particularly the small lake at its center. To this day, he remained uncertain of its purpose. On the spatial island, he cultivated 2 plots of vegetable gardens, planting seeds acquired from the county. He irrigated them with water from the spatial lake and external mountain spring water respectively. Several days passed, leading to a conclusion: the vegetables watered with the spatial lake's water had matured to a consumable state, while those watered with external spring water were still far from ready. This indicated that, under comparable conditions, the spatial lake water significantly accelerated the growth of vegetables. Standing amidst the greenery of the space, Yuan was captivated by the vibrant sight before him. The vegetables surpassed those sold outside in terms of quality. They were brimming with vitality. When he sliced open a tomato, its juices flowed abundantly. The cucumbers were not only a vivid green but also larger than the average variety. Presently, their appearance far exceeded that of ordinary vegetables. Yet, he remained curious about their taste, necessitating testing before consumption. After all, who could predict the effects on the human body when irrigated with extraterrestrial water? Discreetly, he took some samples to a laboratory at his alma mater for testing. The results were quickly analyzed, and it was found that none of the samples contained any harmful substances. Furthermore, the professor conducting the test discovered that the vegetables possessed vitamin content several times greater than that of typical vegetables. This revelation left the professor astounded. What did this imply? This can practically be regarded as a medicinal substance, wouldn't you agree? The most astonishing aspect is that it is merely an ordinary vegetable. Must it be so extraordinary? Consequently, I inquired about the origin of this batch of vegetables from Yuan. How could Yuan possibly disclose the truth? He merely fabricated a response, claiming that a friend abroad had procured them for him, allegedly as experimental products. He expressed concern about potential health risks, which led him to conduct an experiment. Upon hearing this, the old professor could only sigh in resignation, even wishing for Yuan to leave behind a sample. However, Yuan was reluctant to invite trouble upon himself and tactfully declined the professor's request, citing insufficient quantity as his reason. Yuan achieved the desired outcome, although surprised. He felt a sense of relief. As long as it was consumable, he fervently hoped no harmful elements would be discovered. After expressing his gratitude to the professor, Yuan returned directly to Yuan Island. Once back, he conducted several more experiments and discovered that the water from the special lake significantly aided the healing of certain external injuries. He procured a rooster with a broken leg, which drank from the special lake, and astonishingly, within a day, the rooster was completely healed. Although he intended to conduct further experiments, the lack of subjects led him to set this aside for the time being. Understanding that the water from the special lake was safe for consumption and posed no harm to humans was sufficient for now. For the past few days, Yuan had been regularly drinking this water, and he could distinctly feel its numerous benefits. Although the reasons remained unclear, this did not deter him from partaking in it. After all, it was extraterrestrial in nature, and it was entirely reasonable that it could not be explained by Blue Star's technology. Since beginning to consume the special materials and water, the speed of his cultivation of the water control technique had accelerated significantly. His strength, reflexes, and particularly his memory had all improved markedly, far exceeding his previous state. If he were to return to school now, he would undoubtedly be a top scholar. Currently, the meals in Yuan's household consisted entirely of vegetables grown from the special lake water. Not only did these vegetables grow rapidly and confer health benefits, but their taste was also exquisite. He had never tasted such delectable vegetables in his life. Once indifferent to greens, Nunu now clamored at every meal for her grandmother to prepare these vegetables for her. With a cellar at home, Yuan stored a considerable quantity of special vegetables, ensuring that even in his absence, his family would not be deprived of these greens. As he delved deeper into understanding the system space, his longing for that technologically advanced realm, far surpassing Blue Star, intensified. He could scarcely fathom the extent of their technological advancements. After a half-month wait, the newly acquired ferry finally commenced operations. Some villagers, having been trained long ago, eagerly engaged in work at the aquaculture facility. Observing the exceptional dried abalone produced by experienced workers, he felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, it dawned on him, the packaging. Until now, Yuan had sold his seafood directly, without any packaging. Now that his aquaculture farm was on the right track and with numerous workers, it was essential to establish a reputation. To gain recognition, one must have their own brand. Otherwise, who would know the quality of your seafood? Since the aquaculture facility is named Yuan Aquaculture, then the brand should aptly be called Yuan Seafood. The name has been decided. A beautiful packaging is also necessary. I am not well versed in this area and will need to enlist someone to assist. I pondered over my subordinates, while the robots are quite efficient. They are merely capable of executing tasks and lack the spark of innovation. Dongming Printing, the earliest printing factory in Pinghai County. Upon seeing the tightly locked gate, Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Not far away, a middle-aged woman sitting at the entrance of a hardware store cracking sunflower seeds noticed Yuan standing before the printing factory. "How are you to find anyone here? This place has been out of business since last year," she remarked, tossing the sunflower seed shells onto the ground. Yuan approached the woman. "Excuse me, I am looking for Li Hui. Do you know him?" "What? Are you here to collect a debt?" "No, I am his classmate. We haven't been in touch for many years, and I simply wish to pay a visit." "Oh, your old classmate." The woman, perhaps due to her struggling business and lack of customers, or perhaps out of genuine curiosity, began recounting the circumstances surrounding Li Hui's family. Li Hui was Yuan's high school classmate, and they shared a close bond during their school years, often sitting next to each other. At that time, Li Hui's family's printing business was thriving, placing them among the higher-income households in the county. Yuan frequently visited Li Hui's home, where Li Hui's family treated him with kindness, never looking down upon him due to his less fortunate background. On rainy days, Li Hui's mother would often invite Yuan to stay over. It can be said that many cherished memories of Yuan's youth were created in that home. From the woman's narrative, it became apparent that several years ago, Li Hui's father fell victim to a scam, losing a considerable sum of money. He embarked on a series of legal battles, all ending in defeat. After numerous setbacks, the stress took a toll on him, leading to a hospital visit where he was eventually diagnosed with liver cancer. Fortunately, it was caught early, and there remained hope for recovery, although substantial medical expenses were required. Initially, many relatives lent him money for treatment, but as they witnessed his deteriorating condition and his inability to repay them, they gradually distanced themselves. It could be said that the couple had exhausted all possible sources of financial assistance. At that time, Li Hui was in his third year of university. Faced with his father's illness, he made the difficult decision to drop out and return home, juggling part-time jobs while caring for his father. Your classmate is quite filial. Not many young people would do the same, the woman sighed. If you are seeking your classmate, you might want to check the labor market in London. He usually works there. The woman then provided Yuan with Li Hui's address. Yuan drove his vehicle swiftly along the highway to London City. Astonished at the transformation of Li Hui's family. His initial intention was to support his classmate's business, but upon learning of the hardships they faced, he did not hesitate to drive directly to London City. The vehicle rode like a beast, speeding towards its destination as the trees alongside the road blurred past. Yuan's mind was filled with memories of Li Hui's mother and her gentle smile. As they dined at Li Hui's home, the scene of Li Hui's father intermittently serving himself meat from his bowl lingered in the air. Soon, the car arrived at the dock in Blue Island City. After an extensive search, they could not find anyone. Inquiring among several laborers waiting at the dock, they learned that Li Hui's father's condition had deteriorated, prompting him to rush to the hospital. Upon discovering the hospital's name, they drove there immediately, heading straight for the oncology department. Upon reaching the nurse's station, Yuan inquired, "Hello, could you please tell me the room number for Li Dongming?" A slightly chubby nurse looked up at Yuan, her tone somewhat frosty, as she remarked, "You people, with such a severe illness, how can you keep coming here for money? You're only hastening his end." Realizing the nurse had misunderstood him, Yuan was about to clarify when an elderly woman with a head of white hair approached. The nurse greeted her warmly, saying, "Aunt Xiao, just ring the bell if you need anything." The woman glanced at Yuan, momentarily taken aback, and asked tentatively, "Yuan, are you that classmate of Xiao Hui's?" At that moment, Yuan recognized the woman, Xiao Yuru, Li Hui's mother. "Yes, Auntie, I'm Yuan. I heard your husband had some trouble, so I came to check in." The nurse, overhearing their conversation, realized her mistake and, with a sheepish expression, apologized, "I'm sorry for the misunderstanding." "No worries. It's kind of you to care for the patients," Yuan replied. "Xiao Hui, the foe is almost done, could you help remove it?" Li's mother said to the nurse with a smile. Yuan observed this familiar yet unfamiliar smile, feeling a bittersweet sensation within. He recalled that Xiao Yuru had married Li Hui's father at a young age, while many mothers in his class were already in their 40s or approaching 50. Xiao Yuru, at that time, was merely 42 years old during their senior year. The boys in the class had privately voted her as the most beautiful mother, a title she rightfully held, as her beauty was renowned in the county. Now, at nearly 50, she appeared to be in her 60s. One could only wonder how the years had treated Li Hui's family. Xiao's mother warmly took Yuan's hand and led him toward the hospital room. Upon entering, they discovered a ward that should have accommodated only 4 beds now crowded with 6. The aisles were filled with military-style cots for accompanying relatives. Upon entering, Xiao's mother turned to the young man lying in the bed by the window and said, "Xiao Hui, look who has come to see you." The young man lifted his head, momentarily stunned upon seeing Yuan, tears welling in his eyes. Yuan quickly approached, patting Li Hui's shoulder while casting a glance at the gaunt middle-aged man with eyes closed on the adjacent bed. Noticing the absence of a place for Yuan to sit, Li Hui pulled him toward the door, saying to his mother, "Mom, I took Xiao Yuan out for a chat, as there was nowhere to sit here." They walked to the end of the corridor, where a few waiting chairs were provided by the hospital. Once seated, Li Hui began. "How have you been? I heard you stayed here after graduating from Blue Island. Is everything all right lately?" In Li Hui's words, Yuan could sense a palpable distance. He recalled their last encounter during their freshman year, when they had a hearty meal together in the county. "I just went to the pier looking for you. They said there was a problem here. What is going on?" Yuan did not address Li Hui's question, instead voicing his most pressing concern. Upon hearing Yuan's inquiry, Li Hui's eyes reddened, and in a subdued tone, he replied, "The doctor told me that if I don't undergo surgery soon, I might." He then crouched on the ground, burying his head deeply, tears glistening on his resolute face. Yuan suddenly recalled a saying, "A man's tears are seldom shed. Only when sorrow strikes deep." Observing Li Hui brought an unsettling feeling within him. The individual before him had been his closest friend before he entered university. Now weeping like a child. Yuan refrained from offering comfort, understanding that Li Hui had suppressed his emotions for far too long. The weight of parental expectations and financial burdens bore down heavily on him, yet he was merely a young man who had just stepped into society. Once Li Hui regained his composure, Yuan inquired, "What is your father's condition now? If he doesn't undergo surgery, it will soon progress to the advanced stage. At that point, nothing can be done. Although we have insurance, many surgical costs are not reimbursed. The post-operative care requires substantial funds, and my family cannot afford such expenses. Which is why my father has consistently opposed the surgery." After listening to Li Hui's account, Yuan immediately took out his phone and called Zhao Chuan. If there were any place with superior medical technology, it would undoubtedly be in the capital. He wished to inquire if Zhao Chuan could arrange for Li Hui's father to have surgery at his hospital. Upon hearing Yuan's situation, Zhao Chuan replied nonchalantly, "While others may find this difficult, your request is quite simple to resolve. How about the Huaguo Navy Hospital? The military hospital has excellent facilities and advanced technology. We can even invite specialists from other hospitals for consultations." Yuan readily agreed, eager for Zhao Chuan to make the arrangements. However, Zhao Chuan chuckled on the other end of the line, "I don't want to owe anyone a favor. If you want this sorted, you should give Grandpa Su a call. He has been asking for your number." He then sent a phone number via WeChat. Yuan looked at the number and shook his head with a wry smile. He was reluctant to engage with that grandfather-grandson duo, yet here he was, compelled to reach out to them. He dialed the number and heard a robust voice on the other end. "Hello, who is this?" "Grandpa Su, hello, I am Yuan. Zhao Chuan's university classmate. We met at his father's birthday banquet." Yuan introduced himself formally. "Haha, my dear lad, what brings you to seek out this old man? Is there something amiss? Have you perhaps procured that special fish for me?" It is evident that the old gentleman is in good spirits. Yuan promptly conveyed the matters at hand, emphasizing the significance of the elder in his life. "This is no trivial matter, merely how shall you express your gratitude?" The old man jested. "This is a matter of life and death, can we not attend to it first? Everything else can be discussed later." Yuan remarked with a wry smile. "Very well. Provide me with the patient's name and the hospital, and await my news," the elder replied. Noting the urgency in Yuan's demeanor, and subsequently dropped his light-hearted tone, Yuan sent the necessary details via text, and soon received a succinct reply, "Await my news. Blue Island City, the Saturn Hospital." Standing nearby, Li Hui listened to Yuan's series of phone calls, utterly bewildered by the mentions of various hospitals. Once Yuan concluded his conversations, Li Hui, with a quavering voice, said, "Xiao Yuan, you are aware of my family's situation. We truly cannot afford the journey to the capital. I appreciate your assistance, but it is truly unnecessary." "What are you thinking? Who said anything about you needing to pay?" Yuan interjected. "As long as your uncle can be treated, I will cover the expenses." Li Hui found it hard to believe, knowing well that Yuan's family was not affluent. He had heard of the recent relocations on the islands, but how much could the country's relocation possibly yield? Perceiving Li Hui's concerns, Yuan reassured him, "Do not think of this as a gift. Once your uncle is well, you shall work for me to repay the debt." Li Hui thumped his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, my life will henceforth belong to the Yi family. Enough of such nonsense. What would I do with your life? Focus on your work, and I assure you that you will repay me swiftly." Before long, they returned to the hospital room, where Li's father had already opened his eyes and weakly gestured toward the foot of the bed. With effort, he moved his feet to make space for Yuan to sit. Li Hui briefly informed his father of Yuan's arrangements for his treatment in the capital, covering all expenses. Tears streamed down Li's mother's face as she rose, intent on kneeling before Yuan. He hurriedly assisted her back to her feet, saying, "Auntie, what are you doing? You are not shortening my life, are you? You are the elder, please do not do this." Supported by Yuan, Li's mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Yuan, thank you. Your uncle's life is preserved because of you. You are our family's great benefactor." The small word allowed everyone's voices to be heard clearly. A woman caring for another patient remarked, "Dear sister, you should rejoice. Your man has encountered a benefactor this time. Unlike those people from a few days ago, your family is finally seeing hope." Yet, as she spoke, a somber silence enveloped the room, for the oncology department was filled predominantly with cancer patients, and the stress borne by their families often outweighed that of the patients themselves. At that moment, a doctor, accompanied by several uniformed personnel, entered the ward. The doctor pointed to Li Dongming's bed and said, "This is the patient you are looking for." The individuals behind him approached the bedside, nodding toward Li Dongming, and inquired, "May I ask who Mr. Yuan is?" Upon seeing these individuals, Yuan had already surmised that they were likely sent by the old gentleman. Thus, he replied, "I am Yuan," handing over his identification card. The leader of the group, after confirming Yuan's identity, spoke, "I have already familiarized myself with the situation here. You may now proceed with the transfer. The hospital in Chongqing has been contacted by Mr. Su. He assured them, we will drive you there." Upon hearing these words, Yuan felt a weight lift off his heart. Although Mr. Su appeared somewhat intimidating, he was remarkably efficient in his dealings, which caused Yuan to regard the elder with newfound respect. After nodding in gratitude to the newcomers, he turned to the doctor who had been momentarily bewildered. "Doctor, could you please assist us with the transfer paperwork?" he requested. The male doctor quickly regained his composure and responded, "Of course, of course." Yuan took Li Hui and followed the doctor to handle the transfer procedures. Meanwhile, those who had come to escort Yuan helped lift Li's father onto a stretcher. When they reached the hospital entrance, they found a military green medical vehicle already waiting. Li Dongming lay on a bed inside the vehicle, while Li's mother and two nurse-like young women sat by his side, with the nurses adjusting some unfamiliar equipment. The spacious interior of the vehicle allowed Yuan and Li Hui to enter without feeling cramped. Once they were all aboard, the individual who had greeted Yuan earlier entered the driver's seat. The medical vehicle sped smoothly along the highway from Blue Island to Chongqing. By the time they arrived in Chongqing, it was already past 10 in the evening. Upon reaching the entrance of the Chongqing Naval Hospital, nurses were already waiting. Li Dongming was lifted onto a prepared hospital bed and wheeled inside. Yuan, disembarking behind them, spotted a familiar face, Su Hang, the grandson of the esteemed Mr. Su. Su Hang coordinated with the personnel escorting them, signed some documents, and the soldiers drove back to Blue Island. Yuan had intended to invite the medical team for a meal, but Su Hang stopped him. They exchanged a handshake, and Su Hang briefly informed him, "I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. It's too late now, the elder has gone to bed. My task is complete, see you in the morning." After tossing Yuan a key card for a guest house, he departed. Yuan first headed to the hospital room designated for Li's father. The assigned room was a deluxe accommodation, complete with a private caregiver's bed and restroom. Li Hui and her mother were astonished by such treatment. For this was a naval hospital, not a place where wealth alone could guarantee entry. Even if he could gain entry, such favorable treatment would be unattainable. After a brief explanation, Yuan descended to the ground floor and paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan before returning to the guest house. By the end of the day, he felt rather fatigued, having traveled extensively. Realizing he had yet to inform his family of his arrival in the capital, he dialed his father's number. After briefly outlining the situation, his father expressed his astonishment and reassured Yuan not to rush back, since he was able to assist now. He should do so without worry for home. After a deep slumber, Yuan awoke feeling quite refreshed. Following breakfast at the guest house, he made his way to the hospital room, where he observed several doctors conversing with Li Hui. Once the doctors departed, Li Hui informed Yuan that their father would undergo some examinations today, and if all went well, surgery could be scheduled for the following day. According to the doctors at the hospital in Blue Island, the post-operative recovery rate was estimated at 30%, however, the doctors here indicated that with proper recovery, the rate could soar to 60%. Li Mu had stepped out to purchase breakfast. Li Hui and Yuan engaged in conversation for a while, and noticing the time, Li Hui asked Yuan to keep an eye on their father as he needed to handle some procedural checks. After Li Hui left, Yuan exchanged a few words with Li Fu, who expressed thirst and wished to drink water. Yuan quickly approached to assist him, suddenly recalling the utility of the space lake water. Stealthily, he added some to the cup before handing it over. Li Fu took the cup, sipped cautiously, and then paused momentarily before draining the entire contents. The previously listless Li Fu noticeably regained strength in his voice after drinking. The Beijing Military District is one of the most revered locations in Hua country, housing several high-ranking officials. Yuan sat in Su Hang's car, passing through multiple checkpoints until they arrived at a villa. The villas here are spaced apart, and this particular one is a two-story structure with a small vegetable garden in the courtyard and a grassy area featuring a wooden training dummy. Upon entering the villa, Yuan noted the vintage decor, with much of the furniture being intricately handcrafted from wood. In the living room, Su's grandfather was engaged in tea with a middle-aged man across from him. Su Hang seemed taken aback upon seeing the man and immediately saluted, exclaiming, "Greetings, instructor." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Yuan scrutinized the man, who exuded an air of gravitas, clad in a Shongshon suit. He appeared to be around 40 years of age. His thick palms and square face were complemented by sharp eyebrows and slightly narrowed eyes that sparkled with intensity, lending him an enigmatic presence. Noticing Yuan's arrival, Su's grandfather beckoned him over, inviting him to take a seat. Yuan approached the tea table and selected a chair, only to find the atmosphere within the room rather peculiar. The two tea drinkers remained silent, engrossed in their own quiet enjoyment of the beverage. Su Hang stood motionless at the door, maintaining this stance for a full minute. Yuan, feeling somewhat uneasy, finally spoke up, "Thank you, Grandpa Su, for your help with my friend's father's situation." The elderly Su glanced at Yuan, his eyes brimming with meaning, then replied, "How do you intend to express your gratitude? Don't think mere words suffice, I have exerted considerable influence this time." Yuan was taken aback, not expecting such directness from the old man. Wasn't it customary for the elderly to be more subtle in their discourse? Clearing his throat, he said, "Well, I can procure some special ornamental fish for you when I return, how does that sound?" The old man chuckled, "Do you really think your ornamental fish hold such significance?" After saying this, he regarded Yuan with an amused expression, causing the young man to feel increasingly anxious. "So, what would you have me do?" "Whatever is within my abilities, I shall comply," Yuan declared resolutely. "Odd, that's precisely the response I was awaiting. Su Hang mentioned your diving skills. Would you care to demonstrate?" Yuan felt bewildered. "Diving? Here? I thought you were asking for a favor." "Do not concern yourself with the details. I simply wish to know if I provide you with diving equipment, can you retrieve an item from a depth of 100 meters? Yuan hesitated. That depth was beyond the capabilities of an average person, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. As Yuan pondered, the old man continued, "I am aware of your reservations, do not presume you are the only one harboring secrets in this world. It is not as simple as you perceive." After uttering this cryptic remark, the elderly gentleman nodded slightly at the middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man raised his hand and, from 2 meters away, struck a pot of orchids resting on the windowsill with a swift motion. At the moment of impact, Yuan felt a familiar flow of energy emanating from the man's palm, striking the pot directly. As he looked back at the pot, he noticed cracks forming in the center, gradually spreading outward until the pot shattered into a myriad of pieces on the floor. "I must say, of all the things to break, that pot of orchids was just one from old Zhao," Su lamented, half in jest, half in annoyance. The middle-aged man, however, showed no change in expression in response to Su's words, simply smiling at Yuan. At this point, Yuan found himself at a loss for words. His mouth agape in shock. "Now do you believe what I said? Your secrets are of no interest to anyone. I have a task that requires someone with exceptional diving skills. Do not fear the consequences of your secrets being revealed. You are certainly not the only one with hidden truths." After delivering this message, Su resumed sipping his tea. Yuan, having emerged from his astonishment, initially intimidated by the middle-aged man's display of power, began to wonder if his own daily practice of the water manipulation technique could allow him to project the energy coursing through his body in a manner similar to that of the middle-aged man. He had never attempted it before, so when he witnessed the middle-aged man's strike, his thoughts were more occupied with whether he could achieve the same feat. Now that old Master Su had made such a statement, it seemed they had inferred some of his secrets. Surely, they could not have anticipated that he possessed such a remarkable system space. Yuan awkwardly pinched the tip of his nose and said with a hint of embarrassment. 100 meters is no problem, it mainly depends on what you are looking for. You know, diving is not solely about strength. There are many external factors such as light and currents to consider. Old Master Su remained silent, merely observing the middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man withdrew an irregular stone, roughly the size of a $10 bill, from the pocket of his jacket. The surface of the stone was not particularly smooth. Its color nearly black, yet it emanated a faint hint of red within. He placed the stone before Yuan. As Yuan reached out to take it, a long dormant system notification resonated in his mind. Energy source detected, redeemable for 30,000 points. Would you like to redeem? No. This was the second item that could be redeemed directly without being placed into the system space. The last was a piece of jade rough. And now it was this unidentified stone. Examining the stone in his hand, Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He must ascertain what this object truly was. After all, such a significant amount of points, 30,000, was at stake. The previous piece of glass type Imperial Green was only worth 10,000 points. Reluctantly, Yuan set the stone down and addressed Old Master Su. Is this what we are searching for? We'll discuss the specifics later. First, you need to undergo various physical assessments. If you do not meet the standards, you will not be privy to the details. After saying this, he patted Yuan's shoulder, adding, rest assured, showcase your abilities. It will be to your benefit. I can assure you, no one will trouble you over your secrets. Without waiting for Yuan's response, he nodded at Su Hang. Su Hang immediately approached Yuan, gesturing him to follow. Yuan understood this meant he was about to undergo the physical assessments. So he stood and followed Su Hang out of the villa. As Yuan sat in the car, he felt a wave of anxiety. He was uncertain about the outcome of the assessments. Would his secrets be uncovered? Now, he too was curious about what the evaluations would reveal. Inside the villa, Old Master Su glanced at the middle-aged man and inquired, what do you think? No reaction at all. The middle-aged man responded, it's hard to say. You know, some people are born with abilities, while others acquire them later in life. This mysterious stone indeed has effects on individuals like me. But that does not mean it is universally applicable. He looked at Old Master Su with uncertainty. Is this person truly as extraordinary as you claim? Old Master Su smiled in return. He detected a submarine at a depth of 500 meters. Could you manage that? The middle-aged man did not hesitate to refute no. Yuan was taken to a military compound by Su Hang, and their vehicle drove directly to the exterior of what resembled an air raid shelter. The guard recognized Su Hang's license plate and granted them passage. The vehicle traversed the cavernous tunnel for 5 minutes before halting at an entrance resembling a laboratory. Upon disembarking, Yuan jested with Su Hang, why are you not treating me like a lab rat? Su Hang replied, no, merely conducting a physical examination, do not overthink it. Throughout the span of a single day, Yuan underwent an array of tests, blood work, blood pressure evaluation, lipid profiling, and pulmonary capacity assessments. Never before had he experienced such a thorough examination. After a long day, Su Hang drove Yuan back to the guest house, advising him to keep his phone accessible. What? Everything is normal. Merely a tad superior to the average individual. Not even as robust as our frogman. The elder Su was taken aback upon receiving the results from the examination. Setting down the phone, he remarked to the middle-aged man, perhaps you are right. He is just an ordinary person. But how could he have discovered a submarine in such profound depths? The elder Su fell into deep contemplation. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words in response to the elder's inquiry. After sipping his tea, he suggested, should we continue with him? The elder pondered for a moment before conceding, proceed, but do not divulge too much, simply enlist his help in the search. With a cadre of frogmen. We have spent 3 months locating merely 3 fragments of that object. Analysis indicates there should be many more. Why not utilize a submarine or an underwater robot? The middle-aged man queried, having long harbored the question. It's not that we cannot, rather, we simply cannot locate them. The pieces discovered were beneath the sandy sea floor, unearthed by the frogman's feet. Submarines and robots are not feasible. Very well, since you hold such faith in this young man, allow him a chance, the middle-aged man concluded, rising to adjust his attire before exiting. At the Naval General Hospital in Beijing, a middle-aged doctor in military garb and a white coat stood before his desk, vociferously addressing the receiver. What data have you sent over? The patient is not suffering from cancer. We have conducted numerous tests and found no cancerous cells. The response from the other end was unclear, prompting the doctor's voice to rise sharply. With a tone laced with sarcasm, he retorted, "Are you implying that our 3 esteemed directors from a Tier 3 hospital are inferior to an ordinary doctor from a tertiary hospital in Blue Island? Or do you believe your medical equipment surpasses ours?" Abruptly, he ended the conversation, saying, "Enough, the patient is now in our care. And I will take responsibility for our assertions." Upon returning to the guest house, Yuan noted the early hour and decided to visit Li Hui's father. Upon entering the hospital room, he found the family engaged in laughter and conversation. Spotting Yuan, Li Hui promptly rose to offer him a chair. Observing Li's father in good spirits, Yuan inquired, "I could hear your laughter from outside. What has brought such joy?" With a beaming smile, Li's mother responded, "Oh, the large hospital is truly exceptional. We conducted tests, and the results from this afternoon revealed it is not cancer. The doctor suggested there may have been a misdiagnosis from the other hospital. In recent days, after careful observation, it appears there is no significant concern. And he may soon be discharged from the hospital. It seems that the special water given to his father in the morning has proven effective. Thankfully, this was administered prior to the examination. Had the cancer cells mysteriously vanished post-examination, Mr. Li would have faced insurmountable challenges in seeking discharge. And it would have been astonishing if he were not detained as a mere subject for experimentation." Unbeknownst to Yuan, this incident prompted an unprecedented thorough inspection at the hospital on Blue Island, during which numerous issues within the facility were uncovered, ultimately alleviating many of the challenges faced by the citizens of Blue Island in accessing medical care. In the hospital room, Yuan beckoned Mrs. Li to sit down. Observing the slight recovery of Mr. Li's spirits, addressing the family of 3, he said, "Auntie, the purpose of my visit was actually to discuss matters concerning your family's printing business." Yuan recounted his motivations for seeking Mr. Li, how he became aware of their family's current situation, and the circumstances that led him to find Li Hui. Conclusively, he turned to Li Hui and stated, "I have recently acquired a small island, employing fishermen from our village as workers. Given their advanced age, my father is assisting me in management, but I seek a more professional individual to help oversee operations. Would you be willing to assist me?" The Li family was taken aback by the scale of Yuan's current endeavors, yet they felt immense joy for him. "Of course. As long as you do not mind my lack of a university degree. My studies were focused on business management," Li Hui replied. "Certainly, there is no issue. Uncle and auntie are welcome to stay with me. Although transportation may be somewhat inconvenient, the environment is splendid and highly conducive to your father's recovery." After bidding farewell, Yuan informed Li Hui that he would not be visiting in the coming days due to other commitments. With his father's health improving, Li Hui's spirits were considerably elevated. Assuring Yuan not to worry about matters on this side, he personally escorted Yuan out of the hospital room. In the South China Sea, one of the vital maritime territories of our nation, numerous coastal disputes persist as a naval vessel traverses the expansive waters. Seated within the cabin, Yuan listened intently to Su Hang's account. The day following the physical examination, Su Hang had brought Yuan to Haimen City. The two of them boarded the military ship heading directly toward the South China Sea. Su Hang explained to Yuan that their mission entailed the search for a particular type of stone located within a specified maritime area. This stone was the same one shown to Yuan by a middle-aged gentleman at the residence of Elder Su. The exact quantity of such stones in this region remains a mystery, even to Su Hang, who lacked the authority to access this information. All he knew was that these stones were exceedingly rare. The Navy had deployed a significant number of frogmen, who had spent over 3 months searching this maritime area, ultimately discovering only 3 pieces of the specified stone. As Yuan absorbed Su Hang's narrative, he perused the documentation in his hands. This maritime expanse lies considerably distant from the mainland, with the nearest island being Nanwei Island. Despite being within our national waters, the proximity to foreign territories is striking. The underwater topography in this area is intricate, featuring a trench that plunges to depths exceeding 5,000 meters. Yuan's task was to explore the seabed near this trench, specifically at depths ranging from 100 to 150 meters. Upon reaching the designated waters, Yuan donned the necessary equipment. Accompanying him into the water were 10 elite frogmen, specialized troops entrusted with underwater reconnaissance, demolition, and the execution of unique operational missions. They earned their name due to the amphibious gear they carried, resembling the webbed feet of a frog. These skilled operatives, accustomed to prolonged submersion while donning masks, equipped with fins, rubber suits, and oxygen tanks, form an indispensable force of the Navy beneath the waves. The frogmen dispatched on this occasion were the Sea Army de la Sea Army from various units. As reported, this would be the final search, with no further endeavors to be undertaken regardless of the outcome. Before descending, Yuan was required to sign a confidentiality agreement with the military, stipulating that the entire operation must remain a closely guarded secret. He was prohibited from divulging any information regarding this undertaking to anyone under any circumstances. In the South China Sea, the designated area awaited. The 10 frogmen paired up, dividing into 5 teams, and gracefully submerged into the ocean. Su Hang had intended for Yuan to join one of the teams, but Yuan declined, recognizing that if he descended with them, he would be unable to act independently. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. A saying that rings profoundly true for the frogmen. Observing the professional diving equipment, Yuan understood that each set bore a staggering price tag. After donning the diving suit, shouldering the oxygen tank, and fitting the diving goggles and mask, he slipped on the fins. To his astonishment, they had even prepared an underwater propulsion device for him. However, he chose not to carry it due to its cumbersome weight. Once submerged, Yuan felt reluctant to be encumbered by such gear. The entire outfit weighed no less than several dozen pounds. Yet, he had no choice, as he needed a plausible explanation for his prolonged stay underwater. He distanced himself from the frogman and swiftly swam towards the ocean floor. A glance at his watch confirmed he had descended to a depth of 130 meters. Thanks to the absence of pollution, the water here was exceptionally clear, although somewhat dimly lit. This, however, posed no challenge for Yuan. His vision underwater was remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive objects several dozen meters away, while ordinary individuals could barely discern a few meters. Yuan observed fish and shrimp darting about. A small sea snake gliding past him, measuring over 2 meters in length and exuding an air of menace. Sea snakes are typically venomous, possessing potent toxins. Yuan promptly captured the snake, exchanging it for 10 points in his space. His primary objective was to locate the elusive black-red stones. At a depth of 150 meters, most frogmen would reach their limits. The water pressure at this depth was formidable and few could withstand it. The underwater scenery was nothing short of breathtaking, teeming with bizarre creatures, vividly colored marine flora, and a myriad of fish weaving through the aquatic tapestry, evoking a dreamlike sensation. However, Yuan had no time to linger in admiration of the marine beauty. He began meticulously sifting through the sandy seabed. Prior to his descent, the frogman had cautioned him that the stones lay buried beneath the sand, often discovered only after being inadvertently disturbed. Yuan, however, need not expend such effort. With his senses fully attuned, he enveloped an area spanning several dozen meters. Nothing. He switched locations and resumed his search. Still nothing. He continued to move. Unbeknownst to Yuan, he had unwittingly ventured to the very edge of the trench. Gazing into the abyss, a daring thought crossed his mind. He found a reef and nestled his oxygen tank within its crevices, removing his flippers and donning only his diving mask. He stowed away the rest of his gear among the rocks and plunged directly into the dark depths of the trench. Initially, a school of small fish accompanied him. But as he descended, their numbers dwindled until only a few larger specimens remained. The aquatic realm had become increasingly desolate, revealing the enigmatic wonders of the ocean floor where the unexpected often lurks. As Yuan submerged into the tenebrous depths of 1,000 meters, he caught sight of an enormous object in the distance that bore an uncanny resemblance to a plastic bag. How could there possibly be a plastic bag in this profound marine expanse? His curiosity piqued, he swam closer to this anomaly that seemed out of place in such depths. Upon nearing it, however, he was astonished to discover that it was not a plastic bag at all, but rather an immense red jellyfish. Typically, jellyfish are transparent or white. Yet this vivid crimson creature was unlike anything Yuan had ever encountered. Realizing its potential toxicity and uncertain value, He prudently decided against provoking this formidable being in the deep sea. Once he confirmed it was merely a jellyfish, he turned to resume his search. After an extensive search, Yuan nearly succumbed to despair in the oppressive darkness of the ocean's depths. The sensation was not one of physical suffocation but rather a psychological weight pressing upon him. Just as he contemplated giving up, he suddenly discerned a stone resembling the one he sought not far ahead. He swiftly swam towards it, clearing the sand to reveal that it indeed was the very stone he had been seeking. Remarkably, this stone was twice the size of the one a middle-aged man had shown him. Resisting the urge to immediately exchange it for points, he cautiously placed the black stone into his net pouch. With this initial discovery, Yuan extinguished his intentions of returning and resolved to continue his quest. The frogman had searched for so long without success, perhaps due to insufficient depth. Yuan suspected that Su Hang had withheld vital information from him, for he would not have neglected to mention the stone's purpose. He scoured this maritime expanse, ultimately uncovering 3 such stones. The 2 subsequent finds were considerably smaller. In the end, Yuan decided to reserve the larger stone for his country, while the 2 smaller ones could serve as his remuneration for the labor. He stored them in his special pouch, postponing the points exchange for the time being. Yuan was wary of triggering any new functions in the system while submerged in such profound depths, preferring to wait until he returned to shore. He aimed to avoid conducting any perilous experiments beneath the waves. As time passed, he made his way back to his equipment. Once properly outfitted underwater, he returned to the naval vessel. For others, changing gear in the depths would be an impossible feat, yet for Yuan, he felt more agile in the water than he did on land. On board the vessel, 10 frogmen had already come up to rest. At this moment, Su Hang anxiously gazed at the surface of the sea. "Colonel Su," I remarked, "where did they find such a character? Not only does he act independently, but he also fails to return on time. What if something happens? Such untrained individuals should not have been summoned." One of the frogmen scoffed. "Shut up," several others whispered, noticing Su Hang's displeasure and exchanging glances to remain silent. Just then, the surface of the water erupted, and Yuan emerged, his head breaking the surface. Su Hang's anxious heart finally settled. He was aware of Yuan's exceptional swimming abilities, but that was merely conjecture. After all, he had never witnessed it firsthand, had he? If something were to happen to Yuan during this mission, he would struggle to explain it to Yuan's family. Yuan was pulled aboard the vessel, where a sailor assisted him in removing his gear. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water, he gulped it down in one go. This was all an act by Yuan. Otherwise, how could he have surfaced unscathed after carrying dozens of pounds of equipment underwater for so long? How could anyone believe it? "Did you find it?" Su Hang inquired, not holding out much hope. Yuan retrieved a rather large stone from his net and handed it to Su Hang. "Take a look, is this it? I couldn't see well down there, so I brought it up just in case." Upon seeing the stone in Yuan's hand, Su Hang's eyes widened. He recognized its significance. This stone held immense value for individuals like them. It was larger than the 3 stones they had previously salvaged combined. Su Hang, as the commander of this operation, was aware that the higher-ups had promised him a share if they were successful in their recovery. With such a sizable stone, he could secure at least 5 times that amount for himself. This would exponentially accelerate his training speed, making him 3 to 4 times faster than others for over a year. Su Hang approached Yuan, laughing heartily. "You truly are remarkable. Those frogmen searched for so long and found less than you did in a single effort." The frogman nearby cast a glance at the stone Su Hang held. Those who had previously mocked Yuan now lowered their heads in embarrassment. This salvage operation lasted 2 days, during which Yuan discovered a total of 5 pieces of black stone, keeping 2 for himself and submitting 3. Apart from the first large piece he handed over, the subsequent 2 were about the size of a baby's fist. This would be the last descent into the sea, after which the vessel would return. Yuan continued to dive alone, and after 2 days, the frogmen were thoroughly impressed by his diving prowess. In the military, strength commands admiration. As long as one is strong enough, respect will follow. This time, Yuan descended directly into the 1,000 meter deep zone. He soon encountered a small school of fish. These creatures bore a fearsome appearance, and Yuan quickly recognized them as the rare and recently discovered giant mouthfish. During his academic years, he had no particular hobbies, spending all his time in the library engrossed in books. Many marine species were etched into his memory. The giant mouthfish, entirely black, boasted luminous appendages on its lower jaw, resembling a sinister grin directed at onlookers. Their mouths are remarkably unique, adorned with dagger-like teeth that can reach lengths of up to 120 millimeters. The expansive opening of their jaws is attributed to a distinctive skeletal structure. The connective bones between the skull and spine exhibit extraordinary flexibility, allowing for an obtuse angle of extension. This represents the first instance of a complex and adaptable cranial joint discovered in nature. Such cranial articulation is found exclusively among 5 species of giant mouthfish. In contrast, the skeletal joints of other fish between the head and spine are considerably smaller or even minuscule. It is precisely due to this exceptional skeletal anatomy that they are capable of swallowing prey of significant size, rendering them one of the most perilous creatures of the deep sea. They predominantly inhabit the warm waters of the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans, as well as regions such as the South China Sea and East China Sea, typically residing in depths ranging from 200 to 1,000 meters. Upon encountering the giant mouthfish, Yuan felt a shiver of trepidation. This creature was not to be trifled with. He hastily retreated in the opposite direction. Despite his prowess beneath the waves, he understood the principle that a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. Once he distanced himself from the giant mouthfish, he was able to discern his surroundings, a vast expanse of underwater reef formations, with rocks of varying sizes undulating before him. As he attuned his senses to the reef's environment, he unexpectedly discovered a natural cavern nestled within the rocks, its entrance impressively large, approximately 2 meters wide. However, he soon realized that his abilities faltered in perceiving what lay within the cavern. This marked the first occasion where his sensory perception proved inadequate underwater. Approaching the cavern's mouth, he found it shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Yuan retrieved the military dagger gifted to him by Suhan and cautiously ventured into the abyss. The cavern sloped downward at an angle. After swimming several meters, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if something were watching from the shadows, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. A sense of impending danger surged through him, and suddenly, a colossal shadow charged toward him. Yuan swiftly swam toward the exit. With his utmost speed, he escaped the cavern, only to glance back and discover an enormous sea snake. The sea snake, a marine reptile, bore a striking resemblance to its terrestrial counterparts, differing primarily in its flatter tail. However, the creature before him shattered Yuan's preconceptions. Typically, sea snakes measure around 2 to 4 meters, with the longest he had heard of being approximately 8 meters. Yet this specimen appeared to be no less than 10 meters in length, robust and cylindrical in shape, with a diameter of at least 1 meter. Could it be a mutated sea snake? Yuan pondered within himself. As he marveled at the creature, the sea snake surged angrily toward him. Yuan deftly evaded its frontal assault and, seizing the military dagger, lunged toward the creature's body. To his astonishment, the dagger failed to penetrate the sea snake's tough exterior. What was he to do now? His attack could not breach its defenses. This was akin to an elite assassin confronting an indomitable tank. Yuan was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. As he pondered his predicament, he deftly evaded the relentless assaults of the sea serpent. Fortunately, his agility in the water afforded him temporary safety from the beast's grasp. However, just as he was contemplating a strategy to confront this formidable creature, his distraction led him to miss a crucial opportunity, allowing the sea serpent to seize the moment. As he narrowly dodged another strike, his carelessness resulted in the serpent's tail sweeping across him with tremendous force. He felt an overwhelming power propel him through the water, the serpent's tail striking his back, rendering him momentarily numb and significantly hampering his movements. In a swift response, Yuan distanced himself from the serpent, contemplating the utilization of his special abilities to ensnare the creature within his domain. Once secured, he could decide its fate at his leisure. The sea serpent, emboldened by its initial success, lunged at him with its maw wide open. After narrowly evading yet another brutal attack, Yuan seized the fleeting opportunity to touch the serpent's body. His willpower activated the spatial mechanism, and in an instant, the serpent was transported into his spatial realm. However, The moment the creature crossed the threshold, an excruciating headache assailed Yuan, akin to the disorientation following excessive mental exertion. This was soon accompanied by a wave of nausea, reminiscent of overindulgence in drink. The intensity of this sensation was exponentially greater than when he had previously captured a small shark, to the point where he feared he might lose consciousness. Could it be that his abilities were insufficient to accommodate such a large entity within his space? At that moment, Yuan's body seemed to betray him, leaving him with only the capacity to think as he remained rooted in place. It took him an agonizing 10 minutes before he began to recover, a reaction far more potent than his previous experience. Was his ability to absorb not infallible? Did it possess limitations? Contemplating this, he sought out a massive reef to conduct a further experiment. After all, without clarity on this matter, he could find himself in dire straits should he encounter danger in the future, a potential flaw that could prove to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. He would not gamble with his life. The likelihood of encountering large marine creatures was high, and failing to comprehend his absorption threshold would be tantamount to courting death. As he focused on the enormous reef, he found it yielded no response whatsoever. It appeared he would need to exercise caution henceforth. Not everything could be drawn into his space. Objects of excessive size or weight were beyond his current capabilities. He pondered whether his mastery of water manipulation would enhance this ability over time. With a mixture of hope and trepidation, Yuan entered his spatial realm and gazed at the captured sea serpent. Retaining the creature within the confines of his space served no purpose and could endanger other valuable aquatic species. Resolving this dilemma, he opted to exchange the sea serpent for points. To his astonishment, a mere sea snake had contributed a staggering 10,000 points to Yuan. This was beyond his expectations. Host Yuan points 5,830,080. 000 strength, 26 speed, 16 stamina, 21 title, apprentice fisherman water creature affinity, 11 fishing ground space. Beginner accelerates the growth rate of creatures within the fishing ground, allowing for point redemption to alter their appearance. Point small, intermediate points can be exchanged for items in the mall. The current exchangeable items are as follows. Upon reviewing his attributes, Yuan noted that after several days of training, his strength, speed, and stamina had each increased slightly. With the points gained from the sea snake, his total had reached 50,000. He could return and exchange for several robots. Although this venture had been perilous, the rewards were commendable. He took a brief respite by the reef before swimming towards the cave once more. The presence of such a large mutated sea snake hinted at the possibility of valuable treasures within. Approaching the cave entrance with heightened caution, he feared the sudden appearance of another creature of that magnitude. He carefully navigated to the depths of the cave. Upon confirming that no further threats lurked within, he began to examine the cavern. The cave was expansive, roughly the size of a basketball court. Natural rocks surrounded him, and there were no creatures to be found within. To Yuan's surprise, the ground was scattered with over a dozen black stones that Su Hong had been seeking. The largest among them was the size of a basin, while the smallest was no larger than a fingernail. He placed most of the stones into his space, keeping only 2 fist-sized pieces in his net. Yuan surmised that these stones had likely been left behind by the sea snake. Perhaps it was these stones that had caused the snake's mutation. After thoroughly searching the cave, he discovered several pieces of stone in a corner that had turned to ash. These resembled the black stones in his possession, albeit the black ones were lustrous, while the grey ones appeared dull, reminiscent of energy being drained. He attempted to touch the grey stone, but the system remained unresponsive. Placing the grey stone into his space yielded no results either. It seemed he was correct, these stones were likely remnants of energy absorbed by the sea snake. Ultimately, Yuan collected 1 grey stone and 2 black stones, placing them in his net before swimming out of the cave. After searching the surrounding waters for a while without further discoveries, he returned directly to the vessel. At Fishing Bay Island, Yuan had been back for several days when Li Hui's sudden appearance caught him off guard. "How did you return so quickly? I thought you were supposed to be taking care of your uncle in Beijing. My mother is looking after him there. My father underwent another checkup recently, and all suspicions of cancer have been completely ruled out. The doctor said he is merely a bit malnourished and can be discharged in 35 days with proper rest." Li Hui spoke with a lively spirit, shaking off the fatigue of previous days. "You have completed the task I entrusted to you," Li Hui remarked. retrieving a wooden box from his backpack. The box was meticulously crafted from rare timber, adorned with an engraving of the picturesque scenery of Yuan Island on its front. In the upper left corner, the words Yuan Seafood were elegantly inscribed in a flowing script, while the lower right corner bore a serial number. This was a task assigned to Li Hui by Yuan before his departure from the capital. Upon first sighting the exquisite packaging, Yuan was instantly enamored and promptly instructed Li Hui to commission such a design. Is it truly necessary to utilize such precious wood for this? Li Hui pondered, struggling to comprehend Yuan's extravagant vision. In his view, expending such a significant sum on mere packaging seemed excessive, bordering on wastefulness. Given the current age, where the finest spirits often languish in obscurity, it was imperative that their abalone products adopt a high-end approach. This meant that the sophistication of the packaging was non-negotiable. How I wish we could procure some sandalwood, he mused. Not only would it elevate the prestige, but sandalwood also possesses a unique fragrance that would surely be highly sought after. Yuan shook his head in regret. Though he was now affluent and unafraid to invest in packaging, he understood that sandalwood was not easily attainable, especially in the quantities required for such an endeavor. Sandalwood, also known as Qinglongwood, is revered for its durability, enchanting aroma, and vibrant hues. It is said to be impervious to toxins and eternal in nature. Often regarded as sacred. Primarily found in tropical regions, it is exceptionally resistant to decay and is commonly used in intricate carvings, artisanal crafts, sporting goods, and musical instruments. Sandalwood is further categorized into several varieties. Purple sandalwood, or Shaoyi-Zitan, is predominantly sourced from specific regions. Its dense structure and fine grain make it remarkably stable, resistant to warping and cracking. With a growth rate of 1 ring per 5 years. It requires over 800 years to mature. It is the hardest of all woods and one of the most coveted materials globally, historically favored by emperors. Red sandalwood is chiefly found in tropical America and Africa, characterized by its tight structure, appealing hue, and exquisite patterns. The wood exhibits a subtle sheen and a faint fragrance, sharing many qualities with red sandalwood. It is durable, resistant to wear and decay, and repels termites, making it ideal for furniture, flooring, and carvings. Green sandalwood typically refers to the wound-healing wood, featuring a finely textured grain with heartwood that is dark greenish-brown or black, possessing a slight luster. This wood has only recently been introduced to China, and traditional classical furniture does not typically incorporate it, as it is primarily used for prayer beads, statues, and stationery. Black sandalwood, also known as ebony, boasts exceptional strength and hardness, with a slow growth rate and remarkable resistance to decay. Its heartwood is a deep black or dark brown, while the sapwood is nearly white, displaying intricate and fine grain patterns with indistinct growth rings. Regrettably, these woods were beyond Yuan's reach at present, existing only in the realm of his contemplations. Li Hui did not take a moment's respite. He promptly set about executing Yuan's instructions. With Li Hui's assistance, Yuan felt considerably alleviated. At that moment, Yuan's phone rang. An anxious voice came from the other end. His brother-in-law, Xiao Yuan, hurried to Pinghai Hospital. Dad has been assaulted. Upon hearing this, Yuan's head burst. His father was not young anymore, and being admitted to the hospital due to an attack was no trifling matter. How is he? He is currently undergoing emergency treatment. You must come quickly. The call ended abruptly. Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, abandoned all his tasks and rushed to the hospital at the swiftest pace. Yuan arrived at the dock and leapt aboard the control vessel. Several crew members were busy cleaning the deck, and he immediately summoned Ding Yi, instructing him to set sail for Pinghai County with utmost speed. Standing on the deck, gazing at the vast sea before him, his hands clenched tightly, and a chilling determination flickered in his eyes. I hope my father is unharmed, otherwise, those responsible will learn the meaning of suffering far worse than death. Before long, Yuan reached the hospital. Inside the ward, his father lay asleep with a thick bandage wrapped around his head. His sister was by the bedside attending to him. His brother-in-law held Nyo, who had a swollen face, her eyes red from recent tears. Seeing that his father was temporarily out of danger, Yuan pulled his brother-in-law aside to discuss the situation. What did the doctors say? It's nothing serious, just a mild concussion. Initially, there was a considerable amount of blood, which frightened everyone. Yuan's tone was icy. Please explain the details. With a heavy sigh, his brother-in-law recounted the events. It all began with Nyonyo. Recently, everyone in the family had been quite busy, so his sister and brother-in-law sent Nyonyo to kindergarten. Today, coincidentally, their father had come to the county. Since his sister and her husband were otherwise occupied, they asked their father to pick up Nyonyo. Little did they know, upon arrival, he found Nyonyo being bullied by a little boy. Their father could not stand idly by and seized the boy, insisting on contacting his parents. This frightened the child into tears. At that moment, the boy's father arrived to pick up his son. Seeing his child being held by an elderly man, who was also crying, he did not inquire into the situation but immediately attacked Yuan's father, knocking him down and kicking him several times. The kindergarten, witnessing this, promptly called the police and informed the sister and her husband. By the time they arrived, the police were already on the scene, but the assailant had fled, and their father was taken to the hospital. Yuan's brother-in-law recounted everything he knew. What did the police say? The assailant simply walked away after the attack. Yuan's voice had turned frigid. What else could they say? The other party claimed that Dad was trying to sell children when he was discovered. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. They are demanding full medical expenses, his brother-in-law said, seething with anger. Yuan glanced at the wounds on Nyonyo's face. What could have happened to her? This certainly did not appear to be the work of a mere child. It was better that he did not inquire. But once he did, Nyonyo burst into tears, exclaiming in a voice laden with grievance, he hit Grandpa, and when Nyonyo tried to bite him, he slapped Nyonyo. It hurt, Uncle. Uncle. Nyonyo doesn't want to go to kindergarten anymore, take Nyonyo back to the island. And I will be very obedient, I won't trouble you. As she recounted her ordeal, Yuan's heart ached. He held Nyonyo tightly in his brother-in-law's embrace, caressing her face and observing her swollen cheek, which reminded him of his father in the hospital, wrapped in bandages. A nameless fire ignited within him, suppressing his fury. He turned to his brother-in-law and asked, has the kindergarten offered any explanation regarding Nyonyo's beating? What explanation could there be? The one who strikes is someone the kindergarten cannot confront. I am acquainted with the principal. He advised us to let it go and not pursue the matter further. His brother-in-law replied, resignation evident in his tone. Who is it? Yuan finally pressed for the information he sought. Zhonggue, his brother-in-law greeted through clenched teeth. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Xiao Yuan, perhaps it would be best to let this go. Our family has only just begun to see some improvement. We shouldn't let this matter jeopardize it. He trailed off, somewhat embarrassed, knowing that the elderly father was still bedridden. As a son-in-law, he felt it inappropriate to speak so bluntly, yet the power wielded by the other party was indeed formidable. Yuan understood his brother-in-law's perspective. He had always regarded him as a composed individual. However, this time, he had no intention of letting it rest. Zhonggue was a figure well known to him from his childhood in Qinghai County. To put it succinctly, Zhonggue's notorious reputation was widely recognized. Nevertheless, the health of his father remained paramount. The man could run, but he could not escape. If Yuan desired to settle the score, he had ample means at his disposal. Upon entering the hospital room, he found his father awake, adamantly insisting on leaving the hospital and returning to the island. No amount of persuasion could change his mind, and they ultimately had no choice but to take his father back to the island. Nyonyo accompanied them, and Yuan informed his sister that Nyonyo would stay on the island for the time being, under their parents' care. He also informed his father about Li Hui, who would be responsible for the aquaculture farm. His father consented, allowing Li Hui to oversee the operations while he focused solely on feed formulation, delegating all other responsibilities to Li Hui. Upon returning home, Yuan secretly provided his father with water from the special lake, confident that this would hasten his recovery. After addressing these matters, he sought out his brother-in-law to inquire further about Zhonggue. Although he was somewhat familiar with Zhonggue, he acknowledged that his brother-in-law, having lived in Qinghai all his life, possessed a deeper understanding of the man. His brother-in-law, unaware of Yuan's intentions, recognized that his younger brother was no longer the same as before, yet proceeded to share some of Zhonggue's background with him. Zhonggue had lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his sister. In high school, he was merely a small local bully. idling away his days by preying on petty vendors. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, his sister married a foreigner. With the funds provided by her, he ventured into the seafood trade and accumulated considerable wealth. In recent years, Pinghai County has extensively contracted out barren islands, and he too has secured one, Renan Island. Interestingly, Renan Island is situated not far from Yuan Fishing Bay Island, only about an hour's boat ride away. The island is modest in size, being a rocky outcrop, perfectly suited for the cultivation of economically viable fish species. Thus, he enclosed that area of the sea with nets for aquaculture, having previously been a local ruffian. The newfound wealth and a band of followers have enabled Zhongguo's business to flourish significantly, even extending its reach into Blue Island City. It is rumored that many of the major hotels in Blue Island City source their supplies from him. Upon learning this, Yuan couldn't help but sneer coldly, indeed. If one does not seek trouble, trouble will not find them. You, a mere aquaculturist, dare to bully me? While Yuan felt a desire to teach him a lesson, the constraints of a lawful society deterred him from resorting to violence that could lead to grievous harm. Instead of merely assaulting him to vent his frustration, he preferred to strike at what Zhongguo cherished most, imparting a sense of despair upon him. Surely, this would be far more impactful than a simple beating. If Zhongguo were to stand before Yuan now, he would likely be asked if he was prepared to face the retribution that was to come. Yuan's sardonic smile sent a chill down his brother-in-law's spine, prompting him to caution Xiao Yuan. Before his brother-in-law could finish, Yuan had already turned away, leaving him with nothing but his silhouette. Later that night, on Fishing Bay Island, Yuan ventured alone to the seaside, seeking a discreet spot to slip into the water unnoticed. After swimming for half an hour, he reached an area where a 4-meter-long sawfish, recently acquired as a pet, surfaced. The little shark was delighted by Yuan's arrival, circling him joyfully. After a brief play session, Yuan mounted the shark's back, directing it towards Renan Island. The shark's speed in the water was impressive, and within half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of Renan Island. The island featured only a few stone houses with faint lights indicating a presence. Yuan dove underwater with the shark, where a vast expanse of the surrounding sea was divided by layers of nets. He drew his dagger and cut through the nets, leading the shark inside. After signaling, they each swam in opposite directions. Yuan's purpose was to wreak havoc. He spared nothing that could fit into his space, even capturing newly introduced fish fry. For now, he chose not to exchange any points, as he did not currently require them, opting instead to store everything in his space. Do not forget that there are still 10 high point stones in the space that Yuan has yet to exchange. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Yuan, accompanied by the little shark, had circled this fishing ground twice. After discovering that the area was nearly devoid of fish, they departed with grace. Yuan instructed the little shark that this fishing ground would henceforth be its dining hall, so whenever hungry, it could go there to eat, but advised caution to avoid being detected. The little shark, displaying a touch of human-like understanding, nodded with half of its body above the water. In Blue Island City, at Fuseongju, one of the oldest seafood restaurants, well known throughout the city, a stunning woman in her 30s sat behind the desk in the general manager's office, perusing a document sent over by the purchasing department. Wang Yuanshon, of the Wang family from the capital, had opened a seafood trading company in Blue Island a month prior and had recently launched 2 batches of seafood into the market. This time, it was rumored that not only big-eye tuna was included, but also the rarely seen stonefish and large yellow croaker. Such exquisite offerings piqued Su Mei's curiosity about their source. She had attempted to communicate with Wang Yuanshon, but he clearly had no intention of selling these premium seafood items to her, only agreeing to provide some ordinary catches. Through various inquiries, she learned that this individual had sold all the exquisite seafood to first-tier cities, and reportedly, he was also in contact with the island, preparing to participate in a local ingredient auction. These developments left Su Mei feeling quite unsettled. It had been a long time since the purchasing department procured any premium seafood. Fuseongju was a brand her mother had painstakingly established. In the early years, her father rarely involved himself in family matters due to work commitments. Her mother took over a modest restaurant from her grandfather and gradually built the brand into a well-known name in Blue Island. Unfortunately, due to her mother's health issues, the responsibility now fell to Su Mei. Since taking over, the restaurant's revenue had been on a continuous decline, with many loyal customers seeking exquisite seafood elsewhere. Recently, the supplier who had consistently provided seafood had suddenly announced plans to emigrate. This situation had robbed Sumei of restful nights for several days. Thankfully, yesterday, the purchasing department contacted a major aquaculture supplier from Pinghai County to discuss a supply contract today. As Sumei pondered these matters, her secretary entered, Director Su. The supplier from Pinghai County has arrived. Should I let him in? Please do, Sumei replied, rubbing her temples. The door opened, and a plump man in his 30s walked in. Upon seeing the beautiful woman before him, he approached with outstretched hands, exclaiming, I am Zhonggui. I have long wished to meet Director Su. It is truly a stroke of fortune to have this opportunity today. Sumei politely shook hands with him, then took her seat behind the desk, fixing her gaze upon him. The first impression this man left on Sumei was far from favorable. His gaze felt somewhat unsettling. As they both sat down, the negotiations commenced. After a pleasant collaboration, both parties signed the contract. Due to issues with the previous supplier, Sumei had deliberately included breach of contract clauses in this agreement. If the agreed upon quantity of seafood is not delivered on time, the compensation stipulated is quite astonishing. Zhonggui exited Faxiangju, gazing at the contract in his hand. He lightly patted it, contemplating, this young lady is indeed enticing, I must seize the opportunity. He picked up the phone and directly dialed a number. Brother Lu, the contract has been signed. I will rely on your support in the future. No problem, no problem. I want to put you in a difficult position. During packaging, we will utilize only the finest catches. The ratio will be 52. And we will split the excess profits 50-50. After hanging up, the Zhonggui glanced towards Sumei's office, murmuring to himself, didn't he expect this, did you? Your purchasing manager has already sold you out. Driving his Audi A8 on the way to his mistress's residence on Blue Island, he cheerfully said, hello, my dear. I'll be over tonight. Before hanging up, humming a tune, feeling like a true victor of life. At just 35, he had already established himself as the foremost businessman in Pinghai County. Today, signing the contract with Sumei promised him profits in the millions for the year. Suddenly, his phone rang urgently. He activated the car's hands-free system. Hello. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end rushed to speak. Zhongzong, it's bad. We have no fish left in the fishery. We don't know what happened, but the delivery crew discovered that the nets were mysteriously torn this morning. And all the fish have vanished. With a screech, Zhonggui slammed on the brakes, bringing the A8 to a halt in the middle of the road. As it was a ring road, vehicles were moving at considerable speed, and the cars behind him could not react in time, crashing into him. Zhonggui's head struck the steering wheel, and his phone fell to the floor. Frustrated, he exited the vehicle, only to see the car behind him was a luxury SUV. The true terror lay in the glaring license plate number 577, which he recognized as belonging to a notorious second-generation rich kid from Blue Island. Angering him could lead to dire consequences. A young man with dyed white hair stepped out, a cigarette in hand, and upon seeing Zhonggui, began to curse, damn it. Zhonggui, do you wish for death? As he berated Zhonggui, he charged at him, delivering a slap across his face. At that moment, Zhonggui was too preoccupied with the pain to care about his own discomfort. He quickly apologized, young Master Zhong, I sincerely apologize. It was my folly to obstruct your path. I'll cover the repair costs, and additionally, how about I offer you 100,000 as a token of goodwill? 100,000. Is that meant to appease me? 50,000 is the bare minimum, or I'll take an arm as compensation. All right, 500,000. Zhonggui gritted his teeth, conceding. After agreeing, the young man snatched the keys from Zhonggui's hand and drove off in the A8. Meanwhile, Yuan sat aboard a plane heading to Guangdao. After spending 2 hours playing with Little Shark the previous night, he returned home to find numerous missed calls from Wang Yuanshan. Upon answering, Wang informed Yuan that the auction arrangements had been successfully finalized. As it was a last-minute addition, the promotional phase had already begun. Leaving only a few days before the event, Yuan should hasten to bring the abalones, for many matters cannot merely be discerned from a few images. Thus, Yuan hastily booked a flight for the following day and set off for the airport at dawn. This marked Yuan's inaugural visit to Hong Kong Island. Just before departing, his father's health had notably improved. Yuan took the time to remind his mother to ensure that his father consumed the vegetables he had brought home during these days. At that moment, his mother appeared puzzled. Yuan fabricated a reason, claiming that such vegetables were highly nutritious and beneficial for his father's recovery. Before long, the plane landed at Hong Kong Island Airport, where Wang Yuanshan personally came to greet him. Wang Yuanshan was exceedingly enthusiastic about this auction and accompanied him throughout the entire process. Inside the Mercedes-Benz van, Wang Yuanshan jovially remarked, "I say, Xiao Yuan, you are now somewhat of a boss, don't always venture out alone, consider bringing a secretary along." Yuan shook his head in response, "What sort of boss am I? Merely a fisherman." The van halted at the entrance of the Pearl Hotel, a renowned five-star establishment on Hong Kong Island and the venue for this auction. The auction was scheduled to take place 3 days later in the Grand Conference Hall on the 10th floor of the hotel, where numerous affluent individuals were expected to attend. It was rumored that this auction had been arranged well in advance, and Wang Yuanshan had somehow managed to incorporate Yuan's abalones into the lineup during this time frame. The two entered a business suite, where some staff members from the auction house were residing. Upon seeing the abalones and their exquisite packaging presented by Yuan, the staff were utterly astounded, particularly by the dark wood packaging containing a single abalone. They could hardly believe that someone would use such fine dark wood for packaging. This packaging was handcrafted by Ding Air, identical in appearance to that made for Li Hui, except that this one included an additional gift, a dark wood pipe, entirely crafted from the same material, featuring remarkably intricate carvings. A vivid dragon intertwined throughout the design, with the dragon's tail forming the mouthpiece, creating an impression of an artistic masterpiece. Yuan was confident that even the pipe alone would command a considerable price at auction. This time, Yuan aimed to establish the reputation of his abalones in one fell swoop, especially since there were many more in his possession. After signing several commission agreements, the staff promptly summoned a professional photographer to capture images for promotional purposes. Yuan then checked into a room at the hotel. Wang Yuanshan had numerous other matters to attend to, so he did not linger with Yuan, leaving behind some materials pertaining to the auction before departing. Alone in his room, Yuan sipped his coffee while leisurely perusing the auction's promotional brochure. This auction featured an array of items, turning page after page, almost caviar. Italian Alba white truffles, yellow lip fish, large red shrimp, top-grade French foie gras, French blue lobster, Hungarian wool pigs, and the mysterious fruit. Goodness, what an extraordinary collection. This auction encompassed nearly all rare delicacies. Although Yuan had not tasted many of the aforementioned items, he had certainly heard of their renowned names. However, what on earth was this mysterious fruit? It seemed as though he had never heard of it before. Thus, Yuan sought out the page introducing the mysterious fruit and began to peruse it earnestly. The mysterious fruit belongs to the Saputaceae family and is classified as a typical tropical evergreen shrub. Its origins trace back to the regions of West Africa, particularly Ghana and the Congo. This fruit is a national treasure, revered not only in West Africa but also in other nations, and is protected against exportation. The flesh of the mysterious fruit possesses a sour and astringent taste, however, it contains a unique protein that, when consumed, alters the flavor profile of subsequently eaten acidic fruits, rendering them sweet instead of sour within 2 hours. Hence, it is aptly named the mysterious fruit. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Yet, the price is rather extravagant. After observing the reference price, Yuan's interest in the mysterious fruit waned. As he continued to flip through the pages, he encountered a plethora of exquisite ingredients, including a prized abalone. Gazing at the promotional materials, an idea struck Yuan. He realized that some of these ingredients could be cultivated by him. He had the space, and the lake water could not only accelerate plant growth but also foster a bountiful harvest. However, there was no rush. He lacked the energy to simultaneously cultivate so many premium ingredients. He resolved to prioritize this endeavor when time permitted. Although Li Hui was now available to assist him, Yuan believed that as time progressed, his enterprise would expand significantly. Nonetheless, the workforce remained a challenge. While robotic crew members could be employed, the matter of external communication lingered. Although robots could manage this task, Yuan feared that their exposure might lead to inadvertent revelations. Contemplating these matters, Yuan shook his head in resignation. It appeared essential for him to find a trustworthy and capable person to address these issues, as they could not be resolved immediately. Since he had arrived in Hong Kong, He decided to unwind a bit. Upon returning, Yuan would once again set sail. After all, what kind of fisherman would he be if he did not venture out to sea? Days passed swiftly. During this time, Yuan explored the seafood markets of Hong Kong, which could be described as a paradise for food enthusiasts teeming with various prized seafood. In the market, Yuan unexpectedly stumbled upon two diminutive blue lobsters. Blue lobsters represent a rare genetic mutation of the American lobster occurring due to an excess of a particular protein within their bodies. This protein reacts to form a blue compound, testosterone, which gives their shells a brilliant azure hue. Statistically, one blue lobster appears among every 2 million lobsters. These lobsters are often regarded as rare marine creatures comparable to living fossils. However, the average person frequently confuses blue lobsters with blue magic lobsters. The latter refers to the sky blue magic lobster, which is distinct from the blue lobster. The primary difference lies in their claws. Blue magic lobsters possess oval-shaped claws, while blue lobsters have elongated claws. Additionally, blue lobsters exhibit spots, whereas blue magic lobsters do not. Nevertheless, blue magic lobsters are larger and more visually appealing. The occurrence of blue lobsters in crustaceans is a mere 1 in 2 million. Furthermore, blue lobsters cannot be cultivated. Even if they reproduce, their offspring will be ordinary lobsters. Yuan spent a considerable sum of 50,000 yuan to acquire a pair of blue lobsters from a vendor. Yuan's intention in acquiring them was to cultivate them in a designated space. Once the lobsters mature, their individual market value will far exceed mere tens of thousands. On the eve of the auction, Wang Yuansheng introduced Yuan to a highly influential figure within the affluent circles of Hong Kong Island, Ma Mingyuan, the manager of Hanghai Group. The headquarters of Hanghai Group is situated on Hong Kong Island, and after establishing itself in the seafood industry, the group diversified its operations, gradually shifting its focus toward real estate and other sectors. Nonetheless, Hanghai Group Seafood Trading Company remains one of the foremost purveyors of high-end seafood on Hong Kong Island. Ma Mingyuan is not only the current manager of Hanghai Group but also the second son of the founder, Ma Jiaming. He primarily oversees the seafood division of the company and possesses nearly 2 decades of substantial experience in this field, making him one of the esteemed experts in high-end seafood on Hong Kong Island. He is often the one tasked with the authentication of various seafood products. With a smile, Yuan greeted, "Hello, Mr. Ma. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Yisheng," Ma Mingyuan replied warmly, extending his hand in a cordial handshake, his accent distinctly reflecting the local dialect. "I apologize for the abrupt nature of our meeting. It was rather presumptuous of me." "Not at all." Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "It is indeed a pleasure to meet Manager Ma. There is a saying in our mainland, more friends mean more paths to take." "Well said, Yisheng. That is precisely why I requested Yuansheng to introduce us," Ma Mingyuan responded with continued politeness. Yuan was puzzled as to why Wang Yuansheng had suddenly introduced such an authoritative figure in the industry to him. Logically, they should be competitors. And Wang Yuansheng shouldn't he have any reservations about him mingling with them? Sensing Yuan's thoughts, Wang Yuansheng smiled and clarified, "My family operates a chain of hotels with branches on Hong Kong Island. Initially, many of the seafood supplied to our hotels came from Ma Mingyuan's establishment. Later, when I ventured into seafood trading, Ma Mingyuan not only welcomed this but also extended considerable support to me. His assistance was vital in facilitating the inclusion of your abalone at the auction." Upon discovering Yuan's capability to consistently provide such exquisite abalone, Ma Mingyuan became inclined to foster a relationship. He had broached this subject with Wang Yuansheng several times, who realized that he could not possibly monopolize such a vast and high-end market. Why not collaborate with Ma Mingyuan? Understanding that Yuan's venture was in its nascent stages and destined for growth, he recognized that his own trading company might not be able to absorb all the seafood supply. Hence, seeking a partner among familiar faces seemed prudent, leading him to introduce Ma Mingyuan to Yuan. Wang Yuansheng candidly shared his thoughts, which prompted Yuan to regard him with newfound respect. Once Wang Yuansheng had completed the introduction, Ma Mingyuan spoke directly, "Our company seeks to acquire the exclusive rights for high-end seafood distribution on Hong Kong Island. Might Yisheng consider granting us this opportunity?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuan spoke, "There is no issue with the agency. My business is just beginning, focusing on high-end seafood, and currently, I can only offer lobster and abalone. In the future, I will gradually introduce more premium ingredients. However, I have one stipulation: it must be under our Yuan seafood brand. Yuan was not keen on having his hard-earned seafood brand exploited by others merely as a profit-making tool. Ma Mingyuan was elated by Yuan's commitment. He could discern Yuan's considerable ambition, which boded well for him. Having examined the abalone that Yuan brought, he knew that each piece could create a sensation in the seafood market of Hong Kong. How could he not be pleased to have such a promising prospect in his grasp early on? After concluding their serious discussions, the group enjoyed a leisurely coffee chat. Ultimately, Ma Mingyuan suggested taking Yuan out for relaxation, but Yuan politely declined. It was not due to any airs of superiority; after all, this was their first encounter. And he was uncertain of Ma Mingyuan's character. It was perhaps best to postpone such camaraderie for now. The following day marked the auction. Yuan donned the prepared formal attire and, accompanied by Wang Yuanshan, arrived at the venue. The auction was held in the grandest conference hall of the Minshu Hotel. Many affluent individuals were present, including numerous foreign tycoons who had traveled great distances by plane to attend. Yuan pondered to himself how little he understood the world of gastronomes. The two settled in a corner, where Wang Yuanshan began to introduce the backgrounds of various wealthy attendees. Yuan was astonished that such a modest auction could attract so many global magnates. Wang Yuanshan jested. "This is nothing. If it were an auction for European ingredients, you would see several of the world's wealthiest individuals right here." Not far from Yuan, a stunningly beautiful woman was fixated on them. She was Su Mei, who had specifically come to participate in this auction. As time progressed, the seats in the hall dwindled. And soon, very few empty spots remained. With the onset of a melodious tune, a poised female auctioneer clad in a sharp business suit took to the stage. Her confident smile captivating the attention of everyone present. Many journalists raised their cameras to capture the moment. To Yuan's surprise, the first item up for bid was the enigmatic fruit he had previously shown interest in. After several rounds of bidding, the mysterious fruit was acquired by a buyer from the Middle East, eliciting applause from the audience. Although this was not Yuan's first auction, it was indeed his first experience in a setting where attendees mingled while avoiding direct competition. Perhaps this was the distinction of seasoned gourmets. The pace of the auction was brisk. Just as the mysterious fruit was sold, the next item was already being presented by an elegant hostess. The female auctioneer continued. "The next item is an exquisite dried sea cucumber, provided by Miss Wei Yan. I believe many of you here are familiar with her." As she spoke, she glanced toward a corner of the room. At the very moment the host approached, an elegant woman, whose age was indiscernible from her appearance, rose to her feet. She exchanged smiles and nods with everyone present. This brief interaction concluded, marking the commencement of the sea cucumber auction. Bids of 150,000, 550,000, and 200,000 were called, until ultimately, a wealthy individual from Southeast Asia acquired the entire batch. Yuan watched in astonishment, realizing that his initial thoughts were indeed correct. Seafood must traverse high-end channels. Time, however, did not pause for Yuan's contemplation. Item after item was auctioned off, and the event continued at a brisk pace for over an hour. In the end, all the ingredients were sold without any left unsold. Yuan's double-headed abalones were also secured at a remarkably handsome price by several buyers. At this point, it could be said that Yuan's trip to Hong Kong Island had been exceedingly successful. Not only had he raised a substantial sum of money for himself, but he had also established a sales channel through Ma Mingyuan on the island. Furthermore, his creation, Yuan Seafood, gained overnight fame due to the auction. When it comes to the love for abalones, the people of Hong Kong Island are unparalleled. Numerous television dramas have featured them time and again. Interestingly, Yuan recalled watching a business drama centered around double-headed abalones in his childhood, where the male lead's family was engaged in selling abalones. Thus, the affection that the people of Hong Kong Island hold for this delicacy is unmatched by ordinary individuals. It is no wonder that Yuan Seafood, which provided such a multitude of double-headed abalones, became renowned overnight in Hong Kong Island. After the auction, Ma Mingyuan approached Yuan, presenting him with a check. Yuan also signed a transfer agreement with him. The abalones that remained from the auction would now belong to Ma Mingyuan. The reason for the surplus was that Prior to the auction, Yuan had heeded Ming Yuan's advice and refrained from auctioning all 15 at once, opting instead to auction only 8. The remaining abelonies were compensated to him at the average auction price, which elucidated the necessity for Ming Yuan to issue a check to Yuan. Yuan found himself at a loss for words. If this were on Blue Island, a direct transfer would have been far more convenient. He wondered about the local mindset. Perhaps checks carried a certain prestige. A pleasant collaboration, and congratulations to Mr. Yi on this lucrative auction. Ming Yuan did not forget to extend his congratulations. May we all prosper, Yuan replied with an air of formality. At that moment, Wang Yuanshan approached. Congratulations, Brother Yi. You have truly made me envious with a total income of 5.6 million. Yuan understood Wang Yuanshan's intention behind his words. He was concerned that Yuan might not be able to provide the previously promised abelonies. Brother Sean, do not worry, my commitment remains steadfast. I will sell you 10 at the minimum price of 700,000 each. Is that sufficient? Yuan was unambiguous, offering a very alluring promise. Thank you, my brother. Wang Yuanshan replied in good spirits. To be aware, Hanghai Group acquired the remaining abelonies from Yuan for a staggering 800,000 each. Thus, one could deduce that without lifting a finger, the fortune of 1 million was saved. This person is quite adept. Just as the two were playfully teasing one another, a melodious voice reached their ears. I assume you are from Blue Island, Mr. Yi. Turning around, Yuan beheld a woman in her 30s. Her face adorned with subtle makeup, exuding the elegance of a noble matron behind them. Wang Yuanshan offered a wry smile, surprised that boss Su was indeed resourceful. Having located them here. Since you are here, let us adjourn to that CF for a drink. Understanding Su Mei's intentions, Wang Yuanshan refrained from uttering any harsh words and led Su Mei and Yuan to the nearby coffee house. Through Wang Yuanshan's introduction, Yuan learned that this beautiful lady was, in fact, the current leader of the Blue Island Fu Seongju. He greeted her warmly. Mr. Wang, I am a person who prefers straightforwardness in conversation, so please don't take offense. I presume this young man is the supplier of exquisite seafood you mentioned. Wang Yuanshan anticipated Su Mei's purpose but was taken aback by her directness. Indeed, his name is Yuan, and he resides in Pinghai County beneath your Blue Island. Wang Yuanshan, realizing there was no evading the introduction, presented Yuan to Su Mei. Oh, Pinghai County. How fortuitous. Just a few days ago, I signed a supplier from your Pinghai County. It is said that his family's strength is unparalleled in your area, Su Mei exclaimed in surprise. May I inquire who Su's supplier is? Yuan, intrigued, asked. Please, do not call me Su, I would rather be addressed as Sister Su, she replied. Gazing at Yuan with her large, expressive eyes. Yuan, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed his nose and said, then, Sister Su, please refrain from calling me Mr. Yi. Just call me Xiao Yuan, that's what everyone else calls me. One must admit, Su Mei's ability to forge connections is quite formidable. Very well, henceforth. I shall call you Xiao Yuan. My supplier is reputedly quite famous in your area, his name is Zhonggui. Do you know him? Upon hearing Zhonggui's name, Yuan cast a peculiar glance at Su Mei. Noticing his expression, Su Mei, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what is the matter? Is there an issue with him? How many suppliers does sister have? Yuan countered with a question. With a look of feigned innocence, Su Mei replied. Sister has recently taken over the restaurant and has been bullied by competitors. The previous suppliers have either immigrated or left, there are scarcely any left. And it has taken me quite some time to find this one. Wang Yuanshan, observing from the sidelines, rolled his eyes, thinking, who would dare bully you? In Blue Island. Who doesn't know you as the business world's Hua Mulan? Listening to Su Mei's words, Yuan, out of goodwill and not wishing to cause her any loss due to his own affairs, spoke up, Sister Su, it would be prudent for you to seek another supplier. I have heard that he cannot provide any stable sources. Su Mei sensed the underlying meaning in Yuan's words but, not wanting to leave a greedy impression on their first meeting, responded, that puts me in quite a predicament. Uncertain whether Xiao Yuan could assist her sister, Su Mei remained indifferent. After all, they were rivals in business, both involved in aquaculture within the same county, and it was understandable that tensions existed between them. Yuan glanced at Wang Yuanshun beside him. Their previous collaborations had been quite amicable. Wang Yuanshun understood Yuan's intent. Show Yuan, you are a decent person. Allow me to speak frankly. I will eventually return to manage the family hotel. This trading company is merely a test bestowed upon me by my family. With you on board, I have little to worry about. You may sell as you wish. However, I must emphasize one thing: do not forget your hardworking brother in your dealings with the beautiful sister. Yuan grasped Wang Yuanshun's meaning and turned to Sumei, assuring her, no problem. I'm just starting out. I cannot promise stable supply, but I can certainly help Sister Su through this crisis. His confidence stemmed from the fact that Zhong Gui's catch was safely stored in his space, allowing for several supply runs without issue. Let us agree on this. I expect to visit you when I have the time, so do not turn me away then, Sumei joked. She had successfully achieved her objective and decided it was time to take her leave. She paid little heed to Yuan's previous remarks, dismissing the notion that Zhong Gui would dare sign a contract with a substantial penalty without a reliable source of goods. The recent auction had indeed stirred considerable excitement on Hong Kong Island. Initially, it was covered by a few self-media outlets, but soon mainstream media began reporting in succession. The name of Yuan Seafood surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Yuan Seafood, a future ruler of marine products. Abalone sold at sky-high prices, signaling the mainland's entry into the high-end seafood market. Hanghai Group has secured exclusive agency rights for Yuan Seafood on Hong Kong Island. A plethora of reports inundated the media, each dedicating significant space to the grandeur of the auction. Yuan was taken aback by the extensive media coverage surrounding Yuan Seafood, which quickly reached Long Island City. The local authorities regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, convening meetings to establish Yuan Seafood as a renowned brand in Qinghai County, aiming to leverage this opportunity to foster regional development. At Long Island Airport, Yuan and Sumei disembarked from the plane, having met during the flight. Xiao Yuan, do you have a car? Would you like me to have my vehicle take you? Sumei inquired as she spotted the car that had come to pick her up. No need, my car is in the parking lot. Alright, then it's settled. I will visit you tomorrow, just be sure to welcome me. Sumei had already arranged to tour Yuan's aquaculture facility. Certainly, see you tomorrow, Yuan replied. Sumei waved at him before entering her car. Upon returning to Yuan Island, news of Yuan's newfound fortune on Hong Kong Island had already reached Qinghai County. The workers on the island were filled with joy. Thus, their work has stabilized. Initially, many believed that Yuan's aquaculture farm would not endure, as so vast a body of water had only been stocked with a meager number of fish fry. It appeared as though children were merely playing house. No one anticipated that he would adopt the route of the harbor island, and yet he succeeded. This prompted some to speak enviously behind his back. However, such sentiments were confined to a minority. The majority preferred to see the farm prosper. Upon returning home, Yuan presented his family with gifts acquired in the harbor, to which his parents remarked on his extravagance. Only Nyo joyfully ran about in her new clothes. That night, Yuan transferred all the fish he had acquired from Zhong Gui into his aquaculture facility. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had instructed Ding Yi and the others to set sail before his return, ensuring they only came back at midnight. This way, if anyone inquired about the fish the next day, it could easily be explained that Ding Yi and his crew had brought them back. The fish had not spent long in the space and, despite that, had already improved significantly, bearing little difference from their wild counterparts. After completing this task, Yuan finally returned home to rest. At the Qinghai County dock, numerous media reporters had gathered, all eager to interview Yuan. Among them were journalists from various media outlets in Blue Island, as well as reporters from Hadong Province. As the fishing bay island had now become a private island with no ferry service, the media awaited at the dock. The leaders of Qinghai County had hastily arranged a boat for the reporters' use. Sumei arrived aboard her private yacht. Upon reaching the island, Yuan accompanied her on a tour around the entire location. Sumei was dressed casually today, her fitted jeans accentuating her perfect figure, while a cartoon pattern top transformed the striking young woman into a charming girl, with large sunglasses adorning her face. Even acquaintances found it difficult to recognize the well-known owner of Fu Seongju in Blue Island. Sumei expressed a keen interest in the resort under construction. appreciating the serene environment devoid of urban clamor, which offered a rural tranquility ideal for elderly residents. Yuan, once this place is completed, you must reserve a room for me. I would love to bring my family here for a vacation. No problem, this place is not open to the public. And it's meant to host friends. Sujie can come whenever she wishes. As the two conversed, they approached the fishing grounds and observed numerous workers confronting a few individuals at the dock. Yuan moved closer, noticing a group of ruffians shouting, "Let your boss come out. Our Guegu is here for business, you country bumpkins better recognize your betters." One yellow-haired man yelled. Upon seeing Yuan approach, the workers parted to allow him passage. The foreman, his uncle, quietly warned Yuan that over there is Zhonggue. And his reputation in our county is far from good. Be cautious, don't let him deceive you. Upon hearing Zhonggue's name, Yuan became alert and turned to face him. A portly man in his 30s, nearing 40, adorned in a black-collared jacket, with a sizable gemstone ring on his finger and a glimmering gold chain around his neck, caught Zhonggue's attention. Upon observing the young man, Yuan emerged from the crowd. Zhang deduced that he must be the proprietor of this establishment. Zhonggue had come to this place after seeing news reports, never anticipating the existence of such a breeding farm in his own backyard. Curiosity led him to inquire about the farm's background, revealing that its owner was a university graduate who had struck a fortune in the capital before returning home to start a business. His parents were fishermen from the village, and he had no particularly capable relatives. In Zhonggue's eyes, Yuan appeared to be merely a fortunate individual with such a character on his territory. Zhong felt compelled to take advantage of the situation. "You must be the owner here, correct?" "I am Zhonggue," he declared with an air of superiority. "You are Zhonggue?" Yuan responded, his tone laced with disdain. "Oh, Mr. Yi recognizes me." Zhonggue was not surprised, after all. Not many in Pinghai County were unfamiliar with him. "Do you recall the incident a few days ago in front of the county kindergarten?" Yuan stated coldly. "Oh, I wonder what the connection is between you and that family." Zhonggue, not foolish, discerned from Yuan's tone that he was likely related to the elderly man he had previously confronted. "That man is my father." "I never anticipated that, Mr. Zhong would stoop so low as to not spare even a child." Yuan glared at Zhonggue. If not for the presence of so many onlookers, he might have lunged at this man in a fit of rage. Though feeling somewhat stifled, he suppressed his anger, aware that reporters were soon to arrive. Acting rashly at this moment could bring him unwanted notoriety, one he certainly did not desire. Haha. I truly did not expect this, it was merely a misunderstanding. If I have offended you in any way, I implore you to forgive me, dear brother. How about I host a meal for your family shortly? As a gesture of my apology, Zhonggue said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Despite his words of contrition, there was no trace of sincerity on his face. Yuan, uninterested in further dialogue with this man, coldly inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, Mr. Zhong?" He sought to understand Zhonggue's intentions before deciding on his course of action. "Well, I understand you are a new aquaculturist and may not be familiar with the regulations in Pinghai County. All marine products here are sold through me. Your catch is commendable, and I will purchase it at 5 yuan per pound, taking all your fish. From now on, you can focus on raising your fish in peace," he concluded, giving Yuan a patronizing pat on the back, completely oblivious to the underlying tension. He did not take the incident of striking the other as further to heart, which reveals the extent of Zhonggue's arrogance. "What if I disagree?" Yuan retorted coldly. "If you disagree, then not a single fish shall leave Pinghai County." Zhonggue replied with a sinister grin. At that moment, another boat approached the dock, carrying journalists who had come for interviews, accompanied by a local leader from the county. Before the vessel had even docked, the reporters began snapping photos with their cameras. A group of journalists disembarked and headed straight towards Yuan. Zhonggue recognized them as reporters and was taken aback by this coincidence. He had just arrived and was already encountering them. Leaning closer to Yuan, he whispered, "Kid, watch your words, be careful not to invite trouble." "Excuse me, is the owner here?" a beautiful female reporter inquired of a worker. The worker turned to look at Yuan, and being a reporter, she could discern the truth from a mere glance. The young man before her was likely the proprietor of the island. "Hello, I presume you are the owner here. May I ask you a few questions?" Upon hearing this, the other reporters, even if slow to react, recognized him as the owner of the renowned Yuan seafood in Hongdao and quickly gathered around. Each posed their own pressing inquiries, creating a rather chaotic scene. Surrounded by so many reporters for the first time, Yuan remained composed and smiled as he spoke. "Everyone, please remain orderly. Ask your questions one at a time, and I will do my utmost to address them. No need to rush. Hello, I am from the Blue Island Daily. I have heard that Hongdao Hanghai Group has secured the exclusive agency rights for your seafood in Hongdao. Is that true?" a young male reporter asked, presenting the first question. "Yes, I have signed an agency agreement with manager Ma Mingyuan of Hanghai Group," Yuan replied straightforwardly, avoiding any bureaucratic jargon. "Hello. I am a reporter from Hadong Provincial Television. We would like to know how you position Yuan seafood. Are you aiming for the high-end market or the mass market?" the same female reporter inquired. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I intend to pursue both paths. On one hand, I will develop the high-end sector, while on the other, I will also cater to the mass market. I have already partnered with a seafood company and a seafood restaurant here in Blue Island. I believe that soon everyone will have the opportunity to enjoy Yuan seafood. Hello, what is your perspective on the current prospects of the aquaculture industry?" a self-media reporter asked. Hearing this question, Yuan glanced at Zhong Gui and remarked, with a slight smile, "It is challenging for aquaculturists. It is not just natural disasters that pose a threat. Oftentimes, the fish harvested cannot even be sold. My grouper can currently only fetch 5 yuan per kilogram. You may find it hard to believe this price. This individual is the one procuring my fish catch. You may inquire with him," Yuan remarked, pointing towards Zhong Gui. The reporters, upon hearing Yuan's words, were initially incredulous. The grouper was priced at 5 yuan per kilogram, whereas frozen grouper in the market typically fetched around 40 yuan. How could fresh fish be offered at such a price? Many reporters began to sense something amiss and pointed their microphones towards Zhong Gui. "Sir, why are you purchasing this grouper at such a low price? Is there something wrong with the fish?" they pressed. "Could you share where you are from? Do you usually procure seafood at this price?" Numerous reporters bombarded Zhong Gui with various inquiries. The leader accompanying the reporters wore a stern expression. The county had recently convened a meeting to support local enterprises, and here emerged a fishing tyrant. Such occurrences were nothing short of a slap in the face for them. He stepped out from the crowd and admonished Zhong Gui, "I do not care who you are, your actions will be reported to the relevant authorities." Zhong Gui recognized the individual and, in a panic, hurriedly fled back to his boat with several subordinates, setting sail away. Yuan turned to the speaker, and upon recognizing him, he couldn't help but smile. It was the vice-county chief who had received him when he contracted the island, leaving Yuan with a favorable impression. "Unexpected to see you here. Why did you not give me a heads up beforehand so I could have welcomed you properly?" Yuan greeted warmly. "Impressive work, young man. In such a short time, you have developed this marginal island to its current state. It brings me great joy," the vice-county chief said, shaking Yuan's hand. He then turned to the reporters, stating, "We will take the previous questions seriously in our county. I hope everyone will keep watch. Such incidents will not occur again. We will protect every legitimate local enterprise and ensure that aquaculture operators do not feel disheartened." The workers, upon hearing the county chief's words, spontaneously erupted into applause. Yuan led the reporters and county officials on another tour of Fish Bay Island, where they obtained the materials they sought, hastily returning to write their news articles. Before departing, the vice-county chief had a brief conversation with Yuan, saying, "Do not feel burdened, develop boldly. Individuals like Zhong Gui will be dealt with." With that, the vice-county chief departed. Yuan was invigorated, and Fish Bay seafood thrived, an outcome he had not anticipated. That very night, numerous reports emerged online. The beautiful island scenery, the serene escape from the city, was captured and publicized by the reporters' cameras. Upon returning from Yuan's location, Zhong Gui realized his downfall was imminent. First, his company's finances were summoned for an audit. Subsequently, many of his past indiscretions began to surface, with numerous individuals he had previously oppressed coming forward to testify against him. The greatest pressure came from Su Mei, According to their contract, the date for the first delivery had arrived, yet he had no stock in his fishery, having originally planned to procure a batch from Yuan. In the end, he found himself resented by the county leadership. According to the contract, Zhongguo is liable to pay a penalty of 3 million yuan for failing to provide this catch. Although he can afford it, it is still a painful loss. "Damn it, you forced my hand, you wretched soul," Zhongguo exclaimed, shattering the wine glass in his grip. "Congratulations, host. Your points have reached 100,000. Unlocking the lucky spin. Host, Yuan points, 7,830. 010 strength, 26 speed, 16 stamina, 21 title, trainee fisherman affinity with aquatic creatures, 11 fishing ground space, beginner accelerates the growth of aquatic life within the fishing ground and allows for aesthetic alterations through points redemption. Points shop, intermediate points can be exchanged for items in the shop. Currently available items include lucky spin, can be redeemed for points. Currently there is one free draw remaining. After Yuan exchanged 2 black stones for points, a new function appeared within the system. In the space, he observed a projection resembling a prize wheel, adorned with a plethora of enticing items above. Space jumper, single unit aircraft, water manipulation technique, spirit opening elixir, physique enhancement pill. Feed production line, brewing technology. Seeing this, Yuan felt a bit bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be a technology planet? What were these elixirs and techniques? Of course, there was no one to answer his questions. Above the wheel, there was an activation button. Without hesitation, Yuan activated the lucky spin. Yearning for the space jumper. The name alone suggested it was a magnificent item. The pointer spun rapidly, gradually approaching the space jumper. "Jumper, jumper," Yuan whispered to himself. Slowly, the pointer glided past the jumper and halted on the spirit-opening elixir. "Continue." The wheel would spin again, deducting 10,000 points from the host. "Yes." Yuan, glancing at his impressive 780,000 points, affirmed. The pointer spun once more, ultimately landing on a physique enhancement pill. "Continue." Once again, the wheel would spin, deducting another 10,000 points from the host. "No." Yuan decisively halted the lottery. It seemed he was not so fortunate after all. The points had many other uses and should not be squandered here. Upon acquiring the physique enhancement pill, he consumed it immediately, feeling a surge of strength as it took effect. Checking his status, the host, Yuan points, 6,830. 010 strength, 30 speed, 17 stamina, 22 title, trainee fisherman affinity with aquatic creatures, 11 fishing ground space, beginner accelerates the growth of aquatic life within the fishing ground and allows for aesthetic alterations through points redemption. Points shop, intermediate points can be exchanged for items in the shop. Currently available items include lucky spin, draw chances can be redeemed for points. Strength, speed, and stamina each increased by 1 point. Yuan decided against further exchanges of stones for points, as he had discerned the true purpose of these stones. Last night, he discovered that while practicing the water control technique, holding a certain stone significantly accelerated his training speed. Having realized the utility of this object, he could not convert it all into points. Recently, Sumei's life had improved somewhat, although seafood supplies from Zhongguo had yet to arrive. The day after Yuan's return, the procurement department managed to bring back a truckload of fish, temporarily alleviating the hotel's seafood shortage. Today, she planned to leave work early to spend time with her beloved daughter. Many at the hotel were unaware that their general manager, Su, had a 4-year-old daughter. During her sophomore year, Sumei had begun a romance with a senior from her university, and the two were regarded as the school's golden couple. After graduation, her senior chose to study abroad, and many believed they would part ways. However, disregarding her family's objections, Sumei decided to follow him overseas. They spent 3 beautiful years together, balancing study and work, and eventually cohabited. Tragically, just as they were preparing to marry upon their return, her senior perished in a car accident, leaving Sumei devastated. As fate would have it, before she could recover from the loss of her beloved, she discovered she was pregnant. Many friends advised her to terminate the pregnancy, but Sumei resolutely chose to give birth. In the face of widespread disapproval, her mother stepped forward to support her. After the child was born, Sumei devoted herself to caring for her daughter. However, when her daughter turned 4, her mother's health declined, rendering her unable to manage the hotel. Sume had no choice but to take over the family business. These days, she had been exceedingly busy and felt she owed her daughter quality time. Today, she seized the opportunity to leave early. As she was organizing her documents to head home, her phone suddenly rang. The anxious voice of the nanny came through. "Miss Su, something terrible has happened. Nien Xin has been abducted." At this, Sume felt her mind go blank. Struggling to maintain her composure, she urgently inquired, "What happened? Please, tell me the details." At that moment, she clung to a glimmer of hope that there had been a misunderstanding. "Just now, I went to pick up Nien Xin. I had almost reached her when a van stopped beside us. 3 individuals got out, pushed me down, and took Nien Xin away. I am currently in an ambulance. The kindergarten has already contacted the police." The nanny continued. At this moment, the call was suddenly taken over by another voice. "Hello. Are you a relative of this woman? We are from the hospital. Please have the family come to the hospital to handle the necessary procedures. She has sustained severe injuries with multiple fractures." The line went dead after that. Upon hearing this, Sume's legs could no longer support her, and she collapsed to the ground. Her vacant gaze stared blankly out at the sky. 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. The secretary, hearing the commotion from within, promptly pushed the door open and entered. Upon witnessing Sume sitting on the floor, silently weeping, she was taken aback. She hurried over, assisting Sume to the sofa. It was only upon seeing the secretary that Sume recalled the doctor's earlier words. She immediately instructed her assistant to handle matters concerning the nanny at the hospital. After the secretary departed, Sume forced herself to regain her composure. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number she hadn't contacted in a long while. The response on the other end was slow. "Hello, what is it? I'm quite busy." The caller's tone was distinctly impatient, and this made Sume, already feeling helpless, collapse further upon hearing it. In a voice nearly frenzied, she shouted, "All you do is busy yourself. My mother is ill, and you don't care. My husband is dead, and you ignore that too. Now, my daughter Nianxin has been kidnapped, and you still refuse to take action." After uttering these words, she hurled the phone away, curling her legs on the sofa and burying her head in them, weeping bitterly. The number she dialed belonged to her father, Su Weiguo, who taught marine biology. Throughout his life, he devoted himself to research, rarely concerning himself with family matters. Even when Sume faced such a significant crisis, he merely came home for a fleeting moment before returning to his laboratory. Now, with her mother's health deteriorating, Sume dared not share this distressing news with her. Yet, as a vulnerable woman encountering such turmoil, she yearned for someone to confide in. Thus, she reluctantly reached out to her father. To her dismay, the tone on the other end was cold and dismissive. On the verge of collapse, Sume finally shuddered, listening to his daughter's sorrowful cries. Su Weiguo was momentarily stunned. Engrossed in experiments, he hadn't even glanced at the caller ID. However, he did catch the last chilling message: his precious granddaughter, Su Nianxin, had been kidnapped. Despite his usual indifference toward family matters, he harbored deep affection for his daughter, particularly for the clever and mischievous granddaughter. After exhausting days in the lab, he often took out her photographs for a moment of solace. Now, his granddaughter had been abducted. This revelation filled him with profound anxiety. At a research institute in Blue Island City, upon receiving his daughter's call, Su Weiguo stood frozen in place. Many students nearby observed their usually unflappable professor, now lost in a daze after the phone call. A few students, having overheard the mention of kidnapping, were alarmed, especially since Sume's voice had carried loudly. One student, noticing the professor's trembling form, rushed over to support him. Devoting his life to experiments, he found himself bewildered by such an occurrence at that moment. All he desired was to be by his daughter's side. He had sensed her emotional instability during their conversation. He needed to be there for her. What experiments? What research? The well-being of his daughter and granddaughter was paramount. Thus, he set aside his research and the passion he held for his scientific pursuits. He now yearns to embrace the roles of a father and a grandfather. A few astute classmates noticed the professor's palpable fear and anxiety etched upon his face as he departed, revealing a profound sense of guilt. The news of Suwegwa's granddaughter being kidnapped swiftly permeated the research institute. Although this may seem like a modest establishment, it is teeming with remarkable talents. The institute where Suwegwa works is directly under the auspices of the state, and the director enjoys substantial national benefits. Everyone began to leverage their networks to assist Suwegwa in locating his granddaughter. This was the fruit of the old professor's many years of cultivating connections. Without uttering a word, countless individuals volunteered their assistance. On Nalin Island, Yuan arrived on his small shack this evening. He initially intended to take the small shack to visit Zhongguo's fishery, yet the small shack led him here instead. Yuan was aware that the small shack often roamed this vicinity during the day, but he pondered why it had inexplicably brought him to this location today. The small shack guided Yuan to a spot closest to the shore, where he noticed a speedboat anchored nearby. Despite having visited Nalin Island numerous times, he had never observed any signs of habitation. The small shack's unusual behavior, coupled with the presence of the speedboat, compelled Yuan to investigate further. After reassuring the small shack, he stealthily approached Nalin Island. Upon reaching the long-abandoned resort hotel, he detected a faint glow emanating from deep within the second floor, resembling the light of an old kerosene lamp. Cautiously, he drew nearer, halting a few meters from the source of illumination, and discerned that the light was emanating from a room devoid of a door. Occasionally, voices could be heard from within. "Hey, Dogsy, can't you be a bit quieter? Stop rambling incessantly." This was the voice of a young man. "Are you not afraid? This is a kidnapping, and I don't trust that guy Gui," he continued. "What if he takes the money and leaves us behind?" "Surely not." The young man's voice echoed again. "You've known him for a short time, you don't understand him. He's quite selfish. If it weren't for his promise to clear my debts upon completing this task, I wouldn't have agreed to it." "Why are you doing this?" the other voice questioned. "Oh, it's all because of family. Let's not discuss it, it's distressing." After that, the room fell silent. Yuan dared not draw closer. From their brief exchange, he surmised that at least 2 individuals were present, though he could not ascertain whether they were armed. Just as he contemplated whether to intervene, the young man's voice resounded once more. "Dogsy, keep an eye on him, I'm going out for a moment." Upon hearing this, Yuan quickly concealed himself in a shadowy corner, observing as one figure emerged from the room. The dim lighting obscured the person's features as they descended to the first floor. Yuan cautiously trailed behind, eager to discern their destination. If the individual ventured further away, Yuan believed he could easily subdue them with his current abilities. Soon, the figure exited the dilapidated building and approached a nearby mound of earth. Humming a tune, Yuan deftly loosened his belt. In the dim space, he retrieved a baton and, seizing the opportune moment, struck the man squarely on the back. It was Yuan's first experience of ambushing someone from behind, and he exerted considerable force. A sharp crack echoed, followed by the sound of a body collapsing, accompanied by anguished cries. Hastily, Yuan produced a torn piece of cloth to stifle the man's cries. The assailant offered no resistance, his arms limp, indicating the blow had indeed been severe. He swiftly bound the man with rope, and just as he completed this task, a trembling voice emerged from behind. "Who are you?" Turning around, Yuan saw another figure standing there, brandishing a baseball bat aimed at him. Perhaps it was nervousness or fear, but the hand wielding the bat trembled slightly. Yuan chose silence, raising his baton and launching himself toward the man. As the assailant swung the bat downwards, Yuan's reflexes had significantly improved since his training. What appeared as a rapid motion to an ordinary person felt sluggish to him. He easily evaded the attack and swung his baton at the man's wrist, unaware of his own combat prowess and applying full strength. A sickening crack resounded as the man's wrist contorted, and he clutched it with his other hand. Fleeing toward the shore, Yuan pursued, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. After binding the second assailant, he seized him by the hair and dragged him toward the first. The man cried out in pain, pleading, "Take it easy, brother." Yuan secured both men to separate trees and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Brother, let us talk this out. We are just here to keep watch. This place has been abandoned, hasn't it? Our boss intends to develop the area. We were sent to monitor it." One of the men replied. Yuan sensed deception in his words and struck him with the baton, eliciting a pained yelp. Stop. We are under the orders of Guegu. We just kidnapped a little girl and are here to keep watch. We don't know anything else. Which Guegu? Yuan thought of someone ominously. Zhong Gue, from Pinghai County. Indeed, it was he. Who did you kidnap? Yuan pressed further. We don't know. Just a little girl. Guegu didn't specify, only instructed us to wait for a call. And the child? Where is she? She is in a room on the second floor. We sedated her to keep her quiet. The two men, enduring their pain, divulged everything. Yuan disregarded their pleas and made his way to the room where the girl was held. In the dim light, he caught sight of a small girl in a pink dress, her tear-streaked face revealing her tender age of about 3 or 4, even younger than his own daughter. On Nanlin Island, in an unfinished building, the little girl lay quietly on a straw mat within the room. The pink dress she wore was already quite soiled. Yuan approached gently, patting the girl a few times. After calling her several times, the girl slowly stirred awake. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face before her, she burst into tears. However, as if recalling something, she retreated towards the corner, pitifully saying, "Uncle, don't give Shinshin any medicine, Shinshin won't cry." With that, she covered her mouth with her tiny hands, looking utterly distressed. Yuan, observing the girl's demeanor, was easily reminded of his own niece. He stepped forward, lifted her into his arms, and reassured her, "Uncle is not a bad person, the one who meant to give you medicine has already been tied up by me. Would you like to see?" As he held her, she trembled in his embrace. It was only after Yuan mentioned that he had bound the bad man that she calmed down slightly. He carried her to where the two kidnappers were restrained. Upon seeing them, the girl clutched Yuan's neck tightly, her small body recoiling in fear, unwilling to look at the captives. Yuan had gagged the two men to prevent their cries from disturbing the night on the isolated island. He then took the girl to the speedboat by the shore. Initially, he intended for her to sit down while he piloted the boat away. However, as he had come to swim, he had left his phone behind and decided it was best to return to his fishing island with the child first. The girl refused to let go, clinging tightly to his neck, so he had no choice but to hold her with one arm while steering the boat with the other. As the speedboat glided away from the shore, a small shark surfaced in the water. Contrary to Yuan's expectations, the little girl was not frightened. Instead, her eyes widened in awe at the sight of the unfamiliar fish. Yuan stroked the shark's head, encouraging it to play, and then navigated back to Fishing Bay Island. Gradually, the girl became less fearful. During their journey, Yuan received an unexpected revelation: this girl was actually Sumei's daughter. Connecting the dots regarding Zhong Gue's situation, it became clear. Sumei must have demanded compensation for a breach of contract from Zhong Gue, who, harboring resentment, retaliated by kidnapping her daughter. It seemed the matter was indeed intertwined with his own circumstances, prompting a rueful smile from Yuan. Upon returning to the island, he asked his mother to help the little girl take a bath and change into a dress belonging to his niece, Nyonyo. Nyonyo was delighted to see a child of her own age and, lacking friends, eagerly brought out all her toys for the newcomer. She took Sunyenshin to see the red dog and they rode together on the big yellow one. Having had little interaction with animals at home, Sunyenshin quickly forgot the ordeal of her kidnapping, immersing herself in play with Nyonyo. Yuan, upon returning home, immediately called Sumei, certain that she must be extremely anxious. In the living room, Sumei and her father, Sueguo, sat together while Sumu had already fallen asleep. They had come to a mutual agreement not to inform Sumu of the situation for the time being. Just moments ago, Sumei had received a phone call from someone claiming to have Sunyen XN. The voice on the other end was altered, rendering it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. The caller demanded that Sumei prepare 5 million by noon the following day, and abruptly ended the call. "Do not panic, my colleagues and students are assisting us in gathering clues," Sueguo reassured her. It is reported that the police have made some progress. The van was last seen at Blue Island Pier. He conveyed the information he had acquired to Sumei. Ever since receiving that call, Sumei had remained silent, enveloped in a haze of confusion, clutching her phone tightly. At that moment, the phone rang again. Without even glancing at the screen, Sumei answered. There is no issue regarding the money, but I need to hear my daughter's voice first. I must ensure her safety. I will provide every penny. At that juncture, Su Mei appeared considerably calmer. Sister Su, it's me, Yuan, the voice on the line announced. Xiao Yuan. Something has happened at home, can we talk in a few days? Su Mei's heart was too troubled to engage in conversation. She attempted to hang up. Yuan quickly interjected, Sister Su, please Sunyan explain your daughter. Su Mei's finger hovered over the hang-up button, pausing abruptly. How do you know Nian Xan? Have you seen her? Where? She bombarded him with a series of questions. Understanding her distress, Yuan chose not to elaborate further and responded straightforwardly. The little girl is at my house, she is fine. Before Yuan could finish his sentence, the line went dead, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Just then, the phone rang again. Yuan, do not go anywhere, I am coming over. Wait for me. With that, Su Mei hung up and immediately called the police station. Aware that there were still 2 kidnappers on the island. Although they were not good people, Yuan did not wish for them to perish on the island. Upon receiving Yuan's report, the police began their operations. After the call, Yuan emerged to find the little girl ravenously devouring the meal prepared by Yimu. She had not eaten since her abduction earlier in the afternoon and had wept for a long time, leaving her famished. Between bites, she praised Yimu's cooking, bringing a smile to her face. After dinner, realizing the hour had grown late, the little girl began to cry, yearning to return home. Yuan assured her that her mother was on her way. With that, the girl settled down, and Nyonyo kept her company while they watched cartoons. As the evening wore on, both little girls fell asleep on the sofa. Yuan gently carried each of them back to their room. Outside in the villa's courtyard, Da Huang sat quietly beside him. From time to time, a delicate tongue would caress Yuan's fingers. Xiaojin reclined against the back of the chair, preening her feathers. Soon, Su Mei arrived at Yuan's villa, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Upon seeing the elder, Yuan was taken aback. Su Weiguo, a renowned marine biology expert. During his university days, Yuan had stood for 2 hours in a lecture hall just to attend one of his public lectures. Su Weiguo was a towering figure in the realm of marine biology within the country. To secure a seat for his lecture, Yuan had to arrive early to claim his position. To his surprise, those who arrived later began bidding for available seats. At that time, Yuan seized the opportunity to profit, selling his seat to a fellow student for 200 yuan. The names of Su Mei and Su Weiguo stirred a vague suspicion within Yuan. As Su Mei entered the villa, her gaze flitted about, searching for her daughter. Understanding her concern, Yuan explained that the little one has had a tiring day, she has fallen asleep in her room. Unconvinced, Su Mei insisted on checking, prompting Yuan to accompany the pair to the bedroom. Upon witnessing the little girl sleeping soundly, Su Mei finally felt at ease, refraining from rousing her daughter. After quietly exiting the room, they made their way to the living room. Yuan requested his mother to prepare a meal for Su Mei and Su Weiguo, who had not eaten all day. They gathered around the dining table, engaging in conversation. Xiao Yuan, this is my father, Su Mei introduced her father to Yuan. Yuan stood respectfully, extending his hands. Professor Su, it is an honor to meet you. I have had the privilege of attending your public lecture. Su Weiguo was equally surprised that this young man had attended his class. Are you studying marine biology? I am studying marine science. But I hold a keen interest in various marine species, Yuan replied. Noticing the budding conversation between the elder and the youth, Su Mei interjected to Xiao Yuan. What is the situation? How did Nian Xan end up with you? Wasn't she kidnapped? I received a call from the kidnappers. At that moment, Su Mei was besieged by numerous questions. Although her daughter was now safe, she felt compelled to clarify the remaining uncertainties. Yuan suddenly slapped his forehead. Realizing he had forgotten to inform the police that Zhong Gue was the mastermind behind it all. He hoped they hadn't let him escape. However, considering the time that had passed, he deduced that the police must have already arrived and could ascertain the truth from the 2 kidnappers. Yuan did not hold back, recounting the entire sequence of events to Su Mei. They had gone to Nanlin Island to capture dog claw clams, only to discover someone was present on the island, prompting their investigation. Upon learning that Zhang Gui was indeed the orchestrator, Su Mei was understandably furious. Su Weiguo promptly made a phone call to an old acquaintance, whose son-in-law happened to be the current police chief of Blue Island. He made no other demands but, as a victim's family member, insisted on the severe punishment of Zhang Gui. Upon hearing the matter, the other party readily agreed without hesitation. The following morning, Su Mei and Yuan arrived at the police station, accompanied by Sun Yanxin. Su Weiguo had returned to Blue Island City the previous night. After taking their statements, they learned from the police that through interrogation, it had been revealed that Zhang Guikai was indeed the true culprit. He was apprehended at the airport while attempting to flee. This brought a sense of relief to Su Mei. Had this man escaped, it would have left them in perpetual fear. Who could have imagined that a man with a fortune of several million would resort to kidnapping over a mere 3 million? He was nothing short of a madman. It was a pity for Yuan, who had already devised several strategies to deal with Zhang Guikai, only to find that the adversary had unwittingly eliminated himself before he could act. This brought him no joy, as it seemed that Zhang had evaded the consequences of his actions. After bidding farewell to Su Mei and her daughter, Yuan began preparing for his final fishing expedition before the seasonal moratorium. He exchanged for 3 crew members at the marketplace, alleviating the manpower shortage aboard the vessel. After a day spent gathering supplies, everything was ready for departure the following day. With the sea breeze at his back, the Kong Shui sailed steadily across the waves. Yuan sensed a school of shrimp ahead of the fishing boat and commanded all crew members to prepare the trawl net. At the sound of his command, the crew members dutifully executed their roles, and with the manpower issue resolved, Yuan focused solely on issuing orders, confident that each specialized crew member would pull their weight. The trawl net was slowly lowered into the sea, and the fishing boat adjusted its course slightly at Yuan's behest. After half an hour, he felt a noticeable decrease in the boat's forward momentum. An hour later, he instructed the crew to haul in the net. As it was gradually retrieved, a substantial catch appeared on the deck. Upon releasing the bottom line, countless bamboo shrimp were piled high. Bamboo shrimp, also known as flower shrimp or striped shrimp, are characterized by their pale yellow bodies adorned with blue-brown striped patterns, with their tails ending in a vibrant blue. Mature female bamboo shrimp are generally larger than their male counterparts, measuring between 12 to 20 centimeters in length and weighing between 20 to 25 grams. During the spawning season, they can weigh up to approximately 95 grams. The market price for bamboo shrimp is quite favorable, typically selling for 60 to 80 yuan per gin. This substantial catch of bamboo shrimp proved to be a lucrative venture for Yuan, as he supplied not only Wang Yuanshan but also catered to the high seafood demand from Su Mei. Most importantly, this was his last opportunity to fish before the moratorium, and both Wang Yuanshan and Su Mei hoped he could bring back a bountiful harvest. The 2-month fishing ban would not be easy to endure. The moratorium is a regulation in Huaguo primarily instituted due to overfishing in recent years, which has led to the depletion of marine resources and the collapse of the fishing industry. This period aims to protect marine fisheries and safeguard the long-term interests of fishermen. In recent years, advancements in technology have resulted in a variety of fishing tools, leading to a fishing intensity that surpasses the regenerative capacity of fisheries, causing a significant decline in marine resources and a drastic reduction in economically important fish species. To promote the sustainable, stable, and healthy development of the fishing industry, such a special period as the fishing moratorium was established. During the fishing moratorium, all fishing vessels are required to dock, fishing nets are to be stored, and fishing licenses are managed collectively. Typically, the fishing ban lasts for 2 months. During this period, many fishermen seek part-time employment, while some resort to foraging along the coast to sustain their livelihoods. This time, Yuan set out to sea with the intent of catching as many fish as possible. Thus, upon spotting the bamboo shrimp, he could not let them slip away. It took several crew members over an hour to sort and box all the bamboo shrimp before sending them to the cold storage. The fishing boat continued its journey, and Yuan found himself momentarily unoccupied. Xiaojin strolled leisurely on the deck not far away. Every time they ventured out to sea, Xiaojin accompanied him, becoming a charming feature of Yuan's fishing boat. There was an added advantage to Xiaojin's presence, he helped to disperse the seagulls. While many inland dwellers might find seagulls to be delightful marine birds, for fishermen they are less than endearing, as they often swoop in to snatch the hard-earned catch. As the vessel sailed across the open sea, Yuan found himself once again in international waters. This time, there were no outsiders aboard, granting him the freedom to work unrestrained. He instructed everyone on the boat to rest while he himself descended directly to the seabed. Without any reservations, he knew that the crew would neither speak out nor betray him. The clarity of the waters below was quite remarkable. Before him lay a vibrant coral reef, situated in relatively shallow waters, only a few dozen meters deep. The coral formation stretched endlessly, and amidst them, Yuan discovered numerous tropical ornamental fish, some of which were rather precious. He recalled the ornamental fish business run by Denkai, wondering why he hadn't received a call in so long to inquire about the sales of those fish. For now, he decided to capture the ornamental fish before nurturing them in his space, hoping they might serve a purpose when the fishing ban ended and he could expand into other industries. After collecting dozens of varieties and nearly 100 ornamental fish, Yuan continued his exploration of the area. Many valuable marine treasures reside within coral reefs. As he searched through the coral, he suddenly felt his foot press against a hard-shelled object hidden beneath the sand. Looking down, he discovered a sea snail concealed in the seabed. Upon closer inspection, he realized the snail was deceased, leaving only its shell. After observing it for a while, he confirmed it to be the famous tongue-crown snail, one of the 4 renowned snails. The tongue-crown snail is a large marine snail, with a shell that can weigh significantly and measure up to 30 centimeters in both length and height. Its name derives from its resemblance to the crowns worn during the Tang dynasty, primarily found in warm waters around the globe. It feeds on bivalve mollusks and is typically found below the low tide line. The value of such a specimen is difficult to ascertain, but fortunately, this one was already dead. Had it been alive, Yuan would have hesitated to capture it, as it is a protected species in the country. In recent years, a burgeoning interest in collecting sea snails has emerged, with many beautifully patterned specimens fetching astronomical prices, particularly the 4 famous snails. The 4 renowned types of conch are the WNBO conch, the tongue-crown conch, the phoenix-tail conch, and the parrot conch. These 4 species are not only rare but also exceedingly sought after in the shell collecting market, making them quite elusive. Discovering a tongue-crown conch can be considered a delightful surprise. After securing his find, Yuan swam towards the deep sea. In his perception, the waters ahead had transformed into a deep crimson hue, prompting him to investigate further. After swimming several hundred meters, he stumbled upon a pack of sharks hunting a white dolphin. Witnessing such a rare spectacle filled Yuan with curiosity. How could sharks dare to attack a dolphin? His intrigue stemmed from the fact that dolphins, seemingly adorable, are known to be formidable adversaries of sharks. Typically, sharks would steer clear of dolphins at any sign of their presence. As Yuan approached, he realized the dolphin was already at a disadvantage, likely to become prey for the sharks without any external interference. Upon witnessing this predicament, Yuan acted without hesitation. He swiftly swam behind the nearest shark, capturing it before it could react, thus converting it into points. The remaining sharks, suddenly aware of the absence of one of their own, fell into a state of panic. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan managed to turn another shark into points. The disappearance of 2 sharks incited considerable unrest among the group, which initially led Yuan to anticipate an imminent attack. To his surprise, however, the remaining sharks chose to flee. Yuan firmly believed in the adage that one should not pursue a desperate foe. After all, even he would find it challenging to confront a pack of sharks alone. Thus, he remained stationary, allowing the sharks to retreat without any intervention. The white dolphin, known for its intelligence, sensed Yuan's intent to assist and endeavored to swim towards him. Perhaps exhausted from the earlier struggle, it found itself unable to move from its position despite its efforts. Observing the dolphin's condition, Yuan decided to place it into his space, using his points to heal its wounds. Once the dolphin was secured, he did not linger in the depths but promptly returned to his vessel. Upon entering his space, he noted that the dolphin's injuries had nearly healed. The white dolphin curiously explored this unfamiliar environment, and upon spotting Yuan, it joyfully swam towards him. Captivated by the adorable creature, Yuan wasted no time in administering the last of his enlightenment pills. The dolphin, already exceptionally clever, was sure to become the most astute among his cherished pets with the aid of the pill. After confirming that the dolphin's wounds were nearly resolved, Yuan played with it for a while in the space, advising it to remain there safely. He then swiftly exited the space, intending to raise the white dolphin on Fishing Bay Island. Upon reaching the deck, he took a moment to sense the nearby schools of fish. In Yuan's perception, schools of fish, both large and small, were swimming towards their designated paths. Strangely, many carnivorous fish did not attack these schools. It felt as if all the fish were in a state of migration, or more accurately, fleeing. What could possibly be driving so many fish to evade something? Yuan pondered. The fishing vessel continued to advance toward the schools, and soon the distant sea began to take on a crimson hue. Initially, it appeared pink. But as the vessel progressed, the surrounding waters gradually transformed into a deep blood red. This bizarre scene led Yuan to contemplate a natural phenomenon, the red tide. The occurrence of red tide is attributed to the explosive proliferation or high concentration of certain phytoplankton, protozoa, or bacteria under specific environmental conditions, resulting in a harmful ecological event that alters the color of the water. Red tide is an anomaly in the ocean, it is not exclusively red. Depending on the quantity and type of organisms responsible for the red tide, the ocean can manifest hues of red, yellow, green, and brown. In Yuan's understanding, humanity has yet to develop effective means to eliminate red tide. It is typically left to nature's self-regulating mechanisms, such as wind, rain, or the depletion of nutrients, or the temperature exceeding the suitable range for the organisms involved. The process of red tide dissipation often marks the most critical phase of its detrimental impact on fisheries. Navigating through this blood-red expanse, Yuan observed numerous fish carcasses drifting on the surface. After approximately 3 hours, they finally emerged from the red tide zone, and Yuan gazed at the revitalized sea. The fishing vessel continued its journey, during which Yuan managed to haul in 2 nets filled with various economically valuable fish. Just as he contemplated concluding the day's fishing endeavors, he sensed a multitude of crabs migrating along the seabed. Yuan immediately instructed all crew members, except Ding Yi, to dive in and capture the migrating crabs. This urgency stemmed from the fact that these were the much-coveted tiger crabs, which had surged in popularity in recent years. Tiger crabs, named for their resemblance to a tiger's head, previously cost only a few yuan per kilogram, but their price has since skyrocketed to more than tenfold. The swarm of tiger crabs before Yuan seemed boundless. Several crew members had already begun using nets to catch them. Unfortunately, Yuan's vessel lacked crab traps, necessitating manual capture of the large numbers of crabs. Fortunately, these crew members were not human, they could work tirelessly until their energy was depleted. Yuan had calculated that the energy expended by a crew member in 1 meal equated to the workload of a typical human crew member working continuously for 5 hours. In other words, after a hearty meal, these crew members could operate at full capacity for 5 hours. This is why Yuan always stocked up on ample supplies for each sea venture. Presently, there were 9 such crew members aboard, excluding Ding Yi, who needed to navigate the vessel. The remaining 8 had already begun using nets to gather the sizable tiger crabs. Given the overwhelming abundance of tiger crabs, they only selected those weighing over half a kilogram, ignoring the smaller ones entirely. The tiger crabs were intended to be transported alive, but Yuan's vessel had the significant drawback of an inadequately sized live water tank, with the capacity to hold only about 2 tons of these tiger crabs. All crew members, including Yuan, were engaged in the arduous task of transferring the crabs in and out of the sea. After over 2 hours of diligent effort, they finally filled the live water tank to its brim. Though Yuan felt a surge of joy at the sight of the tank brimming with crabs, the exertion took its toll on him, even with his enhanced physique from practicing the water control technique. Observing his crew, while they too exhibited some fatigue, they did not appear as noticeably affected as he was. It seemed that one should not compare themselves to machines. After instructing Ding Yi to prepare dinner, Yuan retreated to the rest area for some respite. "How did you find the time to come to my island?" Yuan inquired in surprise, answering a call from Su Hang. He had not anticipated Su Hang's arrival at Fishing Bay Island without prior notice. "I need to discuss a few matters with you. The fishing moratorium is about to begin, and I intend to secure one last catch," Su Hang stated plainly. Since their last mission together, the two had grown more familiar, and Yuan felt less constrained in his speech. "When will you return to shore?" Su Hang continued, maintaining his straightforward demeanor. "I'll reach the Ping Hai County dock by tonight. Unload the catch and then head back, Yuan replied. Then we shall meet in Pinghai County, Su Hang concluded, hanging up before Yuan could say more. Finding me usually means trouble. Does he want me to head back out to sea again? Yuan pondered to himself. As evening descended, the setting sun bathed the dock in a warm glow. Seagulls soared gracefully alongside the passing fishing boats. The water control vessel gradually docked. One way shone, Su Mei and Su Han stood on the pier, engaged in conversation, suggesting a close familiarity between them. Upon seeing Yuan's boat had arrived, Su Han remained still while Su Mei and Wang Weishun eagerly boarded the fishing vessel. Yuan had returned with over 140 tons of fish. A fact that both had been previously informed about, yet the specifics had not been disclosed. Once aboard, the two wasted no time in heading straight to the cabin. Their excitement palpable upon witnessing the more than 2 tons of tiger crabs in the live water tank. These crabs were highly sought after, with no concern for buyers. Moreover, Su Mei, who directly interacted with diners, was only anxious about procuring quality ingredients, completely untroubled by sales prospects. For her, the better the ingredients, the greater the influx of customers, which in turn led to increased consumption. Thus, the quantity of superior ingredients was always desirable. This perspective, however, differed somewhat from that of seafood merchants. Yet, one must not forget that Wang Weishun's family was also involved in the restaurant business, placing them on a similar path in certain respects. As the crew unloaded boxes of various fish from the freezing compartment, the two could hardly contain their delight. Without consulting Yuan, it was decided that the tiger crabs would be evenly divided, while Su Mei only took a portion of the fish catch, leaving the remainder to Wang Weishun. When Yuan received the series of 0 transfers, he was astonished that this fishing expedition had yielded such a profit. At that moment, the laborers they had brought along began unloading the seafood from the boat. Seeing that they had finished their work, Su Han approached. Wang Weishun recognized Su Han and understood that it was best not to interfere in their discussions, so he kept his distance. Although Su Mei was unaware of Su Han's identity, she inferred from Wang Weishun's demeanor that the ensuing conversation was not meant for her ears, and thus refrained from interrupting the two. What is the matter? Can't you discuss it over the phone? Yuan inquired, glancing at Su Han. Personal matter. Su Han replied succinctly. Go ahead, I can accommodate your request, Yuan responded, feeling relieved upon hearing it was a personal issue. I have a group of personnel transitioning this year, all hailing from rural backgrounds. Could you assist me in arranging for a few of them to work on your boat? Su Han asked, somewhat embarrassed. Yuan had not anticipated such a request. Initially, he had no intention of employing outsiders. But given that it was Su Han's first appeal for assistance, and the matter seemed trivial to an outsider, he considered the request. However, it posed some complications for Yuan. After contemplating, he decided to agree, noting that he had encountered crab swarms during both of his recent sea outings. Henceforth, he would need to prepare crab traps for his fishing vessel. The current boat felt somewhat inadequate for this purpose. If he were to procure a larger vessel, he would still need to acquire machinery. Yet, while machines are beneficial, the vastness of the ocean can feel isolating without a companion to converse with. Military personnel are generally trustworthy, and given that the naval forces were already aware of his diving capabilities, they would have no reason to doubt him. With these thoughts in mind, Yuan stated, no problem, but I have one condition. Since these individuals will be on my boat, they will be my crew. You need not worry about their wages, they will be higher than average, never lower. The only stipulation is that they must heed my orders. I will not show leniency to those who do not comply. If they cannot follow my directives, they can return from whence they came. Yuan made his own stipulations clear. Understood, thank you. How many of the 10 can be arranged? Su Han inquired. Yuan pondered for a moment. He had initially intended to retain 8 personnel, but since Su Han mentioned a total of 10, he replied, let them all come and I will take them on. Rest assured, they are all skilled at sea, no less capable than any of your current crew, Su Han assured him. Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Su Han, thinking to himself, if only you knew the caliber of my crew, you would not make such a claim. However, he kept this thought to himself. After Su Han finished speaking, he prepared to leave. He was not one to engage in idle chatter. Yet, as he turned to depart, something seemed to cross his mind, prompting him to pivot back and ask, "Are you truly considering switching to a larger vessel? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Yuan replied. "Then await my news," Su Han said before turning to leave. Yuan gazed at Su Han's retreating figure, pondering, "What news could you possibly have for me? Are you going to gift me a grand fishing vessel?" Suddenly, a thought struck him: the Navy possesses its own military shipyards. If that were the case, his fortunes would soar. A military-grade fishing boat would be quite remarkable. With just 3 days until the moratorium on fishing commenced, Yuan decided against venturing out to sea again. The crew had already tidied up the fishing vessel and secured it at the dock. Over the past few days, he had been releasing the fry cultivated in his space into the fishing grounds, all of which were rare species he had discovered during his outings. Nurtured in the spatial realm, it was undeniable that the fish in his special fishery grew at a significantly accelerated rate compared to those outside. As the morning sun bathed the earth in light, Yuan arose early. Li Hui, adhering to Yuan's request, had cleared out a warehouse on the island. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he found Ding Yi and several crew members waiting outside, while he entered alone. He accessed the system's marketplace, searching for an item he had long desired to exchange. Product description: feed production line. Required exchange points 30,000, capable of processing feed for various marine creatures. Product function: accelerates the growth rate of fish. After considerable contemplation, Yuan struggled to comprehend the principles behind this production line. The description indicated that by simply adding corn and some water, it could produce premium feed. Such technology seemed almost otherworldly. The core of this production line resided in a sealed chamber. Once the materials were ground into powder and passed through this section, they would transform into feed. However, the manual explicitly stated that this part was non-removable and would be damaged if disassembled. Not wishing to dwell on it further, since he was neither an engineer nor a mechanic, he resolved to proceed with the exchange. Adjusting to the points marketplace, he initiated the exchange for the feed production line. Exchanging feed production line requires 30,000 points. Proceed with the exchange. Yes. Host: Yuan points 3,830. 0-10 strength, 30 speed, 17 stamina, 22 title, apprentice fisherman affinity with aquatic creatures, 11 fishery space, basic accelerates the growth of organisms within the fishery. Can alter the appearance of organisms through points exchange. Points marketplace, intermediate can use points to acquire items within the marketplace. Currently available items include Lucky Spin, can use points for a chance to draw. Current free draws, 0, a futuristic production line materialized within the warehouse. Yuan placed the corn and necessary auxiliary materials he had prepared into it. During the mixing process, he utilized water from his special lake. Thus, the production line commenced its operation. In less than half an hour, all materials had been consumed, and bags of exquisite fish feed were neatly packed and ready. The only aspect requiring manual input was the control panel, which consisted solely of a touchscreen interface with straightforward options, far less complicated than he had anticipated. The feed production line is capable of processing 3 distinct grades of feed at 1 times speed, 2 times speed, and 3 times speed. When operating at 3 times speed, the output remains derived from the same raw materials, albeit in significantly lesser quantities compared to the 1 times speed. Yuan resolved to delegate the responsibility of managing this operation to a crew member, ensuring a rotational processing of the 3 types of feed. The 3 times speed output would not be sold externally, but exclusively supplied to his own fishery. The 2 times speed feed would be packaged as premium fish bay No. 2 and sold alongside fish bay number 1 at 1 times speed. Yuan was confident that the introduction of this feed would yield substantial benefits. Upon completing these arrangements, Yuan entrusted the task to the crew member and exited the warehouse. Outside, Li Hui awaited, initially intending to enter but was halted by Ding Yi and others. After several days of observation, Li Hui had discerned that Yuan's crew only heeded his directives, disregarding any instructions from others. Upon spotting Li Hui, Yuan invited him into the warehouse. Li Hui was taken aback by the futuristic production line he beheld and, upon realizing the advanced capabilities of the feed being processed here, understood why Ding Yi and the others had barred him from entry. Do not overthink it. I acquired this through connections. The core technology here will remain undisclosed to anyone but the crew, Yuan assured him. You will oversee the sales aspect. Li Hui hesitated. Alright, but should we apply for a patent for this formula? You know there are rampant imitations nowadays. No need, Yuan replied nonchalantly. If someone can replicate it, let them do so. My primary focus is supplying my own fishery. Any surplus will be sold externally. If anyone truly manages to imitate it, we will simply process it for our own use. Ultimately, Li Hui acquiesced to Yuan's guidance and began preparing the necessary documentation to register the processing plant and secure production permits. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan called out to him. Wait a moment, why haven't your uncle and aunt arrived yet? It's been many days. Wasn't it arranged for them to stay here for a while? Why are they still in the hospital? Yuan inquired, puzzled. Li Hui sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. I noticed there were no outsiders on the island, so I hesitated to invite them over. What nonsense. Your uncle and aunt are not outsiders. You, my boy, are going to the county today to handle the paperwork. Make sure to bring them along on your way back. Do you understand? Yuan emphasized, concerned that Li Hui might take it lightly. Yes, understood, Li Hui responded without further comment and turned to leave. During this period, Li Hui had accomplished numerous tasks for the island, all of which Yuan had observed. By withholding any mention of Li Hui's wages, Yuan sought to gauge the brother's character, and it appeared that Li Hui was indeed trustworthy. In the evening, Li Hui's parents arrived on the island. The resort was now ready for occupancy, and they seamlessly settled into the villa that had been prepared for them. Knowing that Li Hui's family had come to the island, Yuan's parents had thoughtfully prepared a lavish feast to welcome them. At this moment, Yuan informed them about Li Hui's compensation. Li Hui had been on the island for a month, yet Yuan had not discussed his remuneration with him. It was tentatively decided that Li Hui would receive a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan with a quarterly bonus contingent upon the profitability of the fishery. The last sale of abalone had yielded excellent returns, and Li Hui's packaging efforts were commendable, thus Yuan resolved to grant him a bonus of 100,000 yuan. However, this bonus would be deducted from the debt Li Hui owed Yuan. Previously, when Li Hui's father was hospitalized, Yuan had advanced 20,000 yuan for medical expenses on several occasions. Although surgery was initially anticipated, it was ultimately unnecessary, then Yuan did not reclaim the money. Instead, he encouraged Li Hui to use it to repay relatives to whom he had previously borrowed. Consequently, Li Hui effectively owed Yuan 100,000 yuan. Yuan patted Li Hui on the shoulder, saying, do not overthink it, just work diligently, and I assure you will repay all your debts to me within 6 months. Li Hui's family was deeply grateful to Yuan. After their meal, they left early for home, as Li Hui's father had not yet fully recovered. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol that day, Yuan felt slightly dizzy. Upon returning to his bedroom, he took out a piece of black stone to meditate. As he practiced his technique, the dizziness gradually dissipated. Just as he completed one cycle of his routine, his phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was Su Hang calling. What is the matter, calling so late? He inquired. Tomorrow noon, at the Blue Island base, Su Hang replied before hanging up. Yuan had grown accustomed to Su Hang's succinct manner of communication. If he could convey something in 2 words, he would never use 3. The following day, Yuan rose early. Upon arriving at the naval base under Su Hang's guidance, they entered a conference room. Along the way, Yuan had inquired about the purpose of the meeting, to which Su Hang merely responded, "You know," shortly. Inside the conference room sat several military personnel, each with considerable rank. Upon Yuan's arrival, some greeted him warmly. One middle-aged officer addressed him, saying, "Su Hang mentioned that you resolved the resettlement issues for some of our soldiers." Yuan replied courteously, "It was no trouble. I happen to need to replace my fishing boat and require some assistance. Since Su Hang is my friend, it was a matter of course." The officer continued, "Do you have any specific requirements for the fishing boat?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that they were genuinely considering constructing a fishing vessel at a military shipyard? He dared not entertain such thoughts, yet he felt compelled to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he said it should possess strong wind resistance, ample storage capacity, and advanced equipment. Yuan was uncertain of the officer's intentions and refrained from providing excessive details, opting instead to outline his general preferences. And what about the price? Do you have any particular requirements? The middle-aged officer inquired further. Naturally, the cheaper, the better, Yuan responded candidly. It was worth noting that while he was currently earning money rapidly, his expenditures had not yet caught up. To construct Fish Bay Island, Yuan had spent all his savings. Eventually, he found himself compelled to secure a substantial loan from the bank. There was no alternative. Constructing an island was not a venture that could be accomplished with mere tens of millions. However, Yuan remained unfazed. Given his rate of income, he estimated that with a year's time, he could easily repay the bank loan. When presented with the notion that the quality of the vessel might exceed expectations yet come at a price higher than the market average, Yuan paused, uncertain how to respond. The middle-aged man, perceiving Yuan's hesitation, candidly remarked, "We happen to have a decommissioned warship available. Converting it into a fishing vessel would indeed be a commendable option. Although we cannot transfer all the onboard equipment to you, certain civilian apparatuses will remain intact. We can also customize the ship to fit your specifications. Typically, we modify such retired warships and sell them to large oceanic companies. This opportunity was secured for you by Su Hang, but I am curious about your thoughts on it." After hearing these words, a smile graced the middle-aged officer's face as he looked at Yuan. Little did Yuan anticipate that one day he would embark on the sea, fishing from a converted warship. How could he possibly refuse such an enticing proposition? "Absolutely, I am willing. However, what would the cost be?" he inquired, as he had no prior concept of the pricing for such fishing vessels. "The cost will depend on how you wish to modify it. We have brought along some previous modification designs for your consideration," interjected a bespectacled individual beside the officer. Upon introduction, Yuan learned that this man was an engineer responsible for retrofitting decommissioned naval vessels within the military industry. Graciously accepting several schematics, Yuan discovered that one of them depicted a large trawler after modification. There exists a plethora of classifications for fishing vessels, with trawlers, pass seiners, longliners, and drift net boats being among the most common. Further categorization reveals even more varieties, particularly for tuna fishing, which boast several specific types. Yuan currently utilized a trawler, which he found to be exceptionally effective. He intended to continue with the trawler design, and the proposed modified vessel was undeniably modern, boasting an impressive storage capacity of 2,000 tons. While it could not compare to the larger 10,000-ton vessels, Yuan had no intention of acquiring such an enormous ship. As he did not possess the luxury of time to drift aimlessly at sea, those larger vessels could remain offshore for years. Having settled on a trawler, the military provided a quotation. The total cost for the modified vessel, upon completion and delivery, amounted to 26 million. The refurbished fishing vessel measured 55 meters in length, over 10 meters in width, with a total tonnage of 2,040 tons, a fresh fish refrigeration capacity of 1,500 tons, and a flash freezing capability of 1,350 cubic meters. Its refrigeration system included 5,735 compressors and 18 cold seawater storage chambers, capable of freezing 100 tons daily. Additionally, a substantial live water tank was customized to meet Yuan's needs. After the fishing vessel underwent modifications, not only was the main engine state-of-the-art and capable of high speeds, but the auxiliary equipment was also remarkably advanced, including a sophisticated winch, net lifter, power trolley, and crane. Additionally, the cockpit was equipped with 3 radar systems, a satellite navigation device, a gyroscopic compass, automatic navigation, and a distance measuring instrument, along with single sideband and high-frequency communication devices. It also featured a helicopter platform, though the procurement of the helicopter would be the responsibility of Yuan. Should he wish, they could assist in contacting a civil helicopter company. At this juncture, Su Hang interjected, suggesting that if funds permitted, they should acquire a helicopter, as half of the crew members were already trained pilots, eliminating the need to hire a separate pilot. After making this suggestion, Su Hang refrained from further comment. Yuan inquired about the cost of a civil helicopter, and the engineer informed him that with their assistance, it would only require around 2 million. They would handle the subsequent logistics. Yuan calculated the expenses and realized that purchasing such a fishing vessel would cost 28 million. Currently, he had less than 2 million in his account, indicating that he would need to seek a loan. However, Yuan was unwilling to forgo such a promising opportunity. Just a few months prior, he was earning a mere 6,000 a month as a laborer. He firmly believed that as long as there were fish in the sea, there would be no shortage of income. The two parties signed the sales agreement, with Yuan promising to transfer 10 million to the designated account as soon as possible. Subsequently, the military began the vessel's modifications, which would take approximately 50 days. The fishing moratorium typically lasted 2 months, perfectly aligning with the anticipated completion of the vessel's modifications, thus not delaying Yuan's ventures. The remaining balance would be settled upon delivery. By the time these matters were concluded, it was already noon. Yuan intended to return, but Su-han insisted on introducing him to the future crew members. They arrived at the barracks, where Su-han led Yuan into a room filled with several soldiers engaged in light conversation. Upon seeing Su-han enter, everyone immediately stood up, saluted, and greeted him enthusiastically. After returning the salute, Su-han stated, "Please take your seats. I would like to introduce you to your future employer, Yuan." The soldiers turned their attention to Yuan, who observed them, noting their impressive demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Since we are unfamiliar with each other, I shall keep my words brief. I trust Su-han has informed you about the conditions. The life of a fisherman is arduous, and you must be mentally prepared for it." "We are not afraid of hardship," the soldiers replied in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, causing Yuan's ears to ring. Indeed, they possessed formidable voices. "That is reassuring. As it is currently the fishing moratorium and you have some free time, I suggest you return home and rest. After 50 days, you can come directly to Pinghai County to find me." Upon concluding his remarks, the tallest and leanest soldier spoke up, "I have no home to return to. May I come directly to you?" Yuan looked at the slender soldier with a puzzled expression. The soldier gently touched his head and explained, "I grew up in an orphanage and joined the army as soon as I was of age. Now that I am transitioning out, I find myself at a loss as to where to go." A shadow of melancholy crossed his face as he spoke. "Well then, you may come directly to my place. Everyone else can return home for now." The others had no objections, as they too had not been home for quite some time and were eager to visit. Eventually, Yuan learned that the tall, lean individual was named Wang Hasheng, a name of uncertain origin. These transitioning soldiers would still need 3 days before they could leave the military, so Wang Hasheng would report to Yuan in Pinghai County after that period. Yuan also provided him with his phone number. Upon returning to Yuan Island, Li Hui approached Yuan. Over the past few days, Li Hui had traversed numerous aquaculture farms attempting to promote the Yuan feed, yet the results were disappointing. When people heard that this feed could accelerate growth rates to double that of regular feed, they dismissed Li Hui as a fraud. Further inquiries about the price, which was several times higher than that of standard feed, only compounded their skepticism. Even when presented with substantial supporting materials, belief remained elusive. "A seafood exhibition is coming up in a few days. Should we consider participating?" Li Hui inquired uncertainly. The recent days had severely undermined his confidence. Yuan understood Li Hui's current mindset and patted his shoulder, saying, "There's no need to feel overly pressured. This feed was originally intended for our own aquafarm production. As for the exhibition, we can simply give it a try. If it doesn't work out, that is perfectly alright." They discussed various matters regarding the aquafarm, which now had marketable fish, though not in large quantities, as people from Faxiangju came daily to purchase. Upon arriving at the venue of the Tianjin Fisheries Exhibition, Yuan discovered that it was a global event. The sheer variety of products left him in awe. Anything related to the ocean could be found here, from massive ocean-going fishing vessels to hooks and fishing lines. Aquaculture-related products were located in Hall 3. Arriving late, they found that prime locations had already been taken, and they had been assigned a modest booth in an inconspicuous corner. Despite its small size, the booth required a daily fee of 10,000 yuan, a result of Li Hui's diligent efforts. Yuan had brought only a few samples of the feed and relevant inspection reports, opting not to showcase the premium abalone and lobsters, as these well-known products did not require further scrutiny. Moreover, Yuan wished to avoid drawing too much attention to himself, preferring to keep the fact that he could supply high-quality seafood in bulk under wraps. For this venture, Yuan had brought along only Li Hui and Wang Hasheng, who had reported the previous day, and they had temporarily enlisted a few university students as sales assistants. On the first day of the exhibition, the turnout was relatively high. Yuan left a few individuals to oversee the booth while he strolled leisurely through the exhibition hall. After taking a stroll around, Yuan genuinely felt pleased. The extensive array of merchandise here exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he noticed a crowd gathered around a display, engaged in animated discussions about the fish fry in the aquarium. This fry exhibited a pale green hue, each scale adorned with dark stripes. The onlookers speculated, "Isn't this fish a protected species? How can it be sold so freely?" A staff member smiled and responded, "As you can see, this is the sume fish. Indeed a nationally protected species. However, our sume fish are cultivated under a breeding license, thus there is no issue." "But I sent it said that sume fish cannot be bred artificially," another bystander inquired. The staff member proudly replied, "This is our company's latest breeding method. The specifics cannot be disclosed at this time." The sume fish, also known as the wrinkled lip fish, showcases scales with yellow-green and gray-green stripes. Its head is decorated with an intricate network of orange and green lines, while its fins exhibit delicate diagonal lines, and the tail fin's edge is yellow. This species primarily inhabits steep rocky slopes, current channels, and lagoon reefs, typically at depths around 260 meters. They are generally solitary but can occasionally be found in pairs. As a large species within the dragonhead fish family, they are known for their gentle disposition and affinity for human interaction. Being carnivorous, they primarily feed on fish and benthic creatures. The sume fish is a renowned giant species thriving in coastal tropical waters distributed across Oceania, the western tropical Pacific, the Great Barrier Reef, the northwestern Indian Ocean, and the Red Sea. Its substantial size and exquisite flavor render it a prized edible fish, while many aquarium enthusiasts also keep it as an ornamental species. Yuan perused the materials at the display, surprised to learn that artificial breeding of sume fish had already commenced domestically. This revelation sparked an idea within him. In his own space, he had numerous precious fish that had already spawned, including the sume. If others could cultivate them artificially, he could likewise apply for breeding licenses for rare fish species upon his return. This way, the fish in his space could be sold legitimately. While Yuan was browsing through various booths, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Hui, requesting his immediate return due to a minor trouble that required Yuan's attention. Upon returning to the display, he found his booth surrounded by a crowd, with one hashing encircled by several security personnel. "What is going on?" Yuan asked Li Hui directly. "They are bullying us because we are outsiders, preventing us from continuing our exhibition," Li Hui responded. Yuan frowned slightly and turned to the security guards. At that moment, the head of the security approached. "Brother, you need to take responsibility for your words. We received a report claiming that you are engaging in false advertising, which has tarnished the reputation of our exhibition. Thus, we are asking you to leave. It is not a matter of bullying outsiders," the head guard asserted confidently. Li Hui immediately retorted, "Who reported this? Let them step forward. Have you investigated our feed? We possess comprehensive documentation regarding our feed. How could it be deemed false advertising?" Yuan had generally grasped the unfolding situation during the dialogue between the two individuals. Someone had reported that the feed at their booth was misleading, and the security personnel, without verifying the truth, sought to expel his staff. Observing Wang Husheng's stance, it was evident he was poised to protect the booth, standing off against several security guards. The commotion had drawn a crowd, and many were watching intently when a middle-aged woman, resembling a manager, approached briskly. After inquiring about the situation with the security, she addressed Yuan politely, saying, "Good day, sir. We have received a report claiming that your feed is involved in false advertising. Do you have anything to say?" Although the woman was courteous, her disdain was unmistakable. Yuan was amused by her words. "Just because someone reported my feed as misleading, does that make it true?" Before the manager could respond, the man in a suit from the crowd interjected, stating, "Your documentation claims that premium feed can double the growth rate of fish. Is there any need for explanation? We have never even heard of such a thing. Do you think we are easy to deceive?" Li Hui, noticing the individual, leaned closer to Yuan and whispered, "This person is from the booth next to ours, also selling feed." Yuan looked at the security guard. Is this the one who reported us? The guard remained silent, implying agreement. Yuan then turned to the female manager and asked if both my feed and its advertising are legitimate. What resolution can you provide? The manager hesitated slightly, sensing Yuan's assertive stance. However, the suited man stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Our company has been established for 10 years, exporting feed to numerous countries. We have never encountered such claims, neither domestically nor abroad. The onlookers nodded in agreement. It was not that they fully trusted the man, but rather that the efficacy of Yuan's feed seemed implausible. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Yuan focused on the manager. The female manager appeared troubled. After all, the promotional materials included local testing reports, yet dismissing the matter outright would leave the security's actions unjustifiable to Yuan. Just as she wrestled with the dilemma, an elderly gentleman approached. Upon seeing the elder, the manager smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" The elder did not respond to the manager but instead addressed Yuan. "I am the consultant for this exhibition. I can authorize many matters. If your feed indeed possesses the effects you claim, I can ensure that all costs for this event are waived for you, and all involved parties will apologize. Would this resolution be acceptable?" Yuan recognized the elder's significant standing and preferred to avoid escalating the situation. "No problem," Yuan readily agreed to the proposal. The subsequent proceedings became straightforward. The exhibition officially showcased a variety of testing equipment, a measure taken to address the emergence of new products. The results were swiftly delivered to the elderly gentleman who, upon reviewing the report, raised an eyebrow. He turned to the security guard and the female manager, stating, "You ought to apologize. This time, you acted rashly without verifying the results." Although the report did not substantiate the extraordinary claims made by Yuan and his team, the data presented was compelling. Numerous indicators surpassed those of other feeds by a significant margin, providing ample evidence. The security guard, unfazed, simply offered an apology, as long as his salary remained intact. However, the female manager displayed a hint of reluctance. Yet, upon noticing the elderly man's expression, she too complied and apologized. After this exchange, the elder smiled at Yuan and remarked, "Young man, you are impressive. While we cannot validate your previous promises, the results are indeed astonishing. Would you like me to introduce you to several large breeding farms?" Yuan politely shook his head, expressing gratitude for the elder's kindness, but indicating that he did not require such assistance. Following this incident, Yuan harbored little hope for participating in future exhibitions. His attitude towards the organizers was tinged with disdain, and he certainly would not accept the elder's goodwill, as he had no need for charity or pity. He firmly believed that his feed would find its market, a conviction stronger than anyone else's. Had it not been for Li Hui's persistent requests, he would not have bothered to attend. The elder discerned Yuan's sentiments and, with a knowing smile, chose not to comment further before departing. As for the man in the suit who had reported him, Yuan completely ignored him. Conversing with such individuals felt beneath his dignity. Now, his booth was surrounded by a throng of people, the turnout he had not anticipated for his feed. Most attendees were there to inquire, while a few were interested in potential collaborations. However, the terms they proposed predominantly favored a goods-first, payment-later approach, meaning they expected Yuan to provide a batch of feed for trials at their fish farms. Only upon receiving satisfactory results that could validate accelerated fish production would they consider payment. It was not unreasonable of them, given that this novel feed had yet to be seen in the market, and skepticism remained prevalent. Although the testing results were impressive, who could guarantee that the feed would perform as indicated in practice? After all, in this era, commercial deceit was not uncommon. Yuan was resolute in rejecting their demands. Just then, a confident voice broke through, "Are you considering finding an agent for your product?" Yuan turned in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a young man, exuding confidence as he gazed at Yuan. Noticing the young man, Yuan observed that he appeared to be in his 20s. The young man, upon catching Yuan's attention, smiled encouragingly. With a subtle clenching of his fist, he introduced himself. "Greetings, my name is Yiziming." The man's confidence elicited a slight frown in Yuan's brow. What gave him such audacity? Was it merely the shared surname of Yi that allowed him to be so presumptuous? Were it anyone else, they would likely deem this youth to be unhinged. Without any preamble, he boldly proclaimed his desire to represent his wares. What do you intend to achieve? We have no need for representation. Yuan retorted coldly, having lost all inclination to engage further with this individual. Very well. I trust we shall meet again soon, at which point you may reconsider your stance. The young man remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Yuan before resolutely turning away. Yuan observed the retreating figure of the youth. Logically, such a person was hardly worth his consideration. Yet, for reasons unknown, since their encounter, he felt an inexplicable sense of entanglement. Shaking his head vigorously, he endeavored to dispel this fanciful notion from his mind and immersed himself in the flurry of activity around him. Li Hui had already received numerous orders, yet most comprised only a few bags each. Yuan understood their hesitance, no one dared to procure these products in bulk, which were supported solely by reports and lacked practical trials. Purchasing a few bags for experimental purposes was entirely reasonable. Yuan was confident that once these individuals conducted their experiments, the demand for his feed would surge dramatically. Time, in the midst of busyness, always seemed to fly by. Before long, the exhibition was drawing to a close. During these few days, Yuan had refrained from acquiring the items he desired due to financial constraints. However, he had secured the contact information of these individuals, and once his finances were more favorable, he could reach out to them for purchases. As the exhibition concluded, Yuan received a call from Deng Kai, prompting him to make a detour to Shangjing. Li Hui was left to travel alone back to Landau. Wang Hasheng, however, chose to remain, offering to serve as Yuan's driver. As Wang Hasheng himself stated, there was no vehicle he could not operate. From ships and tanks to planes and submarines, he was adept at it all. His record proudly listed driving as a specialty. Yuan's own driving skills were merely average. So why not take advantage of having such a professional driver? After all, Wang Hasheng had little to occupy his time upon returning. Through his observations over the past few days, Yuan noted that although Wang Hasheng was an orphan, he possessed a cheerful disposition and was quite talkative. Thus, Yuan resolved to nurture him, envisioning that he could be of assistance in the future. Wang Hasheng informed Yuan that Su Hang had introduced him to these demobilized soldiers, all from the same unit and previously served under Su Hang's command. They were accustomed to training and executing missions together, thus were well acquainted. When Yuan inquired about the specific military branch they belonged to, Wang Hasheng merely chuckled, offering no direct answer. Yuan speculated that they must not be ordinary soldiers, otherwise, Su Hang would not have invested such interest in them. A formidable raptor glided steadily and swiftly along the highway towards Shangjing. Yuan sat in the car and finally understood why Wang Hasheng claimed that his specialty lay in driving. Many people can operate a vehicle, yet few can maneuver in such a way that passengers remain blissfully unaware of the journey. In Wang Husheng's hands, the car was a perfect embodiment of the harmony between human and machine, a fact that filled Yuan with envy. The two engaged in conversation while driving, making the experience far less mundane. Wang Hasheng recounted an amusing incident he encountered while on a mission abroad. During their assignment in a certain country, they coincidentally found themselves amidst a presidential election. This was no ordinary election, for one of the candidates was an actor. The reason for his presidential bid stemmed from his role in a wildly popular comedy where he portrayed the president. In a twist of fate, after several rounds of voting, this actor, once merely a character on television, was elected as the genuine president of the nation. Upon finishing his tale, Wang Hasheng sighed, exclaiming, "Life is but a play." Yuan, however, did not share Wang Husheng's sentimentality. He recognized a parallel between himself and the actor. The latter had transformed his destiny through public acclaim, while he too had altered his fate after acquiring the system space. Without it, he would likely still be a humble underwater cleaner earning a mere 6,000 yuan a month. At that moment, Yuan noticed a sudden seriousness in Wang Husheng's demeanor. He kept glancing at the rearview mirror, prompting Yuan to do the same, though he saw nothing amiss. Wang Hasheng spoke gravely, "Boss, it appears we are being followed. Someone has been tailing us this entire time." Yuan brushed it off, responding jokingly, "Hasheng, is this your military paranoia? I am just a civilian now. Who will be stalking us? Surely, you are not letting your profession cloud your judgment." Before Yuan could finish his jest, a loud crash erupted from the rear of the vehicle. In an instant, Wang Hasheng executed a sharp 180-degree drift. Yuan distinctly felt the car slide as a heavy container truck sped past them. Although they narrowly avoided a head-on collision, the truck grazed their vehicle. The car spun a full 360 degrees before Wang Hasheng managed to stabilize it. The truck, however, showed no signs of slowing down as it rode away. Normally, regardless of who bore responsibility for the accident, the truck should not have left the scene. Reflecting on Wang Hasheng's earlier remarks, a cold sweat broke out on Yuan's brow. Could it be true that someone was indeed following him? His mind raced to Zhong Gui. But Zhong Gui was still inside, fixated on his sewing machine. As for anyone else, Yuan had no leads whatsoever. At this moment, Wang Hasheng had already maneuvered the vehicle into the emergency lane. The two men alighted to inspect the condition of the Raptor. The rear of the pickup exhibited a conspicuous dent. Yuan could vividly imagine the perilous circumstances at that moment. Had he been the one driving, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Fortunately, it was Wang Hasheng behind the wheel, which averted a potential disaster. Initially, when Wang Hasheng mentioned that a car was tailing them, he had dismissed it as trivial. However, at the instant of impact, he discerned that the large truck had deliberately rammed into their vehicle. Wang Hasheng had already contacted the police, and soon the traffic officers arrived at the scene. Yuan refrained from asserting that the other party had intentionally collided with them, merely recounting the incident as a routine traffic accident. After taking some notes, the officers noted that Yuan's vehicle was still operable, allowing the two men to depart. After all, the other party had fled, rendering their presence inconsequential. Upon restarting the vehicle, Wang Hasheng drove with heightened caution. Fortunately, they encountered no further incidents and safely arrived in Shangjing. Once in the city, Yuan instructed Wang Hasheng to take the vehicle for repairs while he went alone to meet Deng Kai. Yuan booked 2 rooms at a hotel and sent the addresses to both Deng Kai and Wang Hasheng. During the wait for Deng Kai, he received a call from the traffic police notifying him that the truck had been located abandoned by the roadside. However, there was no one in the vehicle, nor were there any clues left behind. Upon reviewing the truck's records, it was discovered that the owner had reported it missing 2 days prior. Thus, the trail had gone cold, and the traffic department could only advise Yuan to await further information. After learning this, Yuan could ascertain that the truck was indeed aimed at him, but the identity of the perpetrator would remain a mystery for now. He firmly believed that the hidden hand behind this would eventually reveal itself. For the time being, his focus would be on enhancing his own capabilities, prepared for when the adversary would seek him out. Before long, Deng Kai arrived. Upon entering, he joyfully embraced Yuan before taking a seat. "So, how are those ornamental fish selling?" Yuan, eschewing pleasantries, got straight to the point. Deng Kai, upon hearing Yuan's query, expressed his excitement. "It's not just a matter of how well they sell, we are completely out of stock. If you hadn't come to Jinmen, I would have planned a trip to Blue Island soon." Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected popularity of that batch of ornamental fish. What had begun as a mere idea had surprisingly turned into a lucrative venture. "I'll send you another batch when I return. Do I need to come in person?" Yuan inquired. "They insisted I come. What's the situation?" Deng Kai, visibly anxious, prodded, "Do you know how much this batch of ornamental fish sold for?" "How would I know? Wasn't it your responsibility to oversee the sales?" "You seem to have made quite a profit," Yuan replied. 175 million. Deng Kai exclaimed with exhilaration. After hearing this, Yuan was equally astonished that the previous batch of fish had fetched such a remarkable price. "Last time, the fish I left for Deng Kai were merely ordinary ornamental fish, lacking in precious varieties. However, the sales figures have genuinely astonished Yuan. Who would have thought? Your fish are generally larger than others of the same variety, but that's not the crux of the matter. The most critical factor remains the survival rate. In my store, not a single fish has perished in 2 months. Even those sold have received feedback from customers, who reported that they appeared vibrant and showed no signs of stress from changing environments. Those familiar with fish keeping understand that when purchasing ornamental fish from a shop, they often thrive there, yet tend to lose 1 or 2 upon returning home. This phenomenon is influenced by various factors, such as water quality and temperature, and the fish's inherent immunity. However, the response to Yuan's fish has been exceptionally positive. Not only do they appear lively in the store, but they also adapt swiftly to their new surroundings at home. Consequently, numerous loyal customers have referred others to the shop. Recently, Denkai's ornamental fish have gained a modest reputation within the ornamental fish community. The primary reason for inviting Yuan over was Denkai's aspiration to establish his own ornamental fish store, necessitating a discussion on how to proceed. After listening to Denkai's introduction, Yuan fell into contemplation. He is determined to continue in the ornamental fish trade. Despite the current profits not matching what he earns at sea, this is primarily due to his absence of premium ornamental fish. It is noteworthy that the price of a top-tier fish can be extraordinarily high. Above all, Yuan wishes to assist Denkai. He strongly resonates with the saying, "Birds of a feather flock together." Although the 4 individuals in the dormitory appear to share a close bond, Yuan is aware that Denkai and the leader are both from Beijing, yet their gatherings are quite infrequent. This situation is not a result of Zhaochuan looking down upon Denkai, rather, it is Denkai himself who contributes to this outcome. Yuan understands Denkai's thoughts well, as he once shared similar sentiments. The reasoning is simple, the fear of being judged for associating closely with wealthy friends. After all, their consumption philosophies and working styles differ significantly from those of the working class, a fact often unrecognized by friends themselves. For instance, whenever dining together, Zhaochuan invariably selects renowned restaurants in Beijing, which makes it difficult for Denkai to join comfortably. A few instances of Zhaochuan treating them are manageable. But if it becomes a consistent pattern, Denkai feels increasingly uneasy. Many might suggest that Denkai should host once. But the cost of a single meal equates to his monthly living expenses, a burden he cannot bear. Over time, this leads Denkai to avoid gatherings altogether. Yuan had previously thought in a similar vein. After graduating for a year, Zhaochuan and Zhong Wujin often invited Yuan out, yet he consistently declined. As the time and travel expenses were burdensome for him, he did not wish for the brothers to drift apart over such matters. Thus, this represents an opportune moment. Examining the business plan Denkai brought forth, it is evident that he has invested considerable effort. Denkai plans to rent a 100 square meter storefront in the ornamental fish market. To procure an additional specialized vehicle for transporting fish in order to address the logistical challenges between Blue Island and Shangjing. The details regarding store renovation, staff salaries, and utility expenses are meticulously outlined. Yuan ultimately examined the investment section, with a total budget amounting to 3 million yuan. Denkai contributed 1 million, securing a 20% stake, while Yuan invested 2 million, claiming an 80% share. Yuan pointed to the final investor section and inquired of Denkai, "I contribute 66% for an 80% stake, what are your thoughts?" Denkai shyly scratched his head, admitting, "The funds I invested were earned from our initial batch of fish. I feel rather bashful about taking such a large share." Yuan resolutely replied, "I have no objections to the other matters. Let us amend the final clause. We shall equally share the investment. I will hold 51%. And I can initially cover your shortfall, which will be deducted from your rightful profits." Yuan gazed at Denkai and added, "This is my sole condition for investment. If you disagree, then we shall not proceed." Understanding that Yuan was extending a helping hand, Denkai felt it pointless to be overly sentimental. With gratitude, he expressed, "Thank you, brother." Yuan playfully punched Denkai's shoulder, remarking on his verbosity. At Fish Bay Island, Yuan had returned from Shangjing a few days prior, leaving Wang Hasheng in Shangjing to retrieve the repaired Falcon later. He took a direct flight back to Blue Island. Alone, Yuan ventured to the waters near Nanlin Island, first releasing the white dolphin rescued from the open sea into the space. For the time being, both the dolphin and the baby shark were allowed to roam freely in this marine area. Upon its release, perhaps due to its prolonged confinement in the spatial waters, the little creature circled Yuan, emitting several characteristic dolphin calls to express its displeasure. Yuan tenderly patted the dolphin's head, noting its pristine whiteness, and recalled that the little one lacked a name. "I shall call you Dabai," he declared, disregarding whether the creature was pleased or not. The baby shark, upon seeing the sudden appearance of Dabai, exhibited caution. After soothing the little shark, Yuan reassured it, "You two shall be friends now, do not harm one another, understand?" The baby shark nodded obediently, and Dabai mirrored its gesture, indicating comprehension. After playfully engaging with the two youngsters for a while, Yuan returned alone to Fish Bay Island. Currently, aside from Ding Yi and one crew member processing feed, all other crew members had been placed in Yuan's space, with an external announcement stating that they had gone on vacation. These individuals were now beginning new tasks in the space, a notion that Yuan conceived after accepting the recommendation of retired soldiers from Suhang. Since he intended to employ these veterans as crew members, it was unnecessary to retain such a multitude of mechanical assistants aboard the vessel. Instead, the space, which had always been a realm of his own whims, could now be utilized differently. With sufficient personnel at hand, why not transfer these machines into the space for work? All mechanical units were assigned to Ding Air's command, with some engaged in aquaculture and others cultivating land on the island. The space had undergone a significant transformation. The land surrounding the central lake had been largely cultivated. This land was divided into three sections, one for grain cultivation, a smaller portion for vegetables. The vegetables cultivated here are not intended for external sale. They are solely for personal consumption aboard the fishing vessel and at home. Additionally, only ginseng has been planted thus far. Yuan aspires to cultivate some high-value crops. Yet his search throughout Blue Island City has yielded no suitable seedlings, such as those of the golden silk nanmu tree. Over the past week, the first batch of grains has ripened, consisting of wheat and sorghum, which Yuan had meticulously planned rather than haphazardly sown. Upon accessing the points exchange store, he considered redeeming brewing technology, which requires 30,000 points. Host Yuan points 830,010, strength 31, speed 18, stamina 23, title apprentice fisherman, aquatic creature affinity 11. Fishing ground space. The beginner accelerates the growth of aquatic creatures in the designated fishing ground with the possibility of altering their appearance through points. Points stored. Intermediate points can be utilized to acquire items from the store, currently featuring the following redeemable items. Lucky spin. Points can be exchanged. Current free spins 0. After several days of training, Yuan noticed slight enhancements in his physical attributes. Had he not spent points on the formula, he would have considered redeeming stamina potions to swiftly bolster his physical capabilities. Following the technology redemption, a recipe materialized in his mind, one he had long desired to obtain. Yuan has always had an affinity for alcohol. During his university days, he often shared drinks with his dormitory mates. While not a heavy drinker, his capacity for alcohol is commendable. With Yuan's utilization of the system's offerings, he discerned the advanced nature of these techniques. He was particularly eager to discover how the alcohol produced from this recipe would differ from that of Blue Star. Although he enjoys drinking, his knowledge of the brewing industry is somewhat limited, yet he is aware of various brewing techniques available online, enabling enthusiasts to brew at home if they so wish. The methods of brewing are diverse, and the flavors vary markedly. Yuan possesses a discerning palate, allowing him to evaluate the quality of many spirits he consumes. Given his family's previous economic circumstances, he has only heard of a few prestigious domestic liquors, such as Mutai and Wuliongye. The brewing technology he redeemed resembles the production methods of liquor on Blue Star. Yuan promptly exited the space, opened his computer, and browsed the internet for information on domestic liquor varieties, focusing on premium selections, as the technology provided by the system evidently implies high quality. China boasts a rich and ancient liquor culture, with a history spanning thousands of years. The brewing industry has remained resilient over time, not to mention the prevalent drinking culture that pervades contemporary society. Many negotiations take place at the dining table, and the notion that no feast is complete without alcohol has deeply ingrained itself in the national consciousness. Yuan observed the current offerings of domestic liquor, noting the abundance of high-end brands such as Mutai, Wuliongye, and Luzhou Laojiao. The price range of liquor is quite expansive, reaching up to tens of thousands for a single bottle, while there are also numerous options available for just a few hundred. This does not even account for the classic aged spirits, many of which are highly valued yet scarce in the market. According to the information he gathered, there is evidently a robust demand domestically. Reflecting on the brewing techniques he remembered, which encompass the crafting of the fermentation starter and an entire suite of brewing processes, it is evident that the knowledge is rather comprehensive. However, Yuan is not adept in the art of distillation and finds himself somewhat perplexed by certain key technical terms. Yet this does not daunt him. The robots under his command possess remarkable learning capabilities. Given a little time, he is confident that these technical challenges will be surmountable. Yuan printed the brewing techniques and entrusted the documents to Ding Er, instructing him to utilize the grains from the special realm to create some liquor. Additionally, he procured some ordinary grains from Pinghai County, eager to discover whether the two different grains would yield distinct flavors in the resulting spirits. Before long, a few days had passed, and Yuan's liquor was ready. He returned to his room with two distinct types of spirits. Feeling particularly assured about the quality of the liquor crafted from special grains, he decided to first sample the liquor produced from the purchased grains. Upon opening the jar, a subtle aroma wafted throughout the room. A small sip revealed an exquisite flavor. The spirit was smooth and easy to swallow, with a gentle spiciness that left a lingering, pleasant aftertaste. Yuan was certain that his liquor had succeeded. Even the finest spirits sold for thousands per bottle could not compare to what he was now savoring. Next, he tasted the liquor made from special grains, which was significantly superior in taste. It evoked an illusion of having been aged for many years. Moreover, it left a delightful lingering fragrance in the empty cup after consumption. The spirit crafted from special grains was simply too delectable, and before he realized it, he had consumed more than half a kilogram. While the first type of liquor would have been considered top tier without the special grain version for comparison, it paled in comparison to the latter. The two spirits also differed greatly in their water sources. The latter was made entirely with water from the special lake, while the former utilized ordinary spring water mixed with some special lake water. Yuan had no intention of selling the special grain liquor just like feed. Such precious creations were meant for personal use. He decided to name this exquisite spirit after taste, as it leaves an enduring impression long after consumption. The liquor produced from special grains would be packaged differently for gifting purposes, while the ordinary grain liquor would be marketed to the public. Yuan entrusted the subsequent tasks related to production permits, brewing assembly lines, and trademark registrations to Li Hui. The Yuan Seafood Enterprise was officially registered within the county, ensuring smooth sailing for any matters pertaining to their business. Within 3 days, all necessary paperwork was completed, and even the production line was fully calibrated. From the fishery, 10 workers were selected to assist with the assembly line and packaging tasks. The critical technical knowledge, however, was solely in the hands of Ding Er. Thus, the fear of technological leakage is abated. Yuan's distillery has commenced full-scale operations, with the grain being transported to Fishing Bay Island, marking the beginning of a flavorful production. On this day, Yuan was collecting seashells by the seaside with Nyo, while the Huang trailed behind. Occasionally, the mellifluous calls of Shaojin could be heard from the sky. Shaojin's wingspan has now reached 15 meters, nearing adulthood. Exhausted from play, Nyo reclined on the sandy shore, with Yuan seated beside her. "Uncle, may I invite friends to our home?" Nyo inquired in a tone reminiscent of a miniature adult. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His concern had solely centered on Nyo's quality of life, neglecting the fact that children of her age yearned for playmates. Though Nyo was a little princess on Fishing Bay Island, how was that different from a canary confined in a cage? When had Nyo ever made friends? Yuan was intrigued to learn where Nyo had met this friend. "It's the sister Nian Xian who visited us last time. We often video chat, and she is eager to come play again," Nyo explained. It dawned on Yuan that the two little girls had maintained contact since their last encounter. Recently, Sumei has been in good spirits, as business at Fuseongju has been flourishing day by day. She has found some time to return home early in the evenings to spend with her beloved daughter. Sumei's mother, Zhong Gueji, does not suffer from any significant ailments, though her past neglect of her health has led to various issues as she ages. The incident of Sunyan Xian's kidnapping had not been disclosed to the elderly woman, yet somehow she became aware of it in recent days. She adamantly insisted that Sunyan Xian should no longer attend kindergarten, claiming her health was adequate for caring for her granddaughter at home. Sumei, left with no choice, allowed the little girl to accompany her grandmother for the time being, specifically instructing the nanny to keep a close watch over them. The previous nanny, having sustained a fracture, required 3 months of recovery. Rather than dismissing her, Sumei provided a sum for her nourishment and promised her job upon her return to health. Currently, The household is assisted by a diligent cleaner named Zhong, age 45, from Fuseongju. This arrangement was mutually agreed upon, as she would help manage household duties during the 3-month interim. She was offered double the usual salary from Fuseongju, which she accepted without hesitation. Working here not only provided her with meals and accommodation but also a salary of 2,800 yuan, which is comparable to that of a freshly graduated university student. As a woman from a rural background, receiving such compensation was undoubtedly a source of joy for her. Aware of her responsibility to care for both the elderly and the young, Sister Zhong exhibited remarkable diligence, which was why Sume felt assured leaving the little girl in her care. Upon returning home today, Sume was greeted by her daughter running towards her, exclaiming, "Mama! Mama, I want to go play at Sister Nyonyo's house." Sume recognized that ever since her daughter's visit to Yuan's island, she had been frequently video chatting with the sister she affectionately referred to as Nyonyo. Despite their tender age, the two little girls exhibit remarkable prowess with their mobile devices. Sume found herself at a loss in response to her daughter's request. Given her uncertainty regarding the convenience of Yuan's situation, she could only offer a vague assurance to him. "I will discuss it with your uncle Yuan in a few days. Perhaps we can find a day to visit then, all right?" "No. Sister Nyonyo just promised me. I want to go tomorrow, I want to go tomorrow." The little girl pouted, expressing her frustration. Sume felt helpless. She recognized that her daughter had been cooped up at home lately, devoid of playmates, which had dampened her spirits. Reluctantly, she took out her phone to call Yuan, only to discover that the two girls had already made plans. With little else to say, she arranged with Yuan to meet the following morning and decided to take the yacht out. In the early morning, a loud knock at the door startled Yuan awake. Upon opening it, he found Nyonyo standing outside. "Uncle, you lazybones, get up. Today, Sister Nyan Xian is coming. Hurry and take me to pick her up." Nyonyo, already dressed, came to urge Yuan. Due to her brother-in-law's work commitments on Blue Island, Nyonyo was left in the care of her parents on the island. As they descended the stairs, their mother was in the villa's yard, sun-drying scallops. This was a time-honored practice among the older fishermen, and despite Yuan's family no longer being in need, his mother insisted on continuing the tradition. In her words, "I possess a restless spirit. If I am not engaged in some activity, I feel uncomfortable." In the past, the scallops along the shore were gathered collectively by the villagers, with little left for each household. However, since Yuan had taken over the island, the former villagers had relocated from Fishing Bay Island, leaving the scallops unattended. Now, gathering these scallops had become a daily task for Yuan's mother. Initially, it was just her and Nyonyo venturing out together. Later, Li Hui's parents also arrived on the island, seeking both relaxation and a bit of physical activity. Thus, Yuan's mother began taking Nyonyo and Li Hui's parents each morning to collect scallops, yielding a bountiful harvest every day. According to her, this month, the sale of scallop meat had brought in over 2,000 yuan. Despite the family's newfound affluence, she remained content with the earnings derived from their own efforts. In the past, a monthly income of a few hundred yuan from scallops was considered fortunate. With Yuan's father away, presumably assisting at the fishing grounds, his workload had lightened since the feed workshop began production. Now, after breakfast, he would lend a hand at the fishing grounds. The table was already laid with the delicious dishes prepared by his mother. The little girl was ravenously devouring the food before her. Currently, the household's drinking water, vegetables, and grains were all sourced from Yuan's special abilities, and it was evident that his parents' health had markedly improved. Even Nyonyo, usually the pickiest of eaters, had developed an appetite, consuming copious amounts at every meal. Yuan genuinely feared that if this continued, Nyonyo might transform into a little plump girl. "Uncle, hurry and eat, Nyenshin will be arriving soon." A well-fed Nyonyo, with a look of disdain, urged Yuan. With urgency, Yuan hastily swallowed the remaining rice in his bowl, responding to Nyonyo with a muffled sound. After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the dock. Observing Nyonyo riding on Dahuang ahead, Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Dahuang had recently undergone significant changes, primarily due to the black stones. One day, Yuan inadvertently discovered that a piece of the stone he had placed in his room was missing. Ultimately, he found it in Dahuang's doghouse. Initially, Yuan assumed Da Huang had mischievously brought the black stone back to his nest, not giving it much thought. However, such behavior was quite inappropriate, prompting Yuan to consider reprimanding Da Huang. Yet, as he grasped Da Huang's head and pulled gently, he was astonished to find that Da Huang's fur had become remarkably softer than before. Previously, Da Huang's coat had a somewhat bristly texture. After several strokes, Yuan was certain that Da Huang's fur had indeed transformed. It now felt silky to the touch. An exquisite sensation. Could this be attributed to the stones? With this hypothesis in mind, Yuan abandoned the idea of reprimanding his beloved pet. To uncover the truth, Yuan began inviting Da Huang to accompany him during his training sessions, deliberately placing a piece of the black stone nearby. A surprising event unfolded that left him in disbelief. Upon seeing the black stone, Da Huang was unable to move his paws away. After several attempts, Yuan began to form some conclusions. Since these trials commenced, he observed that Da Huang's physique had indeed become more robust. Not only was his fur now smooth, but his body had also visibly strengthened. Da Huang's strength had increased significantly now. Not only could Nunu ride him, but even an adult could sit atop him without any difficulty. Upon arriving at the dock, Yuan noticed that Sumei had not yet arrived. The workers at the dock greeted their considerate boss with enthusiasm. The fishing farm on Fishing Bay Island was gradually getting back on track. Thanks to the feed, the growth rate of certain fish fry was impressive, surpassing that of their peers by threefold. The workers were diligent, especially since their wages from 2 months prior had been disbursed. Many were satisfied upon receiving their paychecks, and some even approached Yuan's father to inquire if they could bring their children to work here. It was well known that Yuan offered competitive wages. Moreover, during the first month, each worker received a bonus of 1,000 yuan, making their earnings nearly comparable to those working in other fields. Who would wish to seek employment elsewhere with such favorable compensation? Yuan's father found it challenging to make decisions on Yuan's behalf, so he relayed this matter to him. Yuan was delighted, as these were his fellow villagers. He recognized that as his feed and liquor industries flourished, the current workforce was insufficient. However, older individuals were often unable to fulfill certain sales and physically demanding roles. If only those young and capable individuals who have ventured out for work could return, it would be truly wonderful. They have broadened their horizons and learned that many matters do not require their constant concern, especially with Li Hui's oversight ensuring that no significant troubles arise. In the distance, a double-decker yacht glides gracefully toward the dock. This marks Sumei's third visit to Fishing Bay Island. Her first was for a collaborative investigation with Yuan, and the second was a hurried trip to be with her daughter. On this third occasion, Sumei's perception of the island has shifted considerably. Each visit to the island unveils a different facet, which is quite remarkable. Currently, there is no construction underway, and the entire island exudes a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Workers along the shore diligently engage in their tasks, while small fishing boats dotting the sea release feed into various waters. As the yacht docks, little Nunu hops excitedly toward the pier, waving her tiny hands at Nyen Xan on the deck. In her mother's embrace, Nyen Xan, upon spotting Nunu, fervently waves her hands and calls out in a sweet voice, Nunu Jie. Nunu Jie. As Sumei steps off the yacht with Nyen Xan in her arms, before she has the chance to converse with Yuan, the little girl wriggles free and races toward Nunu. The two girls grasp each other's hands, chattering away in a language known only to them. Soon after, they hop onto Da Huang and gallop toward the sea. Sumei, watching them run, calls out, "Be careful. Don't fall." Yuan approaches and reassures her. "It's all right, Sujie. Da Huang is very clever and will handle it just fine." Hearing Yuan's words, Sumei feels a sense of relief. Walking side by side along the beach, Da Huang leads the two girls in their lively dash across the sand. Sumei's gaze remains fixed on her daughter as she reflects, "It's so pleasant here, little Nyen Xan has been this happy in ages." Yuan suggests, "Then you should bring Nyen Xan here more often. Nunu doesn't have many friends on the island, and the two girls could keep each other company." Sumei replies, "I wish I could, but when would I find the time?" She gives Yuan a playful glare, leaving him momentarily speechless. On the beach of Fishing Bay Island, a few scattered beach chairs are positioned here and there. Seated together, Yuan and Sumei engage in conversation while the two little girls frolic by the sea for quite some time. Eventually, they returned, each holding a shell. Uncle, look at Nyonyo's shell. I sent it prettier than Nyan Xin's. Nyonyo exclaims, presenting her shell to Yuan. Not to be outdone. Nyan Xin chimes in, Uncle Yuan, look at mine. I sent it more beautiful than Nyonyo JJ's. Yuan takes both shells. Noting that they are ordinary Stromba's shells, round and sturdy. They are both lovely. If you like them, feel free to collect more. I will make you a shell wind chime, it will look delightful hanging in your windows, he says with a warm smile, delighting the two girls. Uncle Yi is the best. Long live Uncle Yi. The two girls exclaimed joyfully, jumping with delight. After their cheers, they swiftly dashed back to collect seashells. You promised. So don't let me down, Sume teased from the side. It's nothing, even if it's not shells, but I can manage with shell carving, Yuan replied nonchalantly. However, I have only recently begun to learn, and I fear they might not like what I carve. Yuan was indeed not jesting. He had discovered an inexhaustible reserve of energy since embarking on his cultivation journey. Witnessing the various crafts created by Ding Air sparked a desire within him to learn. Initially, he focused solely on wood carving, but as his skills flourished, he began to explore shell carving. Shell carving artfully intertwines the essence of humanity with the ocean, embodying the splendor of the sea and the wisdom of traditional culture, showcasing the natural beauty of shells. In just half a month of sculpting, Yuan found that his finesse in intricate details had improved significantly. He pondered whether these advancements were a result of his cultivation or simply a consequence of his physical enhancement. His wood carving skills had reached an extraordinary level, while his shell carving remained in its infancy. He was unbothered by the thought of gifting a few practice pieces to the girls. Sume was taken aback by Yuan's words. Really? Without waiting for his response, she quickly removed her travel shoes, rolled up her jeans, then with her bare pristine feet, joined the quest for shells. Yuan was surprised by Sume's childlike innocence, watching the delightful sight of the two girls scouring the beach. He shook his head gently and reclined on a beach chair, feigning sleep. Joyous moments are fleeting, when soon the day had passed. Yuan kept his promise to the two girls, crafting exquisite wind chimes from the shells they collected. When they received their gifts, each girl planted a kiss on either side of Yuan's face. The shell carving promise to Sume could not be completed that day. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Nevertheless, Yuan assured her that he would create a piece that would surely satisfy her. As they prepared to depart, Nyan Xin expressed her reluctance, whispering countless secrets to Nyonyo. Ultimately, under Sume's insistence, they boarded the yacht, glancing back multiple times. As the yacht sailed away, the beach returned to its tranquil state. Throughout the day, the sounds of laughter, playful shouts, and joyful screams had resonated across the shore. Gazing at the darkening sea, Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of loss wash over him. Upon returning home, Nyonyo, exhausted from the day's adventures, was taken to her room by their mother, leaving Yuan alone in the courtyard. Beside him, Dahuang looked at him with eager eyes, anticipating the moment Yuan would present him with a stone that offered him numerous benefits. This was the time Dahuang cherished the most. Yuan playfully patted Dahuang on the head. Come on, let us go cultivate. Since the time when Dahuang began to cultivate alongside him, Yuan had relocated his training site to the southern rocky shore, a place far removed from fishing grounds, rarely frequented by others. As his practice intensified, Yuan discovered that proximity to the sea enhanced the effectiveness of his cultivation. The man and his dog arrived at the rocky outcrop, where Yuan produced a small stone and offered it to Dahuang. The dog, captivated by the stone's alluring essence, gently held it in his mouth and began to lick it. Initially, Dahuang would only lick it 4 or 5 times before losing interest. But now he managed 6 licks without any sign of diminishing fascination. Yet, Yuan sensed no reduction in the stone's mysterious energy, nor did its size appear to diminish. Paying no heed to the comical sight of Dahuang savoring the stone like a delectable treat, Yuan settled into a meditative position upon the rocks. Recalling the moment he witnessed the middle-aged man at Old Master Su's home unleash a powerful energy, Yuan had long sought to project that same force outward. However, despite his numerous attempts, he could not achieve this. Whenever he attempted to channel the energy to his palms, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to be released. The energy accumulated in his palms only to dissipate through his meridians. Today, Yuan resolved to experiment with an alternative approach, not expelling the energy, but instead attempting to absorb the mysterious power from the enigmatic black stone. Observing the daily transformations in the Huang, he felt a mix of admiration and envy. The correct path for the water control technique begins at the dantian, progressing through the 5 pivots, the governing vessel, the gate of the capital, the sun and moon, the tendons, the abyssal armpit, and the shoulder well, ultimately reaching the lesser palace in the palm. This time, Yuan intended to reverse the process, exploring the possibility of drawing energy from the black stone. As he commenced a simple circulation of his internal energy, feeling it fill his being, he pressed his palm against the stone and began to rotate his technique in reverse. A warm current began to gather within his palm. Yet he struggled to direct this mysterious energy along the channels of the water control technique. Instead, the energy diffused throughout his limbs, swiftly vanishing. His first attempt ended in failure, yet Yuan remained undeterred. After several unsuccessful trials, he sensed a lingering trace of mysterious energy within his body following yet another failure. With renewed determination, he continued to experiment, each time drawing in the elusive energy, only to see it slip away once more. However, this time, a portion of the energy remained within him. Along with the remnants from earlier attempts, he became acutely aware of its presence. Persisting in his efforts to absorb, he repeated the process until, after 7 or 8 attempts, the sudden sensation of fullness enveloped him. A grave realization struck him: many characters in novels perished from the overwhelming influx of internal energy. Was this sensation he felt a harbinger of such fate? A saying echoed in his mind: if one does not court danger, one shall not meet it. This thought filled him with trepidation, extinguishing any desire to continue absorbing the mysterious energy. What he yearned to accomplish most at this moment was to expel the enigmatic energy he had absorbed. Attempting to harness his own inner force to guide it, yet to no avail. Yuan felt an inexhaustible power residing within him, yearning to be unleashed. But he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. At this moment, an unsettling illusion gripped him. He sensed that if this energy remained pent up, it could lead to dire consequences for his body. Yet, how could he dissipate this sudden influx of energy? Ultimately, Yuan opted for the most rudimentary approach: running. Though simplistic, the method proved remarkably effective. As time passed, he maintained a vigorous pace, and soon noticed the emergence of a viscous black substance on his body. Gradually, that restless sensation began to subside. After completing a couple of laps around the island, he returned to the vicinity of the rocky outcrops. Stowing away 2 pieces of that mysterious energy, disregarding the discontented calls from Da Huang, then proceeded straight home. He indulged in a refreshing hot shower, cleansing his body thoroughly. Lying in bed, Yuan began to analyze the series of transformations he had experienced that day. Firstly, the mysterious energy within the black stones was indeed absorbable by him. However, the feeling of fullness was exceedingly uncomfortable. Although he had managed to release that enigmatic energy through running, he had no desire to endure such an experience again. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Days passed, and during the nights, Yuan focused solely on cultivating the water control technique, abstaining from absorbing the mysterious energy from the stones. Even so, he felt a familiar sensation, akin to his first experience. He sensed that he was nearing a breakthrough in his cultivation. Over the past few days, he had extended his training sessions. With only 20 days remaining until the end of the fishing moratorium, he seized the opportunity to increase his practice duration daily. Before long, 10 days slipped away amidst his diligent training. On this particular day, Yuan was once again at the seaside, practicing alongside Da Huang. Under the persistent impact of his energy manipulation, the thin barrier he had been facing finally shattered. The obscure 3rd level of his technique began to crystallize in his mind. Yuan did not pause his training upon this breakthrough. Having gained previous experience, he commenced his new cultivation according to the methods of the 3rd level. This level was fundamentally distinct from the preceding 2. To describe it succinctly, the first 2 levels were entirely internal, whereas the 3rd level instructed Yuan on how to release the energy within him outwardly. As he grasped this concept, exhilaration surged within him. After dedicating extensive time to his training, he had yet to develop any offensive capabilities. His prior practice resembled self-cultivation, who focused solely on the self. Now, with this new level, he could finally unleash his internal energy as that middle-aged man had done. As he progressed in his training, Yuan discerned a significant difference between his technique and the palm strike executed by the middle-aged man. The latter wielded his energy to shatter a flower pot directly, while Yuan's energy, when released, remained formless and devoid of any lethal power. Yuan continued his endeavors and eventually discovered the true application of his innate energy. The energy within his body, when expelled into the external world, dissipated rapidly. Through his heightened perception, Yuan realized that he could gather moisture from the surrounding air. However, due to the limited amount of energy he expelled, he could only condense it into a water needle the size of a needle used for embroidery. When Yuan skillfully directed this water needle, formed from vapor, towards a nearby reef, it effortlessly penetrated the stone. As it passed through, the water needle transformed back into vapor and vanished into the atmosphere. Yuan stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, as he comprehended the power of the water needle. The mere thought of utilizing such an ability for lethal purposes sent a chill down his spine. He believed that even the most advanced forensic techniques would fail to uncover the weapon. He then conducted several more experiments. Regardless of whether on land or in the sea, the energy he released remained constant, producing water needles of the same size. However, in seawater, the water needle could strike targets at a greater distance, while its reach was limited on land. He found it easier to condense water needles underwater compared to on land. Pondering deeply, Yuan gazed out at the vast ocean before him. Having achieved this breakthrough, he finally possessed a means of offense. In the depths of the sea, he had acquired an additional lifeline. With his growing understanding of the ocean, he imagined the presence of many terrifying creatures that humanity had yet to discover. Looking up, he noticed the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn. This had been the longest session of cultivation for Yuan, as he had unwittingly practiced throughout the night. Yet, despite this, he felt no trace of fatigue, rather, his spirit was invigorated. A deep foghorn echoed through the skies above the dock at Fish Bay Island, drawing many workers to the scene. Docked at the pier was a large fishing vessel, measuring 55 meters in length and 10 meters in width. Although the workers were predominantly fishermen, the sight of such a grand ship left them in awe. This vessel was the one Yuan had modified through Su Hang at the Navy. The name Yushui Hao was emblazoned prominently on its hull. Wang Hashong stood at the shore assisting those on deck with their luggage. One by one, 9 crew members, all introduced by Su Hang, disembarked from the ship. Yuan exchanged brief greetings with them and instructed Wang Hashong to escort the newcomers to their prearranged accommodations. The crew quarters had been vacated by Yuan, as the mechanical workers previously assigned had been relocated to manage the cultivation of the space. Now, the dormitory was entirely empty, save for Ding Yi, who still resided there. Ding Yi and the mechanical worker responsible for feed processing had been moved into 2 separate rooms designated for staff. The workers at the fishery were aware that these 2 were the core technical personnel Yuan had recruited, and they seldom interacted with others. As the captain of the Yushui Hao, Ding Yi was to share living quarters with the crew. However, Yuan remained untroubled by Ding Yi. His usual demeanor was one of few words, then he trusted that, given Ding Yi's capabilities, the crew would not discern anything amiss. Upon reaching the deck, Yuan encountered the engineer from his previous visit, who guided him through the remodeled fishing vessel. Firstly, the ship had been converted from a warship, constructed with steel plates significantly thicker than those used in civilian vessels. Following the engineer into the cockpit, Yuan noted the presence of 3 radar systems: a satellite navigation device, a gyroscopic compass, an automatic pilot, and a distance measuring instrument. In addition, the ship was equipped with the most advanced maritime communication apparatus, enabling Yuan to access the internet even in international waters. The fishing vessel, after its transformation, utilized a dual power system comprising a diesel engine and a gas turbine. The gas turbine, compact and lightweight, offered substantial power, albeit at a higher fuel consumption rate, particularly under low-speed conditions where efficiency dwindled. Its operation demanded stringent requirements for intake and exhaust. Conversely, the diesel engine, while possessing a lower power density and generating considerable noise and vibration at high revolutions, was larger in size yet boasted lower fuel consumption and a simpler intake and exhaust design. To harmonize the advantages of both systems, the vessel was ingeniously modified to employ an alternating joint power mechanism. The diesel engine would provide propulsion during low-speed navigation, while the gas turbine would engage for high-speed travel, at which point the diesel engine would cease its driving function. During combined low-speed navigation, the diesel engine would still operate while the gas turbine supplemented power for higher speeds. This design not only reduced fuel consumption but also ensured the vessel maintained a commendable cruising speed, a fact that greatly pleased Yuan. The design for fish storage was equally commendable. The ship could refrigerate up to 500 tons of fresh fish, with a quick freeze compartment boasting a capacity of 350 cubic meters. The refrigeration equipment alone consisted of 7 advanced 735 compressors, alongside 8 cold seawater storage chambers capable of freezing 80 tons of marine ice daily. Additionally, a massive live water tank was customized to meet Yuan's requirements. On the deck, the vessel was outfitted with a full array of advanced equipment, including a capstan, net hauler, a powered trolley, and crane, though Yuan paid little heed to these details. His primary focus was captivated by a pristine white 22 helicopter stationed on the helipad. With 2 seats, it served as a lookout for the fishing vessel, and its dimensions, 8 meters in length and 2 meters in height, along with a maximum cruising speed of 178, delighted Yuan immensely. After the handover procedures were completed, Yuan initially intended to treat a few staff members to a meal on the island. But their polite declination led him to have Dean pilot the Yushui how to transport several individuals to Qinghai County for their journey home. Once the staff departed, the majority of the workers on the island, with Yuan's consent, boarded the vessel for a tour. Among them, Yuan instantly spotted Nyonyo, trailing behind her parents. The little girl, experiencing a boat for the first time, was filled with wonder at her surroundings. Yuan approached and lifted Nyonyo into his arms. This ship must be quite expensive, right? Why is there even a helicopter? You could simply fish without such extravagance. Just having money doesn't mean you should spend it in this manner. Before Yuan could utter a word, a barrage of questions from his father came crashing down upon him. Yuan gently patted Nyonyo's small head before turning his attention to his father. Although the price was somewhat steep, the safety of this vessel was unparalleled. This ship was once a military vessel, far superior in performance to our fishing boats. You stubborn old man, why should you meddle in how the child chooses to spend his earnings? Haven't you heard him say that safety is paramount? As long as it is safe, even if it costs more, it is worth it. His mother chimed in, chastising his father. Yuan chose not to linger on the boat, after all, it would soon be his. There was no rush to inspect it now. He needed to head over to the crew area, thus the new crew members had already arrived. He realized he knew little about them. And since they would soon be sharing meals aboard the same vessel, it was essential to become acquainted. As he approached the crew lounge, he could hear the sounds of laughter and playful banter from the activity area. Upon entering, the crew ceased their antics upon noticing their boss's arrival. At that moment, Wang Hashong stepped forward to introduce each member. The first he introduced was the most composed among them. This is Yu Hongbo, our old squad leader. Yuan took a moment to appraise Yu Hongbo. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a height of about 173 centimeters. Next, Wang Hasheng introduced the others. Jiongfu, a diver with prior experience as a frogman, Pei Fei, skilled in mechanical maintenance, Yu Jiong, an expert in combat, Ma Hua, a sharpshooter, Bao Chunyu, another sharpshooter, Jin Wan, also a sharpshooter, Yao Yonghai, a sharpshooter, Gong Hongzhuang, our chef. Wang Hasheng succinctly introduced the 9 comrades around him. Yuan exchanged greetings with several of them before they all sat down to discuss the future duties aboard the fishing vessel. Yuan began, for the time being. The first mate will still be Dingyi from our previous fishing boat. The first mate is the ship's officer directly subordinate to the captain, serving as the captain's primary assistant and responsible for comprehensive navigation duties under the captain's leadership and ensuring safe sailing during watch duties. Hasheng, given your driving skills, you will take on the role of second mate and also pilot the onboard helicopter to ensure mission completion. Wang Hasheng stood up solemnly and saluted Yuan with a precise military gesture. Yuan was amused by the military demeanor of these brothers and continued. This is no longer a military camp, we will all be brothers sharing meals aboard the same ship. As long as it's not a matter of principle, we can afford to be a little informal. After that, Yuan continued with the assignments. Pei Fei, you will be the chief engineer, responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the vessel's machinery and equipment. You will regularly clean and lubricate various valves, oil pipes, joints, and pumps to ensure the machinery operates smoothly 24 hours a day. Pei Fei nodded, revealing his typically quiet nature. Yu Hongbo, you are the eldest among us. So I entrust the position of bosun to you. The bosun is the head of the crew, primarily assisting the captain. I will oversee the management of certain personnel on deck. Gong Hongzhuang, since you are a chef in the military, you shall be responsible for the meals of our crew aboard the ship henceforth. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Gong Hongzhuang is a somewhat portly young man. His physique hardly resembles that of a soldier. It remains uncertain whether he was always of such stature prior to his enlistment or if his culinary pursuits have contributed to his plumpness. Mahua, Baochunyu, Jinwan. Yao Yonghai, Gong Hongzhuang, and Yu Zhiong, you shall temporarily serve as deckhands. Does that pose any issues? Yuan inquired of the remaining individuals. They expressed no dissent, shaking their heads in agreement. I am aware that our crew is limited, yet I prefer not to recruit too many as it would only increase your workload. A fact I comprehend well. At this juncture, Yuan glanced at the others, noting their lack of response, and continued, I shall compensate your additional efforts in terms of wages. Bonuses will also be awarded based on our catch during each voyage. Ultimately, I must emphasize one point, you are to execute my commands unconditionally. Rest assured, I shall not issue orders that jeopardize your lives. Can you adhere to this? Yuan articulated his expectations, seeking to establish his leadership among them. To ensure the execution of orders, 10 voices responded in unison to Yuan's inquiry. At the Fishing Bay Island dock, the maritime sacrificial ceremony is underway. Today marks the first day after the fishing moratorium, and Yuan had meticulously prepared for the voyage. He believed that such readiness sufficed. However, his father insisted on conducting a ceremonial offering for the maiden voyage of the new vessel. The maritime sacrifice is a traditional expression of gratitude and reverence for the Sea Dragon King and the deities of the ocean, a custom unique to Qinghai County for centuries. Many coastal regions share similar rituals, albeit with varying forms. The ceremony is officiated by an experienced old fisherman, especially invited by Yuan's father from the county. Yuan and all the crew members participating in this voyage gather before the incense altar to offer their prayers. Numerous workers from the fishing grounds, aware of the sacrificial rites, flock to observe and extend their blessings. The fisherman's maritime offering transcends mere folk belief, it embodies their aspirations for safety and bountiful harvests. For years, the villagers of Yi Family Village have engaged in this ritual before setting sail annually. In times past, due to primitive fishing tools, fishermen faced grave threats to their safety at sea during storms. Initially, the sacrificial activities were quite simple. Once families completed their preparations for boat repairs and fishing gear, they would select an auspicious day to honor the Sea Dragon King, praying for favorable weather and a bountiful return. Over the years, with the rise of the tourism industry, many regions have transformed these maritime sacrifices into formal cultural events. Recently, as marine fishery resources and aquatic ecosystems have been compromised, fishermen, through these rituals, not only seek safety and abundance but also release various fish fry into the ocean. This serves as a call to society to protect fishery resources and the marine ecological environment. The sea ritual concludes. All crew members of the Yushui embark. The fishing boat gradually sets sail amidst the sound of firecrackers and drums at the dock. A small golden disc circles in the sky, while the barking of a large dog echoes from the shore. Yuan stands at the stern, waving goodbye to his parents, while Nyonyo runs after the boat towards the sea. Ye's father swiftly grabs the little girl and holds her close. The child struggles fiercely, yearning to chase the fishing boat. Li Hui did not participate in Yuan's sea ritual. He has been tirelessly traversing between several distributors of liquor in recent days, seeking to revive sales of a particular brand. Although the taste of the liquor is exquisite, its recognition remains insufficient. Over the past few days, Li Hui has visited countless individuals for this matter, resulting in only a meager amount of purchases. After all, a liquor that lacks fame yet commands a retail price of 888 yuan is challenging for distributors to endorse. Li Hui, left with no choice, sought alternative paths. Fortunately, Yuan's friends were quite supportive. Among them, Su Mei's Fu Seongju ordered a batch. Subsequently, through Wang Yushan's connections, all of Wang's chain hotels procured a certain amount, granting Yuan a modicum of face. Although the market for white liquor is not as robust as that for red wine in Hong Kong, Ma Mingyuan still managed to contact several large hotels for assistance. Yuan, their leader, facilitated connections with some upscale clubs in Beijing. While they procured a modest quantity out of respect for Yuan, the results were still less than ideal. Today marks the first day of nationwide sales for the Huiwei liquor. Li Hui has exerted every effort in both online and offline preparations. Whether it will achieve immediate success rests on today's performance. Despite the high demand for white liquor in the country, the numerous brands vie for attention. It is not solely the well-known brands that dominate the high-end market. Many local brands also occupy the mid to low-end segments. Whether Huiwei can distinguish itself among these brands remains uncertain. Mego is a large comprehensive shopping plaza in Blue Island City, a favorite among the local residents for shopping. Wang Mei, whose parents divorced when she was 10, was left in her father's care after her mother moved abroad. Today marks her first payday of the month, and with her first salary, she wishes to buy a gift for her father. He enjoys savoring a drink at home. Wang Mei plans to gift her father a fine bottle of white liquor. Approaching the liquor counter, she meticulously selects from the dazzling array of brands. Although she is not a regular drinker, she is familiar with renowned brands like Mutai and Wulongye. However, her attention is captivated by a bottle of liquor displayed in an inconspicuous spot. The bottle, resembling a beautiful fishing boat, bears the name Huiwei on its front. On the back, a poetic line reads, "One sip of wine, lingering fragrance for days to come." The mere aesthetics of the bottle render it a splendid ornament. Considering her father's background as a sailor, she believes he would surely appreciate it. Upon glancing at the price of 888 yuan, she finds it somewhat expensive. However, Wang Mei ultimately decided to purchase it as a gift for her father. In a private club located in the city of Shangjing, Xiaobin's family had garnered a modest reputation. Recently, however, Xiaobin found himself in a troubling situation. He was caught driving under the influence. But thanks to his mother's connections, he avoided detention. Nevertheless, upon learning of the incident, his father was furious and confined Xiaobin for 3 days. Today, he was finally released and promptly sought out a few friends to enjoy some leisure time together. Young Master Zhao, we have a new type of liquor that has just arrived, and it is quite delightful. Would you gentlemen care for a bottle? The server respectfully introduced the newly available baijiu to the group of young men. One bottle is hardly sufficient, let us have one for each of us, Xiaobin declared. The server quickly arranged 4 bottles of baijiu on the table. When Xiaobin noticed the packaging of the liquor, a glimmer of interest sparkled in his eyes. He turned to his companions and proclaimed, "As agreed, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." With that, he filled each glass to the brim. Despite Xiaobin's youth, his penchant for alcohol was considerable, a trait inherited from his grandfather. When Xiaobin was a child, his parents, often preoccupied with their work, entrusted him to his grandfather's care. Lacking other interests, his grandfather delighted in libations, and by the tender age of 5, Xiaobin had been humorously initiated into the world of spirits with a half-dose of liquor. As he grew older, he failed to acquire any of his grandfather's admirable qualities. Yet the proclivity for drinking was a legacy he embraced wholeheartedly. After downing a cup of liquor, Xiaobin's eyes widened in surprise at the potency of the drink. Fan Yi, the popular food streamer with over 2 million followers, had arrived at Long Island to broadcast a seafood feast. Dear viewers, today I am at a renowned seafood restaurant that has garnered much acclaim. Many of you have urged me to try their delicacies, so let us take a look together, she announced. How much sponsorship did the streamer receive this time? The last restaurant she recommended had delectable shawmai, a truly conscientious streamer. Some viewers jested in the chat. Ignoring the playful banter, Fanny took a seat by the window and ordered an array of seafood. Turning to the server, she inquired, "Do you have any distinctive baijiu?" This was one of the distinctions of Fanny's streams. Unlike other hosts who focused solely on food, she also highlighted local alcoholic beverages. This unique approach attracted many enthusiasts of spirits to her broadcasts. The server smiled and replied, "We have recently acquired a new type of baijiu that you might enjoy." "And what is the price?" Fan Yi asked. A question prompted by her awareness that disclosing the price was essential for her viewers to understand the cost of the beverages being featured. 1,188 yuan, the server replied politely, igniting a flurry of reactions in the chat room. "Literally, this place is a scam run," exclaimed one viewer. "Second company commander, artillery, bombard this establishment." Another chimed in. "Let us crowdfund to buy some liquor." The crowd clamored as the chat erupted with excitement. A netizen named one person. "I drink and get drunk directly sent 2 rockets. The expense for drinks has been reimbursed, so come quickly to take a look. Despite my monthly salary of 5,000. I still struggle to comprehend your lives. My gratitude goes to brother one person. I drink and get drunk for the rockets." After thanking his fans, he promptly ordered a bottle of the recommended liquor named Aftertaste. Soon, the server brought forth the drinks and dishes. Fanny paid no heed to the seafood but instead focused on the artistically packaged liquor. "Dear family, the packaging of this drink is truly exquisite. He has resolved to keep the bottle as a souvenir after finishing it. Such an elevated taste. A beauty enthusiast has already fallen in love with it." I timidly ask, "Am I the only one who noticed the poem inscribed on the bottle?" After taking a sip, Fanny's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes before widening in astonishment. "Dear family, this liquor is the best white spirit he has ever tasted. The advertisements have proven true." Some fans remain skeptical, believing he is merely endorsing a certain distillery. "He spoke no falsehood. I am a server in Young City, and this liquor sold out by noon today. According to those who have tasted it, this drink leaves an indelible aftertaste. Unavoidably, you all are trying to deceive me with this group effort." Such occurrences are happening across the nation. We now live in an era of universal media. Everything is exposed online. Initially, many netizens viewed it as a promotional tactic. In this digital age, there are all sorts of advertisements. As the saying goes, one can never be too cautious. Yet, some individuals purchased Aftertaste to savor it at home and later returned online to share their experiences. As more people began to believe, Aftertaste gained immense popularity. In the following days, a discussion surrounding Aftertaste flourished online. After drinking Aftertaste, other liquors seemed tasteless. Am I the only one to notice that drinking this liquor leaves one feeling invigorated the next day? After enjoying Aftertaste, my back no longer aches, my legs feel fine. It benefits both her and me. Various jokes and parodies about Aftertaste flooded the internet. Lihui could hardly believe how popular Aftertaste had become. While he had confidence in the product developed by Yuan, he never imagined such an expensive liquor would sell so rapidly. Lihui wished to exclaim, "Poverty has limited my imagination." In recent days, Lihui's phone has not ceased ringing. Several distributors he had previously contacted called, eager to stock their shelves. However, the inventory on Yuan Island is quite limited, and priority must be given to the hotels that ordered earlier. Lihui could only offer perfunctory responses before ending the calls. He urged In Air to accelerate production while dispatching the meager stock from the warehouse across the country. Meanwhile, Yuan was aboard the ship, unaware that Aftertaste had become a sensation online. As the fishing vessel advanced, they remained in coastal waters with little catch. And Yuan did not intend to engage in fishing activities there. Seizing this opportunity, a few new crew members were imparted with essential knowledge about fishing, enabling them to better embrace their roles as fishermen. Although these individuals hailed from a naval background and were well acquainted with vessels and the ocean, they remained novices in the art of fishing. There exist various methods of fishing, with the most prevalent being fixed net fishing, drift net fishing, and trolling. These techniques represent the primary means of harvesting fish employed by modern fishing vessels. Yuan elaborated extensively on trolling, particularly as his own vessel exemplifies a classic single-hull trawler. It was evident that the crew cherished this opportunity. There was no hint of impatience among them. Each individual listened attentively, and Yuan even noted that Yu Hongbo, the self-identified bosun, was diligently taking notes nearby. Observing the expressions of the crew, Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Their industriousness and willingness to learn were commendable. For Yuan, all that was required was for them to follow orders and work earnestly. Concerns regarding profitability or recouping expenses were matters they need not ponder. With their instincts in place, it would be no small feat for the vessel, Yashuiho, not to turn a profit. After dedicating a full half hour to introducing various fishing techniques, the crew gained a basic understanding of the methods. The next step involved practical application. Yuan meticulously demonstrated the use of the troll net, along with the vessel's winch and other tools, in the crew's rest area. He had also prepared numerous informational books about marine species to aid them in their transformation into proficient crew members. Seeing the crew's eager anticipation brought a smile to Yuan's face as he prepared for the inaugural trolling expedition. Under the leadership of Bosun Yu Hongbo, the crew members, though somewhat unpracticed, began to operate the equipment. The fishing net, coiling and weaving, descended into the sea, resembling a colossal serpent floating upon the surface. Yuan remained oblivious to the conditions beneath the waves. These maneuvers were merely to familiarize the crew with the workflow. After over an hour of navigation, Yuan initiated the retrieval of the net. As the net gradually surfaced, a modest catch emerged before their eyes. The crew was visibly excited. As this marked their first haul of fish, however, the yield was not particularly impressive. The catch consisted mainly of pike, approximately 1 meter in length. A species Yuan had previously encountered, known for its average market value. This net yielded around 1,500 to 1,800 pounds, the modest harvest indeed. As the bottom line was untied, the pike tumbled onto the deck, where the crew sorted through the various fish. Yuan refrained from assisting, opting instead to observe from the sidelines, occasionally offering reminders regarding the species. The crew quickly adapted, and this process continued through several hauls. By now, they had become well versed in the responsibilities of a fisherman. Noticing that the time was drawing near, and that the crew had grown competent in their tasks, Yuan decided against further netting for the day. Instead, he directly commanded Ding Yi to navigate at full speed towards their destination. Prior to this voyage, Yuan had devised a meticulous plan. This expedition could be described as an oceanic journey, with the distant destination being the remote Sea of Okhotsk. The Sea of Okhotsk, located in the Northwest Pacific, stretches to 460 kilometers in length from north to south and 480 kilometers in width from east to west, encompassing a total area of 83 million square kilometers. Its coastline is relatively straight, measuring approximately 460 kilometers in total. Notable bays include Shelakov Bay, Ryuda Bay, Tai Bay, and Academy Bay. The waters are shallower to the north and deeper to the south, with an average depth of 821 meters and a maximum depth of 521 meters, holding a water capacity of 65 million cubic kilometers. To reach the Sea of Okhotsk, the Yushui vessel must traverse the Yellow Sea of China and the waters of Japan. There were no objections among the crew regarding Yuan's decision. After all, he was the captain, then it was his prerogative to determine their fishing grounds. The Sea of Okhotsk is also classified as a continental shelf sea. Yet it markedly differs from the Yellow Sea, which shares this classification. The continental shelf of the Sea of Okhotsk constitutes only a small fraction of its seabed area. Additionally, the seabed features 2 deep water basins, contributing to the sea's greater overall depth. Frequent seismic activity on the seabed results in a high mineral content within the Sea of Okhotsk, leading to an abundance of nutrients in the water, which in turn fosters the proliferation of marine life. Consequently, the fishery resources in the Sea of Okhotsk are exceptionally rich, housing a variety of cold water fish including salmon, trout, cod, and flatfish, to name a few. Moreover, marine mammals such as whales, sea lions, and walruses consider this region a crucial breeding ground. As the Yushui vessel sailed closer to the Sea of Okhotsk, the crew began to notice a gradual drop in temperature. Yuan had prepared for this before their departure, ensuring that the crew donned their specially prepared jackets while standing on the deck. Stretching his limbs, Yuan sensed the presence of the sought-after crabs beneath the surface. "Brothers, let us get moving, lower the crab traps," he commanded. "Understood." The crew responded in unison. For this voyage, Yuan had custom-ordered a set of crab traps and had thoroughly explained the procedure for deploying them to the crew. At this point, every crew member had become a theoretical expert. What they lacked was practical experience. The crew used some recently caught fish of lower economic value as bait, attaching them to the crab traps before casting them into the depths. Ding Yi skillfully piloted the fishing vessel, maintaining a steady speed towards the southeast. Standing on the deck, Yuan immersed himself in the sensations emanating from the seabed. "Squad leader, what do you think the boss means by asking us to lower the crab traps? Are there crab schools down there? How does he know without checking the radar?" Mahua quietly inquired of Yu Hongbo while deploying the traps at the stern. Yu Hongbo shot Mahua a stern glance, responding, "This is the ship, we follow the captain's orders without question. No need for idle chatter." However, like Mahua, The entire crew was curious to understand Yuan's reasoning for deploying the crab traps in this particular location. Could it be that there were indeed an abundance of crabs here? At this moment, Yuan felt exceptionally pleased. He had successfully identified his objective for this trip to seek out the snow crab. This crustacean, known by various names, is referred to as Matsuba crab in Japan and queen crab in Canada and Europe. It is a large species that resides in the deep sea, with a carapace width of approximately 20 centimeters. Its back shell is triangular, classifying it as a type of spider crab, and its legs are remarkably long, with some male snow crabs extending up to 70 centimeters. In terms of appearance, it bears a striking resemblance to the king crab, which has led many to affectionately dub it the queen crab. Moreover, it is renowned for its exquisite flavor, making snow crab the largest crab resource in the entire blue planet. Despite its abundance, acquiring this delicacy in Huaguo typically necessitates imports. Yuan's intention was to capture some and store them in his personal space. The Sea of Okhotsk is replete with exceptional seafood, and failing to secure some would be a disservice to his venture at sea. The crew spent over 2 hours deploying all the crab traps onto the deck. Once finished, they hurried back to the cabin as the temperature in this region was at least 20 degrees lower than that of Blue Island. The biting cold sea breeze had left everyone shivering, prompting them to retreat indoors to warm up with the air conditioning. Yuan had already instructed Gong Hongzhuang to prepare hot pot, the perfect dish to fend off the chill. As they savored the hot pot, the conversation turned to the nearby waters of Japan. Several crew members, with naval backgrounds, were quite familiar with maritime boundaries. Through their discussion, Yuan gleaned some valuable insights. Many mistakenly believed that the Sea of Japan belonged solely to Japan. However, it was historically referred to as the Whale Sea in ancient China. It is the largest marginal sea of the northwestern Pacific, bordered to the east by the Kuril Islands and the Japanese archipelago, to the west by the Russian Far East, and to the south by the Korean Peninsula. The unique hydrographic characteristics of the Sea of Japan have rendered it incapable of effectively managing pollutants. A significant influx of debris and domestic waste from Korea has severely harmed the coastal environment and marine ecosystem, causing irreparable damage. Furthermore, the disposal of radioactive materials by Russia has had a profound impact on the deep sea environment. Excessive oil extraction in the Sea of Japan has also posed a latent threat to its ecological integrity, transforming what was once a paradise for fish into a realm with dwindling fish resources. Currently, Yuan and his crew found themselves at the juncture of the Sea of Okhotsk and the Sea of Japan, and the crew expressed concerns regarding their fishing prospects in this area. When the topic arose, the crew turned their gazes toward Yuan. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't look at me like that. I never claimed we were here to fish. I came to catch snow crabs." "Are there snow crabs here?" "They are quite expensive," Mahua exclaimed, voicing his thoughts candidly. "Why else do you think I called you all here?" Yuan shot him an incredulous glance. Upon hearing that snow crabs were present, all the crew members packed up with renewed enthusiasm. It is well known that Yuan has stated that the amount of fish caught directly correlates with their bonuses. Since they are already at sea, wouldn't it be more gratifying to catch a greater quantity of valuable seafood? After a 2-hour respite, without needing Yuan's prompting, Yuhombo began to organize the sailors to retrieve the crab traps. Yuan nodded inwardly, feeling quite satisfied with this first mate. The traps that had been cast were quickly pulled up. "Wow, there are so many crabs here," Mahua exclaimed. Yuan smiled faintly. "Beneath us lies a crab aggregation. We chose an excellent spot for our traps." Mahua questioned, "Boss, how did you know there would be a crab aggregation here?" This inquiry had been lingering in Mahua's mind for quite some time. Yuhombo, standing behind Mahua, gave him a light slap on the back of the head. "Why so many questions? Are you a walking encyclopedia?" he whispered. "Ask what you must, but refrain from unnecessary inquiries." Yuhombo believed his voice was low enough to escape notice, yet it was impossible to evade Yuan's keen perception. His awareness now extended several meters across the sea's surface. Yuan chuckled as he explained, "It's not much, I learned this from a wise mentor. By observing the currents and the temperature of the water, one can deduce the underwater bounty. This is something you must keep confidential, otherwise we may find ourselves followed by countless boats in the future." Yuan spoke with an unashamed air, fabricating excuses with ease. "In the future?" There would be many fishing exploits, and he needed to have a justification regardless of whether they believed him. Noticing that everyone had paused in their tasks, Yuan raised his voice. Get back to work and bring in those crabs. Do you wish to linger out here in the sea breeze? Upon hearing Yuan's call, the crew hastened their efforts. One by one, the crab traps were hoisted from the sea, each brimming with a considerable haul of snow crabs. Approaching the traps, Yuan casually selected a few larger, egg-bearing female crabs, discreetly storing them in his special realm when no one was watching. He also reminded the crew to return the female crabs to the sea, adhering to the unwritten rule among crabbers. This practice is essential because the female crabs carry eggs, and releasing them helps preserve ecological balance. Yuan's reason for retaining a few females was to cultivate a miniature marine ecosystem within his special fishing ground, which required a variety of precious marine species. On the deck, the crew remained diligently occupied. Each time a crab trap was retrieved, the yield was substantial. The crab aggregation here was extensive, and after clearing the traps, the crew continued to bait them before casting them back into the sea. Yuan summoned Gong Hongzhuang, instructing him to select some snow crabs from the traps for dinner. Gong Hongzhuang hesitated, remaining frozen in place. Yuan looked at him in surprise. Don't tell me you don't know how to prepare snow crabs. Gong Hongzhuang patted his chest and exclaimed, how could that be possible? A naval cook cannot prepare seafood. What are you thinking, boss? When asked why he didn't go, Gong Hongzhuang shyly replied, the snow crabs are so expensive. It would be a waste for us to eat them. Upon hearing Gong Hongzhuang's words, Yuan shot him an irritated glance. We are brothers, we take what we catch. There is no such thing as waste. We've all worked hard today, let us prepare a few more to enhance our meal. Go on, stop dawdling. Grateful for Yuan's words, Gong Hongzhuang cast a thankful glance at him before eagerly setting off to gather snow crabs. The crew engaged in the repetitive tasks of retrieving crab pots, cleaning them, baiting, and deploying them. After several hours, the catch of snow crabs was remarkably abundant. Yuan called for everyone to hold their work. These were real people, not machines. He certainly did not want to wear them out on their first outing. They all entered the mess hall together, where Gong Hongzhuang was skillfully preparing the snow crabs. He busily worked with impressive speed, and the crabs he had already cooked were laid out on the dining table. After a day of intense labor, the crew was ravenous. They flocked to savor the delectable snow crabs, quickly devouring every last morsel Gong Hongzhuang had prepared. Yuan advised everyone to rest well that night. Yuan, as the chief mate, relayed some crew members' feedback to Yuan. The crew had ventured out to earn money, and having found such a bountiful group of snow crabs, they felt they should continue fishing. Their suggestion was to take turns resting at night while the catch continued. Yuan glanced at a few crew members, then patted Yuan on the shoulder. I understand your enthusiasm. However, night fishing can be perilous. Deploying crab pots is inherently dangerous, and the risks are amplified at night. Don't rush, there will be plenty of opportunities. Everyone should rest well. Who knows, perhaps we will encounter even better seafood tomorrow. As your captain, it is my responsibility to ensure your safe return. Never gamble with your lives. Yuan did not acquiesce to the crew's proposal for nighttime work. With no further discussion, as the sun rose above the horizon, the weary crew gradually emerged from their quarters. After a night of rest, everyone felt rejuvenated, with no one reporting any discomfort. As Yuan stepped onto the deck, he noticed the crew gathered at the railing, discussing something intently. Approaching them, he followed their gaze to see a spotted seal floating on the surface of the sea. The spotted seal is a marine mammal residing in temperate and subpolar coastal waters. Found in the northwestern Pacific of the Northern Hemisphere, it primarily inhabits the Chukchi Sea, Bering Sea, Sea of Okhotsk, the Japan Sea, and the Bohai and northern Yellow Seas of China. These seals exhibit migratory breeding habits and are carnivorous, primarily feeding on fish and cephalopods. The spotted seal is the sole pinniped species capable of breeding in the waters of Huaguo and is classified as a first-class protected animal in the country. Upon the arrival of Yuan, the crew members promptly cleared a space for him. Yuan gazed at the seal and noticed its peculiar swimming posture. Through his keen perception, he discerned that the seal bore significant external injuries. He instructed the fishing vessel to approach the seal gradually. Before long, they were in close proximity to the injured creature. Just as Yuan was about to plunge into the water to rescue the wounded seal, Yuhongbo intercepted him. Boss. Seals can be aggressive, especially when injured. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. Yuan cast a glance at Yuhongbo but refrained from responding. He understood that the sailor's caution stemmed from concern for his safety. However, unbeknownst to them, Yuan possessed a profound confidence in his abilities within the ocean, a fact he chose not to disclose. How could he simply ignore the suffering seal? That was utterly inconceivable for him. Without hesitation, Yuan dove into the water, and as he swam towards the seal, he heard splashes behind him. Turning around, he saw Yuxiong and Yuhongbo, each wielding a spear gun, following him into the depths. Spear guns are essential weapons for many fishermen venturing into the sea. So Yuan found nothing unusual in their presence. After all, these individuals had previously handled real firearms, and now armed with spear guns, they likely sought to protect themselves. Yuan merely smiled and continued swimming towards the spotted seal. Initially resistant, the injured seal gradually relaxed as Yuan gently caressed its head. This was a newfound ability Yuan had recently discovered. He believed it was linked to the intimacy associated with his title as a fisherman. Many large marine creatures did not exhibit aversion to him. Yuxiong and Yuhongbo soon joined Yuan by the seal's side. Their curiosity piqued by his interaction with the animal, yet they kept their spear guns firmly in hand, remaining vigilant. Yuan towed the seal towards the fishing vessel. Sensing Yuan's benevolence, the seal did not struggle excessively. Before long, the spotted seal was aboard the ship. Once the seal lay on the deck, everyone noticed a deep wound along one side of its body. Due to the severity of the injury, they were momentarily at a loss regarding how to proceed. Yuan recalled Sumei's father, Su Weiguo, a renowned marine biologist who could undoubtedly provide guidance on handling such a situation. Lacking Professor Su's phone number, Yuan briefly explained the circumstances to Sumei over the phone, hoping she could assist in contacting her father. Sumei readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, Yuan's phone rang. Xiao Yuan, I heard you encountered an injured spotted seal in the open sea. Could you elaborate on the current situation? After connecting the call, Su Weiguo bypassed pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. Yuan had no choice but to recount the difficulties he was currently facing. Under Su Weiguo's remote guidance, the crew utilized the onboard first aid kit to tend to the seal's wounds. Ultimately, Su Weiguo stated over the phone, Xiao Yuan, I hope you can take good care of this spotted seal and bring it back if possible. If we release it back into the ocean like this, its chances of survival will be exceedingly slim. Professor Su, rest assured, I will safely bring this spotted seal back, Yuan replied. Good. With that, Su Weiguo hung up the call. The crew exchanged glances, uncertain where to place the spotted seal, given that they were on a fishing vessel with limited space. Eventually, Yuan suggested isolating a section of the live well to temporarily accommodate the seal. To prevent it from consuming the live fish inside, the crew would take turns feeding it. When the crew was not paying attention, Yuan discreetly added some special lake water to the seal's pool. The moment he introduced the special water, the injured seal seemed to sense something and strained to swim toward the direction of the newly added water. Yuan knew it would be fine. The efficacy of special lake water had been validated multiple times. After completing this task, Yuan returned to the deck, where the sailors had finished breakfast and were beginning their work for the day. For 3 consecutive days, the Yuxue had remained anchored in this maritime region, and Yuan had successfully captured a significant number of snow crabs from the ocean floor. Although the female crabs had all been returned to the sea, the quantity caught was still astonishing. Today, Yuan instructed everyone to cease capturing snow crabs, ordering all crab traps to be retrieved and secured on the deck. The fishing vessel traversed the Sea of Okhotsk, and the crew seized the opportunity to rest. Meanwhile, Yuan stood on the deck, attuning himself to the fish schools beneath the surface. He noticed a small school of naked capelin passing directly below his vessel, a species often referred to as silver cod in the country. Despite the name, silver cod bears no relation to true cod. It belongs to the family of black scad and the genus of naked capelin. Mature naked capelin can grow to lengths of 50 to 70 centimeters and are highly nutritious, commanding a price significantly higher than that of cod. However, Yuan had no intention of capturing this group of naked capelin. Not due to their economic value but rather because their numbers were too scant, only a few dozen in total, hardly worth his attention. Yuan's singular objective at present was the bluefin tuna, which is prevalent in the waters of the Sea of Okhotsk. Although his spatial realm already housed numerous fish species, he had yet to encounter the bluefin tuna, often hailed as the deep-sea blue diamond. As the Yushue glided smoothly over the Sea of Okhotsk, Yuan remained on the deck, diligently searching for the bluefin tuna that occupied his thoughts. At that moment, a rather amusing scene unfolded in Yuan's mind. Yuan noticed that not far from him, a small beluga whale was frolicking at the sea's bottom. The beluga, known for its high intelligence, possesses an exuberant disposition, making it a star attraction in many aquariums. Characteristically, the beluga has a prominent, smooth forehead that bulges outward, a short beak, and broad lips. Its body is a distinctive pale hue, exhibiting a unique white color that evolves with age. Starting from a dark gray at birth, the beluga transitions through shades of gray, light gray, and blue-tinged white. Upon reaching sexual maturity between the ages of 5 to 10, it assumes a pure white appearance, while its dorsal side, pectoral fin edges, and tail fin retain darker tones throughout its life. Typically, the belugas swim at a leisurely pace, making them difficult to discern amidst waves and floating ice. They prefer inhabiting areas near the ocean surface, exhibiting remarkable diving capabilities and excellent adaptability to the Arctic's icy environment. The vast majority of belugas reside in the waters north of Europe and Canada, with certain congregated regions becoming renowned whale-watching destinations. Among cetaceans, the beluga is renowned for its vocal mimicry, capable of imitating hundreds of different sounds. Each July, numerous belugas embark on a grand migration from the Arctic, forming schools that can range from a few individuals to several hundred, journeying toward their northern latitude destinations. However, some mischievous belugas seem inclined to wander independently, occasionally venturing southward for hundreds of kilometers, consuming an array of marine life along the way, including crabs, shrimp, octopuses, squids, and other benthic creatures. Due to their limited sharp teeth, they typically swallow their prey whole, necessitating that the size of their food not be overly large to avoid choking hazards. Belugas, too, have their natural adversaries, such as orcas and polar bears. Yuan observed the small beluga, measuring only about 1 meter in length, clearly a recent newborn. Close by was its mother, a female beluga approximately 5 meters long. Generally, belugas are social creatures, making such a solitary duo quite rare. Perhaps the mother had lagged behind to tend to her young one. Yuan offered some fish from the boat to the pair. The belugas, being intelligent, consumed the food while following the vessel, much to the astonishment of the crew, who eagerly captured the moment with their smartphones. Seeing the playful belugas, Yuan joined in the fun, leaping into the sea. The small beluga remained unperturbed by the presence of a human, instead engaging in playful antics with Yuan. After some time of frolicking in the water, Yuan gently poured a bit of seawater into the little beluga's mouth, hoping to encourage its growth. At that moment, the great white whale let out a resounding call. The little white whale reluctantly swam back to its mother. "Captain, come quickly. There is a pod of whales in the distance," a crew member called out, pointing towards the sea. Upon returning to the ship, Yuan spotted a magnificent group of white whales approaching from afar, estimated to comprise over 50 individuals. Most were females, accompanied by a few juvenile whales. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan swiftly returned to the fishing vessel and ordered Ding Yi to navigate away from the area at full speed. The presence of the pod rendered their fishing efforts futile. While 1 or 2 whales may be charming, the pod posed significant danger. As Yuan's vessel sped through the waters, Wang Hasheng emerged from the cabin, informing him, "Captain, there is a Japanese research vessel claiming we've entered their survey zone and demanding we leave." Before Yuan could respond, the crew erupted in outrage. "Who cares about their research? This is international waters, we can navigate as we please." Yuan glanced towards the starboard, spotting a medium-sized research vessel approximately 40 meters long, adorned with Japanese characters. He did not recognize them, but the flag indicated it was indeed a Japanese research ship. Yuan had no desire to escalate the situation. It was not fear of the Japanese vessel that restrained him, but rather the realization that with the white whales nearby, fishing was already off the table. Thus, engaging in conflict with the research vessel seemed unnecessary. Noticing his decision, Yu Hongbo opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Yuan approached and placed a reassuring hand on Yu Hongbo's shoulder. "Old Yu, if you have something to say, please do." After a moment's contemplation, Yuhombo voiced his suspicion, "I doubt they are a research vessel, they seem more like a whaling ship." Yuhombo's observation prompted Yuan to consider the implications of whaling. Japan's whaling industry is among the most advanced in the world. Under the guise of scientific research, Japanese fishermen, encouraged by their government, have conducted whaling activities. Years prior, Japan had officially withdrawn from the International Whaling Commission and resumed commercial whaling the following summer. A topic that had stirred considerable debate at the Ocean University during Yuan's studies. Rather than delve further into the subject, Yuan instructed Ding Yi to steer the ship away from the area. Just as everyone thought the matter had settled, Yuan commanded the vessel to halt and informed the crew that they could move about freely, even take a dip in the ocean if they wished. After issuing these orders, he paid no heed to the crew's bewildered expressions. Instead, he donned his diving gear and plunged into the sea. Once submerged, Yuan swam swiftly towards the research vessel. In a short span, he found himself beneath it. Through his heightened senses, he confirmed that, just as Yuhombo had indicated, the research vessel was indeed a whaling ship, heading directly towards the waters inhabited by the white whale pod. Yuan positioned himself near the underwater propeller of the whaling vessel. This is Yuan utilizing the third tier of his water control technique. He conjures multiple water needles within the depths, directing them to attack the propeller of the whaling ship. Soon, the fishing vessel's propeller is rendered inoperative, causing the research ship to gradually lose speed. At this moment, the whaling ship has also sensed the anomaly and dispatched several crew members to investigate. Yuan swiftly swims towards his fishing boat, hoping that the white whales can evade danger during this brief respite. Before long, Yuan returns to the vicinity of his fishing vessel. Just as he prepares to board, an unexpected presence disrupts his perception, leading him to doubt his senses. Beneath the surface of this expanse of ocean lies a bed of fine, white sand, occasionally disturbed by small fish darting in and out. As Yuan observes, he notices a disturbance in the seaweed caused by the fish's chase, vaguely revealing what appears to be metallic traces. Deep beneath the sea, a curiosity piques Yuan's interest. How could metal possibly be found in such profound waters? Could it be debris discarded by passing fishing boats? Having once been a deep-sea cleaner, his professional instincts compel him to investigate further. The depth here exceeds 100 meters, yet Yuan's perception remains unaffected by the absence of light. He extends his senses into the seaweed, and what he discovers fills him with exhilaration. This is no mere refuse, these are several coins abandoned on the seabed. Upon catching sight of the coins, his heart races. Could there be a sunken ship nearby? Otherwise, how could the presence of these coins be explained? It's conceivable that someone, out of boredom, might toss a coin into the sea, but the sheer number, over a dozen, defies such a notion. The buoyancy of seawater dictates that even a single individual would struggle to cast coins into the same spot in the ocean. Thus, the very moment Yuan discerns their presence, he dismisses the possibility of them being casually discarded. If a shipwreck lies nearby, it would elucidate the phenomenon. The ocean's undercurrents could easily have swept the coins to this singular location. Bursting with excitement and anticipation, Yuan broadens his perception, meticulously scanning the area. While he finds no signs of a shipwreck, numerous coins come to light. Ever since he gained the ability to move freely in the water, Yuan has fantasized about uncovering sunken treasures in the boundless ocean. These are indeed the treasures of the sea. The depths of the ocean are littered with countless vessels lost to the ravages of war. From wooden skiffs of the cold weapon era to the sailing ships of the gunpowder age. From steam-powered ironclads to modern nuclear warships, the ocean has claimed them all. The wondrous underwater realm resembles a museum of naval warfare buried deep within the ocean's embrace, with the Second World War serving as but one example. A total of 424 shipwrecks have met their demise in the Pacific Ocean, among which there are 113 merchant vessels weighing over 500 tons, accumulating a staggering registered tonnage exceeding 5.32 million tons. Additionally, 311 warships have been lost to the depths. The situation in the Atlantic theater is even graver, with European nations alone contributing 698 vessels to the tally. The Huagua nation, steeped in history and vast in maritime territory, has engaged in seafaring since the Neolithic period, approximately 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Yet, throughout its millennia-long maritime history, the waters of Huagua have witnessed relentless turmoil and bloodshed. According to various sources, There are over 2,000 shipwrecks of diverse types within the waters of Huaguo, rendering it a site of global intrigue, rich in ancient shipwreck relics and historical artifacts. Yuan once came across a report detailing the staggering number of shipwrecks worldwide. As per the latest data from the International Marine Archaeology Organization, nearly 400 years of maritime history have seen approximately 250,000 vessels succumb to the ocean's depths, many laden with immense wealth, including gold bars, silver ingots, and precious gemstones. Their value incalculable. Yuan has long harbored a desire to seek out these shipwrecks, yet despite numerous voyages, he has yet to discover one. Though the number of shipwrecks is astonishing, the vastness of the ocean is even more so. Excluding certain national territorial waters where Yuan cannot salvage, the sheer expanse of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans is monumental, with the Earth often described as comprising 1/3 land and 2/3 water. The immensity of the ocean becomes readily apparent. Although Yuan has not encountered any shipwrecks, he finds solace in the unexpected discovery of coins. As he cleared away the seaweed, he uncovered corroded silver coins, which he swiftly collected into his storage space. After completing this task, Yuan did not return immediately but instead gathered the scattered silver coins from the surrounding area. The value of these coins remains uncertain. Yet it does not deter Yuan from collecting them. After spending considerable time ensuring no treasures were overlooked, he finally made his way back to the fishing vessel. Having spent an extended duration underwater, many crew members anxiously peered over the side of the boat, aware that Yuan had been submerged for quite some time. Although they had heard tales of Yuan's exploits, including his prowess in diving competitions against frogmen, witnessing his feats firsthand was another matter entirely. As they waited with bated breath on the vessel, Yuan eventually surfaced. Lao Yu promptly instructed a crew member to lower the ladder. Yuan ascended the ladder to the deck, where the crew gathered around him with curiosity. "Are you all right, boss?" one crew member inquired with concern. "What could possibly be wrong?" Yuan replied, taking a sip of the mineral water offered by a crew member. "Thank goodness. You." The crew members exchanged admiring glances, impressed by their boss's endeavors. As Yuan's mind lingered on the silver coins he had discovered, he had no intention of continuing the conversation with the crew members. He instructed Ding Yi to set sail and retreated to his quarters. The crew, believing Yuan to be fatigued from his extended stay underwater, did not pursue any further inquiries. After all, diving is an endeavor that demands considerable physical exertion, a truth well understood by those experienced in the art. Upon returning to his resting chamber, Yuan swiftly retrieved the silver coins he had unearthed from the depths of the sea. Despite being significantly corroded by seawater, their forms were still vaguely discernible. A notable characteristic of these coins was their uniformity, which further substantiated Yuan's prior conjecture that there was indeed a possibility of a sunken ship within this maritime expanse. However, the extent of this area remained an enigma, particularly given the considerable spread of the scattered coins. Recollecting his thoughts, he sought to set aside the notion of the shipwreck and instead focus on the silver coins in his possession. Yuan reassured himself, for the idea of a sunken vessel felt rather elusive, whereas the coins were tangible and real. The weight of the coins was substantial in his hands, each bearing the visage of a foreign man, suggestive of an ancient era. Unfamiliar with these coins, Yuan took out his phone and initiated a search. It was undeniable that the current landscape of advertisements on the search engine was overwhelming, consuming a fair amount of time before he finally unearthed relevant information. These coins appeared to be from the era of the Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius, as he found images of silver coins emblazoned with the likeness of Hadrian, which closely resembled those he held. Hadrian, whose full name was Publius Aelius Hadrianus, was often referred to as the Brave Emperor and was the third emperor of the Antonine dynasty, celebrated as one of the 5 good emperors. In the confines of the Yushui vessel's quarters, Yuan continued to peruse details about Hadrian on his phone. During his reign, he halted the Eastern Wars, forged a peace treaty with the king of Parthia, then reformed the bureaucratic system and legal codes. He also oversaw the construction of Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain, a formidable barrier against invading tribes. Historically, he has garnered favorable evaluations, being a polymath with a wide array of interests. Hadrian navigated a tumultuous and exhilarating epoch, ascending to dominion over the Roman Empire in the 2nd century, arguably becoming one of the most successful rulers in Roman history. As both a seasoned soldier and an exceptionally skilled administrator, he ruled during the zenith of the Roman Empire. Under Hadrian's governance, The borders of the ancient empire had reached their expansionist limits. The silver coins in Yuan's possession were valued around 50,000 online. A price that did not seem exorbitant. However, he did not dwell excessively on their monetary worth, for the quantity was limited. And he had no intention of parting with them. At worst, he mused, he could retain them as a cherished collection. Marking his inaugural discovery of currency from the sea, an experience imbued with sentimental significance. Upon comprehending the origins of these silver coins, Yuan reluctantly exited the rest cabin. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not discovering the sunken ship, he consoled himself with the thought that, based on market prices, the coins he had acquired could be worth several million. What more could he possibly desire? The fishing vessel continued its voyage. Having successfully completed its purpose of harvesting snow crabs in the Sea of Okhotsk, Yuan had no intention of lingering in these frigid waters any longer. The ship sailed towards the southeast. During the journey, Yuan refrained from utilizing his perception to detect the fish schools in the water and allowed the crew to cast a few nets independently. While the catch was not abundant, it was satisfactory, indicating that this marine area was still rich in fish resources. Yuan sat on the deck, admiring the seascape when Gong Hongzhuang approached him and, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired, "Boss, how many days do we have left until we return?" Yuan looked at the plump chef in surprise. In his impression, these naval personnel typically spent extended periods at sea. How could he be contemplating a return after only a few days? Noticing Yuan's confusion, Gong Hongzhuang explained, "It's not that I wish to go back. We have nearly exhausted the vegetables we brought along." Yuan then realized that he usually set sail with his mechanical crew, while they required sustenance. Their dietary preferences were uniform, resulting in limited vegetable supplies during resupply. Conversely, they carried an abundance of high-energy foods like meat. This time, however, he regretted not informing Ding Yi, who was in charge of supplies. Many might wonder if a few days without vegetables would pose an issue. Yet aboard a ship, vegetables serve not only as food but are also crucial for replenishing essential vitamins. In the early maritime era, due to storage and preservation challenges, ships on long voyages predominantly carried salted meats and jerky, with fresh vegetables and fruits being scarce. Coupled with a lack of fresh water, many sailors suffered from scurvy, a dire affliction characterized by multiple abscesses, also known as septicemia. If not swiftly controlled, septicemia could spread from the primary infection site to other parts of the body, leading to metastatic abscesses. These abscesses could form on the surface of the brain, resulting in meningitis, or around the heart's membranes, causing pericarditis. If occurring on the heart's inner membrane, it could lead to endocarditis, while in the bone marrow, it would cause osteomyelitis. If present in large joints, it could lead to joint pain or arthritis. Ultimately, the accumulation of pus in any part of the body could form abscesses, with severe cases resulting in infectious shock and migratory lesions. Through generations of exploration, it was discovered that this condition resulted from a deficiency of vitamins, and consuming fresh oranges and lemons could effectively prevent it. However, such issues are rarely encountered in Huaguo. Although one cannot assert that the people of Huaguo are entirely immune to scurvy during long voyages, their ancient advanced shipbuilding techniques and unique cultural characteristics provide them with significant advantages. The ancient Chinese were indeed the least troubled by septicemia. The shipbuilding technology of ancient China long held a prominent position in the world, enabling the construction of large vessels with exceptional performance. The vastness of these ships provided ample usable space, which the Chinese astutely utilized for cultivating vegetables and raising livestock on board. For instance, numerous flower pots were brought aboard for planting fresh produce such as ginger, garlic sprouts, and scallions. Additionally, rabbits and other livestock were raised to supply fresh meat. Moreover, the Chinese possessed a unique culinary secret, the production of soy products, which was unparalleled by foreign nations. During lengthy voyages, the crew would transform the soybeans they carried into tofu, soy milk, or bean sprouts, ensuring a steady supply of vitamins. Although the space was filled with an abundance of fruits and vegetables, it was not feasible to simply produce them at will. The crew's diving capabilities had already gained acceptance, and revealing even a hint of the space's secrets was out of the question. Yuan realized he had misjudged Gong Hongzhuang and, with a face of contrition, said, "This is my fault. Previously, with fewer crew members, my procurement was sufficient. Now that we have a larger crew, I will entrust you with these purchases next time." After Gong Hongzhuang departed, Yuan consulted the nautical chart to ascertain his precise location. The fishing vessel was currently leaving the Sea of Okhotsk, with the nearest island being the Bird Islands. It appeared that resupply could only occur there. Adjusting the course, they set sail towards the Bird Islands, a natural barrier in the southeastern part of the Sea of Okhotsk. This archipelago serves as a maritime conduit between the Sea of Okhotsk and the Pacific Ocean, rendering its strategic position immensely significant. The Bird Islands boast abundant resources and an advantageous geographic location situated at the confluence of warm and cold currents, resulting in rich marine life and a thriving fishery, ranking among the world's 3 renowned fishing grounds. Tunisia Island is known for its large crabs and sea cucumbers, while the Iturup Island serves as a whaling base. The underground mineral resources are also remarkably plentiful. However, what is even more noteworthy is the golden waterway surrounding these 4 islands. The nearby waters provide one of the shortcuts for the Russian Federation's access to the North Pacific, as well as a vital route for Saudi Arabia's exchanges with Kamchatka, Chukotka, and various ports in North America. The 4 islands possess numerous natural harbors, characterized by deep waters and ample space suitable for the year-round docking of large ships. Notable ports include the Shikotan Port on Shikotan Island, and the Nyanin Harbor and Tianning Port on Iturup Island. The inhabitants of the Bird Islands are predominantly Ainu people who primarily engage in fishing and forestry. The southern islands offer plentiful fodder conducive to the development of animal husbandry, while the northern regions are suitable for pig hunting. The fertile lands are often used for cultivating potatoes and vegetables, with Kurilsk serving as the main economic hub. The Ainu people, referred to as the Mauren in the 5th century, were characterized by their darker skin, dense and long hair with waves, and abundant body hair. Their stature was relatively short, with adult males averaging about 1.6 meters in height. Their facial features bore resemblance to those of Europeans, and their language bore no similarity to those of neighboring ethnic groups and nations, with men often sporting red beards. The Ainu people possess a fascinating festival and ritual, the most renowned being the bear ceremony. They delight in carving animals, particularly the bear, onto stripped logs using chisels, a craft known in Japan as Ainu sculpture. The Ainu boast a rich cultural heritage, excelling in embroidery and cherishing dance. They have composed numerous poems, which have been passed down through generations by memory. Among these are lengthy narrative poems in the Ainu language that have survived from history, rich in content and requiring considerable time to recite. The Ainu possess their own language, Ainu, which belongs to the polysynthetic language family, making it a distinct language. Apart from the Ainu, only the Eskimos and certain indigenous peoples of North America use polysynthetic languages. The following day, Yuan's fishing vessel docked at the largest island in the Wanzhou archipelago, known as Seiko Island, stretching 200 kilometers in length and approximately 30 kilometers wide. It covers an area of 3,139 square kilometers. The island features steep, mountainous terrain and a flourishing fishing industry, serving as a whaling base. There are over 10 bays on the island, all capable of accommodating large vessels. The southeastern shore, known as Dangu Bay, served as a naval base for Japan during World War II. After completing the necessary entry procedures, Yuan instructed Gong Hongzhuang and Yu Hongbo to procure supplies for the fishing vessel while he explored this foreign island. This marked Yuan's first venture abroad. Various unique shops lined the streets, and feeling a bit hungry, he sought out a quaint local restaurant. The establishment appeared somewhat worn, yet its decor exuded local charm. An elderly white man idly sat behind the bar and, noticing Yuan's arrival, greeted him warmly. "Hey, mate. What would you like to eat?" Yuan's English was fairly proficient, though opportunities to practice it in China were rare. "Do you have any specialty dishes?" he inquired. "You bet. Every dish here is absolutely delicious, I assure you, won't be disappointed," the old man replied with great confidence. "Then please serve me your best dishes." Yuan smiled, admiring the foreigner's unshakable confidence, which contrasted sharply with the humility often exhibited by his fellow countrymen. Many foreigners possess an innate self-assurance, viewing humility as insincerity, perhaps a reflection of cultural differences. Before long, the old man presented several dishes that appeared quite appetizing. Upon tasting, Yuan found them satisfactory, not nearly as unpalatable as he had anticipated. Of course, compared to the exquisite cuisine of China, there remained a notable gap. Noticing the old man's gaze upon him, Yuan gave a thumbs up as he had no desire to engage in a culinary debate with a foreigner. Mate, where are you from? I'm from China. Yuan replied, aware that for many foreigners, distinguishing between East Asian nationalities at a glance is a formidable task. Not only foreigners. Even people from these neighboring countries often struggle to identify one another without any distinguishing actions. Such is the perception of us by outsiders. It seems that when we observe black individuals, they all appear quite similar. Or, what a mysterious and beautiful land it is. I've heard it is home to a plethora of delectable cuisines. Yuan merely smiled and nodded, unsure how to engage with the elder's words. It is unclear when culinary delights became a hallmark of Wagwa. This topic is frequently discussed by both foreigners and locals. It is an inescapable subject. The elderly white man noticed Yuan's lack of desire to continue the conversation, recognizing that he was yet another reserved young man from the East. With a shrug, he returned to his post behind the bar. It was evident that the elder was quite loquacious. He barely paused for 5 minutes before resuming, "Hey. Are you a crew member? How did you know?" Yuan inquired, genuinely intrigued by how the man could discern his identity with such ease. "You are not the first Eastern crew member I have encountered. Plus, with that distinct scent of fish about you, it shouldn't be too difficult to guess." The elder replied with a sly grin. Soon, Yuan found himself swept up in the elder's enthusiasm, and the two began conversing in this foreign little eatery. They discussed local specialties and various dishes, with the elderly man doing most of the talking while Yuan listened attentively. Before long, the food before him had vanished. Just as he was preparing to leave, the white elder cautioned, "Be wary of Bok, he is a shrewd merchant. You outsiders with your fishing boats are easily taken advantage of by him." Yuan thanked him without much thought and exited the restaurant. After wandering for a bit, he made his way back to the fishing vessel, where he found Yuhongbo engaged in conversation with a tall, slender young white man. Upon Yuan's arrival, the elder introduced, "This is Mr. Bok, he wishes to purchase our catch." "Greetings, esteemed captain. I believe you should allow me to inspect your haul first, don't you think?" Bok spoke haughtily to Yuan. Recalling the elder's warning, Yuan hesitated, since no offer had been made. It was not appropriate to outright refuse. After all, selling some fish here wouldn't be a bad idea, so he led Bok onto the boat. Yuan noticed that once aboard, Bok's eyes roamed over the vessel, particularly eyeing the area designated for the helicopter. When they arrived at the fish hold and beheld the multitude of snow crabs, Bok exclaimed, "Oh my God! So many exquisite snow crabs. I must be seeing things. How could there be such an abundance of these fine snow crabs?" Yuan chose to disregard Bok's exaggerated words and simply smiled in response. $8 a pound, oh my friend, I believe my offer will satisfy you, he stated. "Of course. I am referring to US dollars, not your Wagwa currency." Yuan remained silent, still smiling at him. The international market price for snow crabs typically ranges from $25 to $30 per pound. The fact that Bok proposed roughly a third of the minimum price revealed him to be quite the opportunist. "I'm afraid it seems we may struggle to reach an agreement." Bok did not feel angered by Yuan's disagreement. On the contrary, he smiled amiably and shook hands with Yuan in farewell. Yuhongbo remained closely by Yuan's side. After Bok departed, he approached Yuan and remarked, "Boss, I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is up to no good. He seems like a cunning merchant out to exploit us." "No, really, my instincts are quite sharp. He definitely poses a significant problem. I think it would be prudent for us to leave this place sooner rather than later." Yuan shared his concerns but chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, since that man boarded the vessel, his eyes had been scanning every corner of the ship incessantly. If he were merely a seafood merchant, his focus would primarily be on the seafood itself. Yet, it appeared that he was far more intrigued by the fishing boat. "Everything is ready, we can set sail at any time," Yuan confirmed. "Then let's depart. We shall leave now. I refuse to believe that any issues can arise at sea." The fishing boat slowly commenced its journey, departing from the dock of Zekyo Island. Shortly after Yuan's fishing boat had left, Bok, standing at a distance, made a phone call. "They have departed, indeed, Chinese fishermen, their prime target. And they even have a helicopter on board." "That is impossible, China has stringent weapon control." "When have you seen weaponry on a Chinese fishing vessel?" After hanging up the phone, he smiled as he gazed in the direction of Yuan and his crew, a subtle grin forming on his lips. In his eyes, this represented a lucrative opportunity. The advanced equipment on the fishing boat, coupled with the presence of a helicopter, indicated that the other party was quite affluent. Unbeknownst to Yuan, he had attracted someone's attention. The fishing boat continued to navigate the sea, with plans to fish in international waters for a few more days before returning home. After all, aside from a few snow crabs, the catch thus far had been rather meager. Leaving the bird island, the waters here belonged to foreign territory, and Yuan preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, thus refraining from fishing in these waters. After an hour of sailing, they had reached the open sea. Yuan was attuned to the underwater environment. His perception allowed him to sense significant distances beneath the waves, surpassing even his visual acuity. Suddenly, he detected a speedboat approaching rapidly from behind. Following closely was a yacht, albeit at a slower pace. However, this was not the main concern. The crucial detail was that the individuals aboard the speedboat were armed, and they were heading directly toward him. It seemed he had encountered pirates. Although this sea area was not as notorious as the Gulf of Aden or Somalia, some small-scale piracy did occur. Yet, Yuan remained unfazed. He trusted that once he was in the water, these pirates would pose no threat to him. This belief was a source of his confidence. Before long, the speedboat came into full view. The crew members on the deck, busy with their tasks, sensed the imminent danger. Drawing upon their years of military experience, each felt the approach of a threat looming closer. As Yuhombo approached Yuan, he cautioned, "Boss, that speedboat poses a significant threat. If anything goes awry, you should retreat to the cabin. My brothers and I can handle it." Yuan glanced at the crew on board. They were all arming themselves. What weapons did the boat possess? Merely a few spear guns. Effective in the ocean yet rather unreliable on land. At that moment, Wang Hashing joined them on the deck, and Yuhombo addressed him. If the adversary possesses weapons of mass destruction, take the boss and escape by helicopter." Yuan surveyed the crew. Several held spear guns while others seized makeshift weapons. Even the stout Gong Hongzhuang grasped a kitchen knife. Yuan felt a surge of emotion. It was undeniable that none of them faltered in this critical moment. Especially old Yu, whose immediate concern was the escape of their leader. Before Yuan could utter a word, the speedboat drew near the fishing vessel. A middle-aged Caucasian, adorned with a turban and oversized sunglasses, brandished an automatic rifle, firing several shots into the air while shouting incessantly. Due to the roar of the sea and the wind, his words were barely discernible. The crew remained on high alert, and Yuan pulled Yuhombo aside, directing, "You all must buy us time, avoid direct confrontation with them. I will devise a solution." Yuhombo opened his mouth to respond but was silenced by Yuan, who reassured him, "Do not worry. I possess considerable abilities in the water." With that, he silently seized a harpoon and slipped beneath the surface. Once submerged, Yuan maneuvered stealthily beneath the boat, positioning himself beneath the speedboat. He concentrated, conjuring multiple water needles that pierced the vessel's hull, creating pinhole-sized openings. Gradually, seawater began to seep through these tiny breaches. "Damn it. Why is the boat taking on water?" the middle-aged man shouted from the speedboat. Yuhombo and the others aboard the fishing vessel witnessed the unfolding scenario. Exchanging incredulous glances, all sharing the same thought, how did the boss accomplish this? As the speedboat began to take on water, the pirates lost their appetite for plundering the fishing boat. Otherwise, if the fishing vessel remained intact, they might find themselves feeding the sharks instead. Fortunately, the holes created by Yuan were not substantial, preventing the speedboat from capsizing immediately. The pirates turned their vessel toward the yacht behind them. Yet, Yuan had no intention of allowing these marauders to escape unscathed. Having attempted to rob him, they must be prepared for retaliation. Once the pirate speedboat had distanced itself from the fishing vessel, Yuan surfaced and called out to the crew, "I will investigate over there, everything will be fine. You all wait for me here." Without waiting for their responses, he swam decisively toward the yacht. Shortly, Yuan arrived at the rear of the yacht. The pirates aboard the speedboat have all returned to the yacht, which continues to steer in the direction of their fishing vessel. Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. It appears these individuals remain undeterred. He stealthily climbed aboard the yacht from the stern, where he discovered that all the pirates were congregated at the bow, leaving the rear surprisingly unguarded. Gradually, he approached, unnoticed, and slipped into the cabin. Upon entering, he was confronted by a pirate who, upon seeing Yuan, froze momentarily. The pirate then raised his weapon towards him. With little time for contemplation, Yuan delivered a swift punch to the pirate's head. The pirate, unable to comprehend the situation, collapsed to the ground, darkness enveloping him. Yuan gazed at the fallen pirate, the trace of trepidation flickering within him. This marked his second encounter with adversaries. The first had occurred on Nanlin Island during the kidnapping of Sun Yenshin. Yet, those two assailants had been mere amateurs, unarmed. This time, however, the stakes were higher. As the captors wielded firearms, one misstep could lead to his demise. Steeling himself, he approached the unconscious pirate, retrieving the weapon that had clattered to the floor and stowing it away in his special compartment. He then procured some rope to bind the unconscious pirate and secured him in a confined room. Continuing deeper into the cabin, Yuan proceeded with caution, extending his senses as he walked. Upon observation, he discerned that all the pirates were on the deck, leaving the cabin devoid of any presence. While searching for the engine room, he passed a chamber and instinctively sensed the atmosphere within. To his surprise, he discovered a concealed compartment beneath the floor, containing a trove of valuable items. He entered the room, noting the compartment's discreet design. Had it not been for his perceptual abilities, he might have overlooked it entirely. Upon opening it, he found a substantial amount of US dollars and euros, alongside several gold bars and assorted jewels. In the far corner of the compartment lay 2 grenades. Without hesitation, Yuan collected all the riches and placed them into his special compartment, reveling in this unexpected windfall. Arriving at the yacht's engine room, Yuan utilized a water needle to sabotage the engine, ensuring that the yacht could no longer advance toward the fishing vessel. After causing the damage, he swiftly retreated to the stern. By this time, the pirates had realized something was amiss, and several began to sprint towards the engine room. Yuan discreetly slipped back into the water. Not far from the yacht, he retrieved one of the grenades he had just acquired and hurled it toward the vessel's hull before plunging swiftly into the depths. He was uncertain of the extent of damage the grenade would inflict or how many lives it might claim. All he knew was that these individuals were pursuing him, and he could not allow them to escape unscathed. He suspected that this situation was undoubtedly linked to that man. Upon swimming back to his fishing boat, he was greeted by Yu Hongbo and the others, who crowded around him, inquiring, "Boss, how did you manage that?" Mahua curiously inquired about the matter that piqued everyone's interest. What happened to their speedboat? How did it end up like that? It leaked, wasn't it your doing? No. I had just gone down when their speedboat was already in that condition. And what about the explosion of that yacht in the distance? I can't say. I hadn't even swum over there before it happened. You truly don't know? I genuinely do not. I can't believe you. This sentiment likely echoed the thoughts of all the crew aboard the vessel. After this brief interlude, everyone was aware of Yuan's considerable capabilities. They had only heard of them before, but now they had witnessed them firsthand. Yet, to their dismay, Yuan seemed oblivious to the situation. At this juncture, Yu Hongbo assumed the role of the chief sailor, directing everyone to attend to their duties and not indulge in idle curiosity. If you have nothing else to do, go clean the deck, he ordered. Upon hearing Yu's command, the crew dispersed, each engrossed in their tasks. Yuan gestured for Yu to sit beside him. Yu offered a cigarette, which Yuan accepted with ease. Is there something you wish to ask? Yuan recognized that, among them, Yu Hongbo was the one in charge. Thus, many matters could be addressed simply through communication with him. Well, everyone is just curious. Is it really mere curiosity? Yu turned to look at Yuan, who was gazing toward the distant horizon rather than meeting his eyes. If I hadn't gone down, and those pirates boarded the ship, how confident are you in handling them? Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke and posed the question to Yu Hongbo. 50%. Considering they are armed and we are not, Yu replied thoughtfully. Indeed, but I had an 80% assurance underwater, which is why I chose to dive down. Yu. We've been at sea for over 20 days now, right? You should have come to know me a bit. I don't believe that Su Hang told you anything before your arrival. I have my secrets, and I trust you ought to be aware of that. Just as he was about to respond, Yuan raised a hand to hold him. After taking another drag from his cigarette, he continued. I am not particularly interested in whether you genuinely came here as crew or for other motives. However, I will treat you as though you are true veterans. I have admired soldiers since childhood. Back then, I didn't grasp the concept of patriotism. I simply thought they looked impressive and spirited, and envied them. As I matured, I realized that life is not merely a tranquil journey, it is often someone else who bears the burdens for you. And soldiers are among those who do so. Therefore, when Su Hang asked for my assistance last time, I agreed. However, I hope that the events we have encountered this time remain confidential. There is nothing wrong with that, is there? Upon concluding his thoughts, Yuan regarded you. In truth, when Su Hang approached him about assisting these soldiers in securing employment, he had suspected that they might be sent to observe him. Yet, he felt powerless to resist. Since Su Hang had conceived such ideas, it would be futile to guard against them. It would be far better to address the situation openly. Regarding his own secrets, Yuan believed that they would remain undetected. In the past, he might have harbored concerns, but since his last health examination, he felt considerably reassured. As long as he refrained from performing any astonishing feats, Su Hang and the others might cease their suspicions. His diving abilities were already known to Su Hang, and his physical condition had been reflected in the last report. Thus, Yuan felt emboldened to display some of his capabilities in front of Yu Hongbo and the others. Some might argue that preventing them from boarding the vessel would suffice, yet that would be akin to the saying there's no silver here. If they harbored doubts, it was better to dispel them. They were bold enough to flaunt the middle-aged man's abilities in his presence. What harm could there be in revealing some of his own diving skills? Yuan turned to Yu Hongbo, a smile gracing his face. Boss, regardless of your thoughts, it is a fact that we are a few retired veterans, so please believe that. As for everything else, I shall refrain from further comment. What I say now will not sway you. Therefore, you need not concern yourself too much with us. However, I sincerely hope you will not take unnecessary risks in situations like today. Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Yu Hongbo's response. He had anticipated either an admission that he was sent by Su Hang or a firm denial. He did not expect such a reply. Yuan felt as if he had been pretending to be an expert for so long that his facade was beginning to crack. Well, all right, I shall say no more. But one cannot guarantee that such incidents will not recur in the future. Do you have any means to equip the fishing boat with some defensive gear? This was the true purpose of Yuan's conversation with Yu Hongbo. He did not wish to face any dangers alone in the future. It was essential to devise a way to procure some weapons, yet he lacked the expertise in this area. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Hongbo replied, water cannons. I believe that is feasible, and we could also purchase some fire-retardant projectiles. Coordinating with the helicopter would yield some effectiveness as well. All right, upon our return, I will entrust you with these matters. I do not wish for us to be utterly defenseless should we encounter such individuals again. No problem, Yu Hongbo nodded affirmatively. After their conversation, Yuan stood and walked toward the live water chamber, where the spotted seal had significantly recovered over the past few days. Upon his arrival, the large creature approached him directly, emitting a series of calls. Yuan examined the seal's wounds, although the water from the space lake had aided its healing. The original injuries were too severe to have fully mended. However, swimming was no longer adversely affected. He retrieved a few small fish to feed it before rising to leave. To his surprise, the seal clambered out of the water chamber and followed closely behind him. Unbeknownst to Yuan, the little creature trailed him closely. While he possessed some awareness, he was not inclined to release it at every moment. However, after taking a few steps and feeling a gentle nudge against his pant leg, he turned around to find the creature right behind him. He crouched down and affectionately stroked its head. The spotted seal has surprisingly closed its eyes in sheer delight. Its demeanor suggests a strong desire to venture out with me. Perhaps it is due to having stayed in the water tank for too long. Yet, we are at sea, and the only space to roam is the deck. I still have reservations about releasing this creature back into the ocean. Has it had enough of this place? Wishing to take a stroll, I merely asked out of curiosity and never expecting a response from the seal. To my astonishment, It propped itself up on its hind flippers and clumsily nodded its head at me. What is happening? I thought seals weren't this intelligent, I mused internally. I decided to disregard the creature's antics. If it wishes to come out, let it be so. I rose and made my way toward the deck. And though the seal could not match my pace, it slowly followed behind me. Upon its emergence onto the deck, the seal piqued the curiosity of several crew members. Initially, they were cautious, wary of a potential attack. However, as they gradually acclimated, some crew members began to offer it fish to eat. The seal, in turn, displayed its playful side, eliciting laughter from the sailors. Thus, a new companion emerged aboard the ship, one that strolled the deck all day long. Perhaps it was because I had rescued it that it displayed a particular fondness for me. Whenever I settled on the deck, the seal would approach, nudging me with its body as if seeking companionship like a child looking for an adult to play with. The fishing vessel sailed through the waters of Japan for over a month. I sat on the deck with the seal sprawled at my feet, constantly lifting its small head to gaze at me. At that moment, I found myself too occupied to attend to it. My senses were immersed in the depths of the sea, assessing the conditions beneath the surface. The seabed appeared desolate, with few creatures to be found amidst the flat sandy expanse, revoking a sense of solitude. After more than an hour of sailing, this desolation began to dissipate, and marine life gradually increased. At that point, Yuhongbo approached. We haven't cast the net all day, the crew is eager to drag a haul. I couldn't shake the feeling that these sailors were more invested in the catch than I, their captain. They seemed restless before I had even made any significant moves. Very well, let us haul a net, I conceded, showing no intention of stopping them. While the waters may not be teeming with fish, there were certainly some to be found, and I was too lazy to utilize my senses for further exploration. A few occasional checks during a fishing trip would suffice. If every outing yielded a bountiful catch, that would raise suspicions. After over an hour of dragging the net, Yuhongbo commanded its retrieval. At this point, I no longer took charge of the precious catch, I entrusted everything to Yuhongbo. As the net surfaced, I noticed that the haul was not as meager as I had anticipated, though it was by no means abundant. Perhaps 300 to 400 pounds, a quantity I deemed rather unsatisfactory. As the catch was brought aboard the deck, the crew gathered around to commence sorting the fish. Yuan did not approach for a closer look, he merely glanced over and noted the diversity of the catch. The mixed assortment of fish indicated the absence of a large school. Typically, within a school, various species would be present, yet one would dominate. The current situation, characterized by a medley of fish, suggested that there were no substantial schools but rather scattered individuals being hauled in. Just as Yuan was about to turn away to feed the bosun, a name bestowed upon the spotted seal by the crew, he found himself somewhat bemused at first. However, as the name became commonly used, the seal seemed to embrace it, and Yuan adopted the moniker as well. Boss, come take a look at this shrimp. A crew member called out to Yuan. Curious, Yuan shifted his gaze to the shrimp held by the crew member. Approximately 20 centimeters long. It was a vibrant red, adorned with scattered white spots on the sides of its carapace. Yuan quickly approached the crew member, accepting the sea shrimp into his hands for a meticulous examination. This is a mantis shrimp, he identified. This cold water species has gradually gained recognition in the seafood market over recent years. Its striking red hue and sweet flesh make it exceptionally suitable for sashimi, hence its popularity. However, from a biological perspective, the shrimp marketed as mantis shrimp encompasses 23 different species. The variations in their geographical distribution and catch volumes lead to disparities in pricing. Despite the absence of significant differences in taste and nutrition among the various species, the commercial landscape often witnesses instances of lower-priced mantis shrimp masquerading as their more expensive counterparts, akin to rainbow trout being misrepresented as Atlantic salmon. Currently, the most commonly encountered mantis shrimp in the market includes two varieties, the high-backed longsnout shrimp and the wide-angled longsnout shrimp. The former, sourced from the northern seas of Japan to the Bering Sea, boast a limited supply and, consequently, a higher price. In contrast, the latter primarily hails from the Pacific coast of North America, offering greater availability and a comparatively lower cost. The high-backed longsnout shrimp, sometimes referred to as fushon shrimp in certain locales, is distinguished by two notable characteristics. First, as the name suggests, The carapace's back and the base of the rostrum are prominently elevated, presenting a distinctly convex curvature. This is the origin of its name. Second, scattered white spots embellish the sides of the carapace. Conversely, the wide-angled long-snout shrimp features a less pronounced carapace and rostrum base. Additionally, it possesses 23 white stripes flanking the sides of its carapace. The abdomen of the high-backed long-snout shrimp exhibits a more subdued coloration, devoid of white spots along the dorsal side, whereas the wide-angled long-snout shrimp showcases a pair of prominent white spots on the dorsal sides of the first and fifth abdominal segments. Observing Yuan's intense focus on the shrimp in his hands, Mahua broke the silence, inquiring, "Boss, this shrimp must be quite expensive, right?" Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This is a prized specimen. This shrimp is known as the mantis shrimp, often hailed as the king of sea shrimp. It is a type of naturally red shrimp that is not easily caught. Throughout the year, Blue Star manages to harvest just over 1,000 tons. One could argue whether that is expensive or not." Upon hearing Ye Yuan's explanation, the crew members all exchanged glances of astonishment and then lowered their heads, searching for this particular shrimp among their catch. "Our trawls feature large mesh nets, allowing smaller fish to escape. How, then, did this mantis shrimp get inside?" Ye Yuan pondered, unsure whether he was questioning the crew or himself, as he muttered to himself, "Who knows how they got in, as long as they are valuable?" Came a casual reply from one of the crew members. Yuan dismissed their comments, focusing instead on extending his perception outward. Remarkably, he soon discovered a group of mantis shrimp, weighing several hundred pounds. He shouted, "There should be a school of this shrimp below. Quickly switch to the fine mesh net and drag another hole here." The crew finally responded, hastily returning to their posts, leaving 2 members to handle the leftover bycatch on the deck. Before long, the fishing net was ready, and as the vessel moved forward, the net gradually slipped into the sea. Yuan felt the presence of the mantis shrimp entering the net. Yet he did not immediately instruct the crew to haul it in. Instead, he continued to drag the net for over an hour before finally calling for its retrieval. As anticipated, a small bounty of mantis shrimp appeared on the deck. The crew rushed forward, employing buckets to select the live shrimp. Yuan joined in, aiming to reserve a portion for himself, akin to the snow crabs he had previously collected, doing so discreetly while no one was paying attention. After placing a small batch of mantis shrimp into his special realm, he ceased his work. The fishing vessel continued its journey as Yuan activated his perception, searching the ocean for more marine treasures to enrich the diversity within his space. Speaking of his special realm, it had become quite lively due to the presence of the robotic workers he had introduced. Numerous fish species had begun to thrive, and many of the marine organisms he had previously introduced had formed small colonies. Yuan was particularly attentive to several prized species, such as the highly valued single-headed abalone. The dog espo clams he had captured near Nanlin Island had also started to reproduce within his space. Not only had their numbers increased, but the first batch he had introduced had reached maturity and were now ready for consumption. Life aboard the vessel was monotonous, and as the hours passed, Yuan did not encounter any particularly valuable catches. The sky gradually darkened with the passage of time, and the crew concluded their day's labor. The fishing vessel would have crew members on watch during the night, but this evening, Yuan decided to take the watch himself, instructing all crew members to rest. Once they retired, he stealthily slipped into the sea alone. Yuan discovered that the more he practiced the water control technique, the more he felt an inseparable connection to the ocean. In the water, he felt as if he had transformed into a fish, the sea becoming his home, allowing him to move freely. The dark ocean exuded an air of mystery. The various luminescent creatures add an air of mystery to the enigmatic ocean. Yuan continued his descent. Before long, he reached the depths of 2,000 meters in the abyssal zone, a region where few dare to tread without external assistance. His purpose for this dive was to test his own diving capabilities. Recalling his previous assistance to Su Hang, he had also descended to 2,000 meters, where he felt the resistance of the water. As he pressed deeper, he remembered that at this depth, his body had begun to feel the pressure. However, after enhancing his skills, he effortlessly surpassed the 2,000-meter threshold and continued downward. Upon reaching 4,000 meters, he began to experience discomfort. Yuan realized that his current limit was indeed 4,000 meters. Undoubtedly, he was the first human on Blue Star to reach this marine expanse without any equipment. In contrast, other divers, regardless of their prowess, would succumb to the underwater pressure long before reaching this depth. In this remarkable place, Yuan encountered numerous organisms previously unknown to him, some of which were not even mentioned in textbooks. This illustrates the limited understanding humanity possesses of the ocean. Just how many species inhabit this ancient blue star? Even modern technology cannot provide a comprehensive tally. After lingering in this underwater realm for an extended period, Yuan reluctantly began his return journey. This venture into the deep not only revealed his limits but also granted him an unprecedented glimpse into the ocean's mysteries and grandeur, a sensation profoundly elusive on land. As Yuan swam toward the fishing boat, he noticed a cluster of white stones floating nearby. He approached and grasped what appeared to be an unremarkable stone. This stone was entirely white and bore a resemblance to the commonplace rocks found along the shore. Surprisingly light, it felt disproportionate to its size. Yet, Yuan did not underestimate it. After all, stones typically sink to the ocean floor, so how could it float? His mind raced to recall information about such stones. Soon, a rare item surfaced in his memory: ambergris. Yuan entertained a bold hypothesis. Although he was a student at the Ocean University, he had never encountered ambergris. Given its extreme rarity, his knowledge of it was limited to what he had read in scholarly texts. Due to its uniqueness, no two pieces of ambergris are identical, leaving Yuan uncertain whether the seemingly ordinary white stone in his hand was indeed the legendary ambergris. Ambergris, also known as dragon's vomit, is a solid, waxy, combustible substance that appears grayish or black. In essence, ambergris is the dried secretion from the intestines of the sperm whale. Some sperm whales expel it from their mouths, while others excrete it through their digestive system. Only a small number of sperm whales retain ambergris within their bodies. The ambergris that is expelled into the sea initially appears as a dark hue. Over time, influenced by the ocean's waters, it gradually transforms into shades of gray, eventually culminating in a pristine white. Historically, it has been primarily utilized as a fixative in perfumery. Its composition mainly consists of ambrine and a variety of sterol compounds, with ambrine being the principal component. While it does not possess the fragrance of ambergris itself, it is intricately linked to the scent and functions of ambergris. Ambergris is a refined and elegant animal scent regarded as the pinnacle among animal-derived fragrances. Its aroma is reminiscent of the exquisite musk with subtle earthy undertones. Some elements evoke seaweed, woody notes, and moss, accompanied by a unique sweetness and an exceptionally long-lasting base note. This fragrance is a complex amalgamation. Though its presence is not overpowering, it is subtly soft and lingering, lasting 20 to 30 times longer than musk, sometimes extending for months. It serves as an excellent fixative, harmonizing various scents into a gentle and enduring bouquet. Ambergris is often prepared as a tincture in a ratio of 3, used in conjunction with musk and seaweed to enhance fragrances. In China, ambergris is not only employed as a fixative but also utilized in traditional medicine. It is primarily used for promoting circulation, alleviating pain, and facilitating urination. Its therapeutic effects are notable for conditions such as coughs, breathlessness, and various forms of pain, including those related to the heart and abdomen, as well as in treating gonorrhea. Upon realizing that the stone in his possession might be ambergris, Yuan felt a surge of excitement, not merely for its rarity but for its considerable value. As far as he knew, the price of ambergris could be 4 times that of gold per gram, and at times, it could even reach 5 times that amount. This implied that a pound of ambergris could fetch a minimum of over 1 million. The piece he held was no trifling matter, it could potentially yield several million, if not tens of millions, in profit, provided his analysis was correct. If he were mistaken, however, all this speculation would amount to naught. Yuan composed himself and swiftly swam back to the vessel. Upon his return, he did not attract the crew's attention and quietly retreated to his quarters. After changing into a fresh outfit, he returned to the deck, continuing to examine the object he suspected to be ambergris. Utilizing the ship's wireless network, he diligently searched for relevant information on his phone. After thorough confirmation, he concluded that the item he had discovered in the ocean was indeed ambergris, which filled him with immense exhilaration. He then procured a scale more precise than a fish scale to weigh his remarkable find, arriving at a figure that greatly satisfied him: 750 grams. With the minimum price per gram estimated at 2,000 yuan, this equated to an income of 5 million. Yuan marveled at the vast treasures the sea harbored. After a month of laboriously navigating the seas with a large crew, the catch upon returning may not significantly surpass that of a mere fragment of ambergris. In the distance, Fisherman's Bay Island looms into view. At this moment, Yuan is riding a sawfish in the ocean, accompanied by a white dolphin and a spotted seal. As Yuan's fishing vessel re-enters the waters of Fisherman's Bay Island, he spots the welcoming presence of a great white shark and a small shark. It remains a mystery how these two creatures have discovered his boat, as they were expected to be near South Lin Island. Initially, the two young companions swim playfully around the vessel, occasionally peeking above the surface. The great white emits its unique dolphin call directed at the boat, seemingly beckoning Yuan to join in their merriment. With little choice, Yuan leaps into the water to engage with them. Unexpectedly, the foreman, noticing Yuan's descent into the sea, seizes the moment when the crew's attention is diverted, and stealthily slips into the water. Upon their encounter, the great white and the small shark instinctively form an alliance, keeping a vigilant watch on the foreman. Concerned that a confrontation might arise among the three, Yuan quickly intervenes to position himself between them. Both the great white and the small shark have consumed the enlightenment elixir, giving Yuan a sense of security. They will not attack other beings without his command. Perhaps due to the ample water consumed from the special lake, the foreman exhibits a higher intelligence than the average spotted seal. Yet he remains outmatched by the enhanced capabilities of the great white and the small shark. Through gestures and verbal communication, Yuan conveys to the foreman that the creatures before him are allies. Riding atop the small shark, they make their way toward Fisherman's Bay Island. The crew aboard the vessel is astonished to discover Yuan possesses two extraordinary pets, eagerly capturing the moment with their phones. Yuan pays them no mind, allowing them to indulge in their photography. Technically, the white dolphin is a protected species and cannot be privately owned, yet Yuan has not captured it. It simply roams freely in the surrounding waters. He reassures himself that this should be permissible. As the fishing boat gradually docks at the pier, the cries of eagles resonate in the sky. Yuan looks up to see that the little golden eagle, after more than a month, has grown remarkably majestic, circling the vessel and occasionally calling out, drawing the attention of many. On the dock, Su Mei and Wang Yuanshan stand at the forefront, alongside his parents, Li Hui and Nyonyo, who rides atop the large yellow dog. A multitude of people awaits his return, and to his surprise, Professor Su Weiguo is also present among the welcoming crowd. Yuan hastily disembarks and greets everyone, while the small shark and the great white reluctantly retreat to the sea. And the spotted seal follows Yuan like an affectionate puppy onto the shore. The crew begins to unload the fish catch in boxes, eliciting awe from the onlookers as they witness the bounty being brought ashore. After Yuan exchanged simple greetings with everyone, he approached Su Weiguo to Professor Su. "This is the spotted seal." With that, he gestured towards the spotted seal that was following closely beside him. Su Weiguo had already noticed the seal accompanying Yuan and felt a sense of helplessness bubbling within him. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he might have mistaken it for a dog. Where was the promised seal? It resembled a little dog, almost wagging its tail at Yuan. Well, if it had a tail, that would be the case. Su Weiguo's interest was piqued. Although many aquariums showcased seal performances, those were the results of extensive training. How could the creature before him be so different? Every crew member who walked by it would reach out to pet it. And this seal, remarkably, it welcomed all visitors with delight. A mere touch would elicit an adorable response. It could shake hands, roll over, and nod its head. There seemed to be nothing this creature could not do. "Xiao Yuan, you carry on with your work, I will observe for a while," he said, stepping away with his two assistants to examine the seal's injuries. At that moment, Nyonyo had already dashed to Yuan's side, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle." The little girl stretched out her arms towards him. Yuan bent down to lift her, playfully rubbing his slightly stubbled chin against her neck, causing Nyonyo to giggle uncontrollably. Holding Nyonyo, Yuan stood by the shore, gazing toward the fishing boat. Su Mei and Wang Yuanshan had already arranged for personnel to wait. As some precious seafood was unloaded from the boat, they began to distribute it among themselves. Both were connoisseurs, and the sight of such a bounty stirred their emotions. It had been many years since they had seen such an abundance. One of the workers brought by Yuan remarked, "Indeed, the last time I saw snow crabs was on a distant ocean vessel near Blue Island. Such treasures are rare around here." A procurement staff member brought by Sume echoed his sentiment. Yuan had roughly estimated the catch from this trip. Excluding the snow crabs and the peony shrimp, the ordinary fish haul alone approached nearly 100 tons. He could hardly fathom whether Yuan and the others could consume it all. As for Sume, who ran a restaurant, she could likely manage to serve some of the high-end seafood. However, the mid-range and lower-end varieties would be difficult to digest. Yuan felt no concern about whether they could handle his catch. After all, he had a system that was ever hungry. Should the lower-tier seafood go unclaimed, he would readily exchange it for system points, as long as he remained discreet and others remained unaware. At the dock of Fishing Bay Island, while Yuan held Nyonyo and observed the crew unloading, Lihui approached him. Without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped Yuan in a warm embrace, which even included the little girl in his arms. Yuan, taken aback, wondered about the sudden display of affection. Had they really missed each other so much in just a month? Was there perhaps an air of nostalgia at play? Lihui, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Our Riwe has become a sensation." His seemingly nonsensical remark momentarily left Yuan bewildered. To my astonishment, Riwe took the market by storm almost instantly. And now our production of liquor is nearly sold out even before it leaves the factory. Subsequently, Lihui recounted amusing anecdotes regarding Riwe that transpired in Huaguo during Yuan's absence. After listening to Lihui's succinct summary, Yuan couldn't help but express his astonishment. He too had not anticipated that within just a month of venturing abroad, Riwe would achieve such remarkable success. As the two engaged in conversation about the future development of various industries on the island, Mahua rushed over, angrily declaring, "Boss, you must come quickly. That old man you summoned is about to administer an injection to the squad leader, and he's so frightened that he's retreated into the sea." Yuan was taken aback by Mahua's words. Given that the squad leader had been recuperating from his injuries with the aid of the special lakes waters over the past few days, it seemed illogical that he would still require an injection. "Let us go take a look," he said, and with that, he and Mahua hurried towards the shore. Upon reaching the beach, they spotted the squad leader, peering from the water not far away, observing several individuals on the shore. However, rather than seeing Suwego, Yuan noticed one person enticing the squad leader with a fish while another aimed what appeared to be a tranquilizer gun at him. Witnessing this alarming scene, Yuan's face twisted with anger as he bellowed, "Stop." He never expected that the person Suwego had brought would dare to engage in such actions before his very eyes. The thought of capturing the squad leader for experimentation was utterly unacceptable to him. Upon hearing Yuan's shout, the group turned to see him, and even Suwego, who was quite distant, was startled. As he observed his student aiming the tranquilizer gun at the spotted seal, the elderly professor rushed over, calling out, "You two, put down that tranquilizer gun." Admittedly, despite his somewhat ungraceful running style, the professor moved with impressive speed. Upon reaching the group, Suwego did not address Yuan first. Instead, he scolded his two students, "Did I not instruct you to conduct a checkup on the spotted seal? Why are you wielding a tranquilizer gun? What are you trying to accomplish?" One student, with a distressed expression, replied, "This creature is far too cunning, it simply won't let us near. We had no other choice. No other choice than to brandish a tranquilizer gun. You've truly learned a lot," Suwego retorted. "I'll deal with you when we return." Only then did he turn to Yuan, wearing a look of contrition. "Xiao Yuan, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. However, this is entirely my fault. Please do not be upset." While Yuan held great admiration for Suwego, the unsettling scene before him undeniably left him feeling somewhat displeased. After all, the class leader had lived aboard the ship for so many days. Moreover, this fellow was particularly adept at charming those around him, and Yuan found great fondness for it. Could he remain unperturbed upon witnessing someone aiming a firearm at it, even if it were merely a tranquilizer gun? The thought unsettled him. Yuan addressed Suwego with a calm yet pointed inquiry, "You have seen for yourself that this spotted seal poses no threat. Why, then, do you insist on using a tranquilizer gun against it? Could you provide me with an explanation?" Detecting the young man's dissatisfaction in his tone, Suwego felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied, "We merely intended to conduct a health check." However, as you can see, this little creature is rather uncooperative. Hence, my students resorted to. The elderly professor faltered, recognizing that no matter how he elaborated, their position was indefensible. Upon hearing Suwego's justification, Yuan remained unconvinced and reiterated, the seal ought to return to the sea. You have witnessed that it is in good health. Thus, I sincerely hope you refrain from disrupting its natural existence. Yuan's concern stemmed from the fear that Suwego and his associates might send the seal to some marine facility for exhibition. He harbored a strong aversion to animal performances, influenced by a report he had encountered. The Huffington Post had once shed light on the harsh realities behind such spectacles, revealing that well-meaning tourists often remained oblivious to the suffering endured by these gentle creatures. Many were unaware of the plight of animals coerced into performing, subjected to long-term control through chains and whips like elephants and tigers confined to cages. The seemingly tranquil lions might have been sedated, and over the years, numerous reports had surfaced regarding animal attacks on humans, an incident in Southeast Asia involving an elephant, a tiger assaulting a visitor at a zoo, and a killer whale in a marine park fatally attacking its trainer. Such occurrences underscored the fact that animals do not thrive under human captivity. Yuan firmly believed that if one yearns for distant horizons, one should venture forth to witness them firsthand. If one cherishes wildlife, then one ought to visit their natural habitats. He was staunchly opposed to the confinement of these creatures, just as he himself adored animals. He had rescued Bai from injury but had refrained from enclosing it in a restricted area, allowing it to coexist freely with the young shark in the ocean. This philosophy echoed the ideals of wildlife reserves, which strive to create suitable environments for animals without exploiting them for profit, a practice Yuan wholeheartedly endorsed. Suwego discerned the skepticism and indifference in Yuan's words. He too felt a measure of dissatisfaction with his students' actions, as his intention had merely been to find a way to assess the condition of the spotted seal. Yet, in a moment of inattention, he had allowed two young men to prepare a tranquilizer gun for the seal. He could comprehend Yuan's emotions at this moment. After all, this spotted seal had been aboard Yuan's vessel for several days. It is said that even the most astute creature, like this seal, would develop some affection after spending time with humans, much like a cat or a dog. Not far from the dock at Fishing Bay Island, Suwego stood beside Yuan, his face a mask of embarrassment due to previous unpleasantness. When Yuan expressed his desire not to send the class leader to the research institute, Suwego hesitated for a moment before nodding in tacit agreement with Yuan's sentiment. Although the spotted seal is indeed a protected species, was it really necessary to be so stringent? The class leader seemed to find a sense of security upon seeing Yuan wobbling over to his feet. At that moment, Yuan was engrossed in a discussion with Suwego and did not notice the little creature's approach. The class leader appeared to understand the conversation between Yuan and Professor Su, wrapping its small front flippers around Yuan's leg and emitting a whimpering sound as if to convey, "I won't leave, I won't leave." Suwego found the sight of the human and creature together quite amusing. He took Yuan's hand and led him toward a more secluded area, speaking softly, to show Yuan, "I promise you can keep this seal. Are you considering adopting it? But have you thought about the implications? If others discover that a protected species is present on your island, or if someone exposes it, it could become quite a significant issue." Yuan recognized the truth in Suwego's words, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Professor Su, you can see that the little fellow is quite attached to me. Even if I were to release it back into the ocean now, it wouldn't budge." He helplessly spread his hands, pointing at the class leader who remained steadfastly in place, wearing an expression that suggested the matter was beyond his concern. Suwego chuckled at the adorably clueless class leader. He genuinely cherished such a delightful creature. Yet remembering that he was in the midst of a discussion with Yuan, he turned his attention back to him. "I have a rather unrefined idea. I have noticed many animals on your island, which indicates your profound affection for them. I propose that you apply for a grassroots animal rescue organization, and we could serve as a supportive unit from our research institute." At this point, Suwego looked at Yuan, awaiting the young man's response. Yuan had never considered any complications in his previous endeavors with white dolphins, small sharks, or other creatures. However, Suwego's reminder made him realize that his actions might indeed have been somewhat thoughtless. Although the island belonged to him, who could predict when someone might secretly record videos to share online? In this age where everyone can become an internet sensation, there certainly exists no shortage of individuals unafraid of stirring up trouble. If someone were to covertly film him caring for protected animals, indeed, one must inevitably encounter certain considerable troubles. After contemplating these matters, Yuan began to seriously reflect upon Suwegua's proposal. It was evident that the two individuals who had previously attempted to sedate the class leader with a tranquilizer gun were truly unknown to the old professor. Now, Suwegua had devised yet another rather feasible solution for him. Yuan felt a twinge of interest. Thus, after carefully considering his phrasing, he inquired, "I find myself somewhat perplexed by your statements. Could you elucidate them further?" Seeing Yuan's budding interest, Suwegua felt a surge of joy. Could one truly claim that the old professor bore no ulterior motives? That would be implausible. The very reason he conceived this idea was due to the funding issues currently plaguing their research institute. Numerous animals in need of rescue had perished due to delays in assistance. As a scholar of marine biology, he harbored a genuine affection for these marine creatures. Consequently, witnessing their demise weighed heavily upon his heart. Today, upon encountering Yuan, the compassionate individual capable of providing refuge for these animals, he was inspired to act. If he were to encounter individuals with ulterior motives, even if they beseeched the old professor, he would never entertain the notion of facilitating such procedures. It is quite straightforward. I can assist you with certain formalities, but I must preface this by stating that since I am processing rescue documentation on your behalf, your cooperation will be required when animals indeed need assistance. Upon hearing this, Yuan grasped the old professor's underlying intentions. However, such considerations held little significance for him. At this juncture, he was not particularly concerned about finances. If he could indeed aid some injured animals, he would gladly contribute. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yuan readily acquiesced. Certainly, that poses no issue. I extend my gratitude to Professor Su. Suwegua was taken aback by Yuan's prompt agreement. The more Yuan acquiesced, the more the old professor felt a twinge of guilt. Consequently, he continued, "Xiao Yuan, I recognize that this arrangement may incur some financial loss for you. However, I implore you to understand, I genuinely wish to prevent further instances of animals succumbing to death due to various reasons, unable to receive timely assistance. Nevertheless, I have conceived a means to compensate you. That is, the establishment of a supportive partnership between your fish farm and our research institute. I firmly believe that, with the capabilities of our research institute, we can significantly bolster your fish farm, leading it to prosperity." Upon hearing Suwegua's final words, Yuan felt a stir of intrigue. Despite the apparent disparities between a research institute and a fish farm, these seemingly unrelated entities could indeed forge a collaborative partnership. Yet, he refrained from displaying any cunning and instead innocently inquired, "What sort of collaboration can a fish farm like ours possibly have with your research institute? It seems rather misaligned. Does it not?" Suwegua cast a meaningful glance at Yuan and remarked, "Do not assume that securing this supportive unit is a simple task. Numerous fishing grounds are tirelessly seeking connections to submit their applications. It is essential for you to understand that our research does not solely focus on marine biology. It encompasses a multitude of fields. For instance, the artificial breeding techniques for marine fish constitute one of our primary research topics. As a designated supportive unit, your fishing ground could serve as a collaborative pilot base for our research institute. Some of the results we develop will undergo trial studies at your location. This arrangement not only serves a practical purpose for our research but also offers tremendous benefits to your fishing ground." Suddenly, Yuan recalled the sume fish he had seen at the exhibition. Could this be the means through which they obtained the necessary permits? He hastily inquired, "Professor Su, I would like to ask about a breeding facility that successfully cultivated sume fish recently at Yuan Island." Upon hearing Yuan's words, Suwegua burst into hearty laughter before he could finish his thought. "I am aware of that fishing ground. It is indeed one of our research achievements, which was later sold to the locality. If you require it, we can provide you with such technology in the future. Consider this a token of my gratitude for your assistance in saving Nianxin." Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. With his own space combined with their technology, the successful cultivation of some precious breeding stock seemed inevitable. To ensure Yuan comprehended his intentions, Su Weiguo elaborated on the conditions for designated support. For designated support, your fishing ground must provide a plot of land. Once our technology is in place, we will conduct breeding experiments on certain fish species. Naturally, some rare fry may not be accessible to you. We will find a way to acquire those. However, the cost will need to be covered by you, as the research institute is a non-profit entity. While we do not require additional remuneration, you will need to ensure some logistical support for our personnel. As they cannot indefinitely reside outside, they also need sustenance and facilities for experimentation. Before Su Weiguo could complete his statement, the Yuan interjected eagerly, "No problem. I will arrange for personnel from the research institute immediately. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the staff dormitory. You can select a few for your team to rest in. As for meals, sharing the cafeteria with the workers should not pose an issue, right?" Su Weiguo nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Sure, Yuan, do not rush. I still need to return to the research institute to submit an application. However, with my reputation, I believe there should not be any significant problems. This arrangement is quite satisfactory, and I must thank you." Regarding the spotted seal, the two continued discussing various details, such as future collaboration methods and the equipment Yuan would need to prepare. Grateful for Su Weiguo's assistance, Yuan reflected on the old man's figure, contemplating, "They say he is quite stubborn, yet interacting with him has proven to be more agreeable than expected. One should not underestimate this designated unit. The presence of some protected species there could readily explain the situation. Despite some individuals speaking recklessly, there are research institutions lending their credibility. It is truly unexpected that a misunderstanding has brought immense benefits, resolving many of his future troubles. Could this be considered a peculiar case of fortune arising from misfortune?" Yuan mused contentedly. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude for Su Weiguo. The approval and execution of procedures still required time. Presently, he had two individuals on the island eagerly awaiting a meeting with him. Upon approaching Su Mei and the others, Yuan engaged in a brief discussion about amusing anecdotes from their recent maritime ventures. Amidst playful banter, they established prices for all the seafood. Yuan then warmly bid farewell to Su Mei, Wang Weishan, and Su Weiguo. Before departing, Su Weiguo reiterated his advice to Yuan, urging him not to rush. He promised to leverage his authority to help secure the designated support quota upon his return, assuring Yuan to await the news with patience. Su Mei and Wang Weishan, on the other hand, were in exuberant spirits. The abundance of exquisite seafood was not merely a lucrative endeavor, it was also a testament to their network and influence. In the seafood industry, mere wealth is insufficient, premium seafood is a rare commodity. The principle of "I possess what you lack," and vice versa holds true. Yuan was astonished to learn how substantial Wang Yueshan's trading company had become, capable of absorbing hundreds of tons of fish in a single transaction. Naturally, the profits from this seafood venture were substantial for Yuan as well, with the payment transferred directly to his bank account on site. Before embarking on this fishing expedition, Yuan had depleted nearly all his funds after fueling the fishing vessel. This income would once again elevate him into the ranks of multimillionaires. Each fishing trip incurs significant fuel expenses, a factor often underestimated by outsiders. Many observe the lucrative prospects of fishing, yet they fail to recognize that the fuel costs alone can be astronomical, potentially leading to substantial losses for vessels that return empty-handed. Take Yuan's recent venture, for instance. Although he generated considerable sales, the fuel expenses for this particular outing reached several $100,000. This was merely a fraction of the total costs incurred during the expedition. The depreciation of the fishing vessel, crew wages, equipment wear and tear, and various supplies collectively amounted to a hefty expenditure. This has been a pivotal reason why many fishermen have refrained from venturing out to sea in recent years. As the day drew to a close, the crew, having spent over a month at sea on their inaugural journey with Yuan, were granted a few days of leave. Whether they wished to return home or remain on the island mattered little to Yuan. Each crew member was awarded a bonus of 20,000 Yuan, while Yu Hongbo, Wang Hasheng, and Pei Fei received 30,000 Yuan each, acknowledging their positions. There were no objections from the others, everyone was in high spirits, including their wages. Each member stood to earn at least 350,000 Yuan this month. In several third- and fourth-tier cities, the cost of living now rivals an individual's annual income. The crew members are preparing to celebrate at Blue Island. Yuan, unconcerned with the details, merely advised everyone to exercise caution and then turned his attention elsewhere. Today, upon learning of Yuan's return, his parents prepared an abundant feast filled with his favorite dishes. Gazing at the spread before him, Yuan felt the warmth of his parents' love. In the past, when the family was struggling financially, they always managed to prepare at least 4 dishes whenever Yuan was home. He had always assumed this was the norm until one day he returned unexpectedly to find his parents dining. Upon seeing the solitary dish of simple stir-fried vegetables on their table, Yuan silently vowed to earn enough money to ensure his parents would never have to endure such hardship again. His childhood wish has, in a sense, been fulfilled. The family joyfully gathered around the dining table with only his brother-in-law absent. As his mother brought out the final dish, they commenced their meal. It was evident that his father was in high spirits today, even opening a bottle of home-brewed wine, the special reserve exclusive to their family. This particular wine, understated in its porcelain jar, lacked the ornate packaging typically found on the market. "You old man, ever since Xiao Yuan started his distillery, you find any excuse to indulge?" his mother chided. His father dismissed her remarks, retorting with righteous indignation, "If anyone's to blame, it's your son. Who can resist such delightful wine? I'm old. Can't I enjoy some benefits he provides?" Yuan observed the playful banter between his parents with amusement. This has been their routine for many years, embodying the affectionate quarrels that some say characterize a lifelong partnership. Yuan knew that as long as his father drank in moderation, the wine would not only be harmless but beneficial to his health. This particular brew, crafted by Ding Air using grains and lake water from their space, boasted numerous health benefits when combined. Yuan had no intention of selling this wine externally, it was meant for gifting to friends or for family consumption. Firstly, the ingredients were sourced from their space, and Yuan's frequent absences made consistent supply challenging. Secondly, the wine's health benefits were easily noticed by those with ulterior motives, which was a significant reason for Yuan's reluctance to sell it publicly. "There's no harm, a dad hardly drinks much, just a little at a time is still beneficial," Yuan defended, providing cover for his father. "See, even my son agrees," his mother conceded, ceasing her critique. She was always indulgent towards Yuan whenever he spoke. She would do her utmost to fulfill his requests. Noticing that although his mother remained silent, her expression was still somewhat displeased, Yuan promptly changed the subject. "I heard, mother, that you have your own business now." This is also what Nonyo discreetly conveyed to Yuan upon his return. The story traces back to the last occasion when Sumei took Sun Yenshin to the island. On that visit, Yuan crafted a scallop wind chime for each of the little girls, Sun Yenshin and Nonyo. Both were utterly delighted. Nonyo would carry her wind chime everywhere. But one day, she accidentally shattered one of the scallops, resulting in tears that flowed throughout the afternoon. When her mother found out, she made Nonyo a new one. On the coast, it is common for families to create wind chimes from scallops. Nonyo noticed that her grandmother's creations were even more exquisite than Yuan's, prompting her to insistently request more wind chimes, claiming that her grandmother's work surpassed her uncle's. The elderly lady, amused by Nonyo's praise, happily obliged, and soon, numerous wind chimes adorned their home. They were hung not only around the villa but also on the trees in the yard. One day, when Li Hui visited, he was intrigued by the sight of the wind chimes filling the house. It was only later that he learned they were crafted by Yuan's mother for Nonyo's amusement. That day, a buyer from Blue Island arrived to discuss sales for a local delicacy. Upon seeing the charming wind chimes, he decided to take one home for his child. This seemingly simple act led to an unexpected turn of events, as the buyer's brother sold souvenirs in the Blue Island tourist area. Upon noticing the lovely wind chimes that represented local characteristics, he inquired about their source. Once he discovered they were gifted by Fisherman from Fishing Bay Island, he made a special trip there to place a custom order with Yuan's mother. For Yuan's family, the monetary gain was not substantial, yet Yuan's mother, feeling somewhat idle at home, welcomed the opportunity. Thus began the small venture with the assistance of Li Hui's parents and Yuan's second aunt. A few elderly friends embarking on this endeavor. Although the initial income was merely 1,500 yuan, the elderly women were overjoyed. Once the wind chimes were dispatched through Li Hui's channels, the payment arrived promptly. Thanks to the supplier's relationship, there was little concern about being cheated out of that amount. To everyone's surprise, just a few days later, the buyer called to report that the wind chimes were selling remarkably well. Tourists adored them for their affordability and coastal charm, often purchasing them as keepsakes or gifts for friends. Consequently, the buyer expressed a desire for a long-term partnership. Yuan's mother was taken aback by this news, and thus her small business began to flourish. As Nunu recounted the tale, her words flowed in a delightful manner, leaving Yuan somewhat perplexed until he inquired with his father to grasp the full story. What type of industry is this? It's merely a whimsical venture among a few old friends, his mother remarked, yet the joy radiating from her face was unmistakable. Yuan wholeheartedly supported his mother's endeavor, not solely for the financial gain, but primarily for the sense of purpose it afforded her. The parents were engaged in cheerful conversation, while Nunu was oblivious to the adults' discussions, merely echoing their laughter on occasion. Yet, Yuan noticed that his sister had not smiled all day. She sat quietly, serving dishes to Nunu. This was uncharacteristic of her, as she typically enjoyed conversing. Today, however, she had not spoken a single word, which was rather unusual. Yuan refrained from directly inquiring and instead tentatively asked, "How is brother-in-law doing? Is he busy?" Upon hearing this, he perceived a noticeable change in his sister's expression. "Don't mention him. He spends all his time running off to Blue Island. It's been ages since he last came home. And his calls have become increasingly rare." Hui's voice was laden with resentment, leaving Yuan unsure of how to navigate the conversation. Fortunately, their mother interjected at that moment, offering her perspective. Men do benefit from having a career. In the past, he had no opportunities and was stuck at the building materials company. Now that he has a chance, don't overthink it. I believe Shawnee is not that kind of person. Yet, it was their father, somewhat intoxicated, who chose the most inappropriate moment to speak up. He was enjoying his drink when he overheard the conversation between the two women and, setting down his glass with a third, he exclaimed in irritation. "How can one have a career and neglect family? Always running around? Look at me, when have I ever gone out? I hardly even go to Pinghai County. Let alone Blue Island. That is what a good man is." Their mother shot him a glare. "Is that what you call a good man? When you were younger? As soon as you returned from the sea, the first thing you did was gamble in the county. And you even led the third one astray." Realizing she had let something slip, she quickly shifted the topic. "Let us talk about Shawnee now. Don't compare him to you. I think Shawnee is far better, only slightly less than our Xiao Yuan." Yuan, listening to this exchange, felt as though he had returned to a family that was no longer familiar after just a month away. He understood every word spoken, yet the meaning eluded him. Had his time away dulled his senses? He quickly intervened to stop the quarrel between his parents and turned to his sister, asking, "Sister, has something happened at home?" "Nothing much, it's just that your brother-in-law is too busy and doesn't come home often. It makes me uneasy," she replied, cutting off any further questions from Yuan. She then addressed Nunu, "Have you finished eating? Once you are done, Mommy will take you upstairs for a bath." With that, she picked up Nunu and headed directly upstairs. Yuan observed his sister's retreating figure, sensing the weight of her unspoken concerns, then turned to his mother. "Don't look at me, Xiao tends to overthink things. There is nothing wrong," their mother assured him. From her words, Yuan gathered that something had transpired during his absence, and everyone seemed intent on concealing it from him. His father, after a half, added, "What is there that cannot be spoken about? It's not a big deal." Xiao Yuan listened to me through his father's narration. Yuan became aware of the unfolding events. His brother-in-law's construction company gained a certain level of recognition in Pinghai County after securing the contract for the development of Yuan's island. With a workforce and equipment in place, the company had successfully undertaken several commendable projects on Blue Island. Previously, the operations were somewhat trivial, and his sister managed the finances without any significant issues. However, as the company formalized its structure, his sister made several errors in the financial reports due to her lack of accounting education. Many specialized concepts were entirely foreign to her, leading to considerable discrepancies in the financial statements. The couple had exchanged a few heated words over this matter. Consequently, The brother-in-law intended to hire a professional accountant for the Blue Island project. The sister, not giving it much thought, was unaware that the accountant they hired was a woman in her 30s. In a fit of anger, she returned to Fish Bay Island. Initially, her brother-in-law called daily to check on her, but he had not reached out for several days, leaving her feeling unsettled. She confided in their mother, expressing suspicions that her husband might be involved with someone else. Yuan listened to this with some bewilderment. Was all this turmoil truly caused by the hiring of a female accountant? Unsure of what to say, he decided to visit his sister, considering the situation rather trivial. Upon arriving at his sister's room, he found the door slightly ajar and overheard her on the phone. "If I am being unreasonable, so be it. Without my brother, where would you be today? What is wrong with me suggesting a change in accountants? I tell you, Nye Xiaohui, if you don't replace that accountant, don't bother calling me again." Little Nyonyo, observing her mother's distress, looked frightened, her small hands covering her mouth, her wide eyes staring at her mother in confusion. "I don't care, I will be unreasonable." With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Nyonyo, spotting Yuan at the door, rushed over. After bending down to scoop her up, the little girl burst into tears. Hearing the commotion, their parents hurried upstairs. Yuan handed Nyonyo to their parents and instructed them to take her downstairs. He then entered his sister's room alone. With a cold expression, she turned to Yuan and asked, "Did you hear everything?" He nodded but remained silent. His sister continued, almost as if talking to herself, "I am unreasonable. I know nothing." As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Yuan dreaded seeing his sister cry in his childhood memories. Yihui was a remarkably strong person, seldom shedding tears. Yet, in the short span of less than half a year since returning to Blue Island, he had witnessed her cry twice. Noticing a cushion on the bedside, he handed it to Yihui. She clutched it tightly, resting her chin upon it, a small habit of hers. Whenever she felt frightened or helpless, she would hold on to something. Yuan vividly recalled a time when their parents had gone out to sea and returned late. Outside, the rain fell steadily, and after a flash of lightning, a piercing scream echoed from Yihui's room. Yuan rushed over to investigate. There, he found Yihui curled up in a corner of her bed, clutching a pillow and hiding her head beneath the blanket. Ever since that incident, she had taken to embracing her pillow throughout the day, in response to her distress. Their parents had even gifted her a plush toy. Observing his sister clinging tightly to her cushion, Yuan felt transported back to that stormy night. The image of her helpless expression etched vividly in his memory. Yuan settled down, pulled out a cigarette, and was about to light it when he reconsidered and returned it to the pack. "If you wish to smoke, go ahead, your brother-in-law does it often at home, and I've grown accustomed to it." He gazed at his sister and asked, "Is it truly because of that female accountant?" "I find it hard to believe." Yihui lifted her gaze to meet Yuan's and slowly replied, "I am merely in conflict with myself. Is the industry predominantly female? I blame myself for being incompetent, feeling utterly forsaken by this era. At not yet 30, I feel as though my heart has already entered middle age." Yuan understood the anguish his sister harbored. For so many years, she had lived at the bottom, rarely venturing beyond their county. Her experiences were confined to this stage of life. Yet, why do you treat your brother-in-law this way? We must resolve our own issues. He struggled to find the right words to describe Yuhui's current state. "Are you being unreasonable? Xiaohui suggests as much, and you seem to agree, don't you?" She glanced at him before lowering her head and murmuring, "I am simply seeking a sense of belonging. Your return has been marked by great success in your career. Our parents can't seem to speak of anything without mentioning you. One might think you are the only child. Thanks to your assistance, your brother-in-law's career has flourished as well, and he is doing quite well. Several leaders in the county have commended him at meetings. Now even our mother has begun her own venture. But what about me? What do I possess? I am nothing. I can't even keep the accounts straight. I fear that one day, no one will remember I ever existed." Yuan was taken aback. He had not realized the extent of his sister's despair. He honestly replied, "Who says you have nothing? At the very least, you have Nyonyo and this family. You will always be a part of this household. No one will forget you. Without your sacrifices, I would not have had the opportunity to attend such a prestigious university. Even if the world forgets you, I will always remember you as Yihui, the best sister in the world. Upon hearing his words, Yihui broke down in tears, sobbing for a long time before eventually drifting off to sleep while still clutching her pillow. Yuan quietly exited the room. Downstairs, their parents had returned to their own quarters with Nyonyo. Stepping outside the villa, he glanced at the time. It was already past 11 in the evening. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and pulled out his phone to call his brother-in-law. If Yihui were alone, Yuan felt he could help her make decisions and plan her life. Now, my sister has a family. She has a brother-in-law and a daughter named Nyonyo. Yuan needs to make her husband aware of what his wife is currently contemplating. As the call connected, a cacophony of sounds greeted him, indicating that his brother-in-law was still occupied. Yuan, what's the matter? What is going on between you and your sister? After a brief silence, the noise diminished significantly, suggesting that the brother-in-law had found a quieter spot. Yuan, it's not my fault. Your sister has been acting strangely lately, always arguing with me, and I. The brother-in-law immediately began to explain himself. Yuan interrupted, recounting his recent conversation with his sister. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. And finally, the brother-in-law sighed, Yuan, I will return home right away. I never expected your sister to think this way. This is my fault for not caring enough. That night, that fishing bay island, Yuan stood alone by the seaside, allowing the sea breeze to caress his face. He listened to his brother-in-law's words over the phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. The purpose of his call was to ascertain his brother-in-law's feelings, and it seemed he indeed cared deeply for his sister, which was sufficient. There is no need to rush. Finish your current work, and I'll think of something for your sister to occupy her time with, tasks to engage her. She won't have the leisure to brood. Thank you, Yuan. I'll wrap up these contracts as quickly as possible and head back. Yuan hung up the phone and stood in the courtyard, pondering what activities he could arrange for his sister. The following morning, Yuan walked along the sandy beach, with Dahuang quietly trailing behind him, while little Jin circled in the sky above. In the distance, he could vaguely see Dabai and Shaosha in the water. Dahuang stood on the shore barking at the two creatures as if trying to drive them away. Yuan glanced at Dahuang. Why do you reject them? Having more friends wouldn't hurt, would it? They aren't after your stones. Since his return, Shaosha and Dabai had frequently come to play at Fishing Bay Island during the day, seemingly aware that Yuan had no objection to their presence here, provided they didn't eat on the shore. Yuan sensed that these two little creatures were different from before, as if they were seeking something from him. They swam back and forth in the water nearby, unable to approach the shallow beach. Dabai occasionally emitted sounds toward Yuan. He decided to swim out to them, with Dahuang skillfully paddling along behind him. Upon reaching Dabai, the two creatures swam together in one direction. Yuan assumed they merely wanted to play and didn't think much of it. However, after swimming a few meters, they turned around when they noticed Yuan had not followed. Shaosha swam back, nudging Yuan with his head, urging him to follow Dabai. Are you asking me to come with you? Yuan questioned, filled with curiosity. Dabai nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Yuan was uncertain of where they were taking him. Out of curiosity, he mounted the small shark, which swiftly propelled itself into the distance, with the great white closely trailing alongside. Turning back, Yuan spotted the large yellow fish laboriously swimming towards him. Despite its newfound strength, the large yellow fish struggled to match the speed of the great white and its companion in the water. Yuan waved his hand toward the large yellow fish, urging it to return home, assuring it that he would be back shortly and advising it not to follow. Feeling slighted, the large yellow fish lifted its head and let out a series of cries in Yuan's direction before turning to swim back toward the shore. Paying no further heed to the large yellow fish, the small shark continued its swift journey into the depths of the ocean. Yuan remained oblivious to the destination the small shark and great white had in mind. After over an hour of swimming in a singular direction, he surveyed the surrounding waters, now far removed from land, with no reference points in sight. He had no idea where he was. The great white and small shark had led him to this uncharted expanse of sea. The horizon stretched endlessly, with not a single island in sight. It appeared that there were no islands within at least a 10-kilometer radius. The small shack gradually came to a halt in this area, guiding Yuan down toward the ocean floor. Yuan pondered whether these two creatures intended to bring him to the seabed. Was there something here that piqued their interest? However, upon observing the surroundings, he found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. The richness of marine life was astonishing even to him. Schools of fish swarmed around, while abalone lay scattered amongst the coral reefs. Crabs and lobsters scuttled through the seaweed in search of food. All of this indicated that they were near a natural fishing ground close to Fishing Bay Island. Originally expecting to stumble upon a treasure, Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment despite the fact that he should have been overjoyed at his pets discovering such a bountiful fishing spot. What could be the cause of this discontent? Nonetheless, he did not display his feelings. After all, the two little creatures were quite capable and genuinely concerned for their master. He feared that showing any sign of unhappiness might hurt their tender hearts. One must not underestimate the situation after consuming the enlightenment elixir. The two little creatures were quite astute, comparable to teenagers in intellect. Children of that age can often discern the emotional shifts of adults. Yuan rewarded them with space in the lake and the bounty of the sea fish, before he finally settled back upon the great white's back for the return journey to Fishing Bay Island. Although he had not discovered any treasure this time, having an additional fishing spot close to the shore was certainly a boon. This experience with the small shark and great white prompted Yuan to reflect on whether he had been overly ambitious in his pursuits. Unfamiliar with the conditions surrounding the fishing grounds, he set out to sea. Had this been someone else, they would have risked losing everything. Although Yuan was indifferent to the location of his fishing endeavors, understanding the surrounding waters was an essential duty for him as the contractor of Fishing Bay Island. Thus, over the following period, Yuan embarked on a fervent exploration of the local maritime environment. Initially, he confined his activities to the vicinity of his fishing grounds, but gradually, the radius of his exploration expanded significantly. During this time, he encountered some unexpected discoveries. Remarkably, he stumbled upon two sunken ships within several dozen nautical miles from his fishing grounds. One was evidently a modern fishing vessel, devoid of any salvageable value, while the other, though ancient in appearance, yielded no treasures of worth. Aside from a few rusted iron tools, there were merely a few skeletal remains, indicating it was likely a small ancient warship. However, as Yuan's explorations extended further, he unearthed an intriguing phenomenon. The number of warships he discovered in the northeastern direction of Fishing Bay Island increased considerably. Moreover, these vessels were all small in size, comparable to modern fishing skiffs, with each ship capable of carrying no more than a dozen individuals. The presence of so many small warships in a single maritime area was decidedly unusual. Furthermore, as Yuan ventured further, the frequency of these warships grew. He began to speculate whether an ancient naval conflict had once transpired in this region, with the dimensions of the ships suggesting they were involved in pirate skirmishes. The multitude of small warships in the northeast of Fishing Bay Island piqued Yuan's curiosity immensely. Consequently, he set aside all other pursuits to embark on a solitary adventure in this area. On this particular day, Yuan, as was his custom, journeyed to the waters nearly 100 nautical miles northeast of Fishing Bay Island. His objective was to investigate the only remaining area he had yet to explore. This location was reserved for last due to its peculiar topography, resembling a trench. Uncertain of its depth, Yuan chose to leave it until the end. As he delved deeper, the light diminished progressively, compelling him to rely on his senses in place of sight. Soon, he arrived at the trench's summit. Though not large, it appeared from afar like a vast, gaping maw at the ocean's floor, seemingly poised to consume everything. Without hesitation, Yuan plunged into the trench. As he descended, its length gradually diminished. Upon reaching a depth of 2,000 meters, his body abruptly halted its downward movement. What? In Yuan's perception, an ancient wooden shipwreck was embedded at an angle in the seabed not far away. Perhaps it was due to the unique topography of the trench. The majority of the ship's hull had not been concealed by the sands of time. It stood there, leaning against the slope of the trench. At the moment he beheld the wreck, Yuan's heart inexplicably quickened. Although he had already discovered numerous remnants of small warships in these waters, this was his first encounter with a vessel of such magnitude. This shipwreck was approximately 50 meters in length, a considerable size in ancient times. even in modernity. It could rival that of a medium-sized oceanic fishing vessel. Yuan swiftly approached while employing his perception to explore the ship's interior, eager to uncover any treasures that such a colossal wreck might harbor. However, the results of his search were indeed disheartening. Apart from some skeletal remains, the ship's surface yielded only rusted weapons and the occasional fragment of porcelain, all devoid of any significant value. Nevertheless, Yuan did not resign himself to despair. He collected every shard of broken porcelain he found into his special storage. Unwilling to give up, he meticulously continued his search using his perception. To his surprise, within several of the ship's compartments, he discovered some fragments of silver and ancient coins, although their quantity was meager. The silver had tarnished to a deep black, and without his keen perception, he would have been unable to discern it as silver. Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment after such an arduous search. The finds were less than rewarding. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that no one would venture into battle with valuable treasures on board, save for a pirate ship fleeing for its life. Just as Yuan had begun to relinquish hope, a closed cabin appeared within his perception. Previously undetected due to its entrance being one of the few areas buried beneath the sands. However, a dilemma arose. Despite discovering the cabin, he could not ascertain its contents, as it was obscured by the seabed. Even with his perception, it was impossible to see through the sand. Thus, Yuan resorted to the simplest and most primitive method, clearing the sand from the cabin. Of course, this was not a task he could accomplish alone. To investigate the cabin's interior, Yuan summoned all the robots within his special storage to assist him. The collective effort of many proved powerful, especially with these tireless machines. After much diligence, the cabin was soon cleared, and its interior materialized in Yuan's mind. In the center of the cabin lay a large wooden chest, notably treated to be waterproof. Yuan quickly entered the cabin but chose not to open the chest right there. Instead, he stored it within his special storage before departing. Returning to the trench once more, Yuan retracted the robots and continued his exploration. After all, a considerable portion of the location had already been explored. There was no need to abandon the endeavor for a mere wooden box. However, the reality did not unfold as one might expect from a novel. The subsequent explorations remained tedious, yielding no further discoveries. Upon returning home, Yuan briefly washed himself and then retreated to his study alone. After closing the door behind him, he retrieved the wooden box he had previously discovered from the depths of his belongings. The box was notably weighty, leading Yuan to believe that it surely contained something of significance. Although it was secured with a copper lock, such obstacles were hardly a challenge for him. With a burst of determination, he forcefully dismantled the lock and, filled with anticipation, opened the box. Inside, he was greeted by a hide. What could this possibly be? Picking up the hide, he noticed inscriptions that were entirely unfamiliar to him. Setting aside all else, Yuan resolved to first decipher the inscriptions on the hide. Perhaps it was a treasure map. Therefore, he turned on his computer and began to compare the symbols with translations he found online. Translating the contents of the hide proved to be an exceedingly lengthy process. Fortunately, the internet provided some assistance this time. However, it still took Yuan over an hour to comprehend what was inscribed on the hide. To his dismay, what he uncovered was far from a treasure map. It was merely an account of a woman's life experiences. He could not fathom why such a seemingly worthless hide would be stored within a wooden box. Could this be a cruel jest? Yuan pondered. Nonetheless, he did not leave empty-handed. From the records on the hide, he gleaned insights regarding the reasons for the presence of the warships he had discovered. Those ships were pirate vessels from the Qing dynasty, and their owner was none other than the infamous Zheng Yiseo. Through his recent inquiries, Yuan had acquired a basic understanding of this remarkable woman. Even on a global scale, she could be considered a figure of legend. Originally a ship prostitute, she ascended to become a pirate leader, her life story truly captivating. Were it to be adapted into a film, many would undoubtedly flock to see it. In that era, the hardships endured by women far surpassed those faced by men. Especially for one born into the life of a ship prostitute, it was almost unimaginable. The name Zheng Yiseo may evoke unfamiliarity for many. Yet the character of Mistress Qing from Hollywood's Pirates of the Caribbean would surely resonate with a wider audience. As a pirate leader at the height of her power, Zheng Yiseo commanded over 600 ships and a crew of 60,000. Her life was undeniably legendary. In the study of the Yi family on Yuan Island, Yuan set aside the hide. Although it contained some accounts of Zheng Yiseo's deeds, the details were rather sparse. Moreover, the presence of this animal hide raises questions. There are no inscriptions on these hides, leaving Yuan perplexed. Disappointed, he stowed the hide away. Although the recorded information held little value for him, he believed that if this artifact were to fall into the hands of certain individuals, it might indeed assist them in understanding the historical context of that era. With the matter of the hide resolved, it was time to relish his discoveries. Previously, due to a layer of wax paper beneath the hide, Yuan had refrained from examining the contents of the wooden chest. Now that he had deciphered the hide's significance, it was time to unveil the remaining treasures within the chest. Lifting the wax paper, he found the chest brimming with silver ingots. Upon this sight, a smile finally illuminated Yuan's face. His efforts had not been in vain, 3 days of labor had yielded rewards. Faced with this substantial cache of silver ingots, anyone would find it hard to remain composed. He picked up one ingot for a closer inspection. The ingot measured 12 centimeters in width and approximately 7 centimeters in height, with the inscription Qianlong Ya 20 adorning its surface. Yuan had adequately prepared for this treasure hunt and thus possessed a rudimentary understanding of ancient currency. As one of the most commonly used forms of currency in ancient China, he had developed a certain level of appreciation for silver ingots. During the Qing dynasty, 2 forms of ingots were prevalent, one known as coin government silver and the other as sharin market silver. Coin was silver submitted to the state treasury, uniform in size and marked with specific symbols. In contrast, sharin varied in size, encompassing both small fragments and large ingots. The silver ingots Yuan had discovered were of the high denomination, specifically 50 taels of coin. It is important to note that the ancient measurement of taels differs significantly from contemporary understanding. In ancient China, 1 pound equated to 16 taels, and 1 pound when stir-fried weighed approximately 600 grams today. Thus, 1 tael from the Qing dynasty approximated to 375 grams in modern terms. Consequently, each ingot Yuan had obtained weighed a substantial 50 taels, translating to approximately 1,875 grams in modern measurements. Considering the current market price of silver, approximately 4 yuan per gram, Yuan's ingots would fetch around 7,500 yuan each. Given that there were 200 such ingots in the wooden chest, a preliminary calculation estimated the total value at approximately 1.5 million yuan. While this sum certainly sounds considerable and would entice many, for Yuan, the realization of this amount brought with it a tinge of disappointment. Given his current capabilities, he feels he has squandered an entire week in that maritime expanse, only to yield a return of 1.5 million. This rate of return appears rather meager. If he had spent that week taking a vessel out to sea, he could have potentially reaped several times that amount. However, matters are not so straightforward. Firstly, Yuan's efforts over the past few days transcend mere monetary valuation. The joy derived from the search is inexpressible, and he has acquired a profound understanding of the underwater conditions surrounding Fishing Bay Island. Such information is priceless and cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Aside from the fishing spot revealed by the little sharks and the great white, Yuan has discovered several additional locations suitable for his crew to fish, including some havens for high-end seafood like lobsters and crabs. Viewed from this perspective, Yuan's gains seem quite substantial. Moreover, the beast skin, which Yuan deems of little value, is considered a treasure to those studying Qing dynasty history. Such artifacts can substantiate the distribution of maritime power during that era and corroborate numerous historical events. This intangible value cannot merely be calculated as a mathematical equation. Additionally, Yuan's calculations simply equate these silver ingots to the ordinary silver market price. When viewed from the collector's standpoint, the worth of a single silver ingot could far exceed this valuation, potentially multiplying several times over. In a favorable market, the value of this batch of ingots could reach into the millions. Yuan conducted an online search for the price of silver ingots, discovering a wide disparity. For the same 50 taels of Qing dynasty silver, some websites quoted prices at 35, while others claimed sales could reach hundreds of thousands, with some even stating prices in the millions. These figures often stem from jest among netizens, offering little genuine reference value. While the internet facilitates inquiry, It also obscures many truths with its abundance of misinformation. Yuan is not particularly knowledgeable about antique pricing, yet even if calculated at the lowest estimate of 30,000 each, these ingots would amount to a staggering 6 million. Such a figure would certainly please Yuan. This situation truly tests one's mindset. Upon discovering such a massive shipwreck at sea for the first time, Yuan's excitement is palpable. To validate his bountiful find, he retrieves some shards of porcelain and scattered silver and copper coins found within the wreck. He hopes to uncover any hidden treasures among them. Although these items were not deemed precious in their time, who can be certain of their worth in the modern age? Unfortunately, locating these items is no simple task, as the search for corresponding artifacts presents significant challenges. Everything has been corroded by seawater. Many silver coins have tarnished, and the inscriptions on the copper coins have become indistinguishable. Even some porcelain pieces yielded no relevant information for Yuan online. It appears that those shattered shards were merely dining utensils from the ship. As for the scattered coins in the cabin, they can only be attributed to the wealth that pirates carried with them when they set sail. They hold no significant value, especially considering that the Qing dynasty is the most recent dynasty compared to others, rendering its currency the least valuable. In summary, Yuan was quite satisfied with this discovery overall, though he felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the finer details. Gratitude is extended to the generous patrons. Today marks the first day of the book's release, and the author feels quite anxious. Having never written a book or published anything before, he eagerly rose early to write, and after completing it, uploaded it for review. The chapter is updated ahead of schedule at noon, with the next chapter set for a timely release at 5 p.m. Here, the author wishes to thank all the readers who subscribed to this book in advance. On a night at Fishing Bay Island, a family joyfully dined together. The sister seemed to be in much better spirits, perhaps from having cried the night before, releasing her pent-up emotions, or perhaps due to some actions taken by her husband. Regardless, her improved mood was all that mattered. As they were enjoying their dinner, Yuan's phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Zhong Wujin. Upon answering, he had a somewhat apologetic tone. "Xiao Yuan, there's been a small issue on my end. I inadvertently mentioned your precious wood." "What happened?" Yuan did not hold Zhong Wujin accountable for this slip, as the item was salvaged from international waters, and he had video evidence. So he was not particularly concerned about any repercussions. "It went like this: I used your precious wood to create a tea tray for my father, and he has been showing it off to everyone. One of his acquaintances in the collectible circle expressed interest in purchasing it. My father refused to sell, but ultimately revealed your involvement. This person insisted on knowing the origin of the wood, and although I had kept it a secret, I accidentally let it slip one night while drinking, mentioning it was a gift from a friend. Now he is keen on buying a piece. I hadn't intended to disclose your name, but given his good relationship with my father and the potential benefit to our family business, I couldn't offend him. I sincerely apologize for this oversight." Yuan pondered for a moment and inquired, "How much does he want to buy?" "That wasn't specified. He merely expressed a desire for a piece suitable for display, so it shouldn't need to be large," Zhong Wujin explained. "All right, just this once. You didn't disclose how much I possess, did you?" Yuan expressed genuine concern that Zhong Wujin might reveal the extent of his collection. No. I was worried you might refuse. I only mentioned I would inquire. If you wish to sell, I can assist with the connection. That old fellow isn't short on funds. He's quite wealthy. If you decide to sell, make sure to negotiate a handsome price." Yuan pondered that if it were not too much, it would be reasonable to give Zhong Wujin a favor. He understood Zhong Wujin well. If he could avoid it, he undoubtedly would. The fact that he had made this call to Yuan indicated that he had no other choice. "When will you bring him over?" "I've just returned and will be heading out to sea again in a few days." After some contemplation, Yuan agreed. "All right. I will bring him over as soon as possible. Rest assured, I won't delay your departure." Suddenly, Yuan recalled that he possessed a piece of ambergris, though he was uncertain of its market value. Given that Zhong Wujin's father had friends in the antiquities trade, this item should have a viable market. "By the way, I have a piece of ambergris. Do you think you could help me sell it?" Yuan inquired with a tentative attitude. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before a somewhat uncertain voice responded, "How large is it?" "Are you sure it's ambergris? That stuff is quite rare nowadays." 5.5 pounds, Yuan stated plainly, revealing the weight of his ambergris. On the other end, there was an abrupt silence. Yuan thought the call had dropped, but just as he was about to hang up, Zhong Wujin's voice came through. "You are a true brother. Is that measured in grams? How come you are weighing it by pounds?" Zhong Wujin's voice boomed in Yuan's ear. Yuan instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear. "Regardless of its size, can you help me sell it?" Yuan, uninterested in further conversation, concluded with that remark and ended the call. Meanwhile, over 1,000 kilometers away, in a villa in the West Province, Zhong Wujin sat in his study, one hand still poised as if in conversation. After a prolonged moment, he realized the call had been disconnected. Staring blankly at his phone, he wondered if he had just experienced auditory hallucinations. When did ambergris become as common as cabbage, sold by the pound? Entering his tea room, he found two middle-aged men seated across from each other, savoring tea. The man behind the tea set was stout, with notably large earlobes. From a distance, if he were shirtless, he would resemble Maitreya Buddha. Opposite him sat a leaner middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, with graying hair and glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Upon seeing Zhong Wujin enter, the lean man inquired, "So, does your friend still have such fine goods?" Gesturing towards the tea set before him. Zhong Wujin nodded. "Yes, but not as large as this one." "That's all right, I am not as extravagant as your family. Such fine materials should not be wasted on a tea set." "What is your intention?" "I intend to use it to craft a Buddha statue." "A piece of about 30 centimeters would suffice," the lean man replied with satisfaction. Zhong Wujin hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. The lean man, sensing his uncertainty, asked, "Is your friend unwilling to sell?" "If it's a matter of price, you need not worry, I will ensure he does not suffer a loss." Zhong Wujin shook his head in resignation. "No, it's not that. Once the Agawood arrives, you can discuss it with him. A piece of that size should not pose a problem." He mentioned that there was another item he wanted me to help him sell, Zhong Wujin said, glancing at the corpulent middle-aged man, who was none other than his father, Zhong Detsai. Both middle-aged men appeared quite surprised. Zhong Detsai inquired, "What is it?" "Ambergris." Zhong Wujin replied, and upon hearing this, his father's eyes lit up. "So, you need not search for it anymore. It seems to have come to you." He spoke casually while looking at the gentleman opposite him. "Indeed, however, the quantity I require is rather substantial. You all must continue to keep an eye out for this item." The two middle-aged men no longer paid attention to Zhong Wujin and resumed their conversation. Zhong Wujin was aware that this gentleman, Uncle Wang, commanded respect even from his father. Their family's current prosperity was largely due to him. This man, named Wang Sehong, was among the first affluent individuals in the nation. When the country first allowed personal mining contracts, he had secured several metal mines. Decades had passed, and his wealth was now immeasurable. He had intended for his children to inherit this legacy, yet both had established their own careers abroad and were unwilling to return. Consequently, he had no choice but to hire a professional manager to oversee his enterprises. This gentleman wandered through antique markets both domestically and internationally, living a carefree existence. If something caught his fancy, he purchased it, and it was said that his collection surpassed that of many museums, comprised entirely of exquisite pieces. "Uncle Wang, what quantity are you looking for?" Zhong Wujin inquired, stifling a laugh as he addressed Wang Sehong. "At least 1,000 grams, Wang Sehong replied with a self-satisfied demeanor, pride evident on his face. "Well then, would you desire more?" Zhong Wujin mischievously asked, observing Wang Sehong's triumphant expression. The latter's expression suddenly froze, and he looked up at Zhong Wujin. "How much ambergris does your friend actually possess?" "Not much, just 5.5 pounds, Zhong Wujin replied matter-of-factly. "What did you say?" 5.5 pounds, Zhong Wujin reiterated blandly. The look on Wang Sehong's face was nothing short of spectacular. Zhong Wujin secretly reveled in the moment, thinking to himself, "It serves you right for showing off, now you're dumbfounded." He completely overlooked his own reaction upon hearing Yuan mention the weight, which had been even more astonished than Wang Xiehong's. After processing the information, Wang Xiehong decisively stood up and said to Zhong Wujin, let us take a trip with Uncle Wang tomorrow morning. I'll arrange the flight tonight. And we'll set off in the morning. Zhong Wujin hesitated, saying, my friend is on an island and there is no airport there. He understood that this gentleman typically traveled by private jet, but Yuan's location lacked an airport. They couldn't just land in the sea, could they? That's not an issue, it's in the county town near Blue Island, correct. We can fly directly to Blue Island tomorrow morning. Then we can take a car over. I believe I have a company in Blue Island, let me inquire. He pulled out his phone and made a call, hanging up shortly thereafter. With a smile, he addressed Zhong Wujin, saying, no problem. There is a small company on Blue Island established by those professional managers. I seem to recall something about it from a few years ago, but I haven't paid much attention since. It just happens to be useful this time. Wang Xiehong explained. Zhong Wujin silently criticized his father's lack of awareness regarding their own company. After bidding farewell to Wang Xiehong, Zhong Wujin was summoned by his father to the tea room. Is your brother reliable? I hope it isn't too heavy once you get there. Zhong Wujin noticed that his usually jovial father appeared quite serious, almost unnatural. He should be. Yuan is fairly dependable. Zhong Wujin hesitated, uncertain, as he had never truly seen it, had he. It would be best if he is. Your Uncle Wang may be dismissive about many matters, but this one must not be taken lightly. At this point, Zhang's father seemed to drift into reminiscence, continuing. You often see your Uncle Wang, but you seldom hear us discuss your aunt, right? That's because her health has been poor and she seldom goes out. In his youth, your Uncle Wang was quite formidable, managing several mines and rarely returning home, tirelessly working day and night. He left 2 children at home for your aunt to raise alone. A few years ago, your aunt developed insomnia and struggled with sleep, which prompted your uncle to step back from managing the business and focus on being with her. Zhong Wujin was curious as to why his father was recounting tales of Uncle Wang's family today. Sensing his son's thoughts, his father spoke softly. I'm sharing this because you mentioned ambergris. Not long ago, your Uncle Wang obtained a prescription from an elderly traditional Chinese doctor using ambergris to alleviate insomnia. He recently purchased some to try. As a result, your aunt's sleep has indeed improved significantly. However, the quantity is quite limited. Which is why he asked a few reliable friends for assistance. Zhong Wujin, realizing the situation, spread his hands and remarked, isn't a few pounds rather insufficient? His father shot him a disapproving glance, responding, do you think ambergris is the main ingredient? It isn't. Last time, your uncle bought 10 grams of ambergris, which lasted a month. It serves merely as an auxiliary component, however, it is indispensable, understand. Zhong Wujin calculated simply, based on Yuan's information. He possessed 750 grams of ambergris, which meant Uncle Wang had prepared enough for over 20 years for his wife, a truly extravagant gesture. Contemplating this, his mind raced, should he inform Xiao Yuan in advance, allowing him to sell it at a high price? After all, Uncle Wang wasn't short on money, Zhong Wujin pondered. Observing his son's expression, Zhang's father understood his thoughts and tapped lightly on the teacup, saying meaningfully, do not entertain those thoughts. I have told you before. This agarwood was retrieved by your friend from the sea. Ambergris must have been acquired in a similar manner. Cultivating a good relationship with your Uncle Wang may prove beneficial in the future when he acquires valuable items. Do not focus solely on immediate gains. I've advised you numerous times. Of course, there's no need for excessive flattery, the fair price will suffice. This can be considered a favor for Uncle Wang. He is a man of deep loyalty. There is no detriment for you children in this regard. After speaking, Zhang's father gazed at the TC before him. Increasingly fond of it, and consequently, he developed a more favorable impression of his son's friend. At this moment, Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that 1,000 miles away, the Zhong father and son were discussing their own matters. Just as he was preparing to take Da Huang for training, he received a call from Zhong Wujin. Xiao Yuan, we will arrive at Blue Island tomorrow morning, expected to reach you in Pinghai County around 10 o'clock. Please find a way to come pick us up. Yuan was taken aback, he knew that Zhong Wujin was currently at home. And his residence was no less than 1,000 kilometers away. Even taking the high-speed train would take nearly 6 hours. If they were to arrive in Pinghai by 10, it meant they would have to reach Blue Island by 8. This calculation implied that they would be departing at dawn. Are you really leaving at dawn? Yuan asked incredulously. What are you thinking? They are wealthy, they have a private jet, came the reply. All right, that's enough. By the way, when you come here tomorrow, bring me some exquisite seafood. I know you have plenty of good stuff now. He then confirmed the weight of the ambergris with Yuan before abruptly ending the call. Now it was Yuan's turn to feel unsettled. Truly, they were wealthy individuals, they traveled by private jet. When would he ever experience such a luxury? As he pondered this, Huang, growing impatient, backed twice at him as if to say, what are you thinking? Let us go. Dismissing such thoughts, Yuan led Huang towards the rocky shore. After all, that was a matter for tomorrow. Today, he still had to finish his training. Yesterday, Zhong Wujin had specifically requested that Yuan procure some seafood. Rising early, Yuan planned to head out to sea to gather some. When he stepped outside, Huang trotted after him. Yuan allowed it to follow. After all, this was not their first outing at sea together. Arriving at the dock, he asked Dini to take out the water control vessel. The three of them, 2 humans and a dog, boarded the boat, which slowly set off from the dock towards the open sea, greeting the not yet risen sun. In the distance, by the rocks, the class monitor lay lazily, turning its head to glance in their direction, showing no intention of joining. Speaking of the class monitor, this fellow had been living quite comfortably lately. While Dabai and Shaosha could only thrive in the ocean, this one could roam both land and sea. In its leisure time, it enjoyed wandering over to where the crew rested, and the sailors delighted in playing with it. After playing enough, it would leisurely return to the sea. Initially, the island workers were somewhat apprehensive, as this was a formidable marine creature. However, after a few days of acclimatization, many workers had grown accustomed to this playful harbor seal wandering about the island, with some bolder workers occasionally feeding it small fish. According to my father, this creature no longer indulges in hunting for itself. When hunger strikes, it seeks out the crew, and if they are elusive, it turns to the workers. Upon finding you, if you do not provide sustenance, it will resort to a myriad of endearing antics until you relent. The workers are left in a state of bemusement. As one of them quipped, this creature is on the verge of becoming the island's beloved pet. When the fishing vessel arrived in a particular maritime expanse, Yuan instructed Ding Yi to anchor the boat here. It has indeed been a considerable time since Yuan ventured out alone to gather seafood. He reminisced about those initial days after returning from Blue Island. Although he earned less back then, the daily hustle was invigorating. In stark contrast, his current existence has devolved into a languid routine at home, resembling a salted fish, which is far from ideal. He resolved that during idle moments, he ought to embark on the sea once more. Having made this delightful decision, Yuan advised his companion, Huang, to remain safely aboard. And he descended into the azure waters. He chose this area specifically for its thriving coral reefs, where fish populations are typically abundant. This locale not only offers a plethora of fish species but also boasts a diverse array. Although his personal space harbors numerous rare varieties, he still lacks many others. Presently, the only seafood he could readily procure are lobsters, abalone, dog conchs, and grouper. The snow crabs and peony shrimp from his last catch had only recently been stored and had yet to flourish in number. And he was unwilling to present them to the gluttonous Zhong Wujin. Reaching the ocean floor, which was merely 30 meters deep, the depth he found quite manageable, Yuan was greeted by a splendid visibility. Among the coral, various fish darted about, while some crabs brandished their formidable claws in pursuit of smaller fish. As Yuan navigated through the coral, he sought his quarry and spotted 2 diminutive lobsters, which he decided to let pass. Although the aquatic life here was plentiful, few specimens caught his discerning eye. While he continued his search, he suddenly noticed several cylindrical objects nestled in the sands nearby. Drawing closer, he realized they were none other than geoducks. The geoduck, scientifically known as Panapia gin-rosa, is also referred to as the emperor clam or goddess clam. It is recognized as the largest burrowing bivalve species, with some specimens measuring up to 182 3 centimeters in shell length and possessing siphons that can extend to an astonishing 13 meters. They cannot retract into their shells, and their weight, including the shell, can reach up to 36 kilograms. The geoduck is highly esteemed in culinary circles for its exquisite flavor and nutritional value, classified as a luxury dining item. With thin and brittle shells, the two halves are typically symmetrical, featuring serrated edges at the front. The dorsal, ventral, and posterior sections of the shell are adorned with a small covering, while the siphon is remarkably developed, with portions that can extend outside the shell by more than 10 centimeters, resembling an elephant's trunk, hence the name geoduck. They inhabit sandy bottoms at depths of 630 meters. Originally found along the northern Pacific coast, particularly noted for their delectable quality from the western shores of North America. In 1998, geoducks were introduced to China, leading to the establishment of aquaculture in certain coastal regions. In China, wild geoducks are quite rare, however, due to the emergence of certain aquaculture bases. Sporadic appearances of geoducks can be found in various marine areas. Geoducks primarily feed on unicellular algae in seawater, but they also filter sediments and organic debris. Their main predators include crabs, starfish, snails, and flatfish. As benthic dwellers, geoducks possess considerable protective capabilities. In their initial 4 years, their growth is rapid at 1 year. Their shells can reach 56 centimeters and weigh 640 grams. At 2 years, they can grow to 81 centimeters and weigh 200 to 250 grams. At 3 years, they can measure 101 to 112 centimeters and weigh 400 to 500 grams, and at 4 years, their shells can reach 121 to 135 centimeters and weigh 500 to 800 grams. As they age, the growth of their shells gradually slows, yet their soft body continues to develop, with a lifespan potentially exceeding 100 years. Geoducks are distinguished by their large size, rapid growth, exquisite flavor, and high economic value. They boast a meat yield of approximately 60 to 70, which is relatively uncommon among shellfish, with the primary edible portion being the siphon muscle, constituting 30 to 35 of the total edible weight. Each 100 grams contains 81 calories, 4 grams of protein, and 3 grams of fat, rendering them highly nutritious. Rich in protein, geoducks help maintain potassium-sodium balance and possess diuretic properties. They also boost immunity, lower blood pressure, alleviate anemia, and contribute to growth and development. It can be said that geoducks are a prized delicacy, however, capturing them poses considerable challenges. Divers must locate the geoduck's position and utilize a device known as a stinger to direct water pressure, clearing the surrounding sediment to reveal their siphons for extraction. While underwater, the divers place the geoducks into mesh bags they carry, and upon reaching a certain quantity, they hoist the bags back onto the boat for processing and packaging by the crew. This entire operation necessitates manual labor, and over the years, rising labor costs have rendered them quite expensive. Before Yuan lay 4 geoducks, which had inexplicably escaped from a nearby aquaculture farm. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuan had no intention of letting them go. Although it was somewhat troublesome, with only 4, it could be swiftly managed. Once the geoducks were extracted from the sandy seabed, their size was unmistakable, each weighed over a pound, which was commendable. He placed the geoducks into his bag, as they were intended to be a treat for Zhong Wujin, and there was no need to store them in his space. Continuing his search beneath the sea, Yuan sought other treasures. After a thorough exploration yielded nothing of interest, he reluctantly returned to the boat, setting course for the next destination. This led him to a rocky reef not far from Pinghai County, though its treacherous terrain deterred many fishing vessels. Yuan anchored the boat at a safe distance from the rocks and swam towards the reef, where he meticulously searched. He recalled his father's words, stating that this area was renowned for its specialty, the oysters. The oyster, commonly referred to as the oyster, belongs to the class of mollusks. It is the most widely cultivated shellfish in the world and represents one of humanity's vital marine biological resources, with a global distribution. Oysters are not only delectable and nutritious but also possess unique health benefits and medicinal value, making them a highly esteemed marine delicacy. They boast the highest zinc content among human food sources. Throughout history and across cultures, oysters have been recognized for their ability to alleviate weakness, detoxify, lower blood pressure, and enhance vitality. Yuan places particular emphasis on the latter benefit. Why, you may ask? It is due to the nature of individuals like Zhong Wujin. considering the several local specialties available, hosting Zhong Wujin and his companions poses no challenge. Yuan instructs Ding Yi to sail directly to the pier at Pinghai County. Upon arriving at the pier, with half an hour remaining until 10 o'clock, Yuan first seeks out a charming little restaurant nearby to dine. After all, having risen early to gather seafood, it would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't hungry at this hour. Seated by the window, he orders a bowl of seafood noodles along with a few side dishes. This vantage point allows him a clear view of the pier, ensuring he can spot Zhong Wujin and his party even if they arrive early. Just as Yuan is finishing his meal, he receives a call from Zhong Wujin, who informs him that they will arrive in 10 minutes. Yes, I am already here, Yuan replies succinctly. After hanging up, he quickly finishes the last bite of his noodles, settles the bill, then steps out of the restaurant. Not long after, Yuan stands by the pier. A Mercedes-Benz van pulls up nearby. Zhong Wujin is the first to emerge, followed by a middle-aged man. Yuan takes a moment to assess the newcomer. This man is casually dressed in leisure pants and sneakers, complemented by a well-fitted casual jacket. While he does not appear particularly remarkable at first glance, his demeanor exudes elegance, leaving a refined impression. Zhong Wujin strides a few steps forward to Yuan's side, introducing him. This is Uncle Wang, an old friend of my father. Uncle Wang. This is my buddy Yuan. Yuan politely extends his hand to the middle-aged man. Good day, Mr. Wang. Wang Xiehong examines Yuan, shaking his hand as he responds, what a spirited young man. Hello. No need for such formality, you can call me Uncle Wang, just like Wujin. Certainly, Uncle Wang. From now on, you can call me Xiao Yuan, as everyone else does. With that, he gestures toward the direction of his fishing boat. The vessel is over there, Uncle Wang. Shall we set off now? Zhong Wujin interjects, wait a moment, the gift for Nyonyo is still in the car. I'll fetch it right away. He then retrieves an oversized box from the vehicle. Upon seeing the box's exterior, Yuan realizes that this fellow has purchased Lego blocks for Nyonyo. However, upon noticing the model number, he finds himself bemused. The box is labeled with the number 71040. While Yuan typically lacks interest in such things, he is somewhat familiar with this particular Lego set. This particular piece is quite renowned within the Disney Castle series, yet it poses a considerable challenge, boasting a staggering count of 4,080 pieces. If memory serves, its price hovers around 3,000 yuan. This sum is negligible for Zhong Wujin, yet one must ponder whether the number of pieces is somewhat excessive. Yuan remarked with a hint of exasperation, are you truly serious? How old is Nyonyo? Zhong Wujin chuckled lightly, I initially intended to purchase the Star Wars set, which contains 541 pieces, but I thought Nyonyo is still quite young. Hence, I opted for this one, which seems more suitable for a girl. Yuan shot him a disapproving glance, baffled by the notion of entrusting a 5-year-old girl with 4,080 Lego pieces. Nearby, Wang Xiehong observed the two young men bantering, refraining from interjecting until Yuan turned his gaze towards him. He then took a small gift box from the driver and handed it over, stating, as it's our first meeting, please accept this modest gift as a token of respect. After some initial reluctance, Yuan ultimately accepted the offering. The trio made their way to Yuan's fishing boat, with Wang Xiehong surveying the vessel. As the boat gently departed from the dock, heading towards Fishing Bay Island, Zhong Wujin approached Yuan, curious about the gift from Uncle Wang, exclaiming, I had no idea he prepared something for you and didn't he mention it to me? Yuan pondered whether it was appropriate to open the gift in front of others and instinctively glanced at Wang Xiehong, who happened to be looking their way. With a smile, he encouraged, it's just a small ornament, Xiao Yuan, why not have a look and see if you like it? With Wang Xiehong's endorsement, Yuan felt no further embarrassment and proceeded to unwrap the gift. Upon opening it, he discovered a purple stone ornament. Yuan regarded the peculiar item with a quizzical expression, prompting Zhong Wujin to chime in, that's rock alcapyrite, a rather common mineral. After a brief pause, he added, to be honest, it makes for quite an attractive ornament. I should make a few to gift to others, it's quite creative. Yuan did not concern himself with the ornament's value, rather, he found himself quite fond of the mineral. Before long, the boat returned to Fishing Bay Island, and Yuan led his companions to his home. When Nyonyo spotted the gift from Zhong Wujin, her large eyes sparkled with delight, transforming into crescent moons. And after expressing her thanks to her second uncle, she eagerly took Zhong Wujin by the hand, leading him towards her room while exclaiming, "I also have a gift for second uncle." Interestingly, Yuan referred to Zhong Wujin as her second uncle, a title he had encouraged during his previous visit to Yuan's home. Initially, Yuan had merely instructed her to call him uncle. But Zhong Wujin had playfully informed the little girl that she had not just one, but several uncles, including a big uncle and a third uncle. At first, Yuan was resistant to the idea, but Zhong Wujin posed the question, "Does your uncle treat you well?" To which Yuan readily confirmed. He then suggested, "Wouldn't you be delighted to have 3 more uncles who treat you just as kindly?" Thus, the little girl was charmed by the notion. After Zhong Wujin and the little girl departed, Yuan accompanied Wang Sehong to his study. Wang Sehong entered the study, surveying his surroundings. And his gaze was immediately drawn to the TC within. In terms of size, Yuan's TC was not as grand as that of Zhong Wujin. Yet the craftsmanship was remarkable. Wang Sehong could not help but approach the TC, his fingers caressing its surface as if he were a child cherishing a precious toy. The entire TC cleverly utilized the natural form of the dark wood, with simple carvings depicting a coiling dragon. The dragon's head served as the spout, while its body was elegantly flattened, imparting an innate sense of harmony. Wang Xuebing, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Xiao Yuan, who is the master sculptor behind this exquisite piece?" Yuan felt a twinge of shyness, for the master Wang Sehong referred to was none other than himself. Initially, the TC at home had been carved by Ding Air, but as it was rather large and cumbersome for personal use, he had placed it in the tea room of his villa. The one in his study was his own creation, sculpted after he had honed his skills. Uncle Wang, I made this myself, but it's not as impressive as you say. I was merely having fun with the carving." Yuan hesitated to admit his prowess as a sculptor, even though he was acutely aware that his skills surpassed those of many so-called masters in the market. Wang Xuebing, after hearing Yuan's modest words, scrutinized the young man before him. Although not conventionally handsome, he exuded an aura of cleanliness and competence. It was unexpected for someone so young to possess such remarkable talent, and even more so, to exhibit such humility. Wang Sehong had encountered countless young individuals, yet few matched Yuan's combination of skill and modesty. Feeling a bit uneasy under Wang Sehong's gaze, Yuan spoke up, "Uncle Wang, are you satisfied with this?" He then retrieved a rectangular block of wood from behind the office chair. Upon seeing the piece of dark wood, Wang Xuebing did not immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he inquired, "I heard from Wujin that you possess a piece of ambergris. Might I have a look?" Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he here to purchase the dark wood? Why the sudden interest in ambergris? Nevertheless, since it was brought up by Zhong Wujin, he figured it would be alright to show it. He placed the dark wood on the table and moved to a corner of the study, sifting through a pile of broken porcelain and fragments of silver until he unearthed a piece of ambergris. At first, Wang Sehong did not pay much attention to Yuan's rummaging, only to become alert when he heard the clinking sounds. Upon seeing the contents of the box, a smile crept upon his lips. "Goodness, antique shards. How is it that they are so disregarded in your home? If those in the antique community were to see this, I wonder what expressions they would wear." Thinking this, Wang Sehong refrained from commenting further, as he was merely a guest in another's home. When Yuan returned with the ambergris in hand, Wang Sehong's attention was wholly captivated by it. Taking the ambergris from Yuan, he inspected its appearance closely before bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. "Indeed, this is ambergris." Yuan inwardly rolled his eyes, wondering if this person truly suspected him of deception. Wang Sehong, aware that his words might have been inappropriate, sheepishly remarked, "Xiao Yuan, please don't take it to heart. I'm just overly delighted." Setting aside the dragon's blood incense, he glanced at the dark wood on the table, clearly satisfied with its size. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "I'll take both. The price of dragon's blood incense ranges from 1,500 to 3,000. Yours is exquisite, so we'll calculate at the highest price of 3,000 yuan per gram." Upon hearing this, Yuan was taken aback by the exorbitant cost. Initially, he had estimated the price to be around 2,000 yuan. And now it exceeded his expectations by 1,000 yuan per gram. This was no trivial amount, especially considering that his piece of dragon's blood incense weighed a substantial 750 grams, amounting to an unexpected increase of 7 million. Without further hesitation, Yuan agreed. Wang Sehong then turned his attention to the dark wood, pondering how to broach its price. While the item was indeed valuable, estimating the market price could range from tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan. He felt a twinge of reluctance to offer such a large sum, knowing that overstepping boundaries was a considerable taboo in his profession. Yuan, sensing Wang Sehong's internal struggle, interjected, "Consider this a gift from me." Wang Sehong felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing this, and after a moment's thought inquired, "I wonder if you could help me carve a Buddha statue, what would your price be?" Yuan was taken aback by the question but replied, "As for the cost, I shall assist you without concern." Wang Sehong remained silent, simply requesting Yuan's WeChat for the transfer. Moments later, Yuan received a notification of the transfer. And to his astonishment, it was a staggering 9 million. "Uncle Wang, did you perhaps make an error? The dragon's blood incense was only 25 million, you've overpaid," Yuan remarked. Wang Sehong chuckled, "It's not excessive, you've gifted me the dark wood and are additionally helping with the statue. Can monetary value truly measure the worth of bringing the Buddha home?" Yuan recognized that Wang Sehong was subtly inflating the price to acquire his dark wood. And with a resigned smile, he refrained from further comment. At that moment, Zhong Wujin entered with a grin, exclaiming, "I say, Lausi, our Nyonyo is far more generous than you, just look at her return gift." As he spoke, he waved an object in front of Yuan. Yuan, upon seeing what Zhong Wujin held, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The item was a silver ingot that Nyonyo had playfully extorted from him the previous day while he was studying them. When she inquired about what it was, his mother had told her that it was a very valuable object. Consequently, the little girl insisted on having one for herself, and now, merely a day later, she had gifted it to Zhong Wujin. It seemed that in her eyes, the ingot was less appealing than Lego. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "If Nyonyo gave it to you, then by all means, keep it. I have plenty to spare." I graciously accepted, for silver is hardly a delightful treasure yet. Who could resist when it is a gift from Nyonyo? Certain individuals, even those who are my own uncles, do not enjoy such privileges, do they? With these words, I could not help but cast a slight jibe at Yuan. Beside me, Wang Sehong, upon catching sight of the ingot in Zhong Wujin's hand, swiftly snatched it away for inspection, his mind racing with astonishment. What sort of friends does this lad have? A substantial piece of dragon saliva incense is one thing, but he also possesses rare dark wood and this exquisite ingot from the reign of Chen Long, worth 2 taels of silver from the Qing dynasty. None of these are trivial commodities. Moreover, upon entering, that blood-red dragon in the aquarium is undoubtedly a gem, and the Tang Crown conch on the bookshelf is equally precious. If one were to speak of the least valuable item here, it would indeed be the dark wood I intended to purchase. After scrutinizing the ingot, I returned it to Zhong Wujin, exclaiming, "Do not underestimate this ingot. To certain collectors of ancient coins, it holds considerable value, easily fetching no less than 200,000 yuan." Zhong Wujin, believing the ingot to be an ordinary silver piece, was taken aback by its worth. He hesitantly inquired, "So, does this qualify as an antique?" Wang Sehong shot him a disdainful glance and nodded, too disinterested to engage further. Zhong Wujin, feeling somewhat sheepish, turned to Yuan. "You don't think I'm deceiving Nyonyo out of her treasure, do you?" Yuan merely glanced at him, replying, "It's good to be aware. The little girl has no concept of its value, and yet you dare to speak. Well then, I shall return it. You can keep it. I have more on my side. If the little girl takes a liking to it, I shall give her another. Sure, from now on, I will take care of Nyonyo's toys. Don't compete with me, her second uncle," he said, cheerfully pocketing the ingot. His concern was not truly about its value, but rather that it was an antique that he could present to his father for a nice sum of pocket money. Noticing that it was already noon, I realized that my mother must have nearly finished preparing the meal, and I invited the two to follow me to the dining room. Initially, Wang Sehong had no intention of dining at Yuan's home, claiming he would treat Yuan at Long Island. However, Zhong Wujin persuaded him, "Uncle Wang, You should eat here, he is a fisherman, and the seafood is undoubtedly superior to that of any restaurant. With both of us insisting. Wang Sehong relented and accompanied us to the dining room. Upon arrival, we found Nonyo already seated at the table. Her little back straight as she fixated on the seafood spread before her. The sight of the lavish feast had her salivating. Yet her grandmother had instructed her not to eat before the guests, so she sat quietly, waiting. Spotting Yuan and the others descending the stairs, she dashed over and hugged Yuan's leg, exclaiming, "Uncle, are you hungry? Grandma made so many delicious dishes." Yuan, chuckling as he crouched down, gently pinched her nose and replied, "Is it you who is hungry? Have you washed your hands?" "Yes, yes." Nyonyo nodded vigorously.